Chapter 1, Roses are nice, I want them. Su Jing, I like.
I'm sorry, Nanshin, I already have a boyfriend.
The innocent-looking girl interrupted. The first day of school for freshmen. Nan Xin and his high school classmate Su Jing came to Shanghai to register.
Nan Xin, who likes Su Jing, plucks up the courage to confess his feelings to her. I didn't expect that he already has a partner now. Nan Xin confessed his love to Su Jing when he was in high school, but she said she didn't want a date before going to college. I didn't expect that within 2 months of summer vacation, she already has a boyfriend.
It happened so fast. Really? Congratulations then. Thanks. Su Jing smiled. She knew that Nan Xin came from an ordinary family and was far from meeting her requirements.
It's a pity for this face. Who told me to marry into a wealthy family? Thinking of this, Su Jing smiled and said, Nanshin, I hope you can meet the right person for you.
I'll be leaving now, bye.
After saying that, Su Jing turned and left. At this time, Nan Xin was standing there in a daze, holding the bouquet of roses.
Being rejected like this is really embarrassing. Just then, a girl in a black long skirt and white woven sandals walked over from the side. She snatched the rose from Nan Xin's hand, smelled it and praised it. The roses are nice. I want them. As the rose left his hand, Nan Xin's face was filled with bitterness.
There was no use for him to have this flower.
If you want it, I'll give it to you. She doesn't agree to you? Well, you said I was a good person. Puff, then I'll be your girlfriend.
The girl was very proactive, but after she finished speaking, a blush appeared on her fair face, and there was a hint of hope in her beautiful eyes. When she just came out, she heard Nan Xin's confession, and she was so afraid that the girl would agree.
Fortunately, he rejected her. After years of secret crush on him, she finally mustered up the courage to confess her love to Nan Xin. Nan Xin raised his head when he heard this.
I felt that the voice was so familiar just now, and now when I saw the girl's delicate face, my head suddenly buzzed.
Is it you? Su Qinghan, is it fun to tease me? Nan Xin said bitterly. I'm not teasing you, why would you say that?
Hearing the question, Su Qinghan pouted and stomped his feet, then turned to a teasing look, or are you afraid that you can't conquer me?
Ding. Sign and system activation completed. Choice 1, reject Su Qinghan's confession and receive a cash reward of 10 million. Choice 2, accept Su Qinghan's confession and bind to the sign and system. A reminder sounded in my mind.
Nan Xin, who had read the novel, naturally knew what the system was, but he never expected it to happen to him. Host, please make a choice within 5 seconds. Jenny's mom is so impatient.
No time to think? 5. 3.
Although the money refused is large, it is far less important than binding the system.
So, I agree. At the last second, Nan Xin nodded, as if he was replying to the system or answering Su Qinghan.
On the opposite side, when Su Qinghan heard Nan Xin's agreement, he was stunned at first, and then his delicate face was filled with joy.
Actually, it worked. Nan Xin was also looking at Su Qinghan.
If Su Jing is a girl who meets his aesthetic standards, then Su Qinghan is a beauty in the world.
There is no comparison between the two.
Hey, with a face like yours, your suitors would line up to the moon, why do you have to stick with me?
Nan Xin asked, puzzled. But I didn't expect that Su Qinghan's answer would be so provocative.
Because, I only like you, Su Qinghan said truthfully with his hands behind his back and his head tilted, looking both cute and affectionate.
It's really impossible to refuse. I really take what you just said seriously. From today on, I am your girlfriend. Su Qinghan was very proud.
He didn't expect that his childhood wish had been fulfilled a small step.
Some are happy and some are sad. Nan Xin's face was full of bitterness. He always felt like a lamb walking into a tiger's mouth. Could it be that Su Qinghan is serious? While Nan Xin was not paying attention, Su Qinghan took his arm and pulled him towards the school. Let's go, my little man.
You are a girl, so you have to be careful about the influence. No, she's your girlfriend. When the two of them walked on the campus road, passers-by couldn't help but take a few glances at them. However, some sharp-eyed classmates discovered that the girl was actually Su Qinghan, the campus belle of Magic City University. Could it be that the ice goddess Su Qinghan has a boyfriend? The rose in her hand must have been given by the man next to her. The relationship between the two seems unusual, but that's still the school beauty Su who keeps people at a distance.
She's just like a gentle little kitten. I'm curious about who that boy is. Is he a new student in our school?
Alas, Jinpeng sent so many roses, but the school beauty ignored them. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others.
Although he couldn't hear what they said due to the distance, Nan Xin could feel the unfriendly looks coming from the boys around him.
They were all staring at him fiercely. They were all rubbing their hands, wishing they could beat Nan Xin up.
Su Qinghan, just after the start of the school year, you've made me the public enemy of all the boys in the school?
It's going to be hard in college now.
Nan Xin complained helplessly in his heart. Su Qinghan has been sticking to me since childhood.
I didn't expect that I couldn't escape her clutches even after going to college.
I must have owed her in my previous life.
In this way, the two of them arrived at the registration place under the watchful eyes all the way.
You are from the finance department, right? It should be reported there.
As Su Qinghan spoke, he guided Nan Xin to the registration office of the School of Finance. When the senior in charge of freshman registration saw Su Qinghan coming, he hurried forward to greet him.
Senior Su, you are also responsible for welcoming new students. This junior is so lucky. Senior, are you thirsty? How about I run and buy you a drink? Senior, please sit here with me. I'll just stand for a while.
The people around him spoke enthusiastically, but Su Qinghan refused one by one. She saw that there was no one on a bench, so she took it and placed it in front of Nan Xin.
Nanxin, please sit down. Don't tire yourself out. Su Qinghan was deeply concerned about Nan Xin, but this action stunned everyone.
The attention of the boys around immediately shifted to Nan Xin. If looks could kill, Nan Xin would have died 1,000 times already.
Nan Xin couldn't accept this situation.
He just wanted to stay away from Su Qinghan.
It's okay, senior. You'll be tired holding the flowers, I'll just stand. Nan Xin declined politely.
If he sat down, he would definitely not see the sun tomorrow. But Su Qinghan was stunned.
Was Nanxin concerned about me just now?
I knew he had a sharp tongue but a soft heart.
Nanxin must like me. Could it be that Nan Xin came to Shanghai to attend university for his own sake, and confessed to that girl just to force me to do the same? Nan Xin is so mean, why doesn't he just say it directly if he likes me?
Su Qinghan sat on the bench and began to have wild thoughts. As she was thinking, she stole a glance at Nan Xin next to her. When she was discovered by him, her little face suddenly became hot.
Nan Xin looked at Su Qinghan's behavior and was somewhat confused. Why is she looking at me like that? It's a bit scary.
After a while, Su Qinghan remembered the important matter and started talking.
Help this junior with the admission procedures for new students. Okay, Senior Su, I'll go right away.
The senior from the School of Finance completed the admission procedures for Nanxin very quickly.
Chapter 2. What? You still want to go into the boys' dormitory? After completing the formalities, I received the bedding. Nan Xin walked to the boys' dormitory building and stopped.
Su Qinghan, who was walking behind Nan Xin, accidentally bumped into Nan Xin's back, which made a loud bang, and he felt the fleshy back.
Nanxin, I'm sorry, does it hurt? No, it's okay, ahem, go back soon.
No, you can't put on the quilt and make the bed properly, let me help you.
Nan Xin felt a little helpless. Why did Su Qinghan insist on relying on him? Okay. What? You still want to go into the boys' dormitory? Go back quickly. Thank you for accompanying me to report today. You're welcome. I'm your girlfriend, so it's my duty. How about, kiss me?
Su Qinghan said playfully, with a shy look on her little face. She looked cute and a little charming.
Then when you're done, send me a message. Good. After Nan Xin said this, Su Qinghan happily returned to the dormitory holding the roses. Looking at Su Qinghan's departing back, Nan Xin felt a sense of relief. He found his dormitory number 203 according to the notice. He pushed the door open and walked in. No one was in the dormitory yet, and he was the first one to arrive. I chose the bed, put on the bedspread, and packed my luggage. These things were done in one go. After doing all this, he was so tired that he lay down on the bed. The phone on the bed buzzed a few times. Nan Xin picked up his phone and opened WeChat, which was full of messages from Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan, Nanxin, have you finished cleaning up? Are you tired? Su Qinghan, let's have dinner together tonight. Su Qinghan, I can eat whatever you want. After reading the message, Nan Xin threw his phone aside.
Speaking of Su Qinghan, the first thing that comes to Nan Xian's mind is not how close the relationship between the two families is, but the scene when I was taken into the women's bathhouse by my mother when I was a child and ran into Su Qinghan. If this girl hadn't been making a fuss at school, I would probably like her a lot, Nan Xian thought secretly. At this moment, a prompt sounded in Nan Xian's mind. Only then did he remember that he had a system. Ding! Check-in system started. Sign-in location, Shanghai University. Sign-in reward, Hall of Famous Singing Skills. As soon as the system was issued, all kinds of singing techniques flooded into Nan Xian's mind.
After a moment, the fusion was completed. Nan Xian tried to sing, and it indeed sounded much better than his previous singing. But what is the use of giving myself this skill? Do you want me to get into the entertainment industry? As soon as I had this idea, Nan Xian dismissed it. Anyway, it's always good to have many skills.
At the same time, Su Qinghan sat in a chair, staring blankly at his phone. She would open her phone from time to time to see if Nan Xian had sent her a message. Sun Yu, who shared the same dormitory, was puzzled to see Su Qinghan looking so absent-minded.
Qinghan, what are you doing with your phone? Yeah, you turned your phone on and off at least 20 times. Are you waiting for news from your sweetheart? Su Qinghan replied with an evasive look. No way. Look, Qinghan is still shy.
Sun Yu and others were stunned when they saw Su Qinghan's expression.
Originally they were just joking, but after seeing Su Qinghan's performance it seemed real.
Because they had never seen Su Qinghan so shy. She always had a cold look towards men.
Looking at the roses on the table, Sun Yu captured important information.
After all, there is only one person who often gives roses to Su Qinghan, but she has never accepted them before. Sun Yu sat in front of Su Qinghan and asked seriously.
Qinghan, is this rose given to you by Chen Pang? Did you accept his confession? Not him. Oh, not him? Then who is it?
Sun Yu was very shocked, but at the same time he couldn't help but feel curious. The most important point is that as a good roommate and best friend, Sun Yu has to help Su Qinghan to keep an eye on things.
I won't tell you. Su Qinghan ran onto the bed and covered herself with the quilt.
Her face flushed and her heart was pounding. She felt both happy and embarrassed.
I fell asleep before I knew it. In my dream, she was holding a small whip and smiling at Nan Xin.
There are very few courses in the third year, so Su Qinghan has no classes this afternoon. On the other side, several of Nanxin's roommates had arrived. Said the slightly plump boy wearing black-rimmed glasses.
Hello everyone, my name is Lu Bin, and I'm from Hebei province.
One person started talking, and the others followed suit.
My name is Sun Bafa, and I'm a native of Shanghai.
My name is Zhang Hao, and I'm from Qin province.
My name is Nanxin, and I'm from Jiangsu province. There are 4 people in the dormitory, and they have all been introduced. Brothers, let's go out for dinner today and get to know each other. It's my treat.
Sun Bafa said proudly. As a native of Shanghai, Sun Bafa has the best family background. My father runs a small business, so he is very generous.
Brother Fa is mighty. Brother Fa? That's a good name. People thought I was Zhou Ruanfa. Nan Xian looked at the few people with a smile, and then the cell phone in his pocket buzzed.
I picked it up and saw that it was another message from Su Qinghan.
Nan Xian was helpless. Why was Su Qinghan so clingy? Su Qinghan, Nanxin, what are you doing? Su Qinghan, I can cook whatever you want to eat tonight. Su Qinghan, are you busy? Let me know when you are free.
After reading it, Nan Xian typed a line of words and sent it to Su Qinghan, then turned off his phone.
Then joined the big discussion in the dormitory.
At this time, Su Qinghan was holding his phone in a daze, feeling a little resentful.
This stinky brother is still ignoring me. I just woke up from a nap. Is he chatting with his roommate?
If that's the case, it's normal for him not to reply to my message.
But I didn't tell anyone. It's sad.
At this moment, Su Qinghan received a message on his mobile phone.
Nan Xian, I'm a little busy now, you can go by yourself in the evening. Su Qinghan, it's okay, I'll wait for you. After sending the message, Su Qinghan thought about it again. What if Nanxin doesn't eat dinner?
He still has to go to military training tomorrow. No, I'd better go buy some snacks and send them to Nanshin.
After thinking about it, Su Qinghan stood up.
But the other people in the dormitory were sleeping.
After changing his clothes, Su Qinghan tiptoed out of the dormitory.
I went to the supermarket on campus and picked out the snacks that Nanshin liked. She happily came to the dormitory building of Nanshin, carrying her bags.
All the freshmen have already reported today, so Su Qinghan cannot enter the boys' dormitory building.
At this moment, several people from dormitory 203 who had planned to go out for dinner were walking out of the dormitory building.
Just as Su Qinghan was about to call Nan Xan, he saw Nan Xan's handsome figure.
She shouted loudly,
Nan Xan, Nan Xan. Hearing the voice, Nan Xan looked up and saw Su Qinghan waving at him. Nan Xan, who is that girl? You are good.
She's a senior from our school. Good boy, you've already won over a senior girl right after arriving at school.
You've really brought honor to our dormitory 203.
Although others were envious, Nan Xan felt helpless.
Chapter 3, Even Pigs Are Not Raised This Way. Sun Bafa, realizing that the two had a special relationship, pushed Nan Xan to Su Qinghan's side.
He also whispered in his ear,
Remember to come back at night. We need to check the dormitory. Then Sun Bafa pulled a few other people into the dormitory and said to Nan Xan with a smile,
Nanshin, senior must have something to ask you. I'll treat you next time. After saying that, several people waved their hands and walked towards the school gate.
Only Nan Xan was left, disheveled in the wind. Su Qinghan was very happy. He didn't expect that Nanshin's roommates were so considerate. Nanshin, these are the snacks I bought for you. They are all your favorites. You can take them back later. No, I don't like eating it anymore. Oh.
Su Qinghan responded softly. As far as she knew, these were his favorites.
Could it be that his taste had changed recently? It must be like this. After a while, Su Qinghan spoke again.
Nanshin, tell me what you want to eat in the future, and I will definitely remember it.
Nan Xan responded and felt warm in his heart.
If the bag wasn't filled with frog ha, double YY, bubblegum and jelly, Nan Xan would have accepted it long ago.
Come on, let's go have dinner. You like fish, right?
There's a delicious grilled fish restaurant outside the school.
I'm sure you'll like it. Su Qinghan chirped like a little sparrow, then expertly took Nan Xan's arm and walked out. Seeing this, Nan Xan had no choice but to compromise. Wait, let me carry the snacks. Good. Su Qinghan shyly put the bag into Nan Xan's hand. Although Nan Xan looks aloof, he is still very caring.
I think Nanshin still feels sorry for himself.
On the other side, Nan Xan and the other person arrived at the door of the grilled fish restaurant.
It's right here, the Uni Xiangyu grilled fish restaurant. Her food is delicious, you will definitely like it.
After saying that, Su Qinghan pulled Nan Xan inside. The two found a seat by the window.
Fortunately, we came early today, otherwise we would have to wait for a table if we came later.
At this time, the waiter came to the two of them and put the menu on the table. What would you like to eat?
Our specialty is grilled fish with green peppercorns.
Nanshin, do you want to eat? Su Qinghan took the menu, raised his head and asked Nan Xan as if asking for advice. I can do anything.
Then give us a plate of grilled fish with green peppercorns, and side dishes like enoki mushrooms, white noodles, baby cabbage, and black fungus.
After saying that, Su Qinghan raised his eyebrows and asked Nan Xan again. Nanshin, do you want to eat anything else?
That's all. Ordered a fish and 4 side dishes, which was enough for 2 people.
After registering, the waiter went to the kitchen to notify. Nanshin, what club do you want to join in college? I don't know. Let's wait and see.
The student union is pretty good, and it can add a lot of credits.
Then I'll think about it. After listening to Nan Xan's answer, Su Qinghan felt that there was hope. She is the president of the student union. If Nanshin joins the club, wouldn't the two of them be able to spend time together often? The more I think about it, the better I think this is a good idea.
I will definitely trick Nanshin over when the time comes.
Just as Nan Xan was looking out the window boredly, a familiar prompt sound rang in his head. Ding. Check-in system started.
Sign-in location, Uni Xiangyu grilled fish restaurant.
Sign-in reward, physical enhancement potion. With the implementation of the system, Nanshin had a small glass bottle in his pocket.
I heard that the intensity of this military training is very high, and I believe that the physical fitness will be greatly improved after strengthening. However, Nan Xin didn't plan to drink it here, otherwise he would not be able to explain to Su Qinghan. The grilled fish was served soon.
Su Qinghan picked up a piece of fish and put it into Nan Xin's bowl.
Nanshin, please try it and see if it tastes good.
Nan Xin picked up the fish and put it into his mouth.
The smell alone was enough to make the air fragrant. Not bad, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside.
No wonder you keep recommending it.
Hey,
as long as you like it. Being praised by Nan Xin, a hint of pride appeared on Su Qinghan's pretty face.
Then she picked up a few more pieces of fish and put them into Nanshin's bowl. When Nan Xin saw the fish meat piled up into a small bulge in the small bowl, he hurriedly stopped him.
Su Qinghan, this is too much. Are you trying to fill me up?
No, I'm just worried that you won't have enough to eat. Nan Xin stared at the meat in the bowl and complained in his heart, this is not how you raise pigs. However, when he saw Su Qinghan eating the fish with big mouthfuls, he couldn't help but feel touched. Maybe because I was too familiar with him before, I never really observed Su Qinghan carefully. Only now do I realize that Su Jing is just like that. Feeling someone was watching him, Su Qinghan looked up.
Then he saw Nan Xin staring at him. Nan Xin, is there something on my face?
No, I was thinking that you wolfed down your food when you were little, and you're still like that when you grow up. Nan Xin shook his head and said with a smile, there was no dissatisfaction with Su Qinghan in his tone.
You have to know that when other girls and boys eat, they eat in small bites, which is very awkward. On the other hand, Su Qinghan is genuine and unpretentious. After a while, Su Qinghan looked at the empty plate on the table. He patted his belly with satisfaction. She was worried that Nanshin wasn't eating enough, so she asked. Nanshin, are you full? Do you want to eat more? I'm full, burp. Nan Xin was so full that he burped. In fact, Su Qinghan was worried that Nan Xin was not full, so he kept putting food into Nan Xin's bowl. Su Qinghan felt relieved only when he saw Nan Xin burp. At this time, Nan Xin got up and prepared to pay. But he was stopped by Su Qinghan. I brought you here for dinner, how can I let you pay? Let me do it. At worst, you can treat me next time. After Su Qinghan finished speaking, he walked forward happily. This way, he had a reason to meet Nan Xin. Nan Xin didn't care. At worst, he could just invite him back next time. But I always feel like I'm being tricked. After walking out of the store, the two walked along the road towards the school. There were many couples along the way, everyone holding hands, and some even kissing directly on the street. Seeing this, the two of them always avoided each other's gaze intentionally or unintentionally. Su Qinghan's heart was beating fast as she watched, and she was even thinking. Maybe Nanshin prefers someone who is more proactive. They are boyfriend and girlfriend now, so it's normal for them to hold hands. Nan Xin must be afraid that he would be embarrassed. As she thought about it, Su Qinghan's heartbeat kept accelerating, and she boldly took Nan Xin's hand. After holding the hand, she lowered her head shyly. Nan Xin felt something warm in his hand and was suddenly stunned. Was he being forced? Or by Su Qinghan? She has liked holding her own hands since she was little. How come she is still like this when she grows up? Chapter 4, It seems that I am too proactive. Seeing that Nan Xin didn't let go of his hand for a long time, Su Qinghan was very happy. Nan Xin must like to take the initiative. Nan Xin didn't know why, but he felt inexplicably happy after being held hands. But Su Qinghan is too strong. There are many big trees downstairs of the number 1 girls' dormitory. There were a lot of people, but there were more couples under the trees. From time to time, you can hear the sound of kissing. Su Qinghan had never noticed it before, but today the sound felt particularly harsh. She nervously held Nan Xin's hand and said, Nanshin, do you want to try it? Try what? There was a big question mark on Nan Xin's little head. He didn't understand what Su Qinghan was saying at all. Kiss. Su Qinghan replied in a low voice. Although the lights downstairs were dim, one could still see Su Qinghan's shy look. Ahem. You should go back soon. Nan Xin coughed a few times and quickly changed the subject. Su Qinghan felt a little disappointed when he heard this, but he still chuckled. Just kidding. Stinky brother. Go back quickly. Su Qinghan waved his hand and walked towards the dormitory reluctantly. Suddenly he stopped, turned around and ran to Nan Xin. Muah. After the secret kiss, Su Qinghan covered her face and ran away shyly. I was kissed forcefully. Nan Xin touched the corner of his mouth, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he watched Su Qinghan leave.
But for some reason, the fragrance lingering on Su Qinghan in front of him could actually stir his heart at this moment. It seemed like the smell of Diao brand laundry detergent. You know, I was the one who didn't bother to pay attention to her in high school. Thinking of this, Nan Xin shook his head and turned to leave, feeling inexplicably happier. It seemed that her heart had been stolen by Su Qinghan. After Nan Xin left, the two girls downstairs in building number 1 covered their mouths in disbelief. They saw the scene of the secret kiss clearly. Yeah, is the girl who ran away Qinghan? Should. Is Qinghan really in love? The two couldn't believe that Su Qinghan was so proactive. At this moment, both of them were thinking that they must ask Su Qinghan clearly when they returned to the dormitory. What kind of magic potion did that young man feed Su Qinghan? In the girls' dormitory, Su Qinghan sat in front of the table, recalling what had just happened. She was both shy and delighted. I kissed you, hee. Nan Xin will probably like it. When Sun Yu and Guo Rong returned to the dormitory, they saw Su Qinghan sitting on a chair and grinning foolishly. Su Qinghan, who hadn't noticed anyone coming to the dormitory, was startled by their sudden appearance. Ah. Yeah, Xiaorong, why are you two walking without making any sound? You scared me. Su Qinghan said this resentfully, and then stroked the wounded little heart. Qinghan, you were thinking about your lover too seriously and didn't hear it. Ha. No way, if you keep talking to me, I will ignore you. Who would have thought that the school-famous ice queen would be like this in front of her acquaintances? After all, I'm not familiar with them, so I think Su Qinghan is very cold. We saw you kissing someone. Who is that person? Tell the truth. Sun Yu and Guo Rong sang in unison. The apparent reason is that the gossipy heart is burning. But what is more worrying is that Su Qinghan has entrusted his trust to the wrong person. When Su Qinghan was seen by her roommates, her face flushed and she lowered her head shyly, picking at her fingers. Seeing that he could no longer hide the truth, Su Qinghan planned to reveal everything. She said shyly with a blushing face. Actually, the boy you saw is my boyfriend. What? Qinghan, you really have a boyfriend? Why didn't you say so earlier? We're both single, but you're the one flying solo. Su Qinghan revealed some bombshell news as soon as he opened his mouth, but Guo Rong was very envious. I thought I would be able to have a boyfriend once I entered college, but now I'm a junior and I don't even have a boyfriend. If she had Su Qinghan's looks, even a football team of boyfriends would be unable to match her. My boyfriend is my childhood sweetheart. He is a freshman this year. We just got together today. I was the one who spoke first. It didn't seem like a big deal before, but now Su Qinghan is getting more and more shy the more he talks about it. It seems like I was a little too proactive. Sun Yu and the other person were already overwhelmed by the sudden amount of information. The campus beauty of Shanghai University strongly confessed her love to her childhood sweetheart. It was too shocking. However, they felt relieved when they learned that Su Qinghan was probably not deceived. On the other side, Nan Xin was pressed down on a chair by several people as soon as he arrived at the dormitory. He was a little confused. Were these people drunk? Sun Baofa pushed him in front of the computer and said, Nan Xin, how did you get to know senior sister Su? She is the campus beauty of our Magic City University. As a fellow roommate and brother, please tell us about it. The other people nodded. They also wanted to know what the relationship between the two was. Nan Xin wondered why those people had mobilized so many troops, but it turned out to be this. We grew up together. No more? So what do you want to know? Nan Xin was speechless. They had said everything they wanted to know, so why were there still so many questions? For example, your relationship with your senior. She is my girlfriend. Nan Xin answered without thinking. When I reacted, I realized that I was the one who said this. However, Nan Xin actually felt a little proud in his heart. Unexpectedly, my confession was rejected in the morning, but I admitted to Su Qinghan in the evening. This speed is truly unmatched. During adolescence, he was very ignorant and thought he liked Su Jing, but in fact, that kind of love was fleeting. Nan Xin is really amazing.
You are my role model.
Yes, I should hang your picture above my bed and worship it every day.
How about we go now?
The three people in the dormitory were very excited.
As single people, they envied Nanshin very much. When can they enjoy their sweet love? They got down to work right away.
They prepared to change their clothes and hang up the photos as soon as possible so that they could change their fate.
Nan Xin quickly grabbed the people above him.
If the photo was really printed out in black and white and hung on the head of the bed, wouldn't it be terrifying?
If someone went to the toilet in the middle of the night, they would definitely faint from fright. Come on, those are of no use to you. Just a makeover. Nan Xin said inwardly. Screw you. I am astonished by your beauty. Then I am the elegant gentleman. You two are so shameless. My face is something you only see once in a century. When Nan Xin and the other two looked at Lu Bin, they all nodded.
Just when Lu Bin was feeling proud of himself, he heard three people speaking in unison.
You are a shameless person rarely seen in a century. You are just plain jealous.
Lu Bin then came to the mirror and exclaimed as he admired his own appearance.
A little bit indeed. Chapter 5, Another day of being kicked out of the room by my wife.
Ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling. After washing up, Nan Xin was packing his military training clothes when the cell phone on the bed rang. I picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from my mother Zhang Milan.
Nan Xin couldn't help but be stunned. Mom should be asleep at this time normally. Confused, Nan Xin went to the balcony and answered the phone. Mom! You little brat, why didn't you call back when you got to school?
It's all your dad's fault for insisting on letting you go and register on your own.
What if your son is lost?
After saying this, Zhang Milan glared viciously at Nan Jianfeng, who was cowering on the side. Seeing his wife like that, Nan Jianfeng dared not to breathe and just obediently massaged Zhang Milan's legs and shoulders. Realizing how difficult it was for his father, Nan Xin quickly explained. Mom, I'm an adult now, I definitely won't get lost.
Okay, you two are of one mind, but I am an outsider. By the way, have you met that girl Qinghan?
Speaking of Su Qinghan, Zhang Milan was very satisfied. She had watched her daughter grow up since she was a child. It would be great if she could marry her son. I don't know if this kid Nanshin can catch up with her.
But Nan Xinyan frowned. Could it be that his mother told Su Qinghan about his reporting date? Originally Nan Xin was wondering how Su Qinghan happened to appear at the school gate, but now everything has a traceable clue.
However, Nanshin did not intend to tell his mother about their relationship, otherwise he would definitely call her every day to ask about it.
Afraid that his daughter-in-law would run away. Yes. You are a boy, you have to take better care of Qinghan, do you hear me?
I heard Mom, let's not talk about it for now, I have something else to do, I'm hanging up. As expected, my mother started to nag me, but fortunately Nanshin reacted quickly and hung up the phone.
Huh, Mom is such a nag. Will she be shocked when she finds out that Su Qinghan is her girlfriend now? Nan Xin murmured and returned to the dormitory to continue packing his clothes.
At this time, in Zhongshan village, in a bedroom on the second floor of a detached house.
Zhang Milan felt a little resentful when Nan Xin hung up the phone. This brat just hangs up on me.
Yes, he really deserves a beating. Wife, I will help you beat him up when our son comes back.
You two will be able to sing in unison.
Zhang Milan said coquettishly, then pointed to her left shoulder. When Nan Jianfeng saw it, he immediately went over and hammered it.
Wife, don't worry. Qinghan and our son are in the same school, so there will definitely be sparks. It's our son.
I'm afraid he'll miss out on such a good girl like Qinghan. I have watched Qinghan grow up since she was a child. This little girl is interested in our Nanshin.
Wife, we are the only ones here worrying. Stop thinking about it and go to sleep. Seeing Nan Jianfeng's indifferent look, Zhang Milan immediately became angry. Why sleep? All you know is sleep. Go sleep in the living room.
Zhang Milan threw the quilt over as she spoke.
Oh. It's another day when my wife kicks me out of the room.
At this time, Su Qinghan was lying on the bed holding his mobile phone, afraid of missing any news from Nan Xin. I don't know what Nan Xin is doing now, and whether he has finished cleaning up.
Why haven't you replied to my message yet? Is he playing games with his roommate? If you don't reply, you must be busy. Su Qinghan was lost in his own thoughts. After packing his clothes, Nan Xin suddenly thought of the medicine in his pocket. While his roommate wasn't paying attention, Nan Xin opened the cork and drank it in one gulp.
At first I didn't feel anything, but gradually my stomach started to hurt. He rushed to the toilet and came out 30 minutes later with his legs numb.
After defecation, Nan Xin felt refreshed.
It was as if the run and do meridians were opened. Not only that, when he looked in the mirror just now, he found that his bones were a little more distinct.
After coming out, Sun Baofa stared at Nan Xin and seemed to have forgotten what he was going to say. Brother Fa, why do you look at me in a strange way? I like girls, not boys. What are you thinking, kid? I just think you've become a little more handsome. By the way, your phone keeps vibrating.
After Sun Baofa finished speaking, he quickly turned his head away.
If he kept looking at him, Nan Xin would definitely think he was gay. After cleaning up, Nan Xin returned to the bed and picked up his cell phone.
All the news above are from Su Qinghan. I didn't expect that Su Qinghan was so clingy when he was young, and he is still the same when he grows up.
What Nan Xin didn't know was that Su Qinghan only stuck to him. Nan Xin, I'm preparing my stuff for military training. I just laid down on the bed.
Su Qinghan, oh, you must be very tired from the military training tomorrow, so you should take a rest, my little boyfriend. After Su Qinghan sent the message, her delicate face flushed.
Nanxin, good night. Su Qinghan, good night. After Nan Xin put down his phone, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and he soon fell asleep. However, Su Qinghan tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep.
She had been reading the messages Nan Xin sent her. Especially the word good night.
Does Nanxin know that good night means I love you?
And when I close my eyes, all I see is Nanxin.
I wonder if I'll suffer from insomnia if I hold him while sleeping. As he thought about it, Su Qinghan's eyelids gradually drooped. In her dream, she couldn't let go of Nan Xin's abdominal muscles. Although Nan Xin went to bed early, his forehead was covered with beads of tears.
It seemed like he had some terrible dream. In the dream, no matter how Su Qinghan tried to talk to me, I ignored him. It was not until Su Qinghan left that he felt deeply regretful.
Nan Xin opened his eyes in fright.
Although it was a dream, it felt so real. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and felt very sad. I didn't expect that a dream would make me so sad.
Is this goddess into me?
He picked up his phone and opened Su Qinghan's chat box.
Send a message.
I wanted to sleep a little longer when I suddenly realized that the time on my phone showed it was 6 in the morning. They had to gather at the playground at 6:20, so he quickly woke up everyone in the dormitory.
Brothers, wake up. We'll be gathering soon. Hearing the shouts, everyone got up reluctantly. Then take a quick shower.
At the last moment, several people ran to the team belonging to their own college. The military training for college students began with the principal speaking on the podium.
The students were whispering below. Nanxin and his roommates didn't feel bored standing together. At this time, Sun Baofa touched Nan Xin's arm and spoke in a low voice. Nanxin, what do you think of that girl? Forget it, I won't ask you anymore.
Your girlfriend is the school beauty, so it's natural that she won't be interested in others.
However, Nan Xin still looked in the direction Sun Baofa pointed.
The figure from behind looks familiar.
When the girl turned her head, Nan Xin recognized her. That was not Su Jing who rejected his confession. I never expected to meet her like this. Nan Xin was very calm at this time, and she was like a stranger to Nan Xin now.
Ever since he had that dream, his heart could only hold Su Qinghan.
Nan Xin kindly warned Sun Baofa. That girl already has a boyfriend. Chapter 6, Today is the best day. Oh, what a pity. But how did you know that? Count on your fingers. Nan Xin smiled slightly and said that he didn't want to tell his roommates about the embarrassing thing again. Finally, let us wish this military training a complete success. Thank you. When the principal finished his speech, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. The main reason is that the students have been standing for too long and now they can finally be relieved. The opening ceremony of the military training has been completed, and the next step is to assign instructors. At this time, more than 20 soldiers in military uniforms walked in from the entrance of the playground. The most eye-catching person was the officer with gray hair. He looks to be in his 60s. There are actually instructors that old? It would be nice if you could guide our team. That way we can be lazy. Lubin looked at the instructor in the distance and said, who doesn't want to be lazy?
I don't know if Lubin's words were blessed, but the instructor went straight to the team where Nan Xin was. Zhang Hao excitedly gave Lubin a thumbs up.
That's awesome, Binzi. Whatever you say, it will come true.
Everyone around felt that the upcoming military training would be a little easier, except Nanxin.
I think you are wrong. We will suffer next.
Zhang Hao and his friends didn't believe that the old instructor with gray hair could be so strict.
They all thought that Nan Xin was overthinking it. Nan Xin shook his head and stopped talking.
They won't believe it unless they experience it. At this time, the instructor came to the team and said with full energy,
all of them. At ease, stand at attention.
Everyone run around the playground 3 times. After hearing the instructor's words, the people around looked at each other but did not move. The other teams were resting, but this instructor came up and started running laps.
Only then did Zhang Hao believe what Nan Xin said. If you can't finish the run in 20 minutes, add 1 more lap. The countdown begins.
After the instructor finished speaking, he pressed the stopwatch. When they heard that they had to add another lap if they couldn't finish the run, people around started to run on the track.
This instructor is really strict. I haven't run for a long time. I feel like I can't run anymore. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm running away now. Nan Xin left his roommate behind and rushed forward. He wanted to see what effect the system had had on his body. In just a few seconds, Nan Xin ran to the front of the team.
The instructor next to them saw these students running and said with a little sympathy, students who were assigned to Instructor Fong are in trouble.
If I don't die, I'll be exhausted to death.
Then he turned and spoke to the students in his team.
Everyone take a half-hour break first, and then start standing at attention. Whether the instructor is scary or not depends entirely on the comparison with his peers.
In a short while, Nan Xin finished 3 laps.
My face wasn't red, my heart wasn't beating wildly, and I didn't feel any pain in my body at all. Instructor Fong looked at the time on the stopwatch and praised Nan Xin. Young man, sure. 3,000 meters in 10 minutes and 18 seconds. When Nan Xin heard the time, he was also a little surprised.
Although I could clearly feel that my speed had increased, I didn't expect it to be so terrifying.
Nan Xin responded modestly to the instructor's praise.
During the summer vacation, I went for a morning run every day, so my physical fitness is relatively strong.
Of course, the main reason is the instructor's punishment mechanism.
Instructor Su was very satisfied with what the young man in front of him said. After all, young people who are humble and good at speaking are rare. Afterwards, students ran back to the team one after another.
I saw them sitting down on the lawn. Lubin ran back to the finish line in the second to last moment.
He ran to his roommate and complained.
Who no, I can't do it anymore. So tired.
Zhang Hao patted Lubin on the shoulder and said with a smile.
Binzi, you should take a break before talking. Ha ha ha.
Seeing Lubin so tired, his roommates laughed out loud in an unkind way.
Everyone has done a great job. Now start resting for 15 minutes. After saying that, Instructor Su came to Nan Xin and asked.
Have you rested?
All right. Do you dare to compete in push-ups? Nan Xin didn't expect that the instructor asked him questions because he wanted to compete with him. Can. He quickly agreed. When the people around heard that the two were going to compete, they tactfully made way for the space in the middle. They wanted to see who was more powerful between the two. In the girls' dormitory, it was already past 8 o'clock when Su Qinghan woke up in the morning. He picked up his phone and saw the message Nan Xin sent him in the morning.
Nanxin, Xiaohan, I miss you so much suddenly.
Ah. She couldn't help but scream out. Qinghan, what's wrong with you? No, it's okay.
Sun Yu, who was woken up, looked up and asked, and saw Su Qinghan holding a mobile phone with his eyes smiling into crescents. Su Qinghan felt very sorry to her roommate, mainly because it was the first time that Nan Xin said such sweet words to her.
She really couldn't help it. And Nan Xin actually called her Xiaohan, how could she not be excited?
If Su Qinghan could immediately run to Nan Xin, he would also like to say to him, it just so happens that I miss you too. At this time, the sun is shining brightly. The temperature outside is about 34 or 35 degrees.
Although there is a fan in the dormitory, it doesn't feel cool. Su Qinghan was a little worried that Nan Xin might get heatstroke. Did he prepare sunscreen? As he was thinking about it, Su Qinghan got up and prepared to pack up.
She wanted to find her own sunscreen spray and send it to Nanshin. Maybe because the noise was a little too loud, all my roommates woke up.
Qinghan, what are you looking for so early in the morning?
When Su Qinghan heard the voice, he looked up and saw 3 people sitting on the bed staring at him.
Suddenly felt a little apologetic.
I was looking for the spray, but I didn't expect to wake you up.
It's okay, we'll come down and help you find it.
After saying that, the 3 of them got out of bed with messy hair and joined the group looking for the spray. Sun Yu was a little puzzled as to why Su Qinghan was looking for the spray so early in the morning.
Isn't there a bottle on the table? Qinghan, isn't that a sunscreen spray? That one is almost used up.
I remember putting the new one in the cupboard, but I just can't find it.
It's okay, you can just use ours. As roommates living in the same dormitory, Su Qinghan's roommates are not the type to be petty.
I wanted to give it to my boyfriend. I had already told them yesterday that I had a boyfriend, so I might as well just be frank with them this time.
Boyfriend? Qinghan, when did you get a boyfriend? Only Lu Miling spoke out in surprise.
When Su Qinghan was questioned yesterday, she went out on a date with her boyfriend, so she didn't know. There was no other way, Su Qinghan could only explain to Lu Miling again. She was as surprised as Sun Yu and Guoron when she heard this. But I soon accepted this fact.
Qinghan, when will you take us to meet your boyfriend?
After all, we are all my mother's family. I think it's better to do it today than to wait for another day. Several roommates spoke in unison.
In fact, Sun Yu and Guoron didn't see Nan Xin's appearance clearly last night, so they were also very curious. Chapter 7. Let's forget about the 3 of them. Just like that, Su Qinghan finally compromised.
She knew these roommates best, so she gave them instructions.
If you see him later, don't scare him away. I understand. From now on, Qinghan will value women over friendship. No way.
Being teased by his roommate, Su Qinghan's face turned red and he quickly changed the subject. At this moment, Su Qinghan found the sunscreen spray at the innermost part of the cabinet. She began to urge her roommate with a messy hair.
Go wash up now. I'll take you to see him on the way to class. Su Qinghan was also very much looking forward to it.
He felt that he missed Nanshin very much after being away for a day.
After a while, my roommates finished packing and were waiting by the side. Only Su Qinghan was still choosing clothes. After all, she was going to meet Nan Xin soon, so she had to dress up nicely. Looking at the busy Su Qinghan, Sun Yu rolled his eyes and said, Qinghan, you look good in any clothes. After all, you are so pretty. Su Qinghan ignored them. She just wanted Nan Xin to look pretty. Finally, she found a pink dress with a waist that matched her makeup perfectly. I'm sure Nanshin will like it. After changing clothes, Su Qinghan looked at himself in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Let's go, let's go. Su Qinghan shouted and walked ahead. The 3 roommates looked at Su Qinghan's curvy figure and couldn't help but feel a little envious. With their average looks, they are destined to be just supporting roles. When passing by the campus milk tea shop, Su Qinghan had an idea. I'll treat you to milk tea. It can't be.
Sun Yu probably stretched out the tone to test Su Qinghan. She was a little thin-skinned and her ears immediately turned red. She then spoke to the salesperson.
5 cups of bubble tea, 1 with extra ice. Okay, wait a moment.
At this time, there were few people attending class, so it was done in a short while. The other roommates smiled at each other and understood instantly.
There are many teams on the playground.
As the student union president, it was easy for her to bring her roommates in. Although I know which college Nanshin is from, I don't know which team is theirs. At this time, an assistant coach of the team at the door saw Su Qinghan and immediately ran up to him and said with a smile,
Senior Su, is there anything going on with the student union? No, which team is the finance major in? That's the one in the innermost circle.
The man who was asked was very confused.
Why did senior sister Su go to the School of Finance?
In this way, Su Qinghan led his roommates towards Nanshin's team.
However, Su Qinghan's good looks instantly attracted a lot of younger classmates to watch.
The troops who were already standing in military posture all looked at Su Qinghan.
On the other side, the competition between Nan Xin and instructor Su was in full swing.
45. 46. 63. 64. Lubin pulled Sun Baofa and Zhang Hao aside and asked,
Guess who will win?
I guess Instructor Sue, his muscles must be trained every day.
Nan Xin is too thin. I also think Instructor Sue will win.
At this time, the speed of the two people dropped significantly, but the number remained the same. The boy's focus is on the competition, while the girl's focus is on Nan Xin's appearance. Nan Xin, who had outstanding looks and masculine temperament, instantly attracted the hearts of a large number of female classmates. What's worse, some are already ready to take action. From a distance, Su Qinghan saw two people doing push-ups. Although they were wearing uniform camouflage uniforms, Su Qinghan's intuition told him that the person doing push-ups was Nan Xin. With an idea in mind, she quickened her pace.
78. 79. 80.
After a minute, both of them had done 80.
Instructor Su stood up and patted Nan Xin's shoulder with a smile.
Young man, very good.
Instructor Su is still the best. If you were younger, I would definitely not be as good as you. Nan Xin was telling the truth.
Although his body had improved better than most of his peers after the systematic improvement, it was only a quick success after all.
The instructor has undergone years of training and his physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. Sun Bafa and a few others stared at Nan Xin in amazement, as if they were looking at a monster. Nanshin, if the wall doesn't obey you, then you will. It's really a hidden gem. Nan Xin smiled and said nothing.
At this time, a girl wearing camouflage clothes and a ponytail walked towards Nanshin.
Classmate, this water is for you to drink. By the way, do you have a girlfriend?
After the girl finished speaking, she lowered her head shyly, while the people around her just watched the fun. After he had Su Qinghan in his heart, he was ready to reject the girl's kindness. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice came from beside me.
Classmate, you're a little late. Su Qinghan quickly walked to Nan Xin's side and said coldly. The female classmate saw Su Qinghan's appearance and walked away tactfully. Nan Xin thought Su Qinghan's jealous look was a little cute. Why haven't I discovered it before? Su Qinghan saw Nan Xin looking at him with a smile and said with some resentment. Humph. I came to bring you milk tea, but you.
Xiaohan, heaven and earth can bear witness to my actions, I did nothing.
Nanshin felt a little wronged. How could he be wrong when a female classmate hit on him? Is it because I am so attractive?
From now on, if other girls try to chat you up, stay away from them.
Got it, I will definitely comply. After hearing Nan Xin's answer, Su Qinghan finally smiled.
Then he took out the cup of extra iced milk tea he bought, put a straw in it and put it in Nanshin's hand. I have to say, in such hot weather, drinking a cup of cold milk tea is really thirst-quenching.
The three people in Nanshin dormitory stared at the milk tea and swallowed their saliva. It's nice to have a girlfriend. There's no need to talk about envy and jealousy.
The boiled water in my hand doesn't smell good. Su Qinghan said embarrassedly when he saw the three people opposite him looking eagerly.
I forgot to buy it for you. I'll make it up to you next time. It's okay, we don't like to drink. It's too cold. It's easy to get a stomachache.
Sun Bao answered sourly, secretly swallowing when no one was paying attention.
Also forgotten was Su Qinghan's roommate behind him. Ahem. Cough cough cough.
After coughing a few times, Su Qinghan finally remembered his roommate behind him.
She took Nan Xin's hand and introduced him to her roommates. This is my boyfriend, Nan Xin.
Hello, seniors. Nan Xin greeted him with a smile, while Sun Yu and the other two looked Nan Xin up and down, then looked at each other and said. You are the boyfriend who kept Qinghan awake at night.
You are really good looking. Are there any handsome juniors out there? Don't forget that good things should be kept within the family.
After Sun Yu finished speaking, Guo Rong nodded. They were the only two single dogs in the dormitory, so they had to fight for their reputation even if they didn't have to make a living. Hearing this, Zhang Hao became excited and volunteered.
Senior, what do you think of me? Sun Yu and Guo Rong looked at Nan Xin's roommates and then said to Nan Xin. Forget about the three of them. I don't like small ones. Ahem, younger than me. Chapter 8, Are you trying to murder your husband by ordering so much? Nan Xin pulled Su Qinghan to the shade of a tree.
He saw that everyone around him was staring at Su Qinghan. There was no way Su Qinghan wore a pink dress that perfectly showed off her good figure. Coupled with that exquisite face, people can't bear to take their eyes away.
Don't come here again.
Look at those people staring at you covetously. Su Qinghan had long been accustomed to it, so she didn't care. She muttered softly.
Do I miss you?
She dressed so beautifully just to please Nam Xin.
However, Nan Xian was deeply moved when he heard it. He touched Su Qinghan's head and said lovingly, I missed you too.
Okay, be good, go to class.
The time for a break is almost up, Nan Xian said reluctantly. Okay, I'll come see you at noon.
This is a sunscreen spray.
It can prevent burns.
As Su Qinghan spoke, he handed the sunscreen spray to Nan Xin.
Then he reluctantly left with his roommate. Lu Bin and his friends were jealous when they saw Nan Xian coming back. The other person's girlfriend gave him both milk tea and spray.
It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others.
Everyone, assemble. At ease, stand at attention. Stand at attention for 30 minutes.
I spent the whole morning either resting or standing at attention.
I was tired and hungry. Finally got through the morning.
Lu Bin and the other two dragged their tired bodies, but Nan Xian looked like nothing had happened. At this time, Su Qinghan was already waiting at the entrance of the playground.
Nan Xian ran towards Su Qinghan amid the sighs of his roommates.
Now the two of them can be said to be running in both directions.
Nan Xian took the initiative to hold Su Qinghan's hand, and the two walked towards the school gate. Nanxin, what do you want to eat? Dumplings are okay? Dumplings are filling and won't make you hungry easily. Military training in the afternoon will definitely make you more tired. Good. Nan Xian nodded in response, and unknowingly he held Su Qinghan's hand tighter.
After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two stopped at a dumpling restaurant.
That's it, Grandma's dumplings. The food is delicious, but there are too many people. It's okay, no rush. Then Nan Xian took Su Qinghan's hand and walked into the store.
At noon, students were leaving school, so there were a lot of people. After they waited for a while, 2 seats became vacant.
After we sat down, the waiter came over with the menu. Su Qinghan took the menu and said,
2 plates of pork and green onions, 2 plates of mushroom meat.
Okay, wait a moment, both of you. After saying that, the waiter left, but she was a little puzzled. Could 2 people finish 4 plates of dumplings?
The waiter couldn't help but have this doubt, and Nanxin also had it. But he could see that pork and green onions and mushroom meat were his favorite fillings. I didn't expect that this little girl Su Qinghan remembered everything.
If the two of them really miss each other, Nan Xian will definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Little fool, why don't you choose what you like to eat? I'm not picky. If you like me, I like you too. I love you too. Su Qinghan said playfully that she didn't want to be nice to Nan Xian and make him feel burdened. This girl in front of him has brought so many surprises to Nan Xian. Nan Xian pinched Su Qinghan's little face lovingly and said,
You ordered so much, are you trying to murder your husband?
Murder? Husband?
After hearing this, Su Qinghan waved her little hands in panic and explained hurriedly.
Of course not. Who would be willing to lay hands on her husband?
However, the more Su Qinghan spoke, the lower his voice became, and the redder his face became.
Was she calling Nan Xian husband just now? Even if he wanted to knock Nan Xian down again, it would be too obvious. Nan Xian looked at Su Qinghan lovingly, grabbed her little hand and said, Yes, my wife will definitely not be like this. As Nan Xian's answer reached his ears, Su Qinghan felt a little excited. Nan Xian just called me his wife. I told you, Nan Xian was acting cool before just to attract my attention. So I will call him husband from now on? Beautiful, let's do it.
Su Qinghan took a few deep breaths, calmed himself down and continued.
I was just worried that you weren't full, so I yelled so much. Military training is very tiring. Does it hurt? How about I massage your legs and shoulders?
She blinked her eyes and asked Nan Xian with a serious look on her face.
Nan Xian felt very happy to be cared for by Su Qinghan.
However, given his current physical condition, these are just drizzle for him. No need, your husband is in very strong physical condition.
You didn't lie to me? If you don't believe me, why don't you try it? As he spoke, Nan Xian put his arms around Su Qinghan's slender waist and moved her towards him. Su Qinghan felt very shy being hugged by Nan Xian in public.
She whispered in Nanxin's ear. Hubby, having so many people here is not a good thing.
Why don't we go back to the dormitory downstairs? After hearing this, Nan Xin felt dizzy. What did Su Qinghan say? Nan Xin didn't quite understand. He just wanted to show his strength, he didn't have any other thoughts. Ahem, the dumplings are here, let's eat them quickly. Nan Xin lowered his head and fiddled with the dumplings on the plate.
At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in his mind.
Ding! Check-in system started. Sign-in location, Grandma Dumplings. Sign-in reward, Green Island Flower Shop. Nan Xin was very satisfied when he heard about the system rewards.
Because the two met again because Su Qinghan snatched the rose from his hand.
Nan Xin couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The system is really reliable. What are you thinking about? Aren't dumplings delicious? Delicious, delicious. Nan Xin said this as he stuffed dumplings into his mouth.
I have to say that the stores recommended by Su Qinghan are pretty good.
If it tastes good, eat more. Ah.
After Su Qinghan finished speaking, he picked up a dumpling and handed it to Nan Xin's mouth.
Nanxin felt great being fed. However, why does it feel like Su Qinghan doesn't want to stop?
In this way, Nanxin ate 2 plates of dumplings.
Now he really couldn't eat anymore. Wife, I can't eat anymore. I'm too full. Real?
If you don't believe me, touch my belly. There is no way Su Qinghan would refuse the benefits offered to him. She shyly touched Nanxin's belly, which was bulging.
Yes. It's true. The belly is soft and feels really good. Su Qinghan was murmuring, and Nan Xin thought she was talking to him, so he asked. What did you say just now?
My voice was too soft to hear clearly.
Oh. I mean, go back and rest early. The military training in the afternoon will be even more tiring.
Although Su Qinghan wanted to stay with Nan Xin for a while longer, she gave up the idea when she thought of the military training.
Because she didn't want Nan Xin to become more tired.
Nan Xin looked at Su Qinghan, who always cared about him, and scratched her nose lovingly.
Then let's go back. I'll treat you to a delicious meal tonight. Ha? What's delicious? Seeing that Nan Xin was keeping it a secret, Su Qinghan had no choice but to give up. I was just imagining in my mind what the delicious food Nan Xin was talking about was. It can't be that. Chapter 9. Is this for me? Do you want me to carry it for you? After lunch, Nan Xin sent Su Qinghan back to the girls' dormitory. Walking downstairs to the dormitory building, Su Qinghan shook his head and looked around, looking like a guilty thief.
Seeing that there was no one around, she took out 2 pink things from her pocket and handed them to Nan Xin. Nanxi recognized this thing at a glance.
Sanitary pads? For yourself? Nan Xin was a little confused. He didn't need this thing. Nan Xin asked with confusion. Is this for me? Do you want me to carry it for you? Su Qinghan originally thought Nan Xin would know, but now it seems that she was overthinking it. But Nan Xin's train of thought is so unique.
Her face flushed as she lowered her head and explained. No, I heard from others that putting this thing in your shoes will make your feet more comfortable. The soles of the shoes you wear during military training are too hard and can easily rub your feet.
Oh. Nan Xin nodded, took it and put it in his pocket. Now he regretted his ignorant question just now. You should go back soon. You can still take a lunch break. Then I'll leave first. After Su Qinghan finished speaking, he waved his hand and walked forward, but was stopped by Nan Xin. After being dragged away, she looked at Nan Xin eagerly and asked. Anything else? Nan Xin didn't say anything, just hugged her and left a kiss on her forehead. Smiling, he said, not anymore.
Su Qinghan was surprised, but also filled with joy.
He shyly ran into the dormitory building. Nan Xin actually kissed me just now. I'm so happy. I didn't expect the little man to be so good at it. But, I feel a little disappointed that I didn't kiss you back. Nan Xin looked at Su Qinghan, who was fleeing in panic, smiled and shook his head.
I didn't expect her to be shy. At this moment, the phone in his trouser pocket rang. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. I took out my cell phone and the screen showed a local number for Shanghai.
Nan Xin pressed the answer button and a woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, are you Nanxin? Yes.
I'm Tang Xiao, the manager of Green Island Flower Shop. When he heard about Green Island Flower Shop, Nan Xin remembered that this was the reward just given by the system.
When are you free to come over and sign the contract? 5:30 in the afternoon. Then I'll send the address to your phone. Good.
Nanshin just didn't know how far the Green Island Flower Shop was, so he chose to go there in the afternoon. After a while, the text message from Tang Xiao arrived. The information above is number 38, basement shop of Wanda Plaza, Xiaoxi District, Moshi City.
Nan Xin opened the map and searched.
The flower shop was not far from the school, and it only took 30 minutes to drive there and back.
Unexpectedly, the system is very considerate.
On the other hand, after sending the text message, Tang Xiao didn't understand the decision of his previous boss. The Green Ivy Flower Shop is located in the center of Shanghai, with a daily net income of about 20,000 yuan. If it is a holiday, the income may increase several times.
The former owner was willing to transfer such a profitable store. However, as an employee, she could only follow orders. When Nanshin returned to the dormitory building, he saw several roommates complaining in the corridor. Coach Su, you are so cruel. I have several blisters on my feet. Mine too, the soles are damn hard. You bastard, mine is bleeding. Sun Bafa and the other two were complaining when Nan Xin pushed the door and walked in. As soon as they saw Nan Xin, they asked, Nanshin, does your foot hurt? It doesn't hurt. By the way, my feet didn't get blisters or bleed. Nan Xion's words seemed to be killing someone.
But then he continued. You can buy some sanitary pads and put them in your shoes, it should be much better.
Sanitary pad? Will that thing work? Zhang Hao and Lubin were a little unconvinced and they looked at Nan Xian suspiciously.
Only Sun Baofa's emphasis was slightly different, he spoke with a lecherous look.
Nanshin, how do you know this? We are all brothers, please talk to us.
You haven't even read the military training guide, you deserve your feet to hurt.
Nan Xian made up an excuse.
If he said that Su Qinghan told him, he didn't know what these guys would think. The others were skeptical, but looking at their injured feet, they decided to give it a try. Sun Baofa and the other two all had their own little thoughts, but no one spoke them out loud. After a while, Lubin got out of bed, put on his clothes, and spoke to the people in the dormitory. This damn weather is so hot, I'm going to go out and buy some bottles of Happy Fat House water, and bring a few bottles for you guys too.
Without waiting for anyone's response, Lubin walked out of the dormitory.
Afterwards, Zhang Hao and Sun Baofa found excuses to leave the dormitory.
Nan Xian was the only one left in the dormitory at this time. He took out something pink from his pocket.
Although my feet were not worn out, I still didn't want to let Su Qinghan down. He opened it and put it in his shoes.
It is really comfortable. What others said really makes sense.
In the other store, Lubin was already fully armed. When he came to the daily necessities area and looked at the dazzling array of goods, he was a little at a loss as to where to start. I picked one at random and bought 4 bottles of Happy Fat House water and went to the front desk.
The girl at the front desk seemed to be a part-time worker.
She saw a grown boy buying sanitary pads and was very impressed. In her opinion, it was bought for her girlfriend. Under the watchful eyes, Lubin paid the money.
Then quickly put the fat water into the bag.
Maybe because he was too nervous, he forgot about the sanitary pad.
After the little girl responded, she said loudly, "Classmate, you didn't take your sanitary napkin."
Fortunately, there are not many people in the store now, otherwise it would definitely be a big social death scene.
Lubin gritted his teeth, took the sanitary napkin and quickly ran back to the dormitory building.
At the same time, the 2 people in the store looked at the figure who had just left and felt that he looked familiar, but they didn't care. The most urgent thing is to buy sanitary napkins while no one is paying attention. They both paid the bill one after the other, but the girl was very confused. Are boys nowadays so considerate?
Lubin returned to the dormitory first.
He put the plastic bag behind him and shyly handed the fat water to Nan Xin. Seeing that Lubin seemed to be hiding something, Nan Xin snatched it away when he was not paying attention. The bag was torn and the items were scattered all over the floor. The most eye-catching item was the pink packaged octave.
Nan Xian picked it up and said with a smile, "Why are you buying this in secret?" "It's just for stepping on. I won't laugh at you." Wearing the same shoes on his feet, Nan Xian couldn't smile either. Hearing Nan Xian say this, Lubin felt much better.
However, he found that Nanshin was the only one in the dormitory, and he felt a little confused.
Where did they two go? Probably doing the same thing as you.
Thinking that since he said this, 3 people from the dormitory came out one after another, the most likely possibility was that they went to the store.
After a while, Sun Baohua pushed open the door and walked into the dormitory.
Then he saw Nan Xin and Lubin standing in front of him, looking at him.
What are you looking at me for? Chapter 10 How dare you disobey what your boss says?
Being scrutinized by the 2 men, Sun Baohua felt a little guilty and he subconsciously covered his stomach.
Unexpectedly, Nan Xin pulled out the plastic bag from his arms with great effort. The familiar pink packaging immediately comes into view.
Lubin felt very embarrassed at first, but now he is smiling very happily.
Nan Xin took Sun Baohua's shoulder and said a few words to him.
Then the 3 of them waited for Zhang Hao to arrive at the door with smirks on their faces. Less than 5 minutes later, Zhang Hao pushed the door and walked in.
What caught my eye were the scrutinizing gazes of the 3 people in the dormitory. Nan Xin saw what was in Zhang Hao's arms with sharp eyes, and then pulled out the plastic bag without mercy.
Zhang Hao protected him subconsciously, but he was still a step too late.
Just like that, I saw a familiar pink package again.
Seeing this, Nan Xin smiled and shook his head helplessly and said, among thousands of products, the 3 of you actually bought the same one. Zhang Hao, who arrived last, was still a little confused until the 3 of them moved.
2 packs of Octave lying on the bed were revealed. Puff. Zhang Hao laughed out loud when he saw it. No one else can do this.
Since he had been discovered, Lubin decided not to be shy. He simply opened a pack, took out a piece, tore open the packaging, and put it in his shoes. After laying it flat, he stepped on it and cried out in surprise.
Oh! It really works, you guys should try it.
Afterwards, the 2 of them did the same thing and put it into their shoes. After stepping on it, the soles of my feet feel indescribably comfortable.
It's really good.
What Nanqin said is really good. You should call me Brother Nan.
Brother Nan, you can tell me what to do in the future. Nan Xin looked at them with a smile and gave them instructions.
Okay, take a break, we have to gather at 2 o'clock. The others nodded and ran to their own beds. Remembering that he had to sign a contract in the afternoon, Nan Xin quickly sent a few messages to Su Qinghan.
If I don't send it, this silly girl will definitely be waiting for me in front of the playground gate. After doing all this, Nan Xin prepared to take a nap.
Unexpectedly, at this moment, there was a deafening snoring sound from them.
Fortunately, Nanqin brought earplugs, otherwise he really couldn't bear it.
On the other side, Su Qinghan was lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone when he received a message from Nan Xin.
Nan Xin, wife, I have something to do after the military training. I will come to you when I am done. Nan Xin, be good, I love you.
Su Qinghan looked at the message sent by Nan Xin, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
Then he replied, I know, I love you too.
After sending the message, Su Qinghan shyly turned off her phone, imagining Nan Xin talking to her about these scenes. 2 o'clock arrived quickly, and Nanqin and his roommates had already arrived at the playground. In the morning, we stand at attention, and in the afternoon, we march in step. They don't feel the pain in their feet anymore after putting sanitary napkins on the soles of their feet. Time passed quickly and the military training ended at 5 o'clock, but we had to gather again at 7:30 in the evening.
Nan Xin quickly ran back to the dormitory, changed into casual clothes, and then hailed a taxi at the door.
After getting in the car, I said to the driver, Master, go to Wanda Green Island Flower Shop.
Okay.
It's 5 o'clock now and the traffic is not too congested.
15 minutes later, we arrived at our destination. After getting off the bus, Nan Xin saw Green Island Flower Shop at a glance. There aren't many people in the store right now.
After entering the door, a middle-aged woman in work clothes came over and said to Nan Xin.
Hello, sir, what can I do for you? I'm looking for Tang Xiao. That's me, who are you? Nan Xin.
Although Nanqin said on the phone that he would arrive in the afternoon, Tang Xiao didn't expect that the new boss would be so young. I was also confused for a moment.
I didn't expect you to be so young. Tang Xiao responded with a smile, then led Nan Xin to the reception room.
She brought a cup of coffee and placed it in front of Nan Xin.
Then he took a folder from the table. Boss, this is the contract. Nan Xin looked at the terms and signed them as he thought there was no problem. Boss, did you bring your bank card? You need to change your payment information.
Before coming, Nanqin specifically brought his ID card and bank card with him in case of emergency.
Yes. Nan Xin took out the bank card from his pocket and handed it to Tang Xiao. Okay, wait a moment.
Tang Xiao took his bank card to the operating table and changed his account.
It was done in just a few minutes.
I have to say that Tang Xiao is very capable at work. Nan Xin took a quick look at the flower shop and found that it was well managed. A moment later, Tang Xiao came over with the bank card and handed it to Nan Xin.
Boss, it's done. The work was done.
When Nan Xin was about to leave, he saw the roses on the operating table. He suddenly remembered the rose that Su Qinghan had snatched away.
Last time I didn't give it to her, so this time Nan Xin wants to wrap a bouquet of flowers for her personally. Tang Xiao, how do you wrap the flowers? Can you teach me?
Yes, of course.
What a joke.
How dare she disobey her boss?
Chapter 11, Stinky Tofu, smells bad but tastes good.
However, Tang Xiao was a little puzzled as to why the boss wanted to learn how to wrap bouquets.
Was it to save labor costs? Without thinking too much, Nan Xin pointed at the flowers in front and spoke. Sister Tang, what do I need to pair this pink rose with? Pink roses can be paired with a multi-headed pink lily, 3 white lisianthus, and appropriate amounts of green leaves for decoration. Is this a gift for your girlfriend?
With Tang Xiao's experience, he could tell at a glance that Nan Xin was asking about giving flowers to female friends.
And that female friend happened to be Nan Xin's girlfriend. After being seen through, Nan Xin admitted it openly.
Yes. Then I suggest the combination I just mentioned. Because this bouquet means, there are 3,000 rivers, but I only take 1 scoop.
My happiness is because of your existence, for all eternity. After listening to it, Nan Xin also thought it was very good.
Under Tang Xiao's leadership, all the materials were found.
The next step is packaging.
The main method is to stick the wrapping paper on layer by layer.
Nanshin will be able to get started soon.
After a while, Nanshin had finished packing.
Tang Xiao was very impressed, not because Nan Xin was the boss, but because Nan Xin's packaging was really good.
Sister Tang, everything in the flower shop remains the same.
Call me if you need anything. After giving instructions, Nan Xin hurried out.
It is already 6 o'clock, and Nanshin got a taxi smoothly.
Master, go to Magic City University. Please hurry up. Young man, you are in a hurry to see your girlfriend. The driver saw Nan Xin holding a rose and looked so anxious, so he smiled and said. After hearing this, Nan Xin smiled and nodded. Young man, I understand. Just wait and see.
It was already rush hour, and the driver turned the car into a side street. After twists and turns, we arrived at the entrance of Shanghai University in 15 minutes.
But Nan Xin felt a little dizzy.
There is no way, you'll feel dizzy if you sit in it. After getting off the bus, Nanshin walked out slowly.
It took me a while to react. Nan Xin had to praise, sure enough, there are experts among the people.
When he arrived downstairs at the girls' dormitory, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Qinghan.
Nan Xin, wife, I'm here, please come down.
Su Qinghan, who was playing with his mobile phone, immediately saw the message from Nan Xin.
Looking in the mirror in a hurry, choosing clothes.
It took a while for Su Qinghan to come down.
Seeing Nan Xin standing under the tree, Su Qinghan ran over. You must be getting impatient waiting. No, these flowers are for you.
After Nan Xin finished speaking, he handed the rose behind him to Su Qinghan. At just one glance, Su Qinghan liked it very much.
Because, that was the gift from Nan Xin. Thank you. Husband.
Su Qinghan kissed her happily, her face flushed. All of this came from her heart. After she reacted, she realized that people around her were looking at her.
She shyly snuggled into Nanshin's arms. Just send the flowers up, and I'll take you to eat something delicious. Good.
After Su Qinghan replied, he ran back to the dormitory building.
After the dormitory door was pushed open, Su Qinghan walked in. Sun Yu was a little puzzled. Didn't she just run out? Qinghan, why are you back? Hey! Who sent the flowers?
Su Qinghan was out of breath and did not respond to these questions, but spoke quickly.
My husband is waiting for me downstairs, I'm leaving first.
After saying that, she slipped away quickly. At this time, Sun Yu and Guo Rong were both a little confused.
Xiao Rong, was that his husband that Qinghan was talking about just now? It seems so. the two of them were a little uneasy. Is this still the school bell? After going up and down the stairs, Su Qinghan was already out of breath. Husband, let's go. Little fool, you're not in a hurry, why are you running so fast? I don't want to keep you waiting too long. Nan Xian shook his head helplessly, then patted Su Qinghan on the back.
But Su Qinghan is still quite cute like this.
Let's go, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Yeah. Nan Xian took Su Qinghan's hand and walked out of the school.
Su Qinghan snuggled up to Nan Xian, looking like a little bird. Opposite the Magic City University are some shops selling all kinds of delicious food. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two stopped in front of a store.
Do you want to eat here?
Or let's go to another place.
Su Qinghan looked at the door sign, which read Juawei Stinky Tofu.
It's not that Su Qinghan doesn't like to eat it, on the contrary, she really wants to like it. It was only because she knew Nanxin didn't like it that she suggested changing to another one.
Nan Xian knew that Su Qinghan was thinking about him, he could feel it. I really like stinky tofu. Let's eat it here. Real? Absolutely.
Su Qinghan felt relieved only after seeing Nan Xian's sincere eyes.
After entering the store, they found a place to sit down. At this time, the store is filled with the fragrant stinky smell of stinky tofu. Boss, 2 servings of stinky tofu. Okay.
After the boss heard it, he started making it. I was a little uncomfortable with the smell, but it got better over time.
In fact, Nanxin has never tried stinky tofu, but he was put off by the smell.
The boss moved quickly and brought 2 servings of stinky tofu to the 2 men.
Hubby, eat it quickly, it smells delicious right out of the pot. Nan Xian nodded with a forced smile, but it was still a bit difficult for him to eat it.
Seeing this, Su Qinghan picked up a piece of black tofu and handed it to Nan Xian, saying, "Actually, this tofu smells bad but tastes delicious.
Honey, why don't you try it?" Nan Xian had no way to resist Su Qinghan's coquettish behavior. He could only frown and nod in agreement. Okay, I'll eat it.
When you take a bite of stinky tofu, the first thing that hits your nose is a pungent smell.
But as Nan Xian swallowed it whole, he actually tasted a hint of deliciousness.
It is just as Su Qinghan said, it smells bad but tastes delicious.
How is it, husband? Isn't it delicious?
Without waiting for Su Qinghan to finish her words, Nan Xian snatched the stinky tofu from her hand.
While eating, he kept saying, "It's delicious, buy another one." Su Qinghan was very happy to see this, and her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. In fact, for her, she was so touched that Nan Xian accompanied her here today. While Nan Xian was enjoying the food, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Sign-in location, Juawei Stinky Tofu. Sign-in reward, double rebate.
How to use the reward, can be redeemed at any time on any day, with a spending limit of 1 million. Nan News heard this, feeling a surge of joy in his heart.
The system finally began to favor me. 2 million for free, that's really a lot of money to spend. Thinking of this, Nan Xian looked up at Su Qinghan. My roommate said that after the military training ends tomorrow, we will have a day off. Would you like to spend Mid-Autumn Festival with me?
Or wherever you want to go, I'll go with you. Su Qinghan was delighted when she heard this.
After thinking for a moment, she smiled and said, "Honey, I want to go shopping, okay?" "Okay, whatever you say." Su Qinghan became even happier, and even her eyes were shining. After all, which girl doesn't like shopping? At this moment, Nan Xian also realized something was wrong.
Looking at Su Qinghan's appearance, he might be shopping from morning till night.
Chapter 12. A song for my deskmate shocked the audience. After dinner, Nan Xian sent Su Qinghan back to the dormitory, and he returned to the playground to gather.
When Sun Baofa saw Nanxin at the entrance of the playground, he waved to him immediately.
"Nanxin, here. Here."
Before the instructor said to assemble, Nan Xian arrived in front of the team. Then, Instructor Su, with a serious face, walked to the front of the team, and suddenly smiled.
"We won't be training tonight. The instructors are leading everyone to play. Remember, be safe."
After hearing what the instructor said, the people around cheered.
They thought they were going to train day and night. "Okay, everyone, be quiet. Show off whatever talents you have.
Nanxin, come and make a sample first."
In fact, Instructor Su didn't know anyone's name except Nan Xian, so he can only call him And Nan Xin didn't know that he was inexplicably implicated. Nan Xin, who was called, was pushed out by his roommate.
Nanshin, come on.
1.
Fortunately, the system had given him a god-level singing technique before, otherwise Nan Xin really wouldn't know what to do. He walked to the center with a smile and said, "Then I will sing my deskmate for everyone. I hope you like it."
Nan Xin opened Nettie's music and searched for lyrics and accompaniment. Maybe I was not familiar with it and didn't find the right position when I first entered the market. Seeing this, the students around started talking about it.
It turns out that when God opens a window, he will close another one.
Nan Xin is so handsome, it doesn't matter if he can't sing, he is my idol now.
Bah, who said it's yours?
It's mine. Nanshin, come on. Nanshin, come on.
The girls in the team were shouting loudly, while some boys were not optimistic about Nanshin in their hearts.
The main reason is that Nanshin is in its heyday. After the prelude ended, Nan Xin spoke slowly. Will you remember the diary you wrote yesterday tomorrow? Will you still miss the you who used to cry the most tomorrow? The teachers have forgotten about you who couldn't guess the questions. I just happened to look through the photos and remembered you, my deskmate. Whoever marries a sentimental person like you reads your diary. Who put your long hair up and made your wedding dress? I thought Nan Xin couldn't even find the right tune and would definitely sing it badly.
But I didn't expect that he would bomb as soon as he opened his mouth. The girls have spontaneously turned on their flashlights for Nanshin and used them as glow sticks to cheer for him.
The boys went from being sour at the beginning to clapping rhythm robots. And it's involuntary. When the nearby teams heard Nan Xin singing, they spontaneously ran over and listened to Nan Xin singing attentively. You used to be so careful to ask me to borrow half an eraser. You once inadvertently mentioned that you liked being with me. The sky was always blue and the days passed too slowly back then. You always said graduation was a long way off, but now we're all going our separate ways. Whoever meets you who is sentimental will comfort you who cries easily. Whoever reads the letter I wrote to you will throw it away to the wind. As the song progressed, a boy wearing glasses and a plaid shirt thought of his high school deskmate. One night during self-study, my deskmate said to me, after class, let's go to the playground to see some people dating. I won't go because they are all sophomores or juniors. What if they get too close and beat us up? Deskmate, don't worry, we can hold hands and pretend to be a couple. It's dark and they can't tell. As a result, we were caught in a school-wide crackdown that night, and many students who fell in love prematurely were caught. The next day, a school-wide notice criticizing us was issued, including 13 girls and 15 boys. Although it seems funny when I think about it now, I still miss those days. At this time, not far from the Nanshin team, a group of leaders were inspecting. In the middle is Zhao Qingtian, the former dean of the Conservatory of Music. Although he is the old dean, his seniority is very high and the current principal is his student. He studied music and although he is now over 70 years old, his hearing is very sensitive. When I heard Nan Xin singing, I was shocked. The singing voice, singing style and breathing are all so natural that there is no detectable fault at all. I'm afraid even the old dean may not have reached this level. The person singing now is extraordinary. Train him well, and his ability will definitely be better than mine. Are you a freshman in the music department? Lu Fang, the instructor in charge of the Conservatory of Music in the team, was shocked to hear the old dean's comments, but after looking at the position of the team, she said awkwardly, Dean, our music department's parade is not there. That should be the finance department's team. At this time, Nanshin's instructor Liang Qing came out and continued what Lu Fang was saying. Yes, instructor Lu Fang is right. Alas, that's a pity. The old dean who loves talent sighed and then several people went back. Among the people traveling together, a female teacher wearing a white shirt and a skirt stared at Nan Xin who was singing with shining eyes and a meaningful smile on her face. Whoever marries you who is sentimental will comfort you who cries easily. Who put your long hair up and made your wedding dress? Whoever marries you who is sentimental will comfort you who cries easily. Who put your long hair up and made your wedding dress? La 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 la, la 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 la. La 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 la, la 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 la. The song was over, and Nan Xin bowed deeply and returned to his roommate. But the song ended before the people around me could recover from it. It sounds great. I didn't expect this song to be so fast. I can't get enough of it. I feel like Nan Xin's singing is even better than the original.
I recorded his songs and used them as my cell phone ringtones.
You rubbish, I recorded a video so I can see my man every day. When Sun Baofa saw Nan Xin coming, he quickly made room for him. Awesome, brother Nan, I didn't expect you to sing so well. Look at the way these girls are looking at you. They're just trying to eat you up. Alas, sitting next to you, the three of us are just a complete foil.
Why don't you teach us a few vocals, Nanshin?
Maybe some girls will fall in love with us. Nan Xin looked at them with a smile and then said, if you want to be like me, you guys should exercise more. Is it yourself, or with others? Lu Bin raised his head and asked, and the others nodded. Of course it's me, what are you thinking about? Nan Xin went up and smacked each of the three men on the head. What was going on in these three people's heads? Could it be a woman? A woman? Or a woman?
After the concert, someone posted the video of Nan Xin singing on the school forum. There were so many people at once that the school's website was paralyzed.
What the hell? Why did it collapse? Chapter 13. There is the opposite sex, but no humanity. What's going on? This has never happened before.
Luo Fei, who was browsing the school forum, exclaimed and shook his roommate with both hands.
Li Ran, wake up. Ha? Get out of class is over?
Li Ran, who was lying on the desk, opened his eyes with difficulty.
He was busy reinforcing the school forum until 2 or 3 in the morning yesterday, and he is still very sleepy now.
No, the school forum crashed.
What? Li Ran was immediately awakened after hearing this. He snatched Luo Fei's computer and took a look, and sure enough, there was an error on the display. This shouldn't happen.
Li Ran tested it several times yesterday and there was no problem.
He was a little puzzled.
It seemed that there were too many people calling the forum at the same time.
Luo Fei, what were you looking at on the forum just now?
I was watching a talent show for freshmen during military training. I was listening to it just fine, but the forum suddenly crashed.
That freshman sang really well. Did the forum crash because too many people watched this video? It should be. Li Ran nodded.
As the top student in the computer science department, Li Ran was very confident that there would be no problem in reinforcing the forum yesterday. It must be because of the large number of people.
Luo Fei, let me use your computer to restore the school forum. It's okay, take it and use it. Luo Fei nodded.
He also wanted the forum to recover quickly as he hadn't finished listening to the song just now.
Girls' Dormitory 308. Su Qinghan is choosing clothes to go shopping the day after tomorrow. After all, this is her first date with Nan Xin, so of course she has to prepare well. Why does this person look so familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere. Ah! Sun Yu exclaimed and thought of this person. She quickly ran to Su Qinghan with her laptop. Qinghan, do you think this person is your boyfriend? Ha? My boyfriend? Su Qinghan was a little confused and looked at the computer screen.
In just a moment, the forum crashed.
Yeah, there's nothing here, what do you want me to see? Weird, it was fine just now.
Sun Yu cursed the forum in his heart, it didn't break earlier or later, but at this moment, how abominable. Sun Yu was a little worried that Su Qinghan would think she was teasing her.
Qinghan, I really just saw Nanshin on the forum. He sang my deskmate on the playground. The singing is pretty good. At least I think it sounds better than the original. No way.
Then you must have seen it wrong.
Su Qinghan shook his head and said firmly. The two have been friends since childhood, and Su Qinghan is very familiar with Nan Xin. Nan Xin has been tone deaf since childhood, so how could he sing better than the original singer?
Sun Yu must have made a mistake. Thinking that Su Qinghan and Nan Xin had been childhood sweethearts and should understand each other, Sun Yu was already somewhat convinced that he had recognized the wrong person.
Okay then, but that guy sings really well and looks a lot like Nan Xin.
I'll show it to you when the forum is ready.
Okay. Su Qinghan nodded. She really wanted to see how similar he was to Nan Xin. As for whether the singing is good or not, who cares? The military training ended at 10 o'clock in the evening. Nan Xin took out his cell phone and sent a message to Su Qinghan. Wife, what are you doing? Thinking about you. Su Qinghan said Nan Xin is someone he cared about very much, so whenever Nan Xin sent a message, Su Qinghan would reply immediately.
After sending the message, Su Qinghan shyly covered herself with the quilt, wondering if she was being too proactive.
Otherwise, you should just be more restrained.
After seeing the message, Nan Xian's mouth corners slightly raised and his heart felt very sweet.
Having a girlfriend like this is really a great blessing in life. I miss you as well. Go back to the dormitory first and we'll talk later. Nan Xian turned off his cell phone and urged his roommate to leave quickly. The roommates could see that Nan Xian wanted to get close to senior sister Su.
Brother Nan, we also want to leave quickly, but the conditions do not allow it. It feels like my legs aren't my legs anymore.
We want to protest.
Sun Baofa and the other two were indignant and wanted to resist. He doesn't even have a girlfriend, but he still has to eat the dog food of Nan Xian and Senior Su.
This is simply heartbreaking. I want to do it, no matter what you say.
It's okay, I'll help you.
Which leg hurts? How about I help you knock it a couple of times? Nan Xian had no choice but to use force. Don't need to. We can go.
The three of them said angrily that their legs were already hurting so much, if they were hit a few more times, they would not be able to keep their legs anymore.
But they were madly complaining in their hearts. Nanshin is really opposite sex, but inhuman.
After returning to the dormitory, Nanshin simply washed up. As boys, they just wash their face, brush their teeth, rinse their feet and go to bed.
It's not as troublesome as girls. Lying on the bed, Nan Xian sent a message to Su Qinghan. Honey, I'm done packing, what are you doing? Waiting for you.
Su Qinghan lay in the bed and quickly replied to Nan Xian's message.
Are you tired from today's military training? It would be nice if I could be by your side and rub your legs for you. Thinking of the military training, Su Qinghan became worried.
Her legs had been hurting for a long time during the training.
Not tired. Nan Xian replied warmly. Nan Xian was telling the truth.
After system improvements, military training was a piece of cake for him. Originally, during dinner, Su Qinghan said that he wanted to stay with Nanshin for a while after the military training, but was rejected by Nanshin. Because he didn't know when the military training would end, and he didn't have the heart to let Su Qinghan wait for him.
There's no military training tomorrow night, why don't we go to the movies? Okay.
Su Qinghan agreed without thinking. There was no reason to refuse.
Su Qinghan's heart couldn't stop beating wildly when he thought about going to the movies with Nan Xian tomorrow.
But she was a little worried. What if there were only two of them in the theater? I think about these things mainly because I am afraid that Nanshin will suffer losses. At this time, Li Ran, who was studying in the classroom, had fixed the bug by simply operating the computer. The forum has now returned to normal. He has just increased the forum's capacity, so this situation will probably not happen again in the future.
Luo Fei, the forum is open. Which video were you watching just now? That's it. My junior sang very well. Luo Fei found a video of Nan Xian singing and put an earphone into Li Ran's ears. Yeah, it sounds really nice.
After listening for a while, Li Ran nodded and praised. On the other side, Sun Yu was playing games and accidentally saw that the blank interface was automatically refreshed.
Is the forum ready? Sun Yu murmured. Ah. Can't you protect me, Zhang Fei, you rookie?
Taking advantage of the moment of death, Sun Yu came to Su Qinghan with a computer.
Qinghan, look quickly. Doesn't this person look like Nan Xian?
Sun Yu said, pointing at the boy in the picture.
How is this similar? That's definitely him. Su Qinghan recognized Nan Xian at a glance. But, that's not right. Chapter 14 Son, others want money for singing, but you want your life. Su Qinghan clearly remembered that Nan Xian was tone deaf when he was a child, and he once made fun of him. Could it be that tone deafness will become like heavenly music as time goes by? Yeah, where did you see it? At the school forum. Then I'll go and take a look.
After Su Qinghan finished speaking, she was about to get out of bed, but Sun Yu stopped her.
You can use my computer first. I don't need it now. Oh well. Su Qinghan nodded and stopped being polite.
She took out her headphones and plugged them into the computer.
Although some of the noises were very noisy, one could still hear that Nan Xian's singing was very beautiful. Su Qinghan stared with wide eyes, unable to believe it. Nan Xian's singing is so beautiful? I didn't know that? I'm really a little ashamed.
Then Su Qinghan flipped through the comments below and muttered softly. Junior is really handsome, Senior likes him very much. He is mine, and I will be angry with anyone who tries to snatch him from me.
He is my husband, my idol.
The more Su Qinghan looked at him, the angrier he became. These people were so bold as to snatch Nanshin from him.
But now think about it, doesn't it prove that my husband is very outstanding?
It's because she has good taste and has chosen Nanshin since she was a child.
Honey, I heard you sang my deskmate? Who did you sing it for?
When Nan Xan saw Su Qinghan, who took a long time to reply to him, he felt a chill on his back.
Would Su Qinghan believe it if I said I sang it casually? Of course not.
But he was a little puzzled as to how Su Qinghan knew this.
Did she come to see him secretly?
I just sang this casually, and I'm not giving it to anyone.
Nan Xan answered stiffly. After all, it was the truth.
Oh, so that's it.
Su Qinghan thought for a moment. She felt that what Nan Xan said was true because she believed Nan Xan.
Wife, how did you know?
Nan Xan asked puzzledly.
I saw you on the school forum. Son, you said it was you, but I didn't quite believe it. After all, you were tone deaf during your kindergarten performance.
Su Qinghan thought of Nan Xan's interesting childhood experiences and started laughing.
When they were in kindergarten, Su Qinghan was in the senior class and Nan Xan was in the junior class.
At the school's art performance, Nan Xan sang by himself and all the songs were out of tune.
Made to laugh non-stop by his mom and dad. Afterwards, when Su Qinghan went home with them, he still remembered what his father said to him. Son, others sing for money, but you sing for your life. When Nan Xan saw the message sent by Su Qinghan, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Didn't he expect that Su Qinghan, now that he has grown up, still remembers the embarrassing things that happened to him when he was a child?
If Su Qinghan hadn't said it, he would have forgotten it.
Wife, I didn't expect you to remember my embarrassing moments so clearly.
Yes, there is something else. Should I tell you about it? No.
Nan Xan quickly begged for mercy. After all, he had done a lot of embarrassing things when he was a child.
Su Qinghan was delighted to see Nan Xan surrender. She murmured, I didn't expect that bullying Nan Xan would feel pretty good.
Then, with 10 fingers flying, he edited the message and sent it to Nan Xan. If you mess with other girls in the future, I will tell you about your embarrassing experiences.
A sly smile appeared on Su Qinghan's delicate face. Definitely not. Nan Xan replied to Su Qinghan firmly.
He didn't expect the little girl to be so jealous, but he liked it.
Okay, go to bed now. We have military training tomorrow. Su Qinghan looked at the time and it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Although she wanted to chat with Nan Xan more, she still held back. Okay, good night. Good night. Nan Xan was very happy to be cared for by Su Qinghan. Although Nan Xan did not feel any physical pain, he was still very tired.
He put down his phone and fell asleep soon after. On the other side, Su Qinghan was holding a cell phone with a smile on his face. When Su Qinghan's roommates saw her like this, they were already used to it after being surprised. Hey, Qinghan looks quite cute when he's silly like this, much better than being cold and icy. It turns out that women in love are the happiest. I have been single since I was born, and I also want to fall in love. God, please give me a man. Guo Rong was even more excited and shouted directly at the window. Unexpectedly, the wind was howling outside the window, and the man didn't see a bolt of lightning falling from the sky. Then there was a muffled thunder and the rain outside was getting heavier. Guo Rong looked at the scene outside the window and refused to believe it. Was God trying to make her single? When the people in the dormitory saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiao Rong, this is just a coincidence. Yeah, don't take it seriously. You have to take control of your own destiny. Well, you are right, I will try again. Guo Rong nodded seriously and walked to the window and shouted again. God, I want to be in love. As soon as Guo Rong finished saying this, another bolt of lightning struck down. She ran sadly into Sun Yu's arms. They were the only two single people in the whole dormitory, so they could be said to be in the same boat. Yeah, whoa. Let's go to the temple someday and pray for a marriage. Guo Rong said to Sun Yu with tears in her eyes. Okay. Sun Yu nodded. She didn't want to discourage Guo Rong. She has prayed in many temples, but her marriage is still not coming. Could it be that she was rejected by Yu Lao? The night passed quickly and the weather became much cooler after the rain last night. Nanshin still carried out military training as usual.
Su Qinghan only had one class this morning.
After class, she planned to go to the playground to see Nanshin. Unexpectedly, a message came on WeChat, which was sent by teacher Lu Qin. Qinghan, come to my office after class.
Yes, teacher.
After Su Qinghan sent the message, he said goodbye to his roommates and went to the office alone. She knocked on the door and a female voice came from inside.
Come in. Teacher Lu, you are looking for me.
After Su Qinghan came in, he walked to the desk and spoke.
The office was very clean and an elegant woman was sitting in front of the desk.
She is in her 30s, but her face doesn't look too weathered. Lu Qin waved her hand and moved the computer screen to Su Qinghan.
Qinghan, doesn't your student union have someone serving as a teaching assistant? Help me find that person.
It should be the financial team. Lu Qin said excitedly that ever since she heard Nan Xin singing that day, she wanted to get him to the welcome party. But there were too many leaders yesterday and she didn't dare to act rashly, so today she found Su Qinghan, the chairman of the society. Su Qinghan only took a glance and realized that this video was the same one on the forum, and the boy in the video was Nan Xin. Not knowing whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, Su Qinghan asked.
Teacher, what do you want to do with this person? I want to invite him to the welcome party. Su Qinghan understood, but he still needed to ask Nan Xin's opinion on this matter. Okay, I'll get back to you when I find it.
Lu Qin nodded, believing that if Nanshin participated, this welcome party would be pushed to a climax.
Chapter 15. Even if you sell me, I will help you count the money.
After explaining some other things, Lu Qin waved her hand. Seeing this, Su Qinghan turned around and left the office. On the way back to the dormitory, Su Qinghan passed by the playground where Nanshin's team was resting. He was leaning against the fence, and Su Qinghan recognized him at a glance. Su Qinghan walked gently behind Nan Xin, but unfortunately, Nan Xin's roommate Sun Baofa suddenly stood up.
Ah! Su! Shu!
Su Qinghan quickly gestured to him to shut up, and then Sun Baofa quickly covered his mouth.
In fact, the roommates around him are no longer surprised by Sun Baofa. He will shout loudly as long as there is a pretty senior girl. Seeing this, Sun Baofa could only sit down in disappointment. Su Qinghan bent down and whispered behind Nan Xin's ear. Husband, husband.
The sound was so small that only one person could hear it. When Nan Xin heard this, he was a little puzzled.
Could it be that his wife was hallucinating? Nan Xin patted Sun Baofa and asked. Baofa, did you hear someone talking? Little fool, it's me who's talking. Without waiting for Sun Baofa to answer, Su Qinghan spoke first. Ah? It's actually true? Nan Xin turned around and murmured in his heart.
Hubby, you're so stupid. Su Qinghan stuck out her tongue. She was very happy that her evil plan had succeeded.
Yes, you're the best. Are you done with get out of class? Yes, I passed by here and saw you were resting.
Su Qinghan answered with a smile that made people feel like spring breeze.
There are still 2.5 hours left, and it will be over.
I'll pick you up downstairs at noon.
Nan Xin looked at the time on his phone and spoke.
Then, Instructor Su stood up and blew the whistle, which was the whistle for assembly.
Go back quickly, dear. Good. Nan Xin gathered the team and turned back to wave to Su Qinghan.
Her movements were full of reluctance, and she left reluctantly only when Nan Xin returned to the center of the team and Su Qinghan could no longer see her.
If the playground had not been enclosed by green iron nets that restricted her performance, Su Qinghan would definitely kiss Nan Xin before going back. There are only 2 people in the girls' dormitory 308, Sun Yu and Guo Rong. Lu Meiling went out on a date.
She and her boyfriend rented a small house opposite the school, and the two lived a loving life. Su Qinghan pushed open the door and walked into the dormitory, and saw Sun Yu and Guo Rong hurriedly closing their notebooks.
Then he asked with a guilty look on his face, Qinghan, you're back so soon? Didn't you find your boyfriend? I was afraid that you two would be bored, so I came back to accompany you.
Su Qinghan said seriously that in fact, if it weren't for Nan Xin's military training, she would definitely be inseparable from Nan Xin.
Yeah, do you believe it? No one would believe that. The two rolled their eyes. They knew Su Qinghan very well. As for Nan Xin, she almost poured out her heart.
Su Qinghan looked at the 2 people holding the laptop tightly, and she felt something was fishy.
Did these 2 people find something good and not tell her? What were you two watching just now? Why were you so engrossed? Did you find any good drama? Let me see it, too. Su Qinghan sat next to the two of them and pretended to turn on the computer screen.
But Sun Yu held on tightly and refused to let go, she said in panic.
Qinghan, this is a foreign movie, you don't like watching it. Yeah, don't you hate foreign movies the most? It's better not to look at it.
Sun Yu and Guo Rong echoed each other, insisting that Su Qinghan should not be allowed to use the computer. As for why she doesn't like watching foreign movies, it's simply because she thinks it's too troublesome to read subtitles, and they're not as good as the palace fighting dramas in her own country. However, seeing the two of them like this, Su Qinghan became more and more interested. She agreed on the surface, and then snatched the computer away without you noticing.
After opening it, I saw two naked men and women.
She quickly closed the computer.
Now she didn't know what to say.
Sun Yu and Guo Rong both had blushing cheeks and were found to be a little embarrassed.
I even wanted to crawl into the crack in the ground.
Qinghan, I told you that you don't like to watch it.
Sun Yu took Su Qinghan's computer back with the attitude that as long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. You're right, it doesn't look good. Watch less, it's easy to get angry. Su Qinghan kindly warned, then returned to bed.
Sun Yu came to Guo Rong and complained in a low voice.
I told you to lock the door, why didn't you do it? I forgot. I will remember it next time. Put it away for now and look at it another day.
The two of them were muttering in a low voice, thinking that Su Qinghan couldn't hear them, but in fact Su Qinghan heard them clearly.
She raised her head and said to the two of them, "It's okay, I'll let you know in advance when I come back next time." Forehead. The two nodded, and the atmosphere seemed to become a little more awkward. Time soon came to noon, and Nan Xian arrived downstairs of Su Qinghan's dormitory. After receiving the message, Su Qinghan ran downstairs quickly. He jumped onto Nan Xian, hugged his neck and said, "Honey, what are we having for lunch?" "Let's have braised chicken." It's braised chicken."
After Su Qinghan said this, he realized that something was wrong and quickly changed his words. She jumped down, lowered her head, and felt a little embarrassed.
"Okay, I'll listen to my wife."
Nan Xian looked at the shy Su Qinghan beside him with a smile, took her hand, and walked out of the school gate.
Su Qinghan was a little hesitant along the way, which made Nan Xian a little anxious.
He was afraid that Su Qinghan might not tell him something and might make him worry.
"Wife, what's wrong with you? Don't hide anything from me." "I don't have anything to do, but Teacher Luchin asked me to ask if you would like to attend the welcome party." "Ha? Teacher Luchin is the person in charge of the welcome party," Su Qinghan explained.
Nan Xian thought something big had happened, but it turned out to be this.
"So you were hesitating just now because you were afraid that I wouldn't agree?" Su Qinghan nodded. She wanted Nan Xian to participate, but she didn't want to make things difficult for Nan Xian, so she did that. "That's it. To make my wife happy, I must participate. It's just performing on stage, which is not difficult for Nan Xian." "Real? I won't lie to you." After hearing Nan Xian's answer, Su Qinghan jumped up and down happily like a child. "Moo-ah. Hubby, you are so nice." Su Qinghan shyly kissed Nan Xian's lips. Nan Xian felt that it was worth it just for this kiss.
Then, Su Qinghan put his hands behind his back and said with his eyes smiling into crescent shapes,
"Hubby, let me tell you, you won't lose out.
I'm the host of the orientation party, so we can rehearse together.
Promise me you can't go back on your word." Nan Xian nodded, scratched Su Qinghan's nose, and scolded softly.
"You little fool, next time something like this happens just reply for me."
"Your meaning is my meaning, understand? Hey, even if you sell me, I will help you count the money," Nan Xian said lovingly. Pa. "Nonsense. I can't bear to sell you."
Su Qinghan hugged Nan Xian's arm and said proudly. But her strength was getting stronger and stronger, and Nan Xian felt two soft things touching his arms. Very soft, very comfortable.
Chapter 16, Buying sanitary napkins in the supermarket and being watched.
After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two arrived at the Canggu Braised Chicken restaurant.
The waiter came over wearing an apron and holding a menu. "Hello, what would you like to eat?" "Nanshin, you order." Su Qinghan pushed the menu over and asked Nan Xian to order.
Then I'll have a small portion of braised chicken, with baby cabbage, white noodles, enoki mushrooms, and spinach as side dishes, medium spicy.
2 bowls of rice. Nan Xin looked at the menu and said that after these 2 days, Nan Xin had already figured out Su Qinghan's taste.
These dishes are exactly to Su Qinghan's taste.
After listening to Nan Xin's order, Su Qinghan looked embarrassed and a little worried.
Before, she always added spicy food by herself, but now Nan Xin chose spicy food because she was afraid that he couldn't bear it.
Honey, can you handle medium spicy? Or how about mild spicy?
It's okay, try something medium spicy once in a while for a change. Sir, your girlfriend is so nice.
I'll place the order then?
Place your order. Then the waiter ran to the kitchen to place the order.
Nan Xin looked at Su Qinghan's white teeth and bright eyes and said gently.
What the waiter just said was right.
My girlfriend is really nice to me. My boyfriend is not bad either.
Su Qinghan replied, his face filled with happiness.
At this moment, a familiar system prompt sounded in Nan Xin's mind.
Ding, sign-in system starting.
Sign-in location, Brother Chang's braised chicken. Sign-in reward, 30% shares of Tiancheng Media Company, Limited.
Tiancheng Media Nanshin knows that this company has many popular traffic stars such as Wang Yiba, Reba, Bai Lu, Bai Jingting. I didn't expect the system to be so powerful this time. Before I could think about it, the waiter brought the steaming braised chicken to the table.
Wife, this baby cabbage is for you. It's very tender. Then this chicken is for you. It has a lot of meat.
Although the two have different preferences, they still feed each other. The spiciness was acceptable at first, but gradually Nan Xin's lips began to feel numb.
Hoo. Look at you, you can't eat spicy food but you're still trying to be brave.
Su Qinghan said coquettishly, but her tone was full of concern. Then he went to the front desk and got a bottle of ice water and placed it in front of Nanshin.
Hubby, drink some water.
After drinking the ice water, I felt better immediately.
Nan Xin wants to show off, but he can't do it. Su Qinghan couldn't help laughing when he saw Nan Xin sweating profusely.
Your mouth is almost turning into a sausage mouth.
Ha ha. See if you'll learn your lesson next time. I'm sure you'll learn this lesson.
Nan Xin begged for mercy, saying that he could usually accept the medium spiciness of other people's peppers, but this place's peppers must be too spicy and affecting his performance.
In desperation, Nan Xin could only ask the waiter for another bowl and put ice water in it to dilute the spiciness. After doing this, I feel much better. After eating, the two walked on the road. A breeze blew, ruffling Su Qinghan's hair. The gentle ripples stirred Nan Xin's heart. His Su Qinghan suddenly looked painful, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Wife, what's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable?
My stomach hurts, Su Qinghan said, covering his stomach.
Come on, I'll take you to see a doctor.
After Nan Xin finished speaking, he was about to hug Su Qinghan in his arms, but was stopped by her.
Su Qinghan stammered, yes, my aunt is here. I just need to go to the bathroom. There is a public toilet over there. I'll carry you there. Nan Xin said, looking at the sign in the distance.
In fact, stomachache is very magical.
Going to the toilet can solve 90% of the problems.
Lying on his back, Su Qinghan continued.
But honey, I didn't bring any paper or that. It's okay, I'll buy it for you, wait for me. Seeing Su Qinghan enter the toilet, Nan Xin quickly ran into a nearby supermarket. Looking at the dazzling array of sanitary napkins, Nan Xin almost dropped his jaw. There are so many types of sanitary napkins? Nan Xin didn't quite understand either, so when no one was around, he took one and put it in his own basket.
After all, it was my first time buying one, and Nanshin really didn't know which one was better, so I just took them all. At this time, the mother opposite was choosing toilet paper with her daughter and saw what happened to Nan Xin just now. The mother said to her daughter earnestly, "My daughter, when you look for a partner in the future, you should look for a boy like this. Handsome and considerate." Nan Xin smiled and nodded to the two of them, then quickly walked to the cashier counter. There were few people in the supermarket at noon, but there were many people queuing to check out. There is a big boy in Nanshin, and the frame is full of sanitary napkins, which is very conspicuous. From time to time, you can hear the voices of people around you talking. Finally, it was Nanshin's turn. He put the paper and sanitary napkins on the stage. The cashier was a middle-aged woman in her 50s.
She even looked at Nan Xin a few times with a scrutinizing gaze.
This was the first time the old lady had seen a young man buying so much at one time. Nan Xin, who was afraid of being regarded as a pervert by others, mainly middle-aged women, quickly explained, "I bought it for my girlfriend. I really didn't know which one was better, so I just bought them all."
"You are a nice guy. I will find you a black bag."
After saying that, he took out a black bag from the drawer below and helped Nanshin pack all the things.
After paying, Nan Xin walked out of the supermarket carrying the packaging bag, feeling relieved.
It turns out that boys need to have a high level of psychological quality when buying sanitary napkins. When they arrived at the public toilet, Nan Xin handed the plastic bag to a girl who was going to the toilet, and he waited outside. After a while, Su Qinghan came out carrying a big bag of things.
Nan Xin saw this and quickly stepped forward to ask, "Wife, does your stomach still hurt?" "No, I feel much better." Indeed, Su Qinghan felt much better after going to the toilet. "But, husband, are you buying this much for a year?"
"I also know which one is more useful, so I bought a little more,"
Nan Xin said awkwardly, scratching his head. "Last time, didn't I give you a few pieces? Just buy that."
Su Qinghan spoke in a low voice, finger carrying her nails, feeling a little shy. After saying this, Nan Xin slapped his forehead in regret as if he had suddenly come to his senses.
"I was so nervous that I forgot. But thanks anyway, husband." Muah. Su Qinghan stood on tiptoe, put her arms around Nan Xion's shoulders, and kissed Nan Xion's lips. Nan Xion wanted to respond, but Su Qinghan just gave a cursory response. "Wife, one is not enough."
The cashier lady almost thought I was a pervert.
People around me kept looking at me. When they reached the bottom of the dormitory building, Nan Xion took Su Qinghan's hand and gave her instructions.
"Go to the dormitory and fill up some brown sugar water for yourself to drink.
Don't sleep in the cold at noon, cover yourself with a blanket. Don't wash your clothes these days. The water is quite cold.
If you want to wash them, give them to me."
Nan Xion said a lot of things in a long-winded manner, regretting that he could not take care of Su Qinghan personally.
Su Qinghan felt warm at heart when he saw Nan Xin caring about him, but he still complained.
"Honey, it's hot, we can do the laundry."
"In this weather, you will definitely get prickly heat if you cover yourself with a blanket when sleeping."
"Hold on, just for a few days." Nan Xin didn't listen to Su Qinghan's explanation and insisted on his original words. "After all, you can't catch a cold during your period." There was no choice. Seeing that Nan Xin refused to give in, Su Qinghan could only nod in agreement.
Now she somewhat understands that there is a kind of catching a cold, where your boyfriend thinks you have a cold.
Chapter 17. It's really sweet, it tastes like strawberry.
At the same time, in a luxurious office, Zhang Yu ran into panting.
"Vice President Zhang, what's the rush? Did you forget to knock?"
Looking at Zhang Yu's embarrassed look, Su Haiming snorted coldly. He nodded to the sexy secretary beside him, motioning her to go out.
"Boss Su, a mysterious person just bought 30% of our company's shares." "What?" Even Su Haiming couldn't help but exclaim when he heard it.
Their company is one of the best media companies in the country, and 30% of the shares must be a considerable amount of money.
"Have you found out the other party's identity?" I only know the buyer's name is Nan Xion, and I can't find anything else. But he left a phone number."
After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he handed the note with the cell phone number on it to Su Haiming.
"Okay, I understand. You go out first."
Hearing this, Zhang Yu walked out of the office and closed the door. Even he wondered who had the ability to acquire so many shares at once. You should know that Su Haiming, the president and legal representative, only holds 26% of the shares. At this time, Su Haiming sat on the sofa, took out his mobile phone and dialed the number. After a few seconds, the call was connected and a man's voice came from the other end.
Just by listening to his voice, you can tell that this person is very young. Su Haiming asked respectfully, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Nanshin?"
He spoke as politely as possible. After all, the other party was a major shareholder of the company and had the power to remove someone from office.
"Yes. I'm Su Haiming, the president of Tianqing Media.
The company will have a shareholders meeting tomorrow morning, so I came to inform you."
"No." Nan Xian spoke coldly and didn't give Su Haiming any chance to flatter him. "This is the first time in so many years." "Then I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye."
After hanging up the phone, Su Hyaming felt that the clothes on his back were soaked. It was the first time he felt such terrible pressure.
However, what is most surprising is Su Hyaming's respectful attitude. If someone he is familiar with saw it, they would definitely laugh out loud.
In the girls' dormitory, after Su Qinghan finished her class, she went back to the dormitory to get dressed.
After all, this is the first time for the two of them to watch a movie, so they must dress up nicely.
Normally, Su Qinghan doesn't like to wear makeup and basically meets people without makeup. However, even without makeup, she can still beat all the female stars in seconds. Today she put on some makeup, looking even more bright and charming.
Qinghan, you look good without makeup normally, but we are even more afraid to go out with you after you put on makeup.
What's wrong?
Su Qinghan raised his head and asked. Could it be that his makeup was too bad and it would scare others? Whether you are beautiful or not depends entirely on the contrast with the same sex. Sun Yu said jokingly.
Puff. What you said reminds me of a scene from a movie where Tang Bohua calls Qiu Xiang.
Don't worry, you are much more beautiful than flowers. Su Qinghan chuckled and started to choose clothes. She thought Nan Xian would like her makeup. After the afternoon military training ended, there was cheering on the playground.
After all, I was exhausted after 2 days of training.
After saying hello to his roommates, Nan Xian hurried back to the dormitory to change clothes. At this time, Su Qinghan came to the downstairs of Nanxin's dormitory with a small bag.
She wanted to give Nanxin a surprise. After Nan Xian came out, when he was lowering his head to send a message to Su Qinghan, a sweet voice came.
Classmate, can I invite you to watch a movie?
When I looked up, I saw Su Qinghan wearing a black dress, which made her skin look fair and smooth, and her black hair fell on her shoulders, showing her elegant and retro temperament. Su Qinghan blinked his eyes and walked back and forth in front of Nan Xian, feeling a little proud in his heart.
At that moment, Nan Xian came to his senses and replied, "Okay. Let's go, my dear wife." Nan Xian took Su Qinghan's little hand and walked out of the school.
At the corner, 3 pairs of eyes stared at the backs of Nan Xian and the other man as they left, feeling a little sad.
Oh, I envy brother Nan. What are your plans for now? Sun Baofa asked bitterly. I went back to the dormitory to play King of Glory. Recently, a girl joined me and asked me to lead the team. Zhang Hao answered in a mean way.
Haozi, you have to be careful.
You may not know if it's a man or a woman on the other side of the screen.
Sun Baofa was reminding but also sarcastically saying that because he was so bad at playing games, no girl had ever added him.
You are just jealous of me. You think too much, men won't be envious. The two of them came to the school gate and hailed a taxi. Nan Xian considerately opened the door for Su Qinghan. After getting in the car, Nan Xian said to the driver. Master, let's go to Wanda Plaza. Okay. There were not many cars on the road and we soon arrived at Wanda Plaza. Maybe because tomorrow is a holiday, there are a lot of people in the square outside. Nan Xian held Su Qinghan's hand tightly, and the two walked inside.
As they walked, Nan Xian felt someone following him, so he said something in Su Qinghan's ear, and the two of them disappeared around the corner.
Where did they go? Are you looking for us? Nan Xian took advantage of his inattention and grabbed his hands. Hiss, it hurts. Who are you and why are you following us? Nan Xian asked the person in front of him. I'm a talent scout. I have my business card in my pocket. I'm really not a bad person. Hubby, it looks like what he said is true.
Su Qinghan took out the business card from his pocket and showed it to Nan Xian.
Afterwards, Nan Xian let this man go. I'm a talent scout named Li Yang. I've seen that you two are very good looking, so I'd like to ask if you're interested in making your debut. Li Yang rubbed his arm and asked. Wife, are you interested?
Su Qinghan shook her head when she heard that. She knew that the entertainment industry was a complicated business, so she naturally had no interest in it.
After seeing Su Qinghan's answer, Nan Xian said to Li Yang, we are not interested. Why don't you two reconsider this? I promise you'll be a big hit. No need. After saying that, Nan Xian took Su Qinghan's hand and left.
Li Yang felt a little regretful after hearing this, but he was more shocked that there are people who refuse to be a star.
This is the world of fame and fortune that others are fighting for, but these two people rejected it.
In the mall, Su Qinghan hugged Nan Xian's arm, blinking his eyes, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated.
That. Hubby, do you really not want to be a star? You can meet many beautiful women there. What about you? Don't you want to meet a handsome male celebrity? Of course not. They are not as handsome as my husband.
Su Qinghan raised her head and answered proudly.
You think so, and so do I.
Besides, all of them combined are not as beautiful as my wife.
As Nan Xin spoke, he pinched Su Qinghan's face lovingly and kissed her with his domineering lips. Bo so sweet it tastes like strawberry. Chapter 18. The duck is so cute, how can you bear to eat it? Gurgle gurgle. Honey, I'm hungry, Su Qinghan said embarrassedly, holding her stomach. It was so loud, I heard it. Let's go, eat first and then watch a movie. After saying that, Nan Xin took Su Qinghan's hand and walked into the mall. Wanda Plaza has 4 floors in total.
The first and second floors mainly sell clothes and jewelry, the third floor is all about food, and the fourth floor is a cinema and video game arcade.
When we arrived at the third floor, a waiter in yellow clothes was handing out flyers at the elevator entrance.
Sir and Madam, Haoya is having a store anniversary promotion, 20% off for everything.
Come into the store and find out.
Su Qinghan took the flyer, looked at the dishes on it and thought the prices were reasonable, so he said to Nan Xin beside him.
Hubby, why don't we eat this? Good. Nan Xin nodded, then pulled Su Qinghan into the store and sat down at a seat by the window. Then, a waiter wearing the same yellow clothes came over. Hello, both of you.
Our specialty is dry pot duck head. The dry pot chicken feet and dry pot shrimp are also very delicious, and you can order both together.
The waiter introduced with a smile.
Honey, let's order a combination of duck head and chicken feet.
Listening to the waiter's introduction, Su Qinghan asked Nan Xin with blinking eyes. Okay.
Seeing that Su Qinghan looked like a greedy cat and seemed to want to eat it very much, Nan Xin nodded slightly. For the side dishes, choose wide noodles, enoki mushrooms, and black fungus, and they should be slightly spicy. After looking at the menu above, Su Qinghan selected these. But when the waitress was about to leave, Nan Xin stopped her.
Wait, the flavor needs to be soy sauce. Husband.
Waving to the waiter, Nan Xin immediately said to Su Qinghan, you can't eat spicy food now.
No discussion.
Su Qinghan stuck out her tongue as her wish failed, but she still felt warm in her heart.
After all, Nan Xin was thinking about her health. Looking at Su Qinghan's strange expression, Nan Xin laughed out loud for no apparent reason. There's nothing I can do, this girl is so cute even when she's angry. Little fool, I'll let you eat whatever you want after these few days. Really? My husband is the best. Faced with the temptation of delicious food, Su Qinghan surrendered immediately. After all, there are so many delicious foods in the world. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Nan Xin's mind. Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Sign-in location, Wanda Plaza. Sign-in reward, Lucky Sticker 1, usable time 2 hours. Lucky stickers? Can you be extremely lucky? Nan Xin didn't think much about it and the duck head was served to him. Su Qinghan had already put on disposable gloves, and it looked like he was ready for a big fight. Really good, very fragrant, husband, please eat it quickly. Okay, take your time. Maybe because he was too hungry, Su Qinghan didn't care about his image and started eating with big mouthfuls. Nan Xin looked at her with a smile and considerately wiped the oil stains from the corners of Su Qinghan's mouth. Outside the window was an aisle. A tall and thin boy hugged a girl in Lolita clothes and stopped in front of the Haoya store. Baby, how about we eat dry pot duck head? No, no. The girl replied in a clipped voice. The duck is so cute, how can you bear to eat it? No, let's go look for something else. After saying that, the man continued to hug the girl in Lolita clothes and left. While they were talking just now, Su Qinghan was holding the duck head in one hand and the chicken feet in the other, eating them very happily. When he heard the girl talking, Su Qinghan put down the prey in his hand, cleared his throat, and imitated the way the girl spoke. Ahem. Honey, the duck is so cute, how can you bear to eat it? Su Qinghan clasped his hands across his chest, turned his head, and hummed softly, even more so than the girl just now. The remaining duck heads are all yours. Nan Xin said with a smile. Isn't this the most beautiful form of love? You are making trouble and I am pampering you. After hearing what Nan Xin said, Su Qinghan quickly put on disposable gloves, fearing that the duck head in front of him would run away. Husband.
The duck is so cute and so delicious. Su Qinghan said with a chuckle, and soon all the duck heads were eaten, and all the chicken feet were also eaten up.
She touched her belly contentedly and said with blinking eyes, "I'm so full. Let's go to the movies." After that, the two of them went to the fourth floor hand in hand. When they passed by the video game arcade, there were a lot of people inside. Su Qinghan's eyes sparkled as he spoke immediately. "Let's go to the arcade and have a look around. We're so full and need to digest the food." "Good." Nan Xian saw that Su Qinghan's eyes were almost growing onto the claw machine, so he simply didn't expose her. After all, a wife needs to be coaxed. "Wait here for a moment, I'll be back soon." Nan Xian instructed Su Qinghan, and then he quickly ran to the front desk. Because tomorrow is a holiday, there are a lot of parents taking their children out to play in the evening. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally Nanxin's turn. "Hello, buy coins." "How much?" the receptionist asked without even raising his eyes. "Just that one basket." Nan Xian pointed to the basket of coins in front of him, estimating that there were more than 200 of them. Hearing Nan Xian's request, the receptionist looked up and asked in surprise, "Are you sure?" Nan Xian nodded. After all, he wanted to let his wife have a good time this time. If there hadn't been so many people queuing behind him, Nan Xian would have really wanted to take them all because he didn't want to disappoint the children. Hearing Nan Xian's affirmative answer, the receptionist asked the staff next to him to count the coins in the basket. 10 minutes later, the staff member said dazedly, "Sir, there are 212 coins in total." After Nan Xian paid the money, he left with the basket of coins. On the other side, after Nan Xian left, Su Qinghan was really bored, so he just watched the kids playing with dolls. Su Qinghan's blood boiled when he saw the children catching dolls. "Press the button, eh?" Failed again. "Sister, you are so good, why don't you try one?" the little boy asked, looking up. "Then I'll show you." Then Su Qinghan came to the claw machine, found a good target, and pressed the button. Then I didn't pick anything up, which was quite unexpected. She saw others using the same method to grab the doll, so why couldn't she do it herself? "Sister, you are so bad. Not as good as us." Su Qinghan couldn't refute, after all, he didn't pick it up. "I just didn't expect that one day I would be laughed at by kids." Nan Xian came back with the coin and looked around before he found Su Qinghan. Then I saw Su Qinghan and a bunch of kids watching the claw machine game. "Wife, why are you running around? It's so boring." Su Qinghan said with his head down, feeling somewhat guilty. "Honey, the kids are laughing at me." Su Qinghan, who was laughed at, pouted and looked very aggrieved. When children are bullied, they turn to their parents. When Su Qinghan is bullied, the first person she thinks of is her boyfriend. Chapter 19. Why don't you try next door? Okay, be good. My husband will help you teach them a lesson. Nan Xian touched Su Qinghan's forehead lovingly and walked to the claw machine surrounded by children. "Little boy, please make way. Uncle will show you some high-end operations." The little boy who took the lead curled his lips in disdain and was very pessimistic about Nanxin. After all, Su Qinghan was an example just now. "Uncle, you are not here to brag. Although that sister is pretty, it takes some skill to flirt with girls." The little boy seemed to be about 10 years old. Perhaps he was precocious and knew a lot. Nan Xian frowned. This kid knows so much now. Su Qinghan was also stunned when he heard this, and his face turned as red as an apple. However, Nan Xian was still relatively calm as he took out the basket of coins and said with a smile, "If you can't catch the doll, this box of coins will be yours." "You didn't lie to me?" the little boy asked with his eyes wide open. Nan Xian nodded, and then the little boy gave up his seat, but his eyes still remained on the basket of coins. It seemed that the coin was already in his pocket. Although Su Qinghan had never seen Nan Xian catch the doll, she believed in Nan Xian out of inexplicable confidence. Nan Xian used the lucky sticker on a whim. He wanted to see whether the lucky sticker was useful. He operated the lever with his right hand and had his left hand on the button. Su Qinghan put in a coin and Nan Xian started. When he put his paw down, the little boy looked steady. Because Nanxin was picking up the doll in the middle, it seemed impossible for the little boy to pick it up. But the next second, the claws miraculously picked up the doll and put it into the exit. Su Qinghan cheered and thought to herself, "I knew it was right to trust my husband." Unconsciously, there was a hint of admiration in Su Qinghan's eyes when he looked at Nan Xin. The children around also cheered, but the little boy opened his mouth in surprise. It seems to be saying, "Is this okay?" Nan Xin said nothing, but just shook the doll in his hand at the little boy. Then he handed the doll to Su Qinghan. "Wife, this doll is for you." He thank you, husband." Su Qinghan was very happy when she received the doll, because this was the first gift Nan Xin gave her. "I'll catch a few more for you," Nan Xin said confidently. "Good." Su Qinghan nodded slightly, then watched Nan Xin from the side. The children around did not leave, but continued to watch Nan Xin kill everyone. The little boy was also watching carefully, as if he wanted to learn Nan Xin's operations. "I threw 20 coins and every time I did it I hit the target." Su Qinghan hugged Nan Xin excitedly and said, "Hubby, you are so amazing. You've caught all the dolls in this claw machine." "It's just routine operation." Nan Xin's mouth corners slightly raised. Deep down, I was extremely amazed at the system's rewards. "Which doll do you like? I'll grab it for you." "That rabbit is great, and the green turtle is also good." "What should I do?" "I want both." Su Qinghan pouted and thought hard. Facing such Su Qinghan, Nan Xin was completely defenseless. He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Nan Xin walked arrogantly to Rabbit's claw machine first, followed by a group of children and Su Qinghan. After inserting 30 coins, all the rabbits in the claw machine were gone. The little turtle, little dinosaur, little penguin, etc. nearby were not spared. Soon the big plastic bag in Su Qinghan's hand was filled with dolls. The boss sitting in the office was puzzled after seeing the data from the claw machine. He clearly remembered that the claws in the claw machine were set to the loosest setting, so how could it catch so many dolls in one go? Seeing that the number of dolls was decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye, the boss decided to come out and investigate. When he came out, he saw a group of people gathered in front of the claw machine. When I walked up, I saw a handsome man doing something. While he was observing, Nan Xin had already caught 5 dolls. He suddenly felt a little pain in his heart. Taking advantage of the break, he walked up and patted Nan Xin on the shoulder. After Nan Xin sensed it, he saw a middle-aged man standing behind him. He was wearing a suit and was a little fat. "Little brother, can we talk further?" Seeing that the other party's attitude was quite respectful, Nan Xin nodded, took Su Qinghan's hand and followed. Seeing Nan Xin getting ready to leave, the child behind him ran up to Nan Xin and asked, "Uncle, are you coming back?" Nan Xin nodded, and the child stopped. However, the boss' forehead was covered with sweat after hearing this. If he came again, all his dolls would probably be sold out. That would mean that he would lose everything he had. Su Qinghan felt a little worried as he watched the man lead the two of them to the office in the arcade. Is it because the other party saw that Nan Xin caught a lot of dolls, so he wanted to take revenge on Nan Xin? It's just like the scene in the movie where someone wins money in the casino and is called away by gangsters. If this is the case, Su Qinghan thought to himself that he must stand in front of Nan Xin and let Nan Xin escape first. If Nan Xin knew what Su Qinghan was thinking, he would definitely feel warm inside. In fact, when Nan Xin heard the man say that he wanted to talk alone, he had already guessed his identity. But seeing that the other party had no ill intentions, he couldn't refuse politely. Walking into the office, the man poured a cup of tea for the two of them and said bitterly, "Little brother, I'll just say what I want to say. I'll return the coins to you, and you can take the doll you caught. Just let it go, brother. Why don't you try next door?" The boss asked tentatively. Nan Xin finally understood what the boss meant, but he was always so accurate in his guesses, which would be uncomfortable for anyone, let alone the boss. Su Qinghan tried not to laugh when she heard that. It seemed that her husband was too powerful. Even the boss was scared and was begging for mercy. "I understand what the boss means. You don't have to return the money. We have something else to do, so we'll leave first." Nan Xin stood up, took Su Qinghan's hand and walked out. The boss felt grateful. "Thank you, Nanshin, for not killing me." He respectfully escorted Nan Xin and the other two out. The children who were wandering at the door immediately surrounded him when they saw Nan Xin coming out. Nan Xin suddenly thought to himself, "It seems that being too powerful is not a good thing." Immediately, Nan Xin said to the children, "Uncle has something to do and needs to leave. I still have game coins in my hand and I'll give them to you."
The child, who seemed a little disappointed, immediately became happy.
Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. When the coin was given to the little boy in the lead, the little boy looked at the two of them and said with a smile, Thank you, uncle.
I wish you and sister a long and happy marriage and a baby soon.
The little boy ran away quickly after he finished speaking. Nan Xin was a little puzzled. Why was Su Qinghan the elder sister and he was the uncle?
After Su Qinghan heard what the little boy said, his face turned red and he agreed with it very much.
Well, I hope you will have a baby soon. This is a good suggestion. Chapter 20. Husband, I want to give birth to a baby for you. What should I do? The owner of the toy store breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them walking out arm in arm. These two immortals have finally left. And he looked at Nan Xion's back with a little more admiration. If Nan Xion wasn't so young, he would really like to meet him.
Then the boss went back to his office and started flirting with the beauties. Nan Xion carried a big bag of dolls and came to the cinema holding Su Qinghan's hand. Along the way, the two of them were definitely the brightest guys on the street. In the cinema, Su Qinghan said excitedly while looking at the screening schedule above.
Honey, let's watch a horror movie. Huh? Aren't you afraid? Nan Xion remembered that Su Qinghan was most afraid of the dark when they were young.
Every time he played until dark, he didn't dare to go home and could only pull Nan Xion to take him home. Unexpectedly, he would take the initiative to watch horror movies now. I'm not afraid as long as you are here, Su Qinghan said, holding Nan Xion's arm. Okay. Nan Xion nodded, and then the two of them walked towards the ticket counter. The staff member was a young girl wearing a black work suit. She saw a customer coming and served with a smile. Hello, which movie would you like to watch? A horror movie. Okay, wait a minute. The tickets were issued quickly and the girl handed them to the two men. But Su Qinghan's attention had already been attracted by the snacks next to her. She stared at the popcorn and swallowed her saliva. Nan Xion saw Su Qinghan's expression and continued. 2 buckets of popcorn and 2 cups of happy fat house water. Okay. After listening to this, the little girl quickly prepared these things, glancing at the two of them from time to time. As a single person, she was very envious of Nan Xion's behavior towards his girlfriend. Su Qinghan was also very heartwarmed when he heard this. Although I didn't say it explicitly just now, Nan Xion saw what I was thinking. I have to say that the husband I chose is really great. After getting the popcorn, Su Qinghan immediately grabbed a handful and put it in his mouth, completely losing his image. Even so, it is incredibly beautiful. When the popcorn enters your mouth, it is followed by a milky aroma, which is very fragrant. After eating several handfuls, Su Qinghan finally remembered Nan Xion beside him. Sure enough, in front of delicious food, boyfriend seems less important. Honey, I'll feed you. Open your mouth. Ah, is it delicious? Su Qinghan asked in a low voice, and Nan Xion nodded. Although the popcorn tasted pretty good, Nan Xion always felt a little bitter. I just didn't expect that the cold school beauty is also a foodie. The rumors about this school are not quite true. There are still more than 30 minutes before entering, Su Qinghan said while looking at the game table in the distance. Honey, let's go there and take a rest. Let's go. Nan Xion took Su Qinghan's hand and walked over. Sitting in his seat, Su Qinghan was enjoying a handful of popcorn and a sip of happy fat house water. Occasionally she would remember to feed Nan Xion a few bites. Nan Xion thought more than once that Su Qinghan must think that I am redundant at this moment. However, looking at Su Qinghan eating, Nan Xion still felt a sense of satisfaction. Who made my wife so beautiful? The popcorn bucket was very small, and Su Qinghan finished it all in no time. Other people took the food in and ate it before going in. She probably had no appetite at all after entering. Su Qinghan wiped his mouth contentedly, and his eyes suddenly caught sight of the game console he played as a child. That's much more interesting than the shark swimming across the game table. Honey, can you please look at that arcade game? Let's PK? Su Qinghan touched her chin and pointed at the game console and said, speaking of the game console, she thought of playing games with Nan Xion when she was a child. I was the one who lost every time, and I even cried secretly a few times. Nan Xion also felt nostalgic when he saw the game console. After all, he hadn't seen it for a long time. Looking at Su Qinghan's excited expression, Nan Xion nodded. The two sat on opposite sides, and Su Qinghan chose the game he loved to play when he was a child, the King of Fighters.
Su Qinghan said to Nan Xin with a smile. Hubby, I won't show mercy. Come on. Nan Xin answered confidently.
After several rounds, Su Qinghan lost every time.
Nan Xin not only has strong technical skills, but also has the support of the system. Su Qinghan is definitely no match for him.
It's just that Su Qinghan felt like he became more and more courageous as he faced more setbacks, until the two of them had played more than 20 games.
Su Qinghan pouted and replied unhappily, I don't want to play anymore. This game is not fun at all. Only then did Nan Xin realize that Su Qinghan was unhappy because he lost the game.
He really felt like he won the game but lost the happiness.
Su Qinghan continued to complain, Hubby, you are too powerful, I can't beat you.
In fact, he was thinking, Nan Xin is such a blockhead, he doesn't even know how to give in to others.
Nan Xin immediately explained, I'm good at it, let's switch. Su Qinghan readily agreed. Maybe this was the reason why he couldn't win.
After changing positions, the two immediately started a new game.
Nan Xin has learned his lesson.
After playing around, he continued to say, this operation is really hard to use.
Su Qinghan immediately echoed, that's right, then let's not fight, so you don't say I'm bullying you. The unhappiness on his face disappeared, and Su Qinghan looked at Nan Xin with a smile. Seeing this, Nan Xin breathed a sigh of relief, and then sighed. Women changed their expression so quickly.
While the two were talking, a voice interrupted their conversation. Standing next to the two of them, a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old asked,
Brother and sister, can I buy one of the little bears in your bag? This is my pocket money.
The little girl stretched out her hand, and there were pieces of paper in her palm, totaling more than 20 pieces. Looking at the cute little girl in front of him, Su Qinghan bent down and asked,
Little sister, do you like little bears very much? My brother likes it, and I want to buy it for him.
The little girl answered lovingly while looking at her brother beside her.
Nan Xin was touched when he saw this.
When he was a child, Su Qinghan used her pocket money to buy himself a small racing car. He still has that racing car. Now that I think about it, it turns out that Su Qinghan liked Nan Xin when she was young, but at that time Nan Xin treated her as an older sister. Thinking back on these things now, Nanxin feels deeply moved.
Then what do you like? Nan Xin asked the little girl with his head tilted. Little rabbit.
Nan Xinyan took out a little bear and a little rabbit from the bag and handed them to the little girl and said,
Brother, there are so many here. I'll give these two to you. Thank you, brother.
The little girl said thank you very politely. The little brother, who was only 2 years old and couldn't speak many words, still imitated his sister and said thank you.
Looking at the two people's backs as they left, Su Qinghan suddenly came to Nan Xin and spoke in his ear. Hubby, I want to give birth to a baby for you, what should I do? Chapter 21 Check-in to the couple theme room. Ahem. Nan Xinyan shrugged his nose. This little girl's thoughts were too quick.
She wanted to have a baby after just a few days of being together, and Nan Xin's brain circuit could hardly keep up. Looking at Nan Xin racking his brains to think, Su Qinghan chuckled.
Hubby, I was just teasing you. Look how scared you are. The movie has started checking tickets, let's go. Su Qinghan took Nan Xin's hand and walked towards the entrance. But Nan Xin looked at Su Qinghan's expression and it didn't seem like he was joking, it seemed real. Do you really want to give birth to a monkey? Nan Xin shook his head and stopped thinking about it.
Su Qinghan secretly raised his head to look at Nan Xin beside him and found that the little man was actually sweating from fright. Yes, maybe I was too impulsive just now, but her thoughts were all true. Although Su Qinghan's idea was very bold, he blushed and his heart beat fast when he thought of those embarrassing things. Especially when I think of the foreign movie I only watched once that day, the scene of the two of them being entangled and lingering together. The two came to hall number 5, and there was only a dim light in the corridor of the theater. Knowing that Su Qinghan was a little afraid of the dark, Nan Xin held her hand tightly and led her to find a seat. Although the movie is a horror film, there are still quite a lot of people watching it, many of them are couples, and there are only a few single people. When it was time for the screening, the whole audience was quiet and the film began to play. Wife, hold me tight if you're scared.
Nonsense, I'm not afraid, Lulu.
Su Qinghan made faces at Nan Xin while his hands tightly hugged Nan Xin's arms.
Nan Xin smiled helplessly and said, You are the best.
After playing for more than 10 minutes, the ghost in the film suddenly appeared. The entire cinema was filled with the sharp screams of girls, and of course Su Qinghan was no exception. Her chubby little hands were still flapping vigorously, and she was still shouting, "Don't come over here."
Su Ching-han was indeed too immersed in the role. Nan Xin beside him felt as if his chest had been hit hard and he spoke immediately. "Honey, my chest hurts." "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. That ghost was so scary. Can I rub it for you?" Nan Xin quickly refused, saying that rubbing it now would only make the pain worse and it would be fine after a while. Besides, it's okay as long as my wife is fine, otherwise Nanshin would have to ask, "Wife, does your hand hurt?" Seeing that Nan Xin was fine, Su Ching-han was attracted by the plot of the movie again. His concentrated look fully demonstrated that he was both timid and loved to watch the movie.
In the movie, it was a rainy day and a bolt of lightning struck the sky. A female ghost in red clothes crawled out of the TV, and when her face turned around, she scared the audience.
Ah. Oh. Ouch, so scary.
The one who was most frightened was a boy in a floral shirt. He was so scared that he sat in his girlfriend's arms and hugged her neck.
"Baby, I was scared just now." "It's okay, I'm here."
The girl comforted him softly, and the muscles in her arms gave him a sense of security.
The two of them happened to be sitting in front of Nan Xin and the other person.
When Su Ching-han saw them, he whispered in Nan Xin's ear,
"Honey, that boy is so timid." Nan Xin's mouth twitched. "How about you get out of my arms first, honey? My legs are numb." Nan Xin frowned slightly.
His wife was obviously the same as others, both timid.
After hearing what Nan Xin said, Su Ching-han realized that she was sitting on Nan Xin, and then she returned to her seat with a blushing face. Oh, how embarrassing. Su Ching-han felt a little regretful, but was immediately attracted by the plot.
After screaming many times, the lights in the theater came on and the movie ended.
Nan Xin took Su Ching-han's hand and walked out, looked at the time on his mobile phone and said, "It's already 10 o'clock, there's still time. Let's go back to school." Su Ching-han nodded, feeling a little disappointed.
She still wanted to stay with Nan Xin for a while longer.
When I walked to the first floor, there were a lot of people gathered at the door.
When they walked forward, they found that it was raining outside, and the rain was very heavy. Nan Xin took out the taxi hailing app on his phone, and it showed, "There are 48 people in line in front of you."
By 10:30, there were still 32 people in the queue.
For some reason, Su Ching-han felt a little happy in his heart, and then pretended to be helpless and said,
"It's already 10:30, we can't get into school. It's raining so hard and cold now, how about staying in the hotel across the street for a night?" Su Ching-han looked at the 7 days in across the street with a gleam in his eyes.
In the current situation, Nan Xin could only agree, but he always felt like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth.
But Nan Xin suddenly thought of an important question. "Honey, I don't have my ID with me." "It's okay, I brought it."
Su Ching-han took out her ID card from her bag with a smile on her face and showed it to Nanshin, but Nanshin was a little puzzled.
"Aren't you afraid of losing your ID card if you carry it with you?" "Wife, you still have your ID card with you?" "Oh, don't ask. Let's go. The rain is getting heavier." Su Ching-han put her ID card back into her bag with a red face.
As for the ID card, it was Lu Miling who told her when she found out that Su Ching-han was going to a movie in the evening, saying that it would be useful. Su Ching-han returned to the dormitory doubtfully and put his ID card in his bag, but he didn't expect it to actually come in handy.
Only now did she understand Lu Miling's good intentions. Nan Xin held the doll high above his head and two people ran over quickly. Although it was only a few minutes, their clothes were completely soaked. In the 7 days hotel, Nan Xin asked the front desk, "Hello, can I open 2 rooms with 1 ID card?" "Sorry, there's only 1 room left." The front desk staff was serving us with a smile. If it hadn't been for the rain, the booked room would not have been cancelled and there would have been no vacancies. "Sister, let's get a room." Su Ching-han walked forward and said with a smile. "Okay, please show us your ID cards." "Can I see your ID number?" Nan Xin asked, looking up.
Originally it was not possible, but the girl at the front desk saw that the two were soaking wet and it was raining heavily outside, so she nodded reluctantly.
Hearing this, Su Ching-han took out her ID card from her bag.
The check-in process was quick and the room card was handed to Nanshin.
Since the hotel rooms are small, there are many room numbers on each floor.
I walked around and turned the corner before I found the room number. After putting the room card on, you'll open the door and see a pink and tender decoration inside.
This is probably the largest room on this floor. It looks like a couple's theme room.
Even Su Qinghan felt a little shy when he saw the bathrooms and toilets surrounded by gauze.
After seeing it, Nan Xin said awkwardly, "Wife, this decoration is pretty good." Nan Xin didn't know what to say anymore.
It felt like nothing he said was right.
Su Qinghan nodded shyly. Achoo achoo. Su Qinghan sneezed twice, perhaps because he caught a cold.
"Wife, your clothes are all wet, go take a shower."
"What about you? Are you going to wash or not?" Su Qinghan asked with his eyes wide open.
It seemed as if he was thinking, Nanxin's clothes are also wet, how can he not take a shower?
From Nan Xian's perspective, Su Qinghan's question was an invitation for him to take a bath together? Chapter 22, Sleeping with my abdominal muscles in my hand is awesome. Every time this little girl asks, people are caught off guard. Looking at Nan Xian in a daze, Su Qinghan waved his arms in front of him. "Hubby, what are you thinking about?"
"You have to take a shower, otherwise I'll be sad if you catch a cold."
Su Qinghan pretended to be angry. Now Nan Xian finally understood that the little girl was worried that she would catch a cold if she didn't take a bath.
It turned out that he was just overthinking. Looking at the bathtub surrounded by gauze, Su Qinghan felt a little shy.
The veil is still visible and can't cover it at all. However, when he thought that it was Nan Xian, Su Qinghan felt much less embarrassed.
Anyway, the two of them will definitely reach this point, it's just a little early.
"Honey, I'm going to take a shower." "Wait. Let me check the room first."
There are many cases in the news where hotels have secretly installed cameras. Nan Xian turned off the lights, opened the camera on his mobile phone and scanned around but did not find any red dots. "I went to the bathroom again and put my hand on the mirror, there was no distance between us."
Then he opened King of Glory and looked at the network test.
He saw that the only connected devices were his and Su Qinghan's mobile phones.
Only after doing all this did Nan Xian feel relieved.
But Su Qinghan was so impressed by Nan Xian's actions.
"Husband, how can you be so awesome?" Nan Xian was very happy to be praised.
He didn't expect that the video he had seen before would come in handy. Then, Nan Xian turned up the temperature of the air conditioner in the room to prevent Su Qinghan from feeling too cold when taking a shower.
"Okay, go ahead."
Su Qinghan nodded, walked to the bathtub and lowered all the gauze curtains.
Nan Xian turned his head away and watched a short video. But all that came out was, "What should I pay attention to when checking into a hotel with my girlfriend?" Girls' Dormitory 308.
It was already past 10:30 and Su Qinghan had not returned yet. His roommates Sun Yu and Guo Rong were a little worried. It was raining heavily outside, and the two worried people called Su Qinghan.
Nan Xian, who was watching videos out of boredom, felt his phone vibrate.
He picked it up and saw that it was Su Qinghan's roommate. Nan Xian instinctively turned his head to hand over the phone, and saw Su Qinghan lying in the bathtub with her shoulders exposed.
"Wife, it's Sun Yu's call. Please answer it for me." Su Qinghan replied. Su Qinghan felt embarrassed to let Nan Xian see her like this.
There was no choice but for Nanxin to connect. Before Nan Xian could even speak, the other party threw a bunch of questions at him.
"Qinghan, are you safe now?
It's raining heavily outside.
Can't we go back to the dormitory? Meiling asked you to bring your ID, didn't she?
If you really have nowhere to go, why don't you two just go to the hotel? Maybe it can even enhance our relationship, but we have to take the right measures."
"Qinghan, why don't you speak?" Ahem. Nan Xian coughed a few times and said awkwardly, "Qinghan is taking a shower and it's not convenient for me to reply to you."
Although Nan Xian was telling the truth, he always felt that the other party would overthink it, so he explained.
"She washes it herself." I understand. I won't disturb your world of two. Bye." After hanging up the phone, Nan Xian felt that it was a mistake to answer the call. "It seems I can only ask my wife to explain it when she goes back tomorrow." "How is Qinghan? Is he okay?" Guo Rong asked after seeing Sun Yu finish the call. "It's okay, the couple is still loving each other."
Sun Yu showed a malicious smile.
"There are only two single guys left in dormitory 308, it's really quiet. Would you like to watch a foreign movie?" Sun Yu said to Guo Rong while holding a laptop. "Look." Guo Rong replied. "Others have boyfriends, they have movies, and this time no one will disturb them."
More than 20 minutes later, Su Qinghan came out wrapped in a bath towel, holding a rolled-up skirt in her hand.
The exposed shoulders and beautiful legs, smooth skin and devilish figure all aroused Nan Xian's heart. Wife, no bathrobe? No, Su Qinghan answered with his head down. It was indeed not very comfortable to be wrapped in this bath towel. I'll help you put on your clothes. No, I. Before Su Qinghan could finish his words, his clothes were taken away by Nan Xian. But when I was hanging the clothes, two small things fell out. One is with black lace and the other is printed with cartoon patterns. The two styles are completely different. Seeing the clothes fall to the ground, Nan Xian quickly picked them up and said apologetically, I'll go wash them. However, Su Qinghan's face turned red, and her private parts were seen by Nan Xian. Then she comforted herself in her heart, it's okay, I'll see it sooner or later anyway, don't panic. Su Qinghan, his heart beating fast, ran to the bed and covered himself with the quilt. Nanxin hangs the small clothes under the air conditioner after washing them, so they dry quickly. But it looks really conspicuous. After doing all this, Nan Xian went to take a shower. Su Qinghan then stood up and took off the cartoon clothes. You know, her period came, so she picked up the hairdryer and blew it hard on the cartoon clothes. The boys took a shower very quickly and Nanxin came out in less than 10 minutes. She was wearing a bath towel around her lower body, and her abdominal muscles were very visible. When Nan Xian saw Su Qinghan blowing her little clothes, he remembered something important. Honey, did you bring your sanitary napkin? I brought it. Although Nan Xian was concerned, Su Qinghan's cheeks still blushed slightly. After blowing for more than 20 minutes, the cartoon clothes were finally dry. After tidying up, Su Qinghan returned to bed and covered himself with the quilt. Nan Xian was sitting on a chair nearby. Hubby, aren't you going to sleep? Get on the bed. Su Qinghan said shyly, how could he bear to sit on the chair all night? Besides, Su Qinghan wanted his dream to come true, and he slept while touching Nan Xian's abdominal muscles. Oh. Nan Xian nodded and went to the bed. There was only a quilt, so Nan Xian just lay on it without covering himself. After turning off the lights, Nan Xian's heavy breathing could be heard. Su Qinghan lay beside Nan Xian and stretched out her sinful little hand and placed it on Nan Xian's abdominal muscles. Husband, you have a nice body, 8-pack abs. It's just so Nan Xian answered modestly, but he didn't want to hit his wife. Lying in Nan Xian's arms, Su Qinghan felt very safe and almost fell asleep, but then he heard the sound of the bed next door shaking. The soundproofing in this hotel is really bad. Su Qinghan rubbed his eyes and said, Hubby, I heard a woman screaming. She was yelling so loudly in the middle of the night and disturbed people's sleep. Can't you shout during the day? How annoying. I fell asleep right away, and then being woken up was really uncomfortable. Nan Xian could tell that Su Qinghan didn't understand anything and echoed him, yeah, that's abominable. After a while, the other party stopped. Su Qinghan's eyelids drooped, and he fell asleep soon. But Nan Xian was holding his beautiful wife in his arms, so he was afraid that he would not be able to sleep tonight. In the quiet night, a system prompt sounded in Nan Xian's mind. Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Check-in location, 7 Days Hotel. Sign-in reward, snob. Reward introduction, you can see the project investment return rate. After hearing about the system reward, Nan Xian murmured, snobbish? The name of the reward is really unique. Yeah, husband. I like you so much, I love you so much. Su Qinghan stretched out her long white legs and put them on Nanxin. She was probably thinking of Nanxin as the big carrot on her bed in the dormitory. Chapter 23. Why is this little girl still obsessed? It rained all night, and when I woke up in the morning, the sky was clear and the sun shone into the house. Su Qinghan slept very comfortably last night. When he opened his eyes, he found himself naked and hugging Nan Xian's chest muscles. The bath towel on his body had long disappeared, and his long and thin legs were riding on Nan Xian's body. And she took the initiative. Seeing herself like this, Su Qinghan's cheeks turned slightly red. She knew that she liked to sleep naked and hug a big carrot. Su Qinghan felt shy when he thought about how proactive he was yesterday. While Nan Xian was still asleep, Su Qinghan slowly lifted his legs from Nan Xian and heard a voice coming from Nan Xian. Wife, where are you going? Ha? Are you awake? Su Qinghan asked, tilting his head. Su Qinghan's innocent look made Nan Xian love and hate her. How could he sleep when she hugged him like this? I didn't sleep all night. Nan Xian said with a twitching mouth. Ah? Why? Su Qinghan stared with round eyes in confusion.
In Su Qinghan's opinion, it is a simple truth to just go to sleep when you are sleepy.
How could Nan Xin not be able to sleep? You hugged me too tightly and I couldn't sleep. Nan Xin said helplessly. You can't say that I can't sleep because I'm too energetic. Su Qinghan then realized that he was hugging Nan Xin's chest muscles and resting his beautiful legs on Nan Xin.
After taking his hands and legs down, Su Qinghan quickly got into the quilt.
Although it was very fast, Nan Xin still saw it all. Last night I relied on my feeling, but just now I enjoyed the visuals. Don't mention it, Su Qinghan was still a little reluctant to let Nan Xin go.
If Su Qinghan hadn't held him so tightly, Nan Xin really wanted to continue like this. Honey, I'm sorry, I mistook you for the big carrot in my dormitory.
It's okay. It's still nice to be hugged by you. Nan Xin told the truth, but there were two abnormal blushes on Su Qinghan's fair face. Su Qinghan also thought that holding Nan Xin was much more comfortable than holding a big carrot. Even so, the big carrot in the dormitory was still despised by Su Qinghan. Then hubby, let's go out again next week. Nan Xin had some doubts.
That's it. After Su Qinghan finished speaking, she shyly covered herself with the quilt. Even she herself didn't expect that she would say such vicious words.
Nan Xin didn't expect that Su Qinghan would force him to do something against his will.
Why is this little girl still possessed?
Nan Xin has already thought about the sleepless nights next week. This must be a mixture of pain and happiness. In the other office on the top floor, Su Haiming called Nan Xin again. When Nan Xin saw the phone number above, he remembered that he had to go to Tiancheng Media Company.
He looked at the time on his mobile phone and found that there were still 30 minutes left. Nan Xin had originally planned to go to Tiancheng Media before going shopping and then pick up Su Qinghan yesterday, but everything has now been disrupted.
After the call was connected, Su Haiming asked in a very polite tone. Mr. Nan, do you need a car to pick you up? Su Haiming's rhetoric was very clever.
As the largest shareholder of Tiancheng Media, Su Haiming has to support Nanshin.
No need. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Haiming was like flattering the wrong person, with all his skills being useless. Nan Xin quickly put on his clothes and came in front of Su Qinghan. Honey, I have something to do and I'm going to be out for a while. When I come back, I'll take you out for some delicious food and shopping, okay? Yeah. Su Qinghan nodded. No matter what Nan Xin does, she will understand and support him. Su Qinghan hugged Nan Xin's neck, left a kiss on his forehead, and then said, Hubby, go early and come back early. Nan Xin scratched Su Qinghan's nose lovingly, nodded, and went out.
Looking at Nan Xin's departing back, Su Qinghan felt that this scene seemed familiar. Isn't this the scene of playing house when we were children, only now it has all become real.
After walking out of the hotel, Nan Xin looked at the address sent by Su Haiming and walked towards the office building next to Wanda Plaza. Xinshe Commercial Building, pressed the elevator on the top floor. After the elevator opened, Nan Xin walked to the front desk. The girl at the front desk was in her 20s.
When she saw Nanshin, she asked with a silly smile on her face. Although there are countless men coming to the company for interviews every day, none of them are as stunning as the man in front of me.
Who are you looking for? Su Haiming.
When the girl saw that the person who came was looking for the company's president, and then she looked at the young and handsome appearance of the man in front of her, she thought he was here for an interview and a contract.
Excuse me, do you have an appointment? Tell Su Haiming that I am Nan Xin. You are Nan Xin? The girl couldn't believe it.
President Su had just called her and told her to notify him if Nan Xin came. Hearing the president's polite tone, the girl thought that the person who came must be a big shot and must be very old. I didn't expect this person to be so young. Then the little girl said with a more respectful attitude, Mr. Nan, please wait a moment. After saying that, the girl called the president's office, and the person on the other end of the phone said after hearing that Nan Xin had arrived.
Please bring the person in.
Wait, I'll go and greet him myself.
Okay, President.
After the little girl hung up the phone, she was still a little unresponsive.
Did the president just say he would come to greet her personally?
This was the first time the girl had encountered such a thing after working at the front desk for so many years.
Mr. Nan, our president will be here soon. Nan Xin nodded, and the little girl next to him secretly looked at Nan Xin.
He has a high nose, sharp eyebrows, clean and neat facial lines, and delicate facial features that are just right, as if they were carved by a craftsman. The face is angular, as if it was cut by a knife, without a trace of excess flesh.
In the little girl's opinion, Nan Xin is much better than those male stars.
At the same time, President Su Hyaming walked over quickly.
When I saw how young Nan Xin was, I was a little shocked.
Such a young person can come up with so many billions in cash flow, his background must be extraordinary.
Having seen the world, the surprise in Su Hyaming's eyes disappeared. He extended his hand enthusiastically to Nan Xin and said, "Hello, Mr. Nan, I am Su Hyaming."
Nanshin. Nanshin also stretched out his hand and said calmly. Seeing Nan Xin's calm demeanor, Su Hyaming felt even more respect for him.
"Mr. Nan, I'll take you to the conference room."
Aha! Under the leadership of Su Hyaming, they came to the shareholders' meeting room.
Everyone inside is in their 40s and 50s.
Nanshin is definitely a breath of fresh air here.
If Nanshin wants to take control of the company, President Su Hyaming will have to stand aside.
Nanshin is still a student now and does not have that much energy, so it is still good to get dividends every year.
Su Hyaming sat in the main seat and Nan Xin was arranged to sit next to him.
When those middle-aged men saw the young boy Nan Xin sitting in that position, they immediately started whispering to each other. Among them, Chu Tianba, who owns 10% of Tianqing Media's shares, is the most unhappy, while other shareholders only hold shares in single digits.
In Chu Tianba's opinion, what qualifications does a little brat have to sit in that position? Chapter 24, Attending the Shareholders' Meeting. Boss Su, are you getting old and confused? What's the matter with bringing a little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair to the shareholders' meeting?
After Chu Tianba finished speaking in an arrogant manner, the other shareholders looked at each other and nodded. Before, he was the second largest shareholder of Tianqing Media besides Nanshin, and he was usually arrogant.
Su Hyaming sneered when he heard this.
"Brother Chu, I sit in that position based on my strength."
"What?"
Chu Tianba's face was full of disbelief, and the other shareholders were also very shocked. The guy they thought was a young brat had more shares than them, so they didn't dare to say anything for a moment.
Su Tianming looked at the speechless crowd below and felt very happy.
Then he stood up and extended his hand, introducing, "This is Nan Xin, who owns 30% of Tianqing Media's shares."
Let's give it a round of applause.
Whoever has more shares has more say, and other shareholders also applauded in submission.
Everyone here is a senior. I am Nan Xin.
Please take care of me.
Nan Xin stood up and introduced himself.
He didn't care about what those people thought. Only those who have no ability would talk nonsense.
After the introduction, the system prompt sounded in Nan Xin's mind as expected. Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Sign-in location, Xinshi Commercial Building. Sign-in reward, Grandmaster level Bajiquan.
The moment the system was issued, Nan Xin felt as if all the meridians in his body were opened up. All the moves are imprinted in my mind, as if I had practiced them since I was a child.
Everyone present was an old fox.
When they heard that Nanshin owned 30% of the shares, the disdain on their faces disappeared instantly and was replaced by flattery. Brother Nanshin is really a man of hidden talents. He has achieved so much at such a young age.
He will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Yes, it's really not easy. After hearing so much flattery, Nan Xin nodded. After all, who doesn't like to be praised? Nan Xin just takes it as a song for fun.
All shareholders arrived and the shareholders' meeting began. Su Hyaming gave each shareholder some investment projects for the second half of the year, including movies, TV series, variety shows, reality shows, etc.
Today's shareholders' meeting is to discuss the investment plan for the second half of the year. You all have the plan in your hands. Let's discuss which projects can be invested in. When Nan Xin got the documents in his hand, he remembered the snobbery given by the system yesterday. It seems that it is time for it to show its skills. When Nan Xin opened the variety show plan A Longing for Life, his mind showed a return on investment of 110%. The variety show planning proposal Please Take Care of the Freezer has a return on investment of 83%. The variety show plan I Am a Detective has a return on investment of 96%. The TV drama plan 10 Lives, 10 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms has a return on investment of 132%.
The film plan The Richest Tomato has a return on investment of 160%. From the pile of plans, Nanshin saw that the return on investment of these few investments was relatively high. The others are either losing money or having single-digit profits, so they are not worth investing in at all.
Su Hyaming was shocked when he saw Nanshin quickly divide the planning documents into two piles.
It took him a long time to analyze the target audiences of these themes and to identify the projects that could be invested in. Looking at Nanshin again, it took less than a minute to make the judgment. And looking at his appearance, he seemed to have some mysterious confidence. Although it is a little unbelievable, Su Hyaming believes in Nanshin very much. After a while, the shareholders took a general look and Su Hyaming spoke.
Mr. Nan, how about you tell us what you think first? Su Hyaming really wanted to hear Nan Xin's opinion. Nan Xin nodded and said, holding the pile of investment projects in front of him.
I think only 5 of these proposals are worth investing in. They are, A Longing for Life, Please Take Care of the Freezer, I Am a Detective, 10 Lives, 10 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms, and The Richest Tomato.
First of all, the fast-paced life and work pressure have made young people breathless.
People are beginning to yearn for life in the fields, growing natural green vegetables and fruits in the fields, and exchanging various material resources for labor, which truly restores the original ecological farm life.
The audience will feel extremely relaxed and happy when watching this variety show. After listening to this, Su Hyaming nodded in agreement.
Based on the information he had gathered, he also felt that this was a project worth investing in.
Well, Mr. Nan is right. This project is worth investing in. What do you think?
When others saw that Su Hyaming agreed, no one objected. After all, Su Hyaming had built such a big company, so he must have certain abilities.
Chu Tianba did not object.
After all, there were so many old foxes present, and no one would miss the opportunity to make money.
The last one is The Richest Tomato. This script is lighthearted and a comedy. It presents the attitude of common people towards the wealthy class in a black humor way. The comedy jumps into tragedy and then quickly returns to comedy, which leaves room for the audience to think. After Nan Xin finished saying this, Su Hyaming applauded excitedly. At first he was not optimistic about the movie, but after listening to Nan Xin's insights, he felt that what Nan Xin said was very good, and he also had an inexplicable trust in Nan Xin. Mr. Nan, what you said is great.
I also think this movie is worth investing in.
What do you think?
Seeing that no one objected, Su Hyaming put the plan in the pile of approved ones.
In fact, among so many planning proposals, there is a film that Su Hyaming is more optimistic about.
It's full of big-name stars, the production team is excellent, and the plan includes good special effects.
Mr. Nan, what do you think of the movie Shura God?
Nanshin remembers this film, and after snob testing, this film was the one that lost the most money. The investment loss rate was as high as 64%.
Nan Xin shook his head and said, this is the one I least like among all the plans I've seen. The plot is boring. Nan Xin didn't know what to say. This movie couldn't be worse.
After Nanshin said so much, the surrounding shareholders have already had a new understanding of Nanshin.
They no longer dared to look at him as a young boy. After hearing Nanshin's explanation, one of the small shareholders said, I think Mr. Nan is right. This movie is not worth investing in. Right. I think so. They invest little and would rather not make money than do a business that loses money. Chu Tianba looked at those timid small shareholders with disdain. He was very optimistic about this movie. He didn't agree with what Nan Xin said. These people were not capable of doing great things. Only he, Chu Tianba, was capable of doing great things. Chu Tianba was the only one who voted against the proposal in the show of hands, so the project was not passed. Nan Xin looked at Chu Tianba's face full of dissatisfaction and didn't say anything. Chu Tianba was already planning to talk to director Zhang Peng about investment. You short-sighted people will regret it.
Chu Tianba thought proudly in his heart, as if he had already seen the scene of his own victory.
Chapter 25 Wife, would you believe me if I say I didn't see it?
After the meeting, Nan Xin wanted to leave but was stopped by Su Hyaming.
Mr. Nan, please stay. Mr. Su, do you have anything else to say? Nan Xin asked with a raised eyebrow. Lu Ruyan, the leading actress of Tiansheng Company, is also in the company today. Mr. Nan, can I introduce her to you? Nan Xin had already seen through Su Hyaming's intention, but he had rejected it. No, I have to go back to accompany my wife. Thinking of Su Qinghan's shy look, Nan Xayan's mouth corners slightly raised. I don't know what the little fool is doing. Really? I was rude. I'll take you out. Su Hyaming took a deep breath. This time he wanted to please Nan Xian but ended up flattering someone else.
Arriving at the top floor of Xinshi Commercial Building, Li Yang saw a familiar face as he walked towards him.
Isn't that the man he met yesterday? It seems he wants to enter the entertainment industry. I told you, who doesn't want to enter the entertainment industry, a world of fame and fortune?
But Li Yang was a little confused as to why he was with his brother-in-law, and his brother-in-law seemed to respect him very much.
Brother-in-law. After Li Yang called Su Hyaming, he immediately said to Nan Xian, have you changed your mind and want to enter the entertainment industry? I guarantee that you will become a big star. Xiao Yang, don't talk nonsense. Seeing his brother-in-law talking like this, Su Hyaming felt a headache.
Mr. Nan, this is my brother-in-law Li Yang, don't take what he says seriously.
Well, since there's nothing else, I'll leave. Nan Xian said and left without looking back. Li Yang just complained, brother-in-law, why do you keep looking at me? I didn't say anything wrong. You know shit. He is the major shareholder of our company. He owns more shares than me.
After Su Hyaming finished speaking, he turned around and left angrily. Li Yang was left in a daze. Brother-in-law, I really don't know, brother-in-law.
On the other side, after Nan Xian left, Su Qinghan took a fragrant bath. Nan Xian felt a little embarrassed about it yesterday, but now he finds it very comfortable to watch TV series in the bathtub. I don't know when my husband will come back. My aunt left today, it's so comfortable to take a bath.
While Su Qinghan was immersed in the soap opera, the door rang, followed by Nan Xian's voice.
Wife, I'm back. Stop. Stand there and don't move. Su Qinghan said shyly, quickly getting up from the bathtub and wrapping herself in a bath towel. However, Nan Xian didn't listen to what Su Qinghan said, so he saw the bathing scene clearly. Now Nan Xian understood why Su Qinghan said not to move. Nan Xian saw it and turned away. Wife, if I say I didn't see it, would you believe me? TSK. No one would believe that. Su Qinghan replied with a pout. Since his wife didn't believe it, Nan Xian simply walked up and hugged Su Qinghan from behind. Hey hubby, what are you doing? Su Qinghan's heart was beating fast. She was afraid that Nan Xian would do something, but also afraid that he would do nothing. Help you wipe the water drops. Nan Xian showed a smug smile.
Feeling that Su Qinghan's cheeks were as red as fire, Nan Xian stopped teasing her.
Okay, go change your clothes and I'll take you out for dinner. Nan Xian reluctantly let go of Su Qinghan. Seeing that Nan Xian did nothing, Su Qinghan felt a little disappointed.
Then he ran to change his clothes. I don't know why, but I can't hook the small clothes that I can usually put on with one hook.
Su Qinghan's arms were sore from tiredness. She turned her head quietly, looked at Nan Xian's back, and then mustered up the courage to blush and said, Hubby, can you help me? Anyway, she has been seen naked by her husband, so she might as well be bold. Su Qinghan needed help, and Nan Xian agreed without hesitation. He turned around and saw Su Qinghan's perfect figure. Ahem, what do you need me to do? Just help me hook it.
Su Qinghan answered in a voice as soft as a mosquito.
Okay. Nan Xian replied and picked up the two sides of the lace dress. Although Nan Xian had seen this thing before, he had only seen its appearance.
He didn't expect that there were 3 rows of buttons on the back, and he didn't know which one to button.
I never thought this thing could be so complicated. Which one? The outermost row.
It was Nanxina's first time doing this, and he was a little clumsy, and it took him a while to put it on.
Afterwards, Su Qinghan quickly changed her clothes.
What happened just now was so embarrassing that she didn't know what to say. Nan Xian, who was waiting on the side, saw Su Qinghan finish packing, then took her hand and took the doll she had caught yesterday and went to the front desk to check out.
Hello, room 4028 is checking out. Nan Xian handed the room card to the front desk. Okay.
The girl put away the room card and said on the intercom, Aunt Jiang, check out room 4028. After a while, a voice came from the intercom, use a box of small umbrellas. The little girl smiled knowingly and said to the two of them, small umbrellas are 58 per box.
Nan Xian was confused, wondering how come he didn't know how to use a small umbrella.
Su Qinghan thought about taking something apart, then pulled Nan Xian's arm and whispered, Honey, this is mine. When Nan Xin heard this, he was even more surprised. How could his wife use it by herself?
After paying the money, Nan Xin took Su Qinghan's hand and walked out of the 7 Days Inn. Now, Nan Xin wants to know how Su Qinghan uses it. Honey, why are you taking that apart? I thought it was free bubblegum from the hotel, so I opened it to take a look. I didn't eat the bubblegum because it looked a little weird. I thought it was free, but now I know it's charged. It's really expensive. Hubby, let's not come to his house next time. Seeing Su Qinghan's angry look, Nan Xin smiled helplessly. It turns out my wife mistook that for bubblegum. How silly and cute. Yes, my wife is right. Not next time, huh? Still coming out?
Yes. Su Qinghan answered shyly, blinking her eyes, and thinking in her heart, I felt so comfortable hugging my husband to sleep last night.
If I could, I would really like to hug him every day.
Nan Xin thought Su Qinghan was just talking casually, but now he realized that his wife was serious.
Gurgle gurgle. Honey, I'm hungry, Su Qinghan said embarrassedly, touching her belly. He hadn't eaten breakfast, and it was almost 12 o'clock now. Su Qinghan's stomach was protesting. Come on, I'll take you to dinner.
Yeah. Then the two of them went to the 3rd floor of Wanda Plaza, walked around and chose a hot pot restaurant.
Let's go to his house. It smells very nice, Su Qinghan said after sniffing.
The two walked into the store, and Su Qinghan saw an unpleasant figure. I wanted to take Nan Xin to another restaurant for dinner, but I didn't expect the girl to call Su Qinghan directly.
Qinghan, you come here to eat too, what a coincidence. Well, what a coincidence, what a coincidence.
Su Qinghan said perfunctorily.
Chapter 26, Wrap up all the clothes my wife tries on.
This girl is Zhang Xiaoxiao, Su Qinghan's classmate, who has an outgoing personality. If Su Qinghan wasn't there, she would have been the campus belle of Magic City University.
Hearing Su Qinghan's perfunctory answer, Nan Xin also guessed that the two were plastic sisters. Qinghan, who is the person next to you?
Zhang Xiaoxiao asked as she glanced at Nan Xin, who was next to Su Qinghan.
My boyfriend, Nanxin. Su Qinghan answered with a smile. Let me introduce you.
This is my boyfriend Zhangjin, a senior executive of a listed company, who earns $1 million a year.
Zhang Xiaoxiao said boastfully as she looked at Nan Xin in front of her, who was not wearing any branded items.
I'm afraid she wants the whole world to know that she has found a good man, especially since in her eyes her boyfriend is better than the school beauty's boyfriend.
Su Qinghan nodded slightly.
No matter how capable her boyfriend was, he was still not as good as her own husband. As the saying goes, people from the same family tend to stick together. Zhangjin disdainfully stretched out his hand to Nan Xin. Zhangjin.
Nanxin.
Nanxin replied, while Zhangjin held Nanxin's hand tightly and exerted force secretly. He wanted to give Nanxin a warning. Zhangjin frowned as he felt pain from the Nanxin Grandmaster level Bajiquan when he just gripped it lightly. He had learned boxing, but now he had to let go. At this moment, the waiter of the hot pot restaurant came to Nan Xin and the other person.
Hello, both of you. There are seats over there. I'll take you there. Okay. After greeting the two people, Nan Xin and Su Qinghan followed the waiter. Husband, don't be unhappy.
Zhang Xiaoxiao just likes to show off.
In my eyes, my husband is the best. No. Nan Xin pinched Su Qinghan's smooth little face and replied. This little girl is afraid that she will be unhappy. What a fool. Nan Xin was not unhappy at all, on the contrary, he was very happy. Zhangjin's hand would be sore for a few days.
On the other side, after Nan Xin and the other man left, Zhangjin's forehead was covered with beads.
What's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? The guy named Nan Xin just now is a martial artist, and his hand is a little sore.
Zhangjin answered with a painful look on his face.
Useless thing. Zhang Xiaoxiao cursed angrily. Although Zhangjin was angry, he still endured it. Although he was a senior executive, Zhang Xiaoxiao's father was his superior in the company. What to eat? Go away now, it's embarrassing. Zhang Xiaoxiao left angrily after saying a few words. Seeing this, Zhangjin hurriedly followed her. Looking at the two people leaving, Su Qinghan felt much better. Hubby, I want 2 plates of mutton and 2 plates of fatty beef. It's up to you. All up to you. Nan Xin said lovingly. The waiter next to them saw the interaction between the two and was full of envy. After we took our order, the waiter quickly ran away,
fearing that the dog would get full if he stayed any longer. After a while, all the dishes were on the table. Su Qinghan enjoyed the lunch very much, probably because Zhang Xiaoxiao had left.
Su Qinghan didn't think any further and started shopping with his arm around Nan Xin. Nanxin also launched the consumption rebate program provided by the system. Arriving on the first floor, Su Qinghan took Nan Xin into a women's clothing store.
After visiting one store after another, Su Qinghan just looked around without trying on any clothes.
Nanxin only now realizes that when girls say shopping, they just look and rarely buy.
Then we walked into a women's clothing store.
A salesperson in a black uniform came over. "Hello, welcome. I'll tell you what you want to buy. Let's just take a look,"
Su Qinghan said with a smile. It felt weird that someone was following him.
The salesperson stood by and waited.
Seeing that Su Qinghan was just taking it out to look at it, Nan Xin suddenly had an idea and said, "Wife, the skirt you are holding suits you very well.
Why don't you try it on?"
Su Qinghan looked around and whispered in Nan Xin's ear, "Hubby, the clothes here are very expensive, just take a look.
It's still more cost-effective to buy online.
You can buy more than a dozen pieces for the price of one piece of clothing." Now Nanxin finally understood that his wife was actually a good money-saving helper, but Nanxin didn't need her.
"Wife, go and try it. It doesn't cost anything." "All right." Seeing Nan Xin's insistence, Su Qinghan had no choice but to agree, but Nan Xin chose a few more clothes before entering the fitting room.
Looking at those clothes in Nan Xin's eyes that would not tolerate rejection, Su Qinghan comforted himself, "It doesn't cost anything to try.
If my husband likes it, it's not impossible to buy one.
But you have to pay for it yourself.
My husband is just a freshman in college and there will be a lot of expenses to be paid for."
Su Qinghan made up his mind and started to change his clothes.
After changing clothes, Su Qinghan walked out of the fitting room and came to Nan Xin. "Honey, does this look good?" Not only Nan Xin was surprised, but other girls shopping around couldn't help but take a second look. After a moment, Nan Xin replied, "It looks good."
Su Qinghan was wearing a goose yellow dress suit. The bright yellow color brought out Su Qinghan's fairer skin. Many female customers around pointed at the clothes Su Qinghan was wearing and wanted to buy the same ones. The saleslady didn't expect that she sold several pieces of clothing in a row without even saying a word. Su Qinghan changed several sets of clothes in succession, and he was able to sell several pieces of each style.
Nan Xin watched with a smile on his face.
At this time, an uncle came to Nanxin and asked him with a smile,
"Brother, you are not married yet. How did you know that?" Nan Xin was a little shocked by the uncle's sudden question.
This uncle can even tell whether he is married or not, he is so smart. Just like when I was young, full of energy.
"So what's it like when you get married?" Nan Xin asked with a smile.
"That's all." Then the uncle pointed at the couple next to him. The woman held the dress and asked her husband if it looked good. The man was busy playing the game in his hands and didn't even look up.
He just said it looked good. Nan Xin was slightly stunned. So this is what the uncle meant. "Honey, how about this one?" Su Qinghan came out and asked Nan Xin.
"Brother, you can definitely last longer than us,"
the uncle said to Nan Xin in his ear and left. Su Qinghan came to Nan Xin, looked at the uncle's back as he left, and asked with his head tilted. "Honey, who is that person?"
"A passerby."
Nan Xin answered, and then praised Su Qinghan, "Wife, you have a good figure and you look good in anything you wear."
When Su Qinghan heard about the good figure, she thought of the scene of them two in the hotel and her face immediately blushed.
It seems that he was really seen through. "Ma'am, these clothes you tried on really suit your temperament. And when you try it on, many customers want to buy the same thing.
If you are willing to buy, we can give you a 12% discount."
Looking at the price on the tag, Su Qinghan shook his head. It would still cost several thousand even after the discount.
So Su Qinghan went back to the fitting room and changed back into his own clothes.
The salesperson thought the deal was gone, but unexpectedly he heard Nan Xin's voice.
"I have to pack up all the clothes my wife tries on."
Chapter 27. Do you have any expensive jewelry in your store? Okay, sir, please wait a moment.
The salesperson quickly packed up the clothes that Su Qinghan had tried on. After Su Qinghan changed her clothes and came out, she heard the salesperson's envious voice.
"Ma'am, your husband is so kind to you. He has already packed up all the clothes you tried on."
"What?
Su Qinghan was not surprised but angrily ran to Nan Xian's side after hearing the news, pulled his arm and whispered in his ear, "Hubby, why did you buy so many clothes? They are very expensive. You can't spend the living expenses that your uncle and aunt gave you like this. You'd better quit, otherwise I'll be angry." Su Qinghan pretended to turn his head away, ready to ignore Nan Xian.
Looking at the thoughtful Su Qinghan, Nan Xian felt that he must have saved the galaxy in his previous life to have met such a good girl.
Nan Xian held Su Qinghan's arms and said gently, "Wife, I made some investments myself. These are all earned by myself. I didn't spend the living expenses given to me by my mom and dad." "Really?" Su Qinghan looked at Nan Xian with his big eyes. "Yeah." Nan Xian nodded. Su Qinghan has known Nan Xian since childhood, and he didn't look like he was lying just now. "I believe you, husband. Don't buy such expensive things next time."
Su Qinghan felt distressed when she saw the prices on the clothes, but she was still very happy.
"I got it." Nan Xian touched Su Qinghan's little head and nodded. "We'll talk about it next time. Anyway, I must give my wife the best."
This is what Nanshin thinks in his heart.
The salesperson handed the packed clothes to Nan Xian. "Sir, the clothes have been packed. Welcome to come next time." Nan Xian nodded and pulled Su Qinghan out.
After coming out, Su Qinghan felt a little painful when he saw the amount on the receipt.
"Honey, how many bags of spicy noodles should I buy?"
"Little fool, money is earned, not saved. Only if you spend more can your husband earn more."
Nan Xian said lovingly. "Oh." Su Qinghan nodded. She believed what Nan Xian said. Nan Xian looked at the clothes in his hand.
He bought so many clothes for less than 150,000 yuan. It seems that he needs to speed up his shopping. After turning the corner, Nan Xian saw a jewelry store called Tofu Jewelry Store.
The decoration outside looked quite grand, so he took Su Qinghan's hand and walked into the store. Thinking about what Nan Xian had just said, Su Qinghan did not refute, but followed Nan Xian obediently. "Hello, both of you. If you need anything, I can introduce it to you."
Seeing Nan Xian holding a bag of luxury goods in his hand, the staff became more enthusiastic.
"Let's just take a look." Nan Xian said straight to the point, mainly because he was worried that his wife would not be used to it.
The salesperson nodded knowingly upon hearing the answer, and walked behind the two men to wait to be called.
"Wife, this earring is very beautiful. Why don't you try it?" Nan Xian said, pointing to a pair of diamond earrings. "Yeah." Su Qinghan nodded in agreement. Nan Xian had a good eye, and Su Qinghan liked everything he recommended.
Nan Xian turned around and said to the salesperson behind him, "Take this out and have a look."
"Okay."
The salesperson trotted to the cabinet, opened it with the key, took out the earrings chosen by Nan Xian, and placed them in front of the two of them. Just as the salesperson was about to introduce this pair of earrings, Nan Xian's voice was heard, "It's very good, pack it up."
"Oh, okay." Surprised, the salesperson responded quickly. Watching Nan Xian's operation, Su Qinghan was about to say something when he heard Nan Xian say, "Wife, if you don't want it, do you want me to buy it and give it to another girl?" "Husband, you dare, and besides, I didn't say no." Su Qinghan said hurriedly, fearing that Nan Xian would give her to someone else.
Nan Xian was also thinking in his heart, "Don't reason with girls, provocation is the most effective method for girls." Just when Nan Xian was feeling proud, he saw Su Qinghan staring at him with sharp eyes. "Tell me, which girl are you going to give it to besides me?" "I'm just kidding, honey, don't take it seriously. Isn't this what Nan Xian calls shooting himself in the foot?" While the two were talking, the salesperson had already packed the earrings. "Do you have any slightly more expensive jewelry in your store?" While Su Qinghan's attention was on the earrings, Nan Xian asked the salesperson in a low voice. "Yes, I'll take you there." The salesperson was happiest to hear such words. If the deal was successful, she would get a considerable commission. Then Nan Xian pulled Su Qinghan to follow. When we arrived at the necklace area, there were quite a few men and women who were attracted there, mainly girlfriends who couldn't bear to leave after seeing the necklaces.
"How much is this necklace?"
On the right side of Nan Xian and Su Qinghan, a young couple pointed at the necklace in front of the display stand and asked,
"Ma'am, sir, this necklace is a sapphire necklace. It's worth $698,420.
The salesperson replied with a smile.
"What?
It's close to 700,000.
You might as well just rob the money."
After hearing that, the man started to curse, and the woman was obviously stunned after hearing that.
After all, who would be willing to buy a necklace worth 700,000? And it's so unsafe to wear this thing around your neck. Nan Xin looked at the necklace and asked Su Qinghan, "Wife, do you like that necklace?" "It's okay, but I think it's not as nice as the necklace next to it." Su Qinghan said it without warning, and Nan Xin said to the salesperson, "Take out this ruby necklace, let's try it on." "Please wait a moment.
I'll go get our store manager," the salesperson said excitedly. For jewelry worth more than 800,000 yuan, the salesperson does not have the authority to provide service, and only the store manager can provide service in person.
Seeing this, Su Qinghan felt something was wrong. He felt as if he had made a wrong decision, and the value of the option chain was far greater than the necklace next to it. "Honey, that necklace is quite expensive, let's run away," Su Qinghan said in a low voice.
"Look, are they trying to force you to buy something?"
Nan Xin said very easily. If he didn't say that, Su Qinghan would definitely drag him away. He knew this little girl very well. "Well, let's go after we finish watching."
Su Qinghan thought for a moment and replied, and she also wanted to take out the necklace and take a closer look. When the people around heard that the necklace needed the store manager to operate, they became curious and they also wanted to see it for themselves. After a while, a woman in a business suit and high heels came over. She looked like the manager of the store.
"Sir, madam, would you like to try on this necklace?" The woman looked at Nan Xin and Su Qinghan and asked with a smile. "Yeah." Nan Xin nodded.
Then the store manager took out a special key from his pocket, opened the counter, and placed the necklace and the box on the glass. "Sir, this necklace is called Star of Love and was designed by the internationally renowned designer Ms. Zhanglan. And this necklace is one of the limited editions of Tofu jewelry, and the price is 850,000. It is inlaid with rubies of extremely high quality."
Chapter 28. Don't guess, I'm tired from carrying too many things.
The store manager explained to Nan Xin and the other person wearing white gloves. When the people around saw the ruby necklace being taken out, they immediately gathered around.
"This necklace is so beautiful. It's just too expensive. I want to try it, too." They won't buy a necklace worth over 800,000 yuan, right?
That's the equivalent of the price of a house in a third or fourth tier city. I envy that girl, she found a boyfriend who is both handsome and rich. Looking at how young they are, I don't think they will buy anything.
Don't think that just because you can afford a few brand name items, you can afford jewelry. Everyone was talking in low voices in the back. The store manager has already put the necklace around Su Qinghan's neck.
Su Qinghan was naturally beautiful, with her fair skin, slender swan neck, and ruby necklace. She looked even more noble.
"Honey, does it look good?" "It looks good."
Only after looking at Su Qinghan did Nan Xin fully understand the truth that clothes make the man.
Swipe the card. Nan Xin looked at Su Qinghan's pleased expression and immediately said to the store manager. Since the necklace suits Su Qinghan very well, Nan Xin naturally wants to buy it. "Okay. Okay."
The store manager was also stunned after hearing this.
"It was sold out right away?" "It was incredible.
In all the years she has been in the industry, the man in front of her is definitely the fastest one to buy a diamond." After the store manager left, Su Qinghan said coquettishly, "Honey, this necklace costs more than 800,000 yuan.
You just bought it when you said so? You have to bargain even when buying cabbage." "It's okay, it's not expensive and great value for money." Su Qinghan almost fainted when he heard what Nan Xin said. This is great value for money? There is still more than 800,000 yuan. Where did Nanxing get the money?
Su Qinghan looked around and saw that everyone around her had left.
She asked Nan Xin seriously, "Husband, tell me the truth, did you do anything illegal this morning?" "No, wife." Nan Xin was a little puzzled as to why his wife said that.
Including the money spent on clothes and necklaces, it's nearly 1 million.
Where did this money come from?
Su Qinghan became more and more excited as he spoke, fearing that Nan Xin would go astray. "I studied finance, and I made all this money from stock trading."
Nan Xin found a perfect excuse with a quick glance.
1 million was indeed a huge sum of money for Nan Xin, so it was normal for Su Qinghan to be suspicious.
"Okay, I believe my husband." Su Qinghan nodded.
She knew that stock trading could make a lot of money, but it could also lose a lot of money, so she told Nan Xin, "Husband, small stock trading can make you happy, but big stock trading can hurt your body."
Wife, I get it. Nan Xin replied seriously. He really didn't want to touch the stock market. Whoever wants to be the can be the one. After a while, the store manager came over with the POS machine and the receipt. Sir, the pair of earrings you just bought are a gift from us. You only need to pay $840,000. The store manager said politely. $10,000 earrings are nothing. Keeping Nanshin as a big customer is the most important thing. Well, okay. Nan Xin handed over the card. Note, the system will directly punch in the card for 1 million, and the total reward is 2 million if you spend it all. Sir, would you like me to wrap up your card and necklace? The store manager asked, looking at the jewel necklace on Su Qinghan's neck. No. Nan Xin had no intention of letting Su Qinghan take it off when he bought the necklace. Sir, this is my business card. My name is Guanya. If you have any questions about the necklace, you can contact me at any time. Yeah. Nan Xin responded and pulled Su Qinghan away. At the same time, a girl in the store stared at Nan Xin's back in a daze. Jingjing, do you know the boy who bought the necklace just now? Oh, he's my high school classmate. I didn't expect your classmate to be so rich and handsome. Hey, why didn't you make a move earlier? It's a pity that he already has a girlfriend. Su Jing's roommates were filled with emotion, and even Su Jing felt indescribable sadness in her heart. She remembered that Nanshin was just an ordinary family. How could they suddenly become so rich? If she had known at the time, it would be her who was wearing the jewel necklace. At this time, the salesperson came over and took out the sterling silver necklace that Su Jing and her partner had chosen from the cabinet. You too, this is the sterling silver necklace you wanted to try on. It's the most cost-effective to buy this necklace now. It usually sells for 500 yuan, but today it's half price and only costs 250 yuan. The salesperson said with a smile. Jingjing, this is quite a bargain. The roommate held the necklace in front of the mirror and gestured at it, while Su Jing looked at the sterling silver necklace thoughtfully. Fei, you buy this. I suddenly don't like it anymore. Thinking about the ruby necklace that Su Qinghan had just worn and then looking at the sterling silver necklace in front of her, Su Jing felt very uncomfortable. Now she regrets it. After walking out of the jewelry store, Su Qinghan touched the necklace on her neck and always felt it was not safe. Hubby, let's pack up the necklace. It's okay, honey, just wear it with confidence. I'll protect you. Don't, if the necklace gets stolen, don't worry about me, the necklace is the most important. Su Qinghan raised his little head and thought. After hearing this, Nan Xin slapped Su Qinghan on the head and said, Silly wife, of course you are more important. Looking at his silly wife, Nan Xin smiled helplessly. Come on, let's go back to school. Su Qinghan took Nanshin's arm and they took a taxi back to school. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Su Qinghan was carrying the clothes that Nan Xin bought for her. Wife, go back quickly. Then I'm leaving, bye, husband. Su Qinghan kissed Nan Xin and quickly ran back to the dormitory building. Nan Xin looked at Su Qinghan's shy appearance, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I didn't expect my wife is still so shy. Nan Xin smiled and yawned as he walked back to the dormitory. He didn't sleep the whole night yesterday, and accompanied Su Qinghan shopping in the afternoon. If it weren't for Nan Xin's improved physique and his kung fu skills, he would have collapsed long ago. Ding dee. Thinking that Su Qinghan had arrived at the dormitory, Nan Xin took out his cell phone to check, and it turned out to be a message from Su Jing. Nanshin, do you have time to have dinner together? Looking at the message, Nanshin added Su Jing to the blacklist without thinking. It wasn't because he wanted revenge after being rejected, but mainly because he was afraid that Su Qinghan would misunderstand him. After finishing everything, Nan Xin quickly walked back to the dormitory. Now he wanted to lie down on the bed and have a good sleep. Su Qinghan carried the clothes that Nan had just bought and went up to the third floor. She pushed open the dormitory door and quickly sat on the chair. After taking a break, Su Qinghan gulped down a large glass of water. At this time, Guo Rong and Sun Yu were playing King of Glory together. Seeing Su Qinghan panting, they hurriedly asked, Qinghan, are you okay? Why are you so tired? Huh, is that possible? Sun Yu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Looking at Sun Yu's bitter expression, Su Qinghan knew that she was definitely overthinking it. Don't guess, he's just tired from carrying too many things. Chapter 29. My husband is really talented and has many talents. We must protect him well.
It was only then that Sun Yu and Guo Rong noticed the pile of shopping bags at Su Qinghan's feet. Sun Yu, who came from a wealthy family, could immediately tell that they were all famous brands, but what caught her eyes the most was the ruby on Su Qinghan's neck.
Qinghan, the ruby on your neck is so beautiful, where did you buy it? At a roadside stall.
Su Qinghan said casually. If they knew that this necklace was so expensive, they would be furious.
It looks so real. Please buy me one next time you see me. And me. Guo Rong also answered.
Looking at the two people's eyes shining with gold, Su Qinghan was speechless. It's all my stinky husband's fault. Why did he buy such expensive jewelry for no reason?
Nan Xin sneezed suddenly when he returned to the dormitory. Am I catching a cold?
He didn't think much about it and fell asleep. The other three people in the dormitory played games all night last night and are now also sleeping soundly.
If Nan Xin wasn't so sleepy, he wouldn't have been able to fall asleep with such loud snoring.
The next day, military training life began again. Sun Baofa and two other people in the dormitory pulled Nan Xin aside and forced him to confess through words and actions.
Brother Nan, why didn't you come back last night? The three of them looked so naive that if you didn't know them, you would think they were some old ladies gossiping at the entrance of the village. The internet cafe is open all night. These guys don't keep their mouths shut, so Nan Xin just made up an excuse. TSK, I thought you were spending the night with senior sister Su. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Nan Xin said seriously. I know. Several people answered with a smile. Time passed day by day and the military training was soon over. Sun Baofa lazily lay on the bed and said happily, it's great that we don't have to go through military training.
Brothers, let's go to the bar tonight to broaden your horizons.
It's my treat. Brother Fa is awesome.
Lu Bin and Zhang Hao said happily. They had never been to a bar in their lives and didn't know what kind of place it was.
You guys go, I won't go. Nan Xin shook her cell phone.
She and Su Qinghan had an appointment in the evening, and teacher Lu Qin was organizing rehearsals for the welcome party.
Everyone is used to it, since Nan Xin always puts women before friends. In the evening, Nan Xin came to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory.
Su Qinghan was wearing a French black dress and a pair of white low-heeled sandals.
Hubby, you must have been waiting for me for a long time. No, not long.
Seeing Su Qinghan dressed up, Nan Xin thought it would be worth it no matter how long he had to wait.
Come on, I'll take you to the school activity room. Aha! Nan Xin was all smiles as Su Qinghan put his arm around him.
At this time, the boys in the school activity room arrived the fastest. They knew that they would be able to see Su Qinghan today, so they came earlier than anyone else.
School beauty Su will be here soon. Look, my hair is in good shape. With your condition, you'd better not scare the senior sister. Senior is mine, you don't deserve it. Stop arguing, senior sister Su is here.
When Su Qinghan walked into the school activity room holding Nan Xion's arm, all the men in the room dropped their jaws.
Who is that man? Why is the senior sister holding his arm? Apart from being taller and more handsome, there's nothing about him that's better than me. Ah, my senior sister Su. Nan Xian looked at the hostile expressions of those people and couldn't help wondering, why are they looking at me? They really have nothing to do. Su Qinghan pulled Nan Xian past the group of men and came to Lu Qin's side. Teacher Lu Qin, this is Nanxin, the student who sang my deskmate on the playground. Hello, Teacher Lu Qin. Nan Xian also greeted her sensibly.
Hearing this, Lu Qin raised her head and looked at him. Hello, I didn't expect that the young man is so handsome. After seeing Nan Xian's appearance, Lu Qin became more confident that she could organize this welcome party well.
Nan Xian smiled slightly.
At this time, all the people had arrived and Lu Qin walked onto the stage. Dear students, I am honored that you have submitted your performances, but the school stipulates that the number of programs cannot exceed 30. So tonight is a talent competition, so please give it your all. After Lu Qin finished speaking, she took one last look at Nanxin. In her opinion, Nanxin would definitely be shortlisted. Su Qinghan had not expected something like this to happen this year.
She tilted her head and said to Nan Xian, Hubby, don't worry. I believe you.
Well, of course.
Nan Xian smiled confidently, also to prevent Su Qinghan from worrying.
As for Su Qinghan, since he is the host, he doesn't need to participate in the competition.
The classmates performed one after another.
Finally, it was Nanxin's turn to perform.
Su Qinghan cheered him on from the side. When the male classmates saw Nanshin, they all looked at him with disdain. Most of them are students from art colleges, so they naturally look down on those outsiders. You are not a student of the music school, but you come here to embarrass yourself. You really don't know your own weight. I think he got in through the back door. Senior sister Sue must have fought for him to get the opportunity. Hey, don't you think he looks like the guy singing on the campus forum? How could it be such a coincidence? Nan Xian looked at Su Qinghan's temples blown by the wind and suddenly thought of a song. I came to the boy who was singing with his guitar and said, "Classmate, can I use your guitar?" "Sure." The boy agreed very generously. As a top student at the music conservatory, he was confident in his guitar playing and singing. If the other party borrowed his guitar at this time, wouldn't it be like asking for his life? The song I'm going to sing is The Wind Blows. Nan Xian introduced while holding a guitar, his eyes finally resting on Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan only had Nan Xian in her eyes. The last time she saw Nan Xian was on the computer, and this time she saw him in person. She was so happy. The school activity room is equipped with a complete set of singing equipment. When the prelude sounded, Nan Xian began to sing while playing the guitar. We stopped and walked along the way, following the traces of the boys drifting. I was a little hesitant the moment before I stepped out of the station. I can't help but laugh at the fact that I can't avoid feeling homesick. And the sky in Nagano is still as warm as before. The boys who were there to laugh at the joke were stunned for a moment. The singing and guitar playing were impeccable, they were even intoxicated by it. Now they no longer had the face to judge Nanshin, and the boy who had just borrowed Nanshin's guitar had already hidden away in shame. The guitar playing he just did was child's play in front of Nan Xian. Lu Qin couldn't help but nod when she saw Nan Xian playing and singing. I didn't expect this boy to play the guitar so well. It's really a waste of his talent to go to the finance department. When Su Qinghan saw Nan Xian singing with all his heart, she instantly turned into a little fangirl. She took out her cell phone to take a picture of Nan Xian singing. Hey, my husband is so talented, we have to protect him well. Chapter 30 The Power of Bajiquan. When I first came to know this world, I was so lost in it that the horizon seemed to be right before my eyes. I am willing to go through fire and water to walk through it again. Now I have walked through all the wanderings in this world and turned over the different phases of time. I was caught off guard by your smile. I was unable to extricate myself from the vastness of the world and indulged in my dreams, unable to tell the truth from the false. Without struggle, without fear of ridicule, I once turned my youth into her, and played the summer with my fingertips. Let your heart take you wherever it takes you. The melodious music impressed all the audience present, and Su Qinghan did not expect that Nan Xian's singing could be so beautiful. It's a pity that I didn't listen to it live last time. When the song ended, thunderous applause broke out in the school activity room. Those boys who were hostile to Nanshin also admired her very much. Su Qinghan ran over excitedly and jumped onto Nan Xian's body. "Hubby, you are so awesome. It's all because of you cheering me on." Nan Xian touched Su Qinghan's head lovingly. People around them had already noticed that the relationship between the two was unusual, but the word husband shocked everyone present. What? School beauty Sue actually called that guy husband? My goddess, how could you abandon me? It should be said that the two of them are quite compatible. From today on, I'm a fan of both of them. Ahem. Lu Qin coughed awkwardly a few times while watching the two of them hugging each other. She thought to herself, I didn't expect Qinghan to be a cold outside but warm inside type. But the two of them are still a good match. After hearing the voice, Su Qinghan jumped down shyly, but Nan Xian held Su Qinghan's hand tightly and did not let go. Okay, Nanshin is shortlisted, and 30 programs have been selected. Rehearsal will begin at 6 p.m. next Monday. Let's disband. Lu Qin shouted to everyone. Just as Nan Xian was about to pull Su Qinghan away, Lu Qin stopped them. Nanshin, be nice to Qinghan. Su Qinghan has outstanding ability to handle affairs and is liked by all the teachers, so Lu Qin asked Nanshin to do this. Don't worry, I will. Nan Xian looked at Su Qinghan with a firm look in his eyes. There were a lot of people on the playground, and from time to time the low moans of girls could be heard from the dark corners. Su Qinghan leaned on Nan Xian, feeling unhappy when thinking about what the teacher announced during class. Honey, we're going out for an internship in mid-November. Su Qinghan didn't expect the internship to come so soon. She wanted to spend more time with Nanshin and enjoy college life. How could it be so fast? Aren't we all seniors? Nan Xin was puzzled.
Normally, every school would do internship in the first half of the senior year, but Su Qinghan's class started a year earlier.
I don't know, anyway it's the school's decision. Su Qinghan said with a pout. It's okay, I'll pick you up when you get off work. Nan Xin was worried about his wife going home alone. Hee, then thank my husband first.
Su Qinghan immediately became happy when she heard that Nan Xin was going to pick her up. When the two were kissing passionately, the cell phone in Nanxin's pocket rang, and he was so angry that he wanted to curse. But when he saw that it was Sun Baofa calling, Nan Xin was suspicious. These roommates should be having a great time in the bar, why are they calling me?
Fearing that something might have happened, Nan Xin still patiently answered the call. Hey!
Your brother broke a bottle of my wine collection. Bring 20,000 in cash to the Moji bar to redeem him.
Okay, I'll be there right away.
Looking at Nan Xin's worried expression, Su Qinghan felt that something was going to happen.
Who's calling?
My roommates didn't bring enough money to go to the bar, so I'm going to give it to them.
Nan Xin didn't tell the truth because he was afraid Su Qinghan would worry. Then I'll go with you. Goodbye, you should go back to the dormitory first.
Seeing Su Qinghan's indifferent look, Nan Xin had no choice but to agree to take her with him. First he went to the ATM to withdraw 20,000 yuan, and then dragged Su Qinghan to the MOG bar. When I walked in, I saw 5 or 6 thugs and 3 roommates with bruises on their faces.
Brother Nan, please save us. Behave yourself. One of the minions yelled at them. Nan Xin looked at the few people and signaled them not to worry.
Then, the young man with tattoos on his arms and dyed yellow hair who was sitting on the chair spoke.
Did you bring the money? I brought it. Nan Xin showed the 20,000 yuan in cash in his hand.
One hand hands over the money, the other hand hands over the person.
No problem.
The yellow-haired man gestured, and his men sent Sun Baofa and a few others over.
After the exchange, Nan Xin hurriedly asked, You are not seriously injured, right? The 3 people shook their heads. What happened?
When the other party said on the phone that the wine was spoiled, Nan Xin naturally didn't believe it. At this time, Zhang Hao stood up and explained, We didn't damage their wine at all. They were deliberately blackmailing us.
The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Nan Xin learned about the situation and thought that the other party must be a repeat offender judging from his appearance. He frowned and came up with a plan. Do you want to fight back?
If the other side didn't have so many people, Sun Bao would not necessarily suffer a loss if he sent a few.
Think about it, Brother Nan, what do you say we should do?
Sun Baofa's eyes sparkled. It was he who proposed going to the bar, so he definitely wanted to take revenge.
Su Qinghan watched the battle plans of several people from the side. He believed that Nan Xin was a sensible person.
At the same time, a familiar prompt sound came in Nan Xin's mind.
Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Sign-in location, Moji Bar. Sign-in reward, invest in the company. Are you interested in investing in a company? The system is to cultivate business tycoons. Nan Xin no longer thought about the company's affairs, and a few people followed Huang Mo and his group to a small alley.
As a result, I saw a few yellow-haired guys surrounding a girl who had just got off work. The yellow-haired guy said with a lewd look, Sister, play with us guys for a while? Go away, or I'll call for help. You can shout, but no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. After saying that, the yellow-haired man stretched out his evil hand.
Stop! Nan Xin shouted loudly. I wanted to carry out the battle plan, but I had to save the girl. In fact, Nanxing could defeat them all by himself, but he mainly wanted his roommates to have some sense of participation. After all, they also needed to vent. It's you guys, mind your own business. Are you tired of living? Huang Mao lit a cigarette and said viciously. Boss, let us take care of this ignorant guy. Hubby, be careful. Su Qinghan advised, feeling a little worried. Nan Xin nodded and thought, Today I will test the power of Bajiquan on you. As he was speaking, Nan Xin knocked those men down with a knee strike.
With just one move, the opponents were already in so much pain that they couldn't stand up. At this time, Huang Mao was still puffing out smoke and saying, Save some breath. Is it to leave you some breath? Nan Xin came up to the yellow-haired man and said sarcastically. You, how did you get here? Nan Xin suddenly appeared, staring the yellow-haired guy.
Chapter 31. My daughter, please come back soon, Auntie is going to close the door.
When Huang Mao saw those little followers lying on the ground, he was so scared that he peed his pants. He usually bullies the weak and fears the strong, but today when he met a tough guy, he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Brother, ancestor, I don't want the 20,000 yuan anymore, I'll give it all to you.
Please spare us.
Huang Mao handed 20,000 yuan to Nanxin.
You guys decide. Nan Xin and his roommates said.
Seeing that they could take revenge, Sun Baofa and his men got excited and rubbed their hands together. They punched the yellow-haired man one by one, and they would beat him into a pig's head to feel relieved. After a while, the yellow-haired men stood in a row with bruised faces and noses.
Master, your friend is no longer angry, can we go now?
The yellow-haired man asked in a low voice.
Has she calmed down? Nan Xin looked at the woman who was surrounded while speaking.
Huang Mao immediately understood what Nanxin meant, and quickly stepped forward to apologize and ask for the woman's forgiveness.
You guys go.
The woman replied.
After hearing the answer, Huang Mao and his companions asked Nanxin with a smile, Master, shall we go now? Wait, 20,000 yuan is your medical expenses.
If you value your life, find a proper job.
Nan Xin threw the money over and looked at the few people who had not made irreparable mistakes, and gave them instructions. Okay, I see. Thank you, sir.
After getting the money, Huang Mao and his men left quickly for fear that Nanxin would regret it. When they arrived at a safe place, Huang Mao took out 20,000 yuan and divided it among his brothers.
The little follower was immediately confused when he saw this. Boss, what are you doing? Don't call me boss. This money is for our separation.
I plan to retire from the extortion business.
Huang Mao's legs went weak when he thought of Nan Xin. If nothing unexpected happened, Nan Xin would be the nightmare of his life. In Huang Mao's opinion, money is more important than life. To be honest, the little followers were also scared.
Seeing that their boss had quit, they also decided not to do this job.
Boss, we don't want to listen to you and we won't do this anymore. How about we open a small shop? Hot pot or barbecue will do. One of the younger brothers said, touching his chin. Idiot, how much does it cost to open a store?
When Huang Mao heard this, he felt that his younger brother was not very smart.
If he had that much money, would he come out to blackmail people? Hey, I have it.
The younger brother said happily, his family is rich and he has watched too many Hong Kong gangster movies, so he came out to be a younger brother to experience life.
Brothers, beat him up for me.
The yellow-haired man called his little followers and jokingly taught the little brother a lesson.
His family conditions were so good, why didn't you tell him earlier?
On the other side, the girls who were surrounded were still a little frightened.
As a woman, Su Qinghan quickly went over to support him and asked with concern, Are you okay? No. It's okay. Thank you for what happened just now.
The girl was very grateful in her heart, and there was a hint of admiration in her eyes when she looked at Nan Xin.
If only she had that skill. Where do you live? Let us take you back.
It was almost 10 o'clock now, and Su Qinghan was worried that it was not safe for the girl to go home, so he asked.
I'm a student at Magic City University. I'll be there after passing this alley.
That's perfect.
We are all students of Shanghai University. Let's go together. Su Qinghan said happily.
So the two girls walked in front and the four flower protectors walked behind.
Brother Nan, you are so good at fighting. Can you teach us a few moves later?
Especially since you taught us how to subdue those thugs. From now on, you will be our master, and we will be your apprentices.
It's not a loss for you to have 3 apprentices at once. Lu Bin said happily.
No, calling me master is not as easy as calling me dad.
Nan Xin looked at them meaningfully.
He thought they would give up, but he didn't expect. Dad's several roommates called out shamelessly, which made Nanxin feel sick. When they arrived at the school gate, the woman looked back and smiled and said, Thank you for today.
I am Kai Hong, a senior student. Can I treat you to dinner tomorrow night?
Of course Kai Hong had to express her gratitude when someone rescued her. You are our senior, so you don't need to eat.
Nan Xin waved his hand and said, and the others meant the same thing.
Senior, please don't be polite with us.
Why don't you leave us your contact information? Sun Baofa stared at Kai Hong all the way.
Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Sun Baofa was interested in her.
Okay. Kai Hong thought about it and agreed.
When Sun Baofa found out that Kai Hong agreed, he was overjoyed. After saying hello to a few people, Kai Hong left. Hey, brother Fa, everyone has gone far away, quickly wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth.
Zhang Hao teased Sun Baofa. By the time Sun Baofa reacted, Zhang Hao had already run far away.
Su Qinghan was still beside Nanxin, and several roommates tactfully walked away, as they knew very well that being a third wheel would be disliked. Looking at the figures of several people running away, Nan Xin smiled.
Su Qinghan looked at Nan Xin with scrutiny. Husband, when did you become so powerful? You can knock someone down just by going up to him.
I remember you were very fast when you were fighting when you were little. I was just telling you, if you go and challenge 10 kids on the other side, I'll be the last one to run away.
Su Qinghan scratched his head awkwardly. Was I so stubborn when I was a kid?
Nan Xin looked at Su Qinghan in a daze, and felt a touch of warmth in his heart. In fact, he was bullied when he was a child, and Su Qinghan is seeking justice for himself. While the two were flirting, the security guard closed the school gate.
It was already 10:30.
I have to say that the security guard was really punctual.
Seeing this, Su Qinghan quickly pulled Nan Xin towards the school gate, and Nan Xin was forced to follow with a confused look on his face.
Arriving at the school gate, Su Qinghan said with a smile, "Uncle, open the door, let's go out."
What door? The school gate. What are you laughing at?
Su Qinghan frowned slightly, and had never been so speechless before. It's okay, sir.
Okay. The old man said and walked into the duty room. Seeing this, Su Qinghan pouted and complained, Hubby, I think the old man did it on purpose. Nan Xin also nodded.
It turned out that Su Qinghan was so anxious because he wanted to take him out to live. I didn't expect that this little girl is so concerned about living outside.
This is a challenge to Nan Xin's resistance. At this point, Nan Xin could only comfort him. Uncle, you may have intermittent tinnitus. I will take you back to the dormitory. Oh. Su Qinghan lowered his head, obviously disappointed.
It seemed that he could only sleep with the big carrot in his arms tonight.
When they reached the dormitory building, Su Qinghan reluctantly held Nan Xin's hand and said, Honey, I'm leaving now. Well, let's go back. Nan Xin said with a smile, with reluctance in his eyes.
Su Qinghan still didn't let go of her hand. At this time, the dormitory aunt came out and said, My girl, come back quickly.
Auntie is going to close the door. I understand, Auntie. Su Qinghan's cheeks blushed slightly. She let go of Nan Xin's hand and quickly ran back to the dormitory.
Nan Xin looked at Su Qinghan's shy look, smiled and shook his head, and walked slowly back to the dormitory when he suddenly thought, the door of the boys' dormitory won't be closed.
Chapter 32 The Magical Operation of Falling Asleep in 1 Second. Qinghan, why are you back? Why not?
Sun Yu asked with a lecherous look. She originally thought that Su Qinghan would not come back tonight.
It's a rare day for us all to get together in the dormitory. Guo Rong looked at Lu Meiling and said. After hearing what Guo Rong said, Su Qinghan noticed that Lu Meiling was in the dormitory. Meiling, why don't you live outside? Don't mention it. We saw the security guard lock the door from a distance away, and then we came back. Lu Meiling got angry whenever she thought of that old man.
Last time, the two of them were just 2 steps away from going out, but the security guard refused to open the door.
Ha! You don't pay attention to the time too much. Su Qinghan held the words back.
If Lu Meiling knew that he was taking Nan Xin to live out, he would definitely laugh at him.
Qinghan, how are you getting along with Nanxin? Are you? Lu Meiling asked with a raised eyebrow. What's your problem? I don't know.
Su Qinghan's little face turned red and she immediately ran to the bed, fearing that they would dig into her questions. What happened that night was so embarrassing.
Su Qinghan covered herself with the quilt and sent a message to Nan Xin, Honey, have you reached the dormitory yet?
We're here.
Nan Xin begged and pleaded, and the dormitory supervisor finally opened the door for him.
Before leaving, he reminded him, Young man, you should pay attention to the time when you are in love. The dormitory closes at 10:35.
After hearing this, Nan Xin nodded quickly. Where do you want to go tomorrow? Nan Xin asked.
Su Qinghan was about to start her internship, so he decided to take her out for some fun. Su Qinghan became excited when she heard about going out to play. In the past few years, Lu Meiling has been with her boyfriend in college, and Sun Yu and Guo Rong are both veteran homebodies. Even if she wants to go out to play, she has no one to accompany her.
Su Qinghan thought for a long time and said, "Why don't we go to Disney? I've wanted to go there for a long time." Okay. Nan Xin will try his best to satisfy all his wife's requests. Go to sleep quickly.
We can set off tomorrow after waking up naturally. You will definitely be tired after a day of sightseeing tomorrow, Nan Xin advised. At this time, Su Qinghan was so sleepy that she could not even lift her eyelids. She felt that she had already replied to Nan Xin's message, so she put down her phone and fell asleep. But in fact, Su Qinghan replied in her heart, but did not type it and send it. Seeing that his wife did not send a message for a long time, Nan Xin knew that she had fallen asleep.
You're such a little fool.
You fell asleep so quickly.
Nanshi murmured lovingly. After washing up, Nan Xin lay on the bed and closed his eyes.
The image of Su Qinghan was all in his mind.
Fortunately, he did not go out, otherwise Nan Xin would definitely have been strong all night. The next morning, Nan Xin looked at the time on his mobile phone and it was already 8 o'clock. Nan Xin went to bed in the late night yesterday and wanted to continue sleeping, but the phone rang. Nan Xin sat up and answered the call impatiently. Then a mature man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Nan Xinan?" "Yes, I am." "Hello, Mr. Nan. I am Lin Yu, the president of Qingshin Investment Company. When will you have time to come over and sign the acquisition agreement?" "I'll be there in a minute. Please send me the address."
His sleep had been interrupted, so Nan Xin went straight to work.
Okay. Lin Yu hung up the phone, and the vice president next to him asked anxiously, "What did the new boss say?"
"He will be here soon, but he sounds a little impatient."
Lin Yu asked doubtfully. He couldn't figure it out and stopped thinking about it.
He quickly edited the message and sent it to Nan Xin. "Okay, let's prepare the materials quickly, otherwise today will be our last day at work."
Lin Yu sighed and said to the vice president next to him.
Thinking of Nan Xin coming to the company soon, Lin Yu felt worried. The main reason was that the company's business had been poor recently. Although it was still profitable, it was not much, otherwise the previous boss would not be willing to sell it.
Nan Xin looked at the address on the text message and quietly got out of bed to rest. Yesterday, these 3 guys in the dormitory played Honor of Kings until late at night.
They wanted to help Nanshin, but when they heard that Nanshin's rank was 50 stars in glory, they immediately abandoned Nanshin. The ranks of the 3 of them are 1 platinum and 2 diamond, so it is impossible for them to invite Nanshin to play ranked games. Originally I wanted to give Nanshinshou a wave, but I didn't expect to be defeated by Nanshinshou.
After packing, Nanshin took a taxi to Baiwa building and took the elevator to the 26th floor.
Lin Yu and a group of senior executives had been waiting at the elevator entrance for a long time.
When the door opened, they saw Nan Xin walking out. Looking at the young man in front of him, Lin Yu asked suspiciously, "Excuse me, are you Nan Xin?" "Yeah." Nan Xin nodded. Feeling that the other party still didn't believe him, Nan Xin asked, "How about I show you my ID card?" "No, no." Lin Yu waved his hand quickly, thinking to himself, the new boss is quite humorous. I hope he won't get mad later. "Mr. Nan, I'm Lin Yu." The two simply shook hands, and Lin Yu took Nan Xin to his office. There are at least 100 employees in the Qingshin Investment Company.
When they saw Lin Yu leading the new boss over, the female employees held their chins in their hands and acted like crazy.
"Is this the new boss of our company? Wow, so handsome, I like it so much. Look at how many people are younger than us and have become bosses."
It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others, and you'll throw away goods if you compare them with others.
When he arrived at the office, Nan Xin looked at the reports and revenue information on the table and couldn't help but look embarrassed. The company assigned by the system is really a scam.
The revenue in the first half of the year was less than 10 million, and several projects lost money.
Among them, Disney's project lost the most money.
Nanshin looked at the previous financial statements and found that Disney was able to make a profit of more than 5 million last year.
Why did it lose so much this year? Nan Xin threw the report on the table and asked seriously, "Boss Lin, what's going on with the Disney project? Why are there so many complaints? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation." "Mr. Nan, I just found out about this when I was calculating the project today." "Don't worry, I'll check it out right away."
Lin Yu's forehead was covered in sweat, fearing that Nan Xin would kick him out.
"Who was in charge of this project before?" Nan Xin asked, glancing at the people present. "Mr. Nan, it's my fault.
It's all my fault for poor supervision.
Zhang Zhendong immediately stepped forward and said apologetically.
As the vice president, you made such a big mistake at work. You should step down and let others take over.
Nan Xian shook his head and said dissatisfiedly. Mr. Nan, please give me a chance.
Zhang Zhendong begged for mercy while looking at Lin Yu, hoping that Lin Yu would plead for him. Lin Yu pleaded with Nan Xian because Zhang Zhendong was a company veteran. Boss Nan, Vice President Zhang is a company veteran, so give him a chance to make amends for his crime. This is just the first time, it won't happen again. Zhang Zhendong's crime was not so serious, so Nan Xian's action was just to make an example of him.
Chapter 33. The buns here are very small. I can eat one in one bite.
All the shares of the loss-making projects have been sold, and the Disney project will be rectified immediately.
I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer next time. Nan Xian used a snobbish eye to look at the Disney project and found that it was profitable.
It seemed that there was a problem with the company's management.
Moreover, Disney is the only project in which it has invested wholeheartedly and holds a 51% stake. After some restructuring, it can still be profitable.
In addition, any investment projects of the company must be approved by me, Nan Xian said with cold eyes. Qingxin Investment Company has many loss-making projects, so the previous boss decided to sell this hot potato.
Nan Xian felt better when he thought about the snobbery the system had given him before.
Now that he was there, the company had no loss-making projects. He picked up the pen and signed the acquisition contract.
After explaining the company's affairs clearly, Nan Xian turned and left.
Before leaving, he told Lin Yu to call him if there was anything concerning the company.
After personally seeing Nan Xian off, Lin Yu returned to the office and looked at Zhang Zhendong with anger in his eyes.
Zhendong, Disney's project needs to be rectified quickly, or we'll both have to pack up and leave next time.
Got it. I'll do it right away.
Zhang Zhendong quickly agreed, walked out of the office, took out his mobile phone and called his wife. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Zhendong said humbly, "Wife, Disney must make corrections, otherwise we are all doomed."
Oh, I get it. Look at how timid you are. You're such a loser. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up.
An impatient voice of a woman came from the other end of the phone.
It's okay. I'll hang up now. Remember to make the corrections.
Zhang Zhendong reminded his wife again and again, fearing that she would not do as he asked.
Okay, you're so nagging. The woman stopped listening to Zhang Zhendong's nagging and quickly hung up the phone.
On the other side of the Disney park, at a rest table next to the supermarket, 3 women and 1 man were playing mahjong. One of the men was wearing slippers, crossing his legs, holding a cigarette in his mouth and said, "Sister, is it my brother-in-law calling?"
"Yes, your brother-in-law is a loser.
He asked me to tidy up the park.
Now the park is pretty good." Dongfeng.
"Little chicken, my brother-in-law is just timid, so you have the final say."
"That's right. I said he would go east but he wouldn't dare go west." "Yes, Lan Xian did find a good husband, otherwise we wouldn't have such an easy job." "That's right."
The 2 middle-aged women beside him said flatteringly. They are all Hu Kersen's family members. As the director of Disney, the entire park is basically populated by her relatives. At this time, tourists in the scenic area came to the supermarket to buy something and shouted, "Boss, 2 bottles of mineral water, how much?"
20.
Hu Kersen's younger brother Hu Chang said 20 without even looking at it. That bottle was just ordinary mineral water, which only cost 1 yuan outside, but was sold for 10 yuan inside, which was truly a huge profit.
"Your water is too expensive. I'm going to complain to you."
The tourist cursed.
"Whatever."
Hu Chang didn't care, and then he drew a south wind. He said happily, "I won, I drew it by myself." The tourists were so angry when they saw the scene that they left immediately.
They would rather be thirsty than be taken advantage of. It was already past 10 o'clock when Nan Xian returned to school.
He waited in the girls' dormitory for a while and then Su Qinghan came down. Su Qinghan wore a white chiffon top, a khaki pleated skirt, and a pair of white canvas shoes. The sunlight shining on her was so dazzling. She trotted along, took Nan Xian's arm, raised her eyebrows coquettishly and said, "Hubby, I'm hungry."
"Little greedy cat, tell me, what do you want to eat?"
Seeing Su Qinghan acting coquettishly towards him, Nan Xian was powerless to resist. Steamed buns stuffed with pickled mustard greens. Su Qinghan tilted his head, drooling as he imagined the delicious little buns.
Okay, let's go. Nan Xian pulled Su Qinghan, and the two of them went straight to the Juawei Fresh Bao at the school gate.
It is neither morning nor noon, and there are very few customers in the bun shop.
Sitting in the bun shop, the boss, wearing a white hat and apron, asked enthusiastically, "What kind of buns do you want?"
Pickled mustard greens, man, give us 5 buns.
Nan Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "5 should be enough."
He thought the buns sold here were the same as those sold in his hometown, and each bun was about the size of a palm, but in fact, Nan Xian was overthinking. After hearing this, the boss paused and said nothing, then turned around to pick up the buns.
Su Qinghan frowned and looked at Nan Xian. "Hubby, 5 buns are only my rations. Can you finish it?" Nan Xian asked puzzledly.
Su Qinghan smiled and explained to Nan Xian, "The buns here are very small.
I can eat one in one bite."
At this moment, the owner of the bun shop brought 5 buns to the table.
Nan Xian was stunned when he saw the buns in front of him that were not even as big as a baby's fist. "This is so small. I can eat one in one bite. I'm not kidding you."
After saying that, Su Qinghan put the whole bun into his mouth without any image at all, mumbling, "It smells so good." Turning around, Nan Xian asked for 10 buns again. I have to say, the buns are delicious except that they are a little small. At this moment, a system prompt sound came from Nan Xian's head, which Nan Xian was no longer surprised by.
Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Sign-in location, Juawei Xianbao. Sign-in reward, 50 million investment funds.
Reward description, only applicable to investment projects of Qingxin Investment Company. The reward has been issued, and the funds are reasonable and legal. After the system prompt, 50 million yuan was deposited into Nanshin's bank card. I have to say that this reward came just in time. The funds from the sale of the loss-making projects plus the profits from the first half of the year are about 30 million.
Adding the 50 million just given by the system, I should be able to invest in a better project.
Now Nanshin is more and more confident in making Qingxin Company bigger and stronger. Burp. Su Qinghan quickly covered his mouth and squinted his eyes slightly. "I'm full, hee."
"Little fool, what should we do if we feel uncomfortable in our stomach after eating so much?" Nan Xian felt the blood rushing up and said angrily.
There were 3 buns left, and Su Qinghan ate them all for fear of wasting them.
Nan Xian tried to stop him but failed. Seeing that Nan Xian was thinking about her, Su Qinghan pursed her red lips and pulled Nan Xian's clothes to beg for mercy. "Husband, I was wrong. I promise I won't do this next time, okay?" Su Qinghan blinked his big eyes and shook Nan Xian's body.
Seeing this, Nan Xian scraped Su Qinghan's nose helplessly. "Next time you do this again, I will punish you."
"I know. I definitely won't." Seeing Nan Xian's frown slowly relax, Su Qinghan hooked the corners of Nan Xian's mouth with both hands. "Smile." Haha. Nan Xian smiled, which made Su Qinghan smile even more. "Hubby, I'm curious, how will you punish me?"
Su Qinghan did not play by the rules at all, which made Nan Xian stunned. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect his wife to take it to heart. After a pause, Nan Xian's eyes revealed a hint of cunning. "I told you to call me daddy." Chapter 34. The little cotton jacket is leaking. The two came to the bus stop and took bus number 13 directly to Disney. Since Shanghai University was the starting station, there were many seats when they got on the bus.
Su Qinghan pulled Nan Xian to sit in the window seat on the left side at the back.
When Su Qinghan set out today, she was carrying a small khaki school bag, which looked quite heavy. Nan Xian originally wanted to help her carry it, but Su Qinghan sternly refused. When Su Qinghan got on the bus, she took off her bag and placed it in front of herself, fearing that Nan Xian would open it and look at it.
Seeing Su Qinghan protecting her baby, Nan Xian was suspicious. "Wife, what on earth is in your school bag?" "It's a secret. You will know when the time comes." Su Qinghan blinked and said mysteriously. Su Qinghan didn't want to say, and Nan Xian didn't ask any more questions, but Su Qinghan's cheeks turned red when she thought about the things in the bag. It took about an hour by bus to get to Disneyland, and the empty bus became crowded. At this time, a pregnant mother came up with her daughter who was 4 or 5 years old. The pregnant woman's belly was very big. Nan Xian stood up and offered her seat. "Big sister, please sit here with me." "Okay, thank you, big brother."
The elder sister replied politely, and the younger girl said, "Thank you, brother."
Nan Xian smiled knowingly when he saw such a cute little girl. The little girl was not shy and said to Nan Xian with a bright and innocent voice, "Brother, your girlfriend is so beautiful." "Tong Tong, don't disturb your brother."
The eldest sister pretended to be angry and continued to say to the two, "My daughter is not shy, please don't be surprised."
It's okay.
The little girl is so cute, I like her very much, Su Qinghan said with a smile. Besides, the little girl was praising her, and she was so happy that she couldn't contain herself.
Tong Tong, come here, I'll give you something delicious.
Su Qinghan took out a candy from her bag and shook it in front of Tong Tong. Tong Tong glanced at her mother, nodded in agreement, and then ran into Su Qinghan's arms.
Thank you, sister. The little guy answered in a childish voice, and even Nan Xian was melted by Tong Tong's cuteness. The little guy sat on Su Qinghan's lap obediently, blinking his big eyes and said, "Sister, are you pregnant?" "I will be good. Brother is sister's husband, right? You two are a perfect match." The little guy was so innocent, but Su Qinghan and Nan Xian blushed a little. Looking at Tong Tong's well-behaved appearance, Nanshin couldn't help but think, are children nowadays so precocious? They know everything. Brother and sister don't have a baby yet, because brother hasn't proposed to sister yet. Su Qinghan said with a smile, then looked at Nan Xian and gave him a look that seemed to be a hint. This is also what Su Qinghan thought in her heart. Although they have only been together for a short time, Su Qinghan has long wanted to marry Nan Xian. Nan Xian was also surprised. Su Qinghan would actually say that. Was he blaming him for not proposing to her? "Brother, you have to work hard and try to marry me as soon as possible and give birth to a baby as cute as me," Tong Tong said, showing his little white teeth. "Brother knows." Nan Xian stroked Tong Tong's little head.
He really didn't expect that one day he would be forced to get married by a child.
Su Qinghan's plan succeeded, and a hint of cunning appeared in his eyes.
Tong Tong was really a great help. To thank her, Su Qinghan took out a few more candies from his bag.
"Thank you, sister. Tong Tong likes it very much. The little guy is very polite."
It seems that his elder sister has educated him well. Su Qinghan looked at the little guy tenderly. "You're welcome."
Nan Xian looked at Tong Tong and seemed to think that having a daughter would be a good idea.
After a while, Tong Tong and her mother arrived at the station. The little girl waved her hand and said, "Goodbye, brother and sister."
Nan Xian and Su Qinghan also waved their hands. Nan Xian returned to his seat. Su Qinghan whispered in Nan Xian's ear, "Hubby, it would be nice to have a daughter, right?" "Well, very good." Nan Xian nodded.
Looking at Su Qinghan's expression, Nan Xian felt that it was time to confront his mother.
There are 7 days of National Day holiday, so it's a good time to make an application. Nan Xian raised his eyebrows and asked Su Qinghan, "Wife, what are your plans for National Day?" "Okay, I'll listen to you," Su Qinghan answered with her chin supported. Anyway, she would go wherever Nan Xian went, perfectly embodying the principle of husband following wife. "Then let's go home." "Why are you going home?"
Su Qinghan asked with her little head tilted up.
At this moment, she suddenly thought of something and felt secretly happy. Is Nanshin going to tell his parents about our relationship?
When she thought of this, she wished she could go home right away.
The ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. Nan Xian said jokingly that it would be better for the man to bring up the matter of meeting the parents. "I'm not ugly." Su Qinghan rolled his eyes at Nan Xian, but he was very happy in his heart. "I'm a little excited about meeting them."
Although Su Qinghan knows Nanshin's parents, I'm still worried.
What gift should I give then? Should I call her auntie or mom? Seeing Su Qinghan's wild thoughts, Nan Xian comforted her, "Wife, don't worry. My parents can't wait for me to welcome you home." "Ah? Really?"
Su Qinghan was delighted, but he was worried when it came to Nan Xian.
Su Qinghan's father treated his daughter as his life.
If he knew that he had abducted his baby daughter from the other side, he would not have beaten Nan Xian.
"Honey, I'll talk to my dad for you. I'm sure he will agree." Su Qinghan thought that if her father beat Nan Xian up, she would ignore him.
If Mr. Su knew that the little cotton-padded jacket was leaking, he would be heartbroken.
Su Jidong, who was thousands of miles away, shivered suddenly. It was already autumn and the weather was getting colder. He took out a black coat nonchalantly, a little worried that his daughter would wear less for the sake of beauty as the season was changing. "Kai Feng, has your daughter called you these 2 days?" "No, what's the matter, Dad?"
Wang Kaifeng, who was still cooking in the kitchen, heard the voice and answered.
"It's okay. I'm just worried that my daughter will catch a cold due to the change of seasons."
I don't know what the child has been busy with recently. Normally, she would call home every 2 or 3 days, but it's been more than a week now.
Su Jidong sighed, his eyes full of loneliness. If you miss your daughter, just call her.
Wang Kaifeng said with a smile. Every time she missed her daughter, she would never call her herself.
Forget it. The child should be busy.
I heard from Hanan that she is also the president of the student union of her school.
We can't disturb her. Su Jidong also instructed his wife.
Okay, you're right.
Wan Kaifeng nodded and went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Su Jidong took out his mobile phone, opened his daughter's circle of friends and looked at the pictures she had posted before. Perhaps this would help him miss his daughter less. It hasn't even been 2 weeks since Su Qinghan left, and Su Jidong already misses his daughter. He is really a crazy doting daughter lover. Chapter 35. What are you doing? You kicked the boss out? Soon, Nan Xian and Su Qinghan arrived at Disneyland. Su Qinghan loved the pink castle and all kinds of anime characters. She excitedly pulled Nan Xian's arm and said, "Honey, let's take a picture. We have to post it on WeChat Moments when we get back." Okay. Nan Xian nodded with a smile and appeared in Su Qinghan's camera. Su Qinghan directly used the original camera to record this moment.
Any photo of the two of them, this talented man and beautiful woman, would be enough to outshine celebrities.
After buying the tickets, the two began their tour.
There were very few tourists along the way, which puzzled Su Qinghan. When I watched the video of Disneyland on short videos, it was packed with people. But now it is so deserted that there are even more floats than tourists.
This place is well built. Why are there so few people here on Saturday? Su Qinghan was confused. Even Nan Xian was a little puzzled, as this project should be very profitable.
Let's go, I'll take you to play Pirates of the Caribbean. When Su Qinghan heard something fun, her eyes lit up and she was extremely happy. She didn't worry about those messy things because Disney wasn't hers after all. Just when I was sightseeing, I heard complaints from tourists around me. Disney is getting worse and worse now, charging exorbitant fees for various projects.
Those employees are more arrogant than each other and look down on others in various ways.
I saw the complaints online and thought it was fake, but it turns out to be true.
I will never come here again.
I came here for entertainment, but I came back angry. After listening to what the tourists said, Nan Xian kept it in mind and went to Pirates of the Caribbean Park, where he handed the passes for both of them to the staff. The lady in the floral dress, with her ID card from the scenic spot, glanced at the ticket, then looked at the two people and said, "This item will be charged separately, 200 yuan per person, 400 yuan for the two of you.
Cash or scan the code? This is a pass for the scenic spot, and every project is free. Didn't you see it clearly, Auntie?"
Su Qinghan said with a frown.
It was obvious from the auntie's expression that she did it on purpose.
I said I would charge you, so what's the point of coming out to play if you don't have money?
The old lady rolled her eyes. Su Qinghan wanted to go forward and argue, but was stopped by Nan Xian, who then said to the aunt, "We will pay via WeChat."
Well, the young man is more sensible. The old lady's face-changing skills were as fast as those of Sichuan opera.
Then, the aunt took out a personal QR code, and the avatar on the QR code was the aunt herself.
There was a hint of coldness in Nan Xian's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. After entering, Su Qinghan tightly closed her lips and looked unhappy. "Hubby, that auntie is too much, she is really getting a bargain."
"We won't bother with such people." Nan Xian rubbed Su Qinghan's head and counseled him with a smile. After Nan Xian's lecture, Su Qinghan started to play happily. After all, the two of them spent 400 yuan. "Honey, this place is so beautiful. Take a picture for me." Su Qinghan handed the phone to Nan Xian and posed in various ways.
It was Nanxin's first time to take a photo of a girl, and he just stood there stupidly taking the photo. When Su Qinghan came over to appreciate the photos, her height of 1.68 meters was reduced to 1.5 meters by Nan Xian.
Su Qinghan looked at the photo, a hint of shock flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Husband, what do you think of your photo?" "It's fine. I like it anyway." Nan Xian was admiring the photos by himself.
In his eyes, his wife was the most beautiful.
But Su Qinghan didn't dare let Nan Xian take pictures, that would be a disaster scene. The time for fun passed quickly. We tried many activities in the afternoon and paid extra for each one. To the extent that Su Qinghan now regrets asking Nan Xian to come here for a visit. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the most anticipated light show began. Su Qinghan leaned on Nan Xian, ready to enjoy the fireworks in the sky.
At this time, many staff members appeared, each holding the small fireworks they played with during the new year and performing for everyone. I thought it was just an appetizer, but I didn't expect that this was the much anticipated fireworks show.
What kind of fireworks show is this? Are you making fun of us? This is too much of an insult.
The fireworks show in the promotional video was not like this.
We are going to report you.
Even Su Qinghan was put in their shoes. Honey, the boss of Disney is so wicked that he could even come up with such a dirty trick?
Nan Xian's face turned black. He was scolded for not doing anything. It was so unfair.
Honey, I'm going to make a phone call, you wait here.
Go ahead, you unscrupulous boss, give me back my hard-earned money.
Su Qinghan shouted more and more excitedly. Seeing the excitement at the scene, Hu Chang was frightened and he quickly called his sister to come over.
After a while, Hu Kersen came over wearing high heels and taking seductive steps. Sister, look at these people, they are making trouble, what should we do? Drive them out. There are so many of us, why are we afraid of these few people?
Hu Kersen didn't even look at them, for fear that these people would offend her eyes. As the director of the park, she would save money wherever she could and make more money wherever she could without hesitation. Now that Disneyland is almost bankrupt, she would make as much money as she can. On the other side, Lin Yu and several senior executives were working overtime in a meeting to discuss improvement measures for Disneyland. Lin Yu, who was talking big, became impatient when he heard his cell phone ringing. Who doesn't turn off their cell phone during a meeting?
Mr. Lin is yours. One of them reminded him.
Lin Yu picked up the phone irritably, and when he saw it was Nan Xian's call, he immediately asked everyone to be quiet. After adjusting his mood, Lin Yu answered the phone with a smile on his face. Boss Nan.
Bring the person in charge of the Disney project and the finance department to Disneyland, immediately. Nan Xian said, suppressing his anger. Okay, I'll be there right away.
Lin Yu nodded hurriedly. Hearing the boss's angry tone, Lin Yu realized the seriousness of the matter.
Calling Su Zhendong in the finance department, they rushed to Disneyland.
At this time, Su Zhendong's heart beat faster and he knew something had happened. His only hope now was that his wife would tidy up the park.
Baiwa Building is only 20 minutes away from Disneyland.
When they arrived at the entrance of the park, they saw a group of employees in work clothes driving away tourists.
Lin Yu spotted Nan Xian at a glance.
When Su Zhendong saw his wife and brother-in-law driving away the boss, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat.
Now the bigger question in his mind was why Nan Xian appeared here.
Lin Yu's forehead was covered with black lines.
He quickly ran forward and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? You actually kicked the boss out?" Chapter 36. Wife, do you like watching the fun so much?
The employees were frightened and stepped back when they heard this. They all looked at Hu Kersen.
Even Hu Chang pulled her arm and said, "Sister, he can't be the boss, right? What should we do?" Then Zhang Zhendong came over shamelessly, looked at Nan Xian and said, "This is the real boss of Disney. Put down what you have in your hands immediately."
Zhang Zhendong looked at Hu Kersen fiercely and said. Hu Kersen was about to call him husband, but when she saw the look in Zhang Zhendong's eyes, she immediately understood.
However, Nan Xian noticed this detail.
Looking at the scene of these people, Su Qinghan felt a little confused.
The boss of Disney is actually her husband? The point is that I scolded him? Nan Xian stroked Su Qinghan's head and told her not to think too much.
Nanxin then stood up and sincerely said to the tourists, "I'm sorry that due to inadequate management, you have a bad experience.
We are giving everyone free tickets, and you can come after the rectification." "Okay, young man, we believe you. Then everyone go home first. I'm very sorry."
Although Disney is a problem left over by the previous boss, Nan Xian, as the new boss, has the responsibility to run it well.
The tourists have all left and it's time to deal with internal issues. The director is so awesome. The large fireworks turned into small poppers, and he even drove the tourists out as a good move. Well, there's nothing I can do about the lack of funding for the park. Hu Kersen answered guiltily with her head down. Really?
I played 7 or 8 games this afternoon, and each one cost an extra 400.
I'm afraid it all went into your pockets. Nan Xian's eyes were grim, and he stared at Hu Qian. Vice President Zhang, do I need to pay extra to play the games with this ticket? Nan Xian handed over the ticket.
Zhang Zhendong took it tremblingly and took a look at it. No need.
The finance department is here too, so let's verify the amount of money collected.
If the amount is huge, call the police directly.
The leading financial manager nodded.
Hu Kersen's heart was beating wildly. She also knew that there was a lot of money to be made from this. Hu Chang was rather timid, and he immediately backed down when he heard about the call to the police. He ran to Zhang Jindong and pulled his arm. "Brother-in-law, please plead for us."
Brother-in-law? Nan Xin raised his eyebrows.
It seemed that the two of them were indeed related. Even Lin Yu was quite shocked after hearing this, and he regretted pleading for Zhang Jindong. Seeing that the matter had been discovered, Hu Kersen stopped pretending and just hugged Su Jindong and started crying.
"Husband, please speak up for us. Do you want to watch us go to jail?" "Boss Nan, it's my fault for not managing the situation properly."
Knowing that he was in the wrong, Zhang Jindong pleaded with a dazed look in his eyes. If it wasn't serious, Nan Xin would have let it go, but when she learned that all the employees in the park were her relatives, Nan Xin would not be a virgin.
"If you do something wrong, you will be punished," Nan Xin said coldly.
Su Qinghan looked at the way Nan Xin handled things and became infatuated with him. Sure enough, serious men are the most charming. After hearing this, the employees behind wanted to cut off ties with Hu Kersen one by one, fearing that they would go to jail. These ideas were all proposed by Hu Kersen.
"They have nothing to do with us. We are just honest workers. We have never done anything bad."
Yeah, if anything bad happened, it was because of these two siblings who forced us to do it.
"If you want to arrest someone, just arrest these two."
Hu Kersen became furious when she heard what her relatives said. It was not like this when she tried to curry favor with them.
Things got into trouble one after another.
"I arranged such an easy job for you, you ungrateful people."
"Aunt San, weren't you more active than anyone else when it came to dividing the money? Now you're running so fast. And uncle, if it weren't for me, you would still be working as a sanitation worker."
Looking at this dog-eat-dog scene, Nan Xin really didn't want to watch anymore, but Su Qinghan was watching with great interest.
If he had a bag of melon seeds, Su Qinghan would not leave. "Wife, do you like watching the fun so much?" Nan Xin shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Don't you think they are more realistic than what is shown in TV dramas?
Some stars' acting is really awkward, like those cross-eyed ones are really eye-catching."
Nan Xin thought about it and it was true, but why did it feel like watching a monkey show in a zoo?
After a while, the financial department came to Nanshin after completing the verification and handed in the verification results. After taking a look, Nan Xion's forehead was full of black lines, and he threw the account book in front of Zhang Jindong. Hu Kersen embezzled more than 10 million yuan, not including the money collected from other fees.
Zhang Jindong opened the account book with trembling hands.
He was full of regrets at this moment. Ever since he took charge of the Disney project, his wife had been nagging him every day, and eventually she had helped Hu Kersen get the position of the director of the kindergarten. "I thought Hu Kersen was a very honest person, but I didn't expect that she had done so many illegal things." Zhang Jindong raised his hand, ready to slap Hu Kersen, but when he saw his wife's delicate look, he put his hand down again. Now Hu Kersen was truly frightened. With tears in her eyes, she hugged Zhang Jindong and cried, "Hubby, please help me.
I really don't want to go to jail." "Woo woo. Mr. Nan, we will definitely make up the money. Please don't call the police." Zhang Jindong begged.
When Hu Kersen heard that she had to make up the money, she immediately refused to work.
She had spent all the money, so where could she get the 10 million from?
She ran to Nan Xian and cowed out to him, begging for mercy. "Boss Nan, you are a great man and don't bear grudges.
10 million is just a drop in the bucket for you. Please don't ask us to pay back the money and don't hold us responsible." After hearing what Hu Kersen said, Su Qinghan was furious. How many bags of spicy strips could he buy with 10 million?
He had never seen such a shameless person.
Su Qinghan was angrily, "You don't want to pay back the money and you don't want to go to jail, why don't you go to heaven?" "I'm asking President Nan, not you. Who do you think you are?" Hu Kersen was very dissatisfied. Why was a little girl interrupting? Maybe Nan Xian would agree. Su Qinghan blinked her big eyes, took Nan Xian's arm and sneered, "Husband, who am I? This is my wife." Upon hearing Nan Xian's answer, Hu Kersen was immediately stunned. She had actually made a mistake.
"Little girl, what I said was just angry words.
Don't take it to heart."
Hu Kersen really said things differently to different people, and her expression changed so quickly. This was a life-saving straw, so she had to hold on to it tightly. Su Qinghan looked at this face and ignored him.
Either pay the money back or call the police, your choice. Nan Xin said, waiting for Hu Kurson to make a decision. Seeing his wife's stubbornness, Zhang Jindong quickly advised her, "Wife, we can just hand over the embezzled money. Then we won't have to go to jail. Don't let it get you down." "You think I don't want to? I'm out of money. Xiangzi, lend me some money. I'll treat you well, right?"
Chapter 37. These pieces of glass in the bathroom are a bit of a waste.
Sister, my pockets are cleaner than my face.
Hu Chang pretended to be bitter, but he was actually thinking, I still have money left to marry a wife. Sister, don't blame me for not helping you.
Lin Yu stepped forward and kindly reminded, anyone present who has embezzled money must hand it over once the investigation finds out, otherwise we will call the police. When the employees heard this, their faces turned blue and purple. It was so exciting.
Zhang Jindong didn't want his wife to call the police, so he quickly advised her, fearing that she wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the pros and cons. Wife, where did all the money you earned go?
You didn't even tell me that you embezzled so much. Hu Kurson was speechless for a while.
If Zhang Jindong knew that she was supporting a gigolo, he would definitely divorce her.
I spent it. How could I remember so much?
She tried to evade the question, but Zhang Jindong had no choice after all. She was the one who was in charge of the money.
They didn't cherish the opportunity they were given, so Nan Xin immediately said, "Okay, Lin Yu, call the police."
Lin Yu took out his cell phone to make a call. Hu Kurson suddenly collapsed on the ground, and even his brother's face suddenly fell. Hu Chang knew that all his savings were from Disney, so he would have to hand them all back. It seemed like there was no hope for him to get married.
When Nan Xin said he would call the police, the employees were immediately panicked, fearing that they would be arrested.
Boss, this shouldn't be our fault.
This brother and sister did it. Yes, our money is hard-earned. We have to support our family. We'll know if there's anything wrong if we investigate. Lin Yu said to everyone.
Soon the police received a report and quickly arrived at the scene, taking all the employees present back for questioning.
Mr. Nan, I didn't expect things to develop to this point. I failed to notice it.
Lin Yu looked apologetic.
Just learn a lesson.
If you work hard, the company will definitely not treat you unfairly.
Nan Xin patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. The company was currently recruiting people, and Lin Yu still had certain abilities. Yes, President Nan. Lin Yu answered excitedly.
At this moment, the system prompt sound came into Nan Xin's mind again.
Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Sign-in location, Disneyland. Sign-in reward, people knowing skills. Reward description, the art of identifying people can judge each person's true strength and loyalty. When Nan Xin heard about this reward, his eyes suddenly lit up.
This skill just solved his urgent problem. He used the character recognition skill rewarded by the system to scan Lin Yu and found that his strength was 88 points and his loyalty was 90 points. The full score was 100. Looking at the mess left by Hu Kurson and her group, Nan Xin thought for a moment and continued, all of Hu Kurson's family members will be fired, and we will increase recruitment efforts. I want to see Disney reopen in 3 days. The original salary will be increased by 500 per person, and the insurance will be changed from the original 5 insurances in one fund to 7 insurances in one fund, and there will be dividends at the end of the year. When recruiting a principal, I personally conduct the re-examination. The director is in charge of the entire Disney. If we meet another director like Hu Kurson, no matter how we make changes, it will be useless.
Nan Xin continued, let Zhang Jindong resign voluntarily, save him some face, and finally give him 3 more months' salary. Lin Yu nodded.
He agreed with Zhang Jindong's approach.
He originally thought that Nan Xin was very young, but Lin Yu no longer dared to look down on him.
Instead, he worked even more wholeheartedly for him.
Nan Xin was very satisfied when he saw that Lin Yu's loyalty to him had reached 100.
There are many capable people, but very few loyal ones. After explaining all this, Lin Yu left.
He was very tactful. Mr. Nan? Have you finished your work? Su Qinghan walked over slowly with a graceful figure. Wife, you must be getting impatient waiting. Nan Xin walked forward with a smile.
He had been dealing with matters in the park and had neglected Su Qinghan. I didn't expect that the person in charge of Disneyland is my husband.
Do we need to buy tickets when we come here next time? Su Qinghan looked at Nan Xin with her big watery eyes. Of course not. I can even give this to you. Nan Xin said lovingly.
These words were not meant to coax Su Qinghan, but were his true thoughts.
Come on, just let me play for free.
Su Qinghan was not interested in those commercial things, but was very interested in playing.
The moon in the sky was very round and bright. Su Qinghan took out his cell phone to check the time.
When he found that it was already past 10:30, a cunning look appeared on his face.
Oh, honey, it's already 10:30. We can't go back. Su Qinghan secretly looked at Nan Xin to see his reaction. Then let's stay outside today. Nan Xin smiled helplessly. Su Qinghan's acting was exaggerated, but Nan Xin watched it with great interest. Let's go to the hotel.
Su Qinghan pulled Nan Xin to the Haozai Lai Hotel opposite, which had a nice decoration.
Seeing Su Qinghan's anxious look, Nan Xin frowned slightly. Could it be that living outside is addictive? When they arrived at the hotel, the girl at the front desk saw Su Qinghan pulling Nan Xin in. If you didn't know, you would think Nan Xin was forced to do it.
Su Qinghan smiled with eyes that turned into crescents and said, "Miss, please get us a room."
Let's have 2 rooms. Nan Xin said helplessly.
He didn't sleep the whole night last time, and this time it was even harder, because Su Qinghan was so charming.
Miss, do you have 2 rooms? Su Qinghan gave the front desk a look, and the receptionist understood instantly.
The only difference was that previously, the girls had to book 2 rooms, but this time, it was the boys who had to book 2 rooms.
It must be said that society is progressing.
Sir, there is only 1 room left. The receptionist looked helpless, which was definitely due to training.
Honey, let's just have 1 room. Let the young lady open it for us.
After Su Qinghan said that, the young girl started to operate it. Taking photos and handing over room cards are done in one go. Su Qinghan took the room card, happily took Nan Xin's arm, and moved towards the target room. Ding, the door card was stuck on and the door of the room opened. What comes into view is a room with a large bed, covered with rose petals, and the whole room is lit with red ambient lights.
Nan Xin couldn't help but complain in his heart after seeing this. I'm really lucky that the last room is always a couple-themed room.
Su Qinghan's face turned red when she saw this scene. She shyly pinched the corner of her clothes and smiled shyly. Although Su Qinghan was very positive about living outside, her heart was beating wildly, and she said shyly, "I didn't expect there would be rose petals."
Well, yes, you can put it in when you take a bath. Nan Xin blurted out, but it sounded weird. Huh? My husband likes this style?
After hearing this, Su Qinghan thought to herself that she would try it in the evening. When staying in a hotel, Nanqing checked it again like last time, and only felt relieved after confirming that there were no cameras.
Su Qinghan looked around at the transparent bathroom and his heart trembled. That's it, it's a bit of a waste of those pieces of glass. Chapter 38. Husband, do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it?
Su Qinghan had thought it through well before, but he was still a little timid when the critical moment came.
Honey, why don't you go take a shower first?
Looking at the bathroom, Su Qinghan's eyes flashed with a hint of pride, and he felt a little excited. I think we won't be caught if we secretly look at it later. Seeing Su Qinghan's dazed and silly look, Nan Xin knew that his wife was really shy and loved to watch. She was the type who would cover her entire face with only a slit between her eyes.
How about we go together? Nan Xin's mouth rippled and his eyes narrowed into slits. Well, it's not impossible. Su Qinghan had considered this before. After all, Nan Xin was the person she loved the most. Although the words were simple, Su Qinghan had made a great determination.
Su Qinghan lowered her head shyly, her face turning visibly red.
When Nan Xin heard what Su Qinghan said, he was suddenly shocked. This little girl is serious?
I just said it casually, but she took it seriously. Su Qinghan saw Nan Xin's eyes were blank, standing there like a wooden man, and sneered, "Silly husband, I was just teasing you, but you took it seriously." "Then I'll go take a shower first."
Nan Xin rushed into the bathroom, fearing that Su Qinghan would say something vicious again. Originally, Nan Xin was a young man full of vigor and vitality. How could he resist being teased by Su Qinghan like this?
Looking at Nan Xin's fleeing back, Su Qinghan's long eyelashes concealed the disappointment in her eyes. "Stinky husband, I really can't see it, you are so stupid."
Afterwards, Su Qinghan took out her treasure bag, which contained everything she had carefully prepared.
She checked online these days and found that many things in the hotel were unclean and unhygienic, so she prepared a lot of things.
Su Qinghan handed the bath towel, toothbrush, toothpaste and facial cleanser he had prepared to Nan Xin.
He came with his eyes closed, probably because there was the sound of water splashing in the bathroom and Nanshin couldn't hear it. She simply opened her eyes, pushed open the bathroom door, and saw a naked figure the next second. Su Qinghan instinctively wanted to close her eyes, but when she thought about the last time Nan Xian saw her naked, she didn't cover them, but her little face was very hot.
Nan Xian saw Su Qinghan at the door.
For a moment, he didn't know whether to cover his face or his lower body.
He pretended to be calm and asked, "Wife, what are you doing here? Are you here to take a shower with me? TSK you wish. I'm here to bring you toiletries."
Su Qinghan raised the supplies in his hand.
"Honey, you have a nice figure."
After saying that, Su Qinghan was about to go out, but was pulled back by Nan Xian. He held her in his arms and kissed Su Qinghan's red lips wantonly. Su Qinghan was a little dazed for a moment and subconsciously tried to break free, but Su Qinghan was so strong that Nan Xian's chest hurt a little.
Nan Xian endured the pain in his body and was unwilling to let Su Qinghan go.
After a while, when Su Qinghan was out of breath, Nan Xian was willing to let go. "Wife, this is a small punishment for you."
A hint of pride appeared on Nan Xian's lips.
Su Qinghan ran out of the bathroom shyly. She was actually teased by Nan Xian. Caressing his lips, recalling the feeling just now, Su Qinghan still felt unsatisfied. "Very good, husband, you have successfully aroused my desire to win." After a while, Nan Xian finished his shower and came out with a bath towel wrapped around his lower body.
Su Qinghan enjoyed the visual feast.
Nan Xian's 8-pack abs were very eye-catching, especially the scene where he wiped his hair with a towel, which stunned Su Qinghan. At this moment, she felt that Nan Xian was the most charming. "Little fool, you are so obsessed with thinking about delicious food that your saliva is flowing out."
Nan Xian walked over and wiped the corners of Su Qinghan's mouth lovingly. Fortunately, Nan Xian didn't know that Su Qinghan was doing this because of him, otherwise Nan Xian would definitely laugh at him.
"I just want to eat spicy strips." Su Qinghan took out spicy strips as an excuse, and Nan Xian believed it, because Su Qinghan's favorite thing since he was a child was spicy strips.
"I'll go out and buy it for you now." Nan Xian wanted to satisfy his wife's wish. After saying that, Nan Xian turned around and wanted to walk out, completely unaware that he was still wrapped in a bath towel. Perhaps Su Qinghan was afraid that he was really going to go, so he grabbed the bath towel, and with a little force, the bath towel fell into Su Qinghan's hands. "Honey, do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it?"
Su Qinghan said awkwardly.
"I believe it." Nan Xian frowned and tried hard to force a smile. "Come, let me wrap it around you."
Su Qinghan took the bath towel and wrapped Nan Xian's body, but when she saw what appeared in the foreign movie that day, she suddenly felt shy.
Nan Xian also realized it and quickly surrounded him, but he was suspicious. "What's going on today? Is it not suitable to go out?" "Wife, you are forcing yourself to make mistakes." Seeing Nan Xian doubting his life, Su Qinghan was still a little happy. "Hubby, I'm going to take a shower, wait for me." After saying that, Su Qinghan took her toiletries and walked into the bathroom. Compared to Nan Xian, Su Qinghan was no longer restrained because she had been seen naked by her husband anyway. Nan Xian felt very uncomfortable at this moment. Su Qinghan's words "wait for her" just now were stirring Nan Xian's heart all the time. How could a hot-blooded boy withstand such teasing? Picking up the bottle of mineral water on the table, Nanshin drank the whole bottle with a gulp, and only then did he feel better. Su Qinghan's bag was open on the table. Thinking of how she protected her bag on the bus, Nan Xian curiously opened it and saw 2 black clothes that were less than 2 feet long. Seeing this, Nan Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. No wonder his wife refused to let him watch it. Nan Xian went back to bed and pretended he hadn't seen it. After a while, Su Qinghan walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, like a lotus emerging from clear water. Nan Xian hurriedly stood up and picked up the hairdryer. "Wife, let me blow dry your hair for you." "Thank you, husband." A sweet kiss fell on Nanshin's cheek. Nan Xian's movements were very gentle and Su Qinghan also enjoyed it very much. After all, blow-drying hair is a very troublesome thing for girls. "Honey, it's still a little wet here." "I understand." Nan Xian answered gently. After a while, his hair was blown dry. Maybe because it was Nan Xian who was blowing it, Su Qinghan felt that time passed very quickly, as if it had ended before it even began. Touching the smooth and dried hair, Nan Xian said softly, "Wife, my hair has been blow-dried. If you are satisfied, please give me a 5-star rating." "No problem, I'll look for you next time," Su Qinghan said with a smile while touching his hair.
The hair has been blown dry, but there is still a hint of fragrance on Nanshin's hands, which smells very nice. It was almost 11:30 after taking a shower.
Su Qinghan was not sleepy at all. Looking at the TV on the wall, she suggested, "Honey, why don't we watch a movie? Foreign or domestic?" Nan Xin asked as he turned on the TV. Su Qinghan was suspicious. Huh? There are also action movies from the island country on TV? P.S. I will update one more picture today, please urge me to update for free. Chapter 39. Can I listen to this without paying? Nan Xin saw that Su Qinghan didn't answer for a long time, so he tapped her head with his hand. What are you thinking about? No way, let's look at those abroad. Su Qinghan's cheeks blushed slightly.
When she was young, she thought that kissing would lead to pregnancy, but the reality is not like that.
Nan Xin searched for a long time before he found an Iron Man movie. Many people like to watch this movie, and Su Qinghan should like it too. Hubby, just watch this? Which one do you want to see?
Facing Nan Xin's close questioning, Su Qinghan avoided his gaze and smiled awkwardly. This one is pretty good.
Su Qinghan had prepared so much, but Nan Xin still didn't understand.
She had no choice but to accompany Nan Xin to the movies. I don't know why, but it seems that all hotels have poor sound insulation.
There were banging sounds coming from the room next to them, and Su Qinghan's ears felt hot.
She didn't understand it last time, but this time she understood it immediately.
The noise from the other side was so loud that even Nan Xin felt a little embarrassed. Wife, how about we play a game? Okay.
After saying that, Su Qinghan came over and put his arm around Nan Xin.
Nan Xin was completely frozen.
This game was not that game.
Honey, why is your forehead so sweaty? What's wrong with you? I'm just holding a cell phone. Su Qinghan asked with concern, fearing that Nan Xinxing had some illness. It's okay, it's just too hot. Nan Xin wiped the sweat from his forehead. His wife's every move was really imaginative.
After getting the phone, he opened King of Glory. It was the last time Su Qinghan saw Nan Xin checking the network that he discovered that he was also playing this game.
Su Qinghan didn't expect Nan Xin to be so powerful, so he had to hold on tight. Timmy. After logging in, Su Qinghan invited Nan Xin, only to find that Nan Xin did not respond.
Nan Xin then remembered that he had played a game with Su Qinghan when this game first became popular, and because he saw that Su Qinghan was too bad, he directly blacklisted her.
Honey, why haven't you entered the room yet?
After waiting for a while, there was still no sign of Nanshin.
Maybe the network is bad. Nan Xin quickly explained, and then pulled Su Qinghan out of the blacklist. Unexpectedly, Su Qinghan caught this scene. The two looked at each other. Su Qinghan puffed out her cheeks, pursed her lips and said, "Okay, you stinky husband, I said you didn't come in when I invited you to play games before, it turns out you added me to the blacklist." After saying that, Su Qinghan raised his head angrily. At that time, Nan Xin didn't have that kind of thought about Su Qinghan, otherwise he would definitely not have done that. It's all my fault. You can lose as many stars as you want on my account. Don't reason with girls about this kind of thing. Nan Xin admitted his mistake directly. This might be the essence he learned from his father. Okay, I'll forgive you this time, but next time I'll, Su Qinghan's brows relaxed and ripples appeared at the corners of his mouth. After entering the game room, Nan Xin discovered that Su Qinghan's rank was the strongest king. He didn't expect that his wife was so powerful. What do you think? I will definitely not cheat you now. Su Qinghan smiled confidently. At that time, she was rejected by Nan Xin and she thought that Nan Xin thought she was not good enough, so she studied hard. Su Qinghan is not only good looking, but also intelligent. After understanding the rules, her skills have become very powerful. At least her two roommates in the dormitory cling to Su Qinghan's thighs. At the same time, two single guys in the girls' dormitory had just finished playing a game together when they saw Su Qinghan suddenly log in. Guo Rong quickly told Sun Yu, who had not returned to the room yet. Yeah, Qinghan is playing games. Shouldn't they be spending time together now? Why is he logging in? If I had a boyfriend, I would never touch his phone. Adult games are much more fun than virtual games. Gui Rong complained weakly. Maybe this is the mood of a young couple, what do you know? Sun Yu said confidently, as if he knew a lot about it. Hey, a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold, these two prodigal sons. Guo Rong sighed.
Without Su Qinghan, the two always lost the game, so Guorong casually asked Su Qinghan for an invitation.
Su Qinghan saw Guorong's invitation and asked Nan Xayan, "Honey, my roommate also wants to play games with us."
Okay.
Nan Xayan nodded. It would be more fun when more people were playing the game.
Afterwards, Guorong and Sun Yu both entered the room.
When they saw Nan Xayan's rank, they were quite shocked. "Xiaorong, that Nanshan Nan should be Nan Xayan, he is so amazing, he has 50 stars in the Glory King.
If we were given 50 stars, we could also be on the Star Glory stage.
Well, let's just hold on to these two great gods." Guorong and Sun Yu smiled at each other.
Although it was already midnight, there were still a lot of people playing the game, and I was matched with an opponent in no time.
In the hotel, Su Qinghan quickly informed Nan Xayan, "Hubby, Yaya and Xiaorom are both newbies, don't mind if they don't play well. It's okay, just follow my instructions and I guarantee you will win." Nan Xayan smiled calmly.
Su Qinghan and Nan Xayan turned on the team's voice and speaker, and heard the shrill screams of two women. She carefully reminded them, "Keep your voices down, or Zhang Xiaoxiao from the next dormitory may come knocking on the door."
"I know," Sun Yu replied in a low voice.
When it comes to Zhang Xiaoxiao, his roommates all have a bad impression of her. This person likes to show off, is very flamboyant, and most importantly, is unreasonable, so they try to stay away from her if possible.
"Just choose the heroes you are good at, and I will fill in." Nan Xayan gave the command, and the others chose their own heroes. The player who was matched alone also followed Nan Xayan's command.
After all, the strength was there. Sun Yu and Huang Rong chose the shooter Luban and the support Zhong Kuei respectively. This was the combination chosen by Su Qinghan for the two. The player who matched alone chose Lu Bu as the top laner, and Su Qinghan chose Xiao Xiao as the mid laner.
The only one left was Nan Xayan as the jungler, so he chose Yao. Nan Xayan can play every position, and jungle is his strong point. This lineup still looks reasonable. After entering the game, Nan Xayan cleared the jungle area.
Sun Yu and Huang Rong were caught in the bottom lane and both died. Oh, that Zhuangzhou is really abominable.
Marco was only a little bit away from being killed.
The two were quite angry, but Su Qinghan comforted them, "It's okay, I'll help you get revenge later." After Su Qinghan cleared the middle lane, he came to the bottom lane.
Nan Xayan had been waiting for a long time after clearing the jungle area.
Just as Zhuangzhou and Marco were showing off, Nan Xayan and Su Qinghan came out of the bushes and killed the two men directly, with their heads hanging on Nan Xayan's body. Sun Yu and Huang Rong were very excited when they saw the enemy being killed. "You two really work well together.
I envy you so much. It's mainly because my wife is amazing.
She can blow them up with just her second skill."
Nan Xayan found the right opportunity and kept praising her. "Wife? Is this something you can listen to without paying?"
Sun Yu smiled and pursed her lips, and Guorong beside her nodded.
"Oh, if you two keep talking, I won't play with you." Su Qinghan's cheeks flushed when the two of them teased her. Chapter 40, My wife has been eyeing me since I was a child. "No more talking, no more talking," Guorong and Sun Yu said with a smile. After clearing the middle lane, Su Qinghan ran to the bottom lane and continued to ambush the opposing Zhuangzhou and Marco. Nan Xayan understood what he meant and ran over to support him, and took 2 kills.
As long as Su Qinghan and Nan Xayan came to the bottom lane, Guorong and Sun Yu had nothing to fear.
They only died that one time and never died again.
Besides that, the two of them also got 2 kills each. The opposing Zhuangzhou and Marco might have lost their temper because they were always caught, so they just went AFK.
You two are really good. The opposing shooter and support just played rotten.
Of course. If we fight Qinghan and the others, we can win without any effort.
As long as you two are happy,
Su Qinghan said with a smile. This was probably the time she felt most at ease playing the game.
There would definitely be no problem with Nan Xin around. In just a few minutes, the other side surrendered.
The data is out, and the MVP goes to Nanshin.
Honey, you're so awesome, really great.
Su Qinghan said admiringly, completely forgetting that the team's voice chat was still on. Ahem, the sound of Sun Yu and Guorong coughing lightly came from the receiver.
They were angry because they didn't have boyfriends. Qinghan, we won't disturb your world of two. We'll leave first.
Sun Yu said playfully, and then Guorong also left the room.
Hearing the two people talking, Su Qinghan felt a little shy. Nan Xin approached Su Qinghan and said in his magnetic voice, "Is there any reward for winning?" Mua Su Qinghan shyly kissed Nan Xan on the face.
Under the light of the hotel, Su Qinghan looked so charming. At the same time, heavy breathing from a girl next door could be heard from time to time.
This round of game ended quickly, but the next round was not over yet. Nan Xan awkwardly suggested, "Do you want to play another game?"
Su Qinghan looked at the low battery reminder on his phone and shook his head. "The phone is out of power."
"Or you can just watch me fight."
Su Qinghan had no interest in TV or movies, and her cell phone was out of battery, so she always had to divert her attention.
"Okay." Su Qinghan nodded. She was quite happy to see her husband operating. Maybe she was particularly sleepy after midnight. She yawned and said with blurry eyes, "Husband, can you let me sleep for a while?" Nan Xan asked, was this a hint to him? "Okay, come over here." Nan Xan agreed as if possessed by a ghost. Maybe he thought so in his heart. With a target in mind, he directly got a pentakill and pushed all the way to the high ground in less than a minute. The game started less than 6 minutes before we pushed the opponent in without even giving them a chance to surrender. I guess the enemy was beaten to the point of doubting their lives.
After the game was over, Su Qinghan fell asleep.
Nan Xan looked at his sleeping wife. It turned out that she wanted to take a nap. Su Qinghan was used to sleeping naked. He threw the bath towel on the ground in his sleep and put his arms around Nan Xan's chest muscles. He never expected that the ice and snow goddess would sleep in such an awkward manner. It is autumn now, and Nan Xan considerately covers Su Qinghan with a quilt.
In the silent night, the mechanical sound in Nanshin's mind arrived as expected.
Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Check-in location, Haozai Lai Hotel. Sign-in reward, 100 million investment funds reward. 100 million? Now I can start my career seriously.
There was no conversation all night until Nanshin fell asleep at 4 in the morning.
When Su Qinghan woke up, she hugged Nan Xan tightly, very intimately. The sunlight poured in, shining so gently on Nan Xan's face.
Su Qinghan stroked Nan Xan's face with her fingertips and smiled brightly. "Husband, you know, I have liked you since I was a child.
Luckily, I caught up with you. I can't let you get away. My childhood dream was to marry you and give birth to your children. Hee, that's simple. But, when are we going to get married? You can't make me wait too long." Su Qinghan was talking to himself and didn't notice that Nan Xan had woken up. "Well, I won't let you wait too long. My wife is so beautiful that I want to marry you home as soon as possible." Nan Xan suddenly opened his eyes and said lovingly, "Ha? Honey, you're awake. You're so annoying that you actually eavesdropped on other people's conversations." Nan Xan heard what he was thinking, and Su Qinghan gently patted Nan Xan's chest muscles. His Nan Xan pretended to be in pain, and Su Qinghan was hit immediately. "Husband, are you okay?"
"It's all my fault for being too heavy-handed."
Nan Xan let out a smug smile. "It's okay." Sure enough, boys' self-torture tactics also work well on girls. Nan Xan hugged Su Qinghan in his arms and held him tightly.
He didn't expect that Su Qinghan had liked him since childhood. Maybe because they were too familiar with each other, Nan Xan did not discover this rough diamond.
"Little fool, I will treat you well from now on. I believe it." Su Qinghan nodded and hugged Nan Xan tighter.
But at this moment, Nan Xan suddenly thought of an incident from his childhood, and he suddenly said, "Wife, when I was a child, my mother took me to the bathhouse."
"Why did you make such a fuss about it?" "Well, of course I want to get your attention,"
Su Qinghan said with lively eyes. In fact, she had already forgotten the specific reason, but this is probably what she meant.
"Oh. So you've had evil intentions towards me since childhood." I didn't. Even if Su Qinghan was there, he would not admit it.
Su Qinghan blushed as she recalled what her mother had told her about her childhood. She was about 4 years old at that time. When her mother was holding her for a walk, she happened to meet Zhang Milan holding Nan Xan. The two children met at the door. Su Qinghan kept staring at Nan Xan, and he didn't respond no matter how his mother called him.
From then on, Su Qinghan went to play with Nanshin across the street every day.
At that time, Nan Xan was still young and had no memory, and Su Qinghan had just started to remember things.
Nan Xan looked at his wife in his arms and said, "Little fool, where do you want to go today?" "Well, how about we go to the amusement park?
I want to play bumper cars."
Su Qinghan's eyes were shining, and he looked like he wanted to go to the amusement park right now. Okay, whatever you say. Nan Xin smiled slightly and then nodded. Looking at the clock on the wall, the hour hand was exactly 8 o'clock. Su Qinghan went back into Nan Xin's arms and said coquettishly, "Hubby, it's still early, no rush, let's lie down for a while." Su Qinghan couldn't let go of Nan Xin's abdominal muscles, and when she hugged Nan Xin, she pressed directly against him, which was very soft. With his wife tempting him like this, Nan Xin will get sick sooner or later. This must be a mixture of pain and pleasure. Honey, today is Sunday and we have to go back home in the evening. Su Qinghan blinked her eyes, feeling very reluctant. When could she hug her husband to sleep every night? Seeing Su Qinghan's sad face, Nan Xin couldn't bear it and could only comfort her. Come out next week. His wife is definitely addicted to touching his abdominal muscles, but staying in a hotel every week is not a solution. How about buying a house? Nan Xin thought about it and made a happy decision. In the morning, the couple next door started again. Chapter 41 Wife, I leave my life to you. The sound insulation in this hotel is really bad. Nan Xin said embarrassedly, holding his forehead. Husband, do you want to try it? Su Qinghan bit her red lips, lowered her eyes, and dared not look at anyone. After saying this, Su Qinghan thought to himself, Nan Xin should understand such an obvious hint. I didn't understand, so I threw him down, hee. Just at this moment, Nan Xin's cell phone on the table suddenly rang, which was very unfortunate. Nan Xin looked at the contacts helplessly, and it turned out to be a video call from his mother. Nan Xin knew Zheng Milan very well, and if he hung up the phone, it would definitely lead to a series of fatal consequences. Nan Xin shook his phone and frowned. Wife, my mother called, I'll answer it first. Okay, then. I won't say anything and won't show up. Su Qinghan said nervously. It is not appropriate to disclose their current situation, so let us wait until we go home for National Day to tell them the good news. Nan Xin pressed the answer button, and Zhang Milan's complaining voice came from the video. Stinky boy, why did you take so long to answer the phone? You haven't called home for such a long time. Have you grown too independent? Mom, you are wrongly accusing me. I was just about to call you. Nan Xin said calmly, and Su Qinghan beside him was stunned. Zhang Milan felt much better after hearing these words. You are a man of conscience. Did you do what I told you to do? Huh? What's the matter? Nan Xin's head was full of confusion. He didn't remember what his mother had told him. What else could it be? Of course, I want to win Qinghan over. Qinghan is a good girl. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Zhang Milan became more and more excited as she spoke. She was determined to brainwash her son successfully today. After Su Qinghan heard this, she was very happy. It turned out that Aunt Zhang liked her to be her daughter-in-law, and so did she. Nan Xin looked at Su Qinghan in his arms and gently stroked her little head, and then said to his mother, Mom, I will definitely take it to heart. With Nan Xin's assurance, Zhang Milan couldn't stop smiling, but she suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Nan Xin's background. Son, shouldn't your dormitory have bunk beds? Why does it look like a king-size bedroom? After hearing this, Nan Xin quickly adjusted his angle, held his forehead and said, the dormitory is just a bunk bed. Mom, you must be dazzled. Okay, Mom, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. The video was interrupted, and Zhang Milan frowned. This brat hung up the phone so quickly, he must be feeling guilty. At this time, Nan Jianfeng walked into the house holding his daughter Nan Li's hand. Seeing Zhang Milan's frown, he asked, Wife, what's wrong with you? You are my dear son. Why did you hang up on me? Zhang Milan replied unhappily. Brother Nanli immediately ran into Zhang Milan's arms. Stinky brother, don't even say a word to Lily. Nanli is in the 4th grade of primary school this year and has a very good relationship with her brother Nanxin. At this time, Nanli was complaining about her brother. Nan Jianfeng saw that the two women in the family were sulking because of Nan Xin, and he immediately became furious. This brat is back, I must teach him a lesson. After saying that, Nan Jianfeng secretly glanced at the two people's reactions. No, Dad can't beat my brother. Nanli pouted and defended Nan Xin very much. My daughter is right. If you dare to hit me, you will sleep on the sofa from now on. Zhang Milan stared at Nan Jianfeng with her beautiful eyes. Seeing the two of them like this, Nan Jianfeng felt very uncomfortable.
Although he wanted to make his wife and daughter happy, why did he feel like he was the only bad guy in the family? On the other side, Nan Xian hung up the phone, and Su Qinghan came up to him with a smile in her eyes. "Hubby, you look so guilty, it's so funny."
"You're still making fun of your husband. I think I should teach you a lesson."
After saying that, Nan Xian pushed Su Qinghan down, and the two of them looked at each other.
Su Qinghan's heart was beating fast. Seeing Nan Xian getting closer and closer, Su Qinghan closed her eyes and pouted her lips.
After seeing this, Nan Xian proudly whispered in Su Qinghan's ear, "Wife, please don't challenge me." Before he could finish his words, Su Qinghan hooked his arms around his neck and kissed Nan Xian's lips passionately.
Since Nan Xian didn't take the initiative, Su Qinghan decided to take the initiative.
Anyway, she can only be Nanshin's woman in this life.
"Honey, let's have a baby." Su Qinghan blinked her big eyes and looked at Nan Xian seductively. At this moment, Nan Xian surrendered. He just wanted to take good care of the woman in his arms. "Wife, my life is in your hands."
After a long time, Nan Xian hugged Su Qinghan, and the only remaining distance between them disappeared.
Su Qinghan's face flushed, and she lay shyly in Nan Xian's arms.
Now she knew why Lu Miling went out to live every night. "Wife, I have reason to suspect that you are just greedy for my body."
"I didn't, you're talking nonsense." After being discovered, Su Qinghan pouted and argued.
At this moment, there was a knock on the door.
Su Qinghan's heart trembled. Could it be the police uncle coming to check the room? Nan Xian looked at Su Qinghan with a smile.
He didn't expect his wife to know so much.
"It's okay. It's not against the law for young lovers to be together." After hearing Nan Xian's explanation, Su Qinghan's heart finally settled down.
There was another knock on the door. "Hello, please check out at 12 o'clock.
"Okay." Nan Xian responded loudly, and the person at the door left. Su Qinghan looked at the clock on the wall. It was not yet 11 o'clock. She looked at Nan Xian bitterly and stretched out her sinful little hand. "Hubby, there is still time."
After checking out, Su Qinghan, with a rosy face, walked out of the hotel holding Nan Xian's arm.
"Honey, I'm hungry. How about we go eat some rice noodles?"
Su Qinghan looked at the snack bars across the street and his eyes lit up when he saw a rice noodle shop.
"Okay." Arriving at the entrance of Mau Mau Cross Bridge rice noodles, Su Qinghan smelled the aroma of rice noodles. What a nice smell. The two walked into the store. Perhaps because it was noon, the place was already full. They waited for a while before they got a seat. After we were seated, the waiter came over with a small notebook and said, "What would you like to eat? Please look at the menu on the wall."
"I want a plate of tempura rice noodles, medium spicy."
"I also want a serving of beef rice noodles, slightly spicy."
Su Qinghan spoke to herself.
She knew Nan Xian's taste very well, and Nan Xian was touched.
He must have saved the galaxy in his previous life to have met such a nice girl like Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan blinked her eyes, giggled, and leaned over to whisper in Nan Xian's ear, "Hubby, you have to eat more later.
You must be exhausted this morning. How about you try again?" Nan Xian suddenly put his arms around Su Qinghan's slender waist, with a smile in his eyes, quite provocative. Chapter 42. You are too young to fight me. The shop worked very quickly and the rice noodles were served in a short while. "Wow, it smells so good." Su Qinghan took a breath and said with emotion. "Eat quickly, you little greedy cat." Nan Xian considerately placed chopsticks and bowl in front of Su Qinghan. He, thank you, husband." Su Qinghan rolled up his sleeves and started eating.
Although Su Qinghan has a big appetite, his physique that allows him to eat without gaining weight is envied by many girls. Even people with a poor appetite will have a good appetite in front of Su Qinghan. "Honey, let me tell you, rice noodles are the most fragrant when they are cooked with aged vinegar.
Try it." Su Qinghan picked up the aged vinegar on the table, handed it to Nan Xian, and strongly recommended it. "Okay, I'll try it." Nan Xian poured the vinegar into the rice noodles skeptically, took a bite, and it tasted really good.
The two of them finished the whole bottle of aged vinegar in one meal. Those who knew them would think they were here to eat rice noodles, while those who didn't would think they were here to eat vinegar. After having a good meal and a good drink, Su Qinghan patted his belly with satisfaction. "I'm so full.
This is so delicious. I'll bring you here if you want to eat next time." Nan Xian looked at Su Qinghan tenderly. How could he not spoil his wife? After coming out of the store, Su Qinghan took Nan Xian to the subway station and took Metro Line 6 directly to the Fanti amusement park. On Sunday, there were many people traveling and the subway was very crowded. Nan Xin was protecting Su Qinghan all the way. After all, there were many perverts on the subway.
As soon as he got on the car, Su Qinghan accidentally saw a middle-aged man in his 30s with a wretched expression, as if he was doing something bad. The girl seemed a little cowardly.
She didn't shout out loud and could only dodge intentionally or unintentionally. As a girl herself, Su Qinghan couldn't stand this kind of pervert the most. Su Qinghan leaned close to Nan Xin's ear and whispered in his ear, "Hubby, let's go there." Nan Xin looked in the direction Su Qinghan pointed and understood what Su Qinghan meant.
The two men squeezed their way over, came to the girl's side and protected her. The older brother, who was a little bald, immediately retracted his hand.
If the subway hadn't been too crowded, Nan Xin would have definitely let him experience the power of Bajiquan.
I saw a 50-year-old woman with heavy makeup and a big black mole at the corner of her mouth touching the man's thigh. The man turned his head and stared at her with wide eyes, very horrified.
Then he saw the old lady winking at him.
When the train arrived at the station, he rushed out immediately. After seeing the man leave, the old lady smiled with disgust, as if to say, "You are too young to fight with me."
Nan Xin looked at these and smiled with satisfaction.
He guessed that this would be a shadow that would haunt him for the rest of his life.
After the man left, Su Qinghan asked the soft-hearted girl with concern, "Are you okay?" "Well, thank you for just now."
Seeing them coming to her side, the woman was spared from harassment. She thanked them with tears in her eyes. Judging from her attire, she came from the countryside, had a soft personality, and had a large woven bag next to her. She must have come to the big city to find a job. When the train arrived at the station and Su Qinghan and Nan Xin got off, they saw the girl coming out as well. Seeing that the girl was quite honest, Su Qinghan wanted to help her. She shook Nan Xin's arm and said coquettishly, "Hubby, let's help that girl."
"Okay." Faced with Su Qinghan's coquettishness, Nan Xin readily agreed.
He used his ability to identify people and found that the girl was serious, responsible, and most importantly, very loyal.
It just so happened that Disney was recruiting.
The woman had been in Shanghai for several days, but still hadn't found a suitable job.
Just as she was desperate, Su Qinghan and Nan Xin came up to her and asked, "Are you here to find a job?" "Yeah."
The woman nodded, and when she saw that they were the two people who had helped her before, she immediately let down her guard.
"Disneyland is recruiting. You can go and take a look.
The salary and benefits are very high, including food and accommodation, 7 insurances, and 1 fund."
Nan Xin pursed her lips and said.
When the woman heard about such a good job, her eyes lit up immediately, but when she thought about the previous interview process, her hopeful smile dimmed. "I haven't been to college, and I heard that the lowest level of education is a junior college. Just tell the person who interviews you that Nanshin recommended you, and he will definitely want you."
Nanshin thought for a while and said, "Disney employees don't need any professional knowledge.
They just need to be able to read, understand the training content, and serve customers well."
The woman looked at Nan Xin's expression and didn't think he was lying.
She knelt down and cowed out to Nan Xin, "Little brother, thank you, you are such a good person."
"You're welcome. I just need to practice speaking standard Chinese, okay?" Nan Xin and Su Qinghan helped the woman up and said, "I understand. My name is Li Tsuihua and my family calls me Xiao Chui. Thank you for today."
After saying that, Xiao Chui quickly bowed to express her gratitude.
"You'd better go to the interview quickly, otherwise the store will close." Nan Xin frowned. If he kept thanking them here, he and Su Qinghan would not be able to leave.
After saying that, Xiao Chui happily took her sack and returned to the subway.
Su Qinghan took Nan Xin's arm and they walked towards the exit.
She said with relish, "My husband is awesome."
"Okay." Su Qinghan was led astray by Xiao Chui.
When we arrived at the amusement park and bought the tickets, there were quite a lot of people inside.
Since it was Sunday, many parents brought their children out to play. After walking a few steps, Su Qinghan saw the carousel. She patted Nan Xin's arm in surprise. "Carousel, I want to play." "Play." After saying that, Su Qinghan took Nan Xin to queue up.
The line was not very long and they arrived at the line after a while.
"Wife, go and have fun by yourself." "I'm not going." Nan Xin felt a little dizzy watching the horses turning around. "Then you wait for me here."
After saying that, Su Qinghan walked onto the stage, sat on a white horse and greeted Nan Xin. They sat for several rounds.
Su Qinghan was very happy.
She hadn't played like this for a long time.
After returning to Nan Xin, Su Qinghan took Nan Xin to go on the roller coaster again. Looking at Su Qinghan's hopeful eyes, Nan Xin did not say no. Sitting in the seat, Nan Xin was a little nervous. He was a little afraid of heights. Su Qinghan felt that Nan Xin's palms were full of sweat, and hurriedly comforted him. "Husband, I am here, hold my hand tightly, I will protect you." "Yeah." Nan Xin nodded and smiled helplessly.
He never thought that one day he would need Su Qinghan to protect him. The roller coaster started. Su Qinghan was very excited, but Nan Xin closed his eyes and dared not open them. "Hubby, open your eyes and look, it's fun."
With Su Qinghan's encouragement, Nan Xin slowly opened his eyes and looked at the scenery while sitting on the roller coaster. It was really unique. Moreover, after riding this, Nan Xin seemed to no longer be afraid of heights.
The roller coaster stopped, and Nan Xin hugged Su Qinghan in his arms. "Wife, I'm not afraid of heights anymore, thank you for encouraging me."
"You're welcome. If you want to thank me, pay me with your body," Su Qinghan said with a blushing face. Recalling the scene in the morning, he couldn't help but feel a little more expectant. Chapter 43 Ultraman defeats the old monster.
"Then don't beg for mercy when the time comes, my wife."
Nan Xin raised his eyebrows and pinched Su Qinghan's fair and tender little face. "I won't." Su Qinghan pouted her lips proudly, as if she wanted to squeeze Nan Xin dry. Who would have thought that girls could be more shy than boys? Soon the two of them had tried all the rides, and the only one left was the bumper cars. There were a lot of people queuing for the bumper cars, so it would probably take a while before it was your turn. When everyone was lining up in an orderly manner, a woman in her 50s wearing a red floral print saw the girl in front of Su Qinghan playing with her mobile phone with her head down. She quietly pulled her grandson to line up in front of the girl, and when the girl looked up and noticed, she spoke to her in a nice way. "Auntie, I've been waiting in line for so long, why are you cutting in line?" The aunt rolled her eyes and said arrogantly, "Did I cut in line? Which eye of yours saw me cutting in line? How can a young girl not speak human language?" The old lady also warned her grandson, "Xiao Ming, don't learn from this bad woman in the future." The little girl came out to play by herself, and she felt a little aggrieved when she saw this arrogant and unreasonable auntie. "You obviously cut in line, why don't you admit it?" "What's wrong with me cutting in line? No one else said anything, why are you yelling? I'm so old and I don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young, you useless thing." The old lady pointed at the girl's face and scolded her. Not feeling satisfied just by scolding, the old lady started pushing the girl, and in the process she bumped directly into Su Qinghan. Fortunately, Su Qinghan had Nan Xin protecting her from behind, otherwise she would have fallen to the ground. Nan Xin asked Su Qinghan with concern, "Wife, is it hurting anywhere?" After the girl realized that she had bumped into someone, she also asked with concern, "Miss, are you okay?" "It's okay." Su Qinghan shook his head and said to the two of them with a smile. Instead, the old lady didn't say anything apologetic. She complained, "You're just a delicate little girl. A bump won't hurt you. I'm lucky I didn't fall. Otherwise, you'd have to pay me a lot of money." The people around saw what happened just now and expressed their opinions. That lady is so unreasonable. She didn't even say sorry when she met someone. The auntie is so confident in cutting in line. It must be Liang Jingru who gave her the courage. She's already a grandmother, but she doesn't set a good example for her children. I feel sorry for her grandson. "Auntie, please go to the back and line up. You have no manners at all." "Yeah, he just bullies little girls." Hearing what the people around her said, the aunt pointed at them angrily and said, "Why are you meddling in other people's business? You are a bunch of migrant workers from other places. You have made our magic city a mess. What are you looking at?" Seeing his wife being hit, the old lady didn't say a word of apology. Nan Xin had a serious expression and murderous eyes. Su Qinghan quickly stopped Nan Xin and then she came to the old lady and yelled, "You are only in your 50s, how can you be considered an old man? Usually you're full of energy when you're grabbing eggs at the supermarket, but when you go out to play you act like an old man? It's obviously you who cut in line, and you're so confident about it. What's the matter? This is your grave. Why do you like staying here so much?" Su Qinghan could no longer bear it, and these words jumped out of her mouth like a wild horse running away from its reins. "You're from the local area, so what's so great about that? Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? If you are reluctant to give up this precious piece of land, we will give it to you." Anyway, we have a long life ahead of us.
After Su Qinghan finished speaking, the tourists around him applauded. These words were so well said. The old lady's face turned red, and she didn't know how to refute. You make me so mad. After that, she raised her arm in frustration and prepared to teach Su Qinghan a lesson, but Nan Xian grabbed it. If you want to bully Su Qinghan, you must get past him. Her wrist was a little painful from being grabbed, and the aunt glared at Nan Xian fiercely. You let me go.
Okay.
After saying that, Nan Xian let go, and the old lady stumbled and fell to the ground. She then started to throw a tantrum and roll on the ground. Oh, there is really no law.
How can you bully an old woman like me in public? What kind of world is this? Before Nan Xian could say anything, people around him started blaming the aunt.
The young man listened to you and let go of his hand. It was you who lost your balance and you are still blaming him.
You are so shameless. We can all testify to that. Don't wrongly accuse good people.
The staff member who was checking tickets at the bumper car door heard the quarrel and came running over. Su Qinghan shook his hand and said aggrievedly, "Uncle, this aunt not only cut in line, but also hit people. It was clearly her own fault that she didn't stand firmly just now, but she still wanted to falsely accuse others."
The little girl is right, we can all testify to that. The people around nodded.
Given this situation, the staff would definitely be able to tell who was right and who was wrong.
You guys.
The aunt pointed at them angrily, but she didn't expect that no one spoke for her. The staff member who understood the situation walked up to the aunt and said earnestly, "Auntie, please stop making trouble, otherwise we will have to kick you out." Now she was too embarrassed to stay here any longer, so she quickly got up from the ground and pulled her grandson to her side.
Grandson, let's go. We don't want to play here anymore. Let's go to a better place.
After saying that, the aunt took her grandson's hand and left unwillingly. Everyone was very happy when they saw the aunt's back, just like Ultraman defeating an old monster.
P.S. The community has been closed, so the update is a bit late, please forgive me. Chapter 44 Husband I am usually very gentle. Su Qinghan smiled and took Nan Xian's arm and said proudly, "Husband, I'm awesome, aren't I?" Auntie is so angry at me that she can't even speak.
After saying this, Su Qinghan was still a little smug. Don't be fooled by Su Qinghan's cold appearance, she is actually a warm-hearted person. She hates people who take advantage of their seniority the most. Those who didn't know Su Qinghan were deceived by her cold appearance.
Even Nan Xian had never seen Su Qinghan's domineering side, except this morning. When Su Qinghan saw Nan Xian staring at her closely, she was shocked. "It's over, did I scare my husband just now?
I should have restrained myself earlier. It's all because of that auntie who was so irritating."
"But, what should I do if my husband is scared away by me?"
She cautiously probed. "Honey, I'm usually very gentle, not aggressive at all."
"Well, is that so?" Nan Xian said jokingly.
"Of course.
Do you think I'm cute like this?" Su Qinghan smiled and blinked. "Well, cute." Seeing Su Qinghan's changeable expression, Nan Xian smiled brightly. Not to mention, Su Qinghan is cute when she should be cute, and domineering when she should be domineering. These are not contradictory at all in her, and Nan Xian likes her very much.
He likes anyone as long as it's Su Qinghan. Then he hugged Su Qinghan tightly in his arms and whispered in her ear, "Wife, just be yourself, I like you no matter what you are like." "I got it, husband." After saying that, Su Qinghan kissed Nan Xian on the face, completely unaware that the people in the queue in front of her had walked far away. The people behind did not disturb the two young lovers. When Su Qinghan reacted, she saw that there was no one in front of her.
She shyly pulled Nan Xian forward.
She felt a little embarrassed to be stared at by so many people, but she was still quite happy.
Behind Nanshin is a family of 3 parents and their 5-year-old baby.
The little guy came to Su Qinghan in a soft voice after seeing the scene just now. "Sister, my mom and dad said that if you kiss, you will have a baby."
"Where is your baby? Can I play with him?" Su Qinghan frowned slightly.
Faced with the little girl's innocent words, she didn't know how to respond.
Should she explain to her that kissing would not give birth to a baby?
After hearing this, Nan Xian bent down and squatted in front of the baby, and said gently, "The little sister is not here, let her play with you next time we meet."
"Yeah. I want to play with my little sister next time."
The little girl yelled softly and loudly.
After hearing the little girl's parents, they quickly took her over and said to Su Qinghan and Nan Xian with an apologetic look, "My daughter is very naughty. I hope I didn't disturb you. It's okay. Nan Xin and the other two waved their hands to show that they didn't mind. I just didn't expect to be induced by a child again. After Nan Xin stood up, Su Qinghan took Nan Xin's arm and asked with a smile, "Husband, what if the baby is not a little sister but a little brother in the future? I like any child, but I like a daughter better. A daughter looks like you, small and cute." Nan Xin imagined himself having a daughter in his mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise.
But when Su Qinghan saw this, she pouted unhappily, "Stinky husband, judging from your expression, you will forget about me as your wife after we have a daughter."
That's definitely impossible. My wife always comes first. Nan Xin explained hurriedly. He dotes on his daughter, wife, and son anyway.
Now, Nanshin suddenly wants to be a dad. It is so comfortable to have a wife, children, and a warm bed. However, in order to give his baby and dolls a better life in the future, Nanshin has to work harder on his career and start by earning money for milk powder. At the same time, a mechanical prompt sound of the system came from Nan Xin's mind. The rice noodle shop did not trigger the system last time. It seems that the system check-in location has become random now.
Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Sign-in location, Fanta Amusement Park. Sign-in reward, 30 million yuan for house purchase. Buying a house? The system is really considerate.
With these 30 million, Nanshin can buy a better house near the school, which will make it more convenient for Su Qinghan to go out for internship in the future.
Moreover, in this way, the two of them don't have to stay in a hotel every week and can shout as much as they want at home. Nan Xin thought that he should go back and think carefully about choosing a house. After the little incident, the waiting time passed quickly and Su Qinghan and Nan Xin were already sitting in the bumper cars. The venue was large, and there were many people playing games. Su Qinghan pursed her lips and smiled, "Hubby, be careful, I'm coming." With a bang, Su Qinghan bumped into Nan Xin's back and smiled charmingly.
After Nan Xin was hit, he helplessly told Su Qinghan, "Little fool, slow down and protect yourself."
If this car could only seat one person, Nan Xin would never let Su Qinghan wander outside.
"I get it, you stinky husband." Su Qinghan stuck out her tongue at Nan Xin, then walked away and started a fight with others.
This game is only fun if you bump into me and I bump into you.
Seeing Su Qinghan running away, Nan Xin hurriedly chased after him.
He is my wife's guardian angel. Chapter 45 Nan Xin, being targeted by my wife.
On the bumper car to the left of Su Qinghan, a pretty girl in a JK outfit with her white legs exposed was shouting, "Damn it, I'm going to hit you away." On the bumper car to her right sat a boy with a full beard on his face. When someone bumped into him, he frowned and whispered, "Oh, I'm so scared."
It's so fierce.
The bumper car area is very large and everyone had a great time without getting embarrassed by getting hit. The pretty girl came with her boyfriend. Maybe her boyfriend was more straight, so he kept bumping into her and wouldn't let go. At this moment, Su Qinghan came over and her mind started racing.
"Sister, let's play together. Let's go and hit my boyfriend together."
The pretty girl raised her jade hand and pointed at her boyfriend who deserved a beating.
"Okay." Su Qinghan agreed readily. It's more fun when there are more people around. Then, Nan Xin drove the bumper car over quickly, and Su Qinghan said to the girl without hesitation, "The target is my husband." From a distance, Nan Xin saw Su Qinghan's malicious smile. The next moment, Su Qinghan and the girl drove over in a bumper car and hit Nan Xin, making him dizzy.
After the hit, the girl took Su Qinghan to bump into her boyfriend who deserved a beating. In the last second, the girl's boyfriend was still feeling smug, but in the next second he regretted his behavior because women's desire for revenge is too strong. Su Qinghan and the girl saw the embarrassment of Nan Xin and the other man and high-fived them in satisfaction.
"Yeah. They are both so funny, ha ha ha."
"My boyfriend is going crazy," the girl laughed as she looked at her boyfriend's face full of black lines.
It feels so good to bully her boyfriend. Afterwards, the two female warriors agreed to go to the battlefield together and destroy the enemy completely. The time for playing passed quickly, during which time the girl's boyfriend and Nan Xin were targeted by the two men. Seeing that the time was running out, Su Qinghan pulled the girl down from the field quickly, fearing that the two boys behind them would come up and take revenge. During this period, Su Qinghan and the girl also became friends.
According to the girl's introduction, her name is Su Bingbing and she is a freshman at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Her boyfriend is Guo Wei, and they have been childhood sweethearts. Just like them, they were engaged when they were young.
"Sister Han, do you think they will retaliate against us after they come up?" Su Bingbing frowned and started to worry.
The main reason was that she was so happy to bump into them just now that she forgot what to do after it was over.
When they come out, we'll run up to them and show some concern. They should be able to calm down. Su Qinghan thought with his head down. Will it work? Su Bingbing was a little skeptical, but there was no other way. It was time to play. Nan Xian and Guo Wei got off the bumper car, both smiling bitterly.
The two of them are having a lot of fun, but it's hard for us two brothers.
Guo Wei curled his lips. Today is truly an unforgettable day. Nan Xian said without hesitation, it's okay, as long as they are happy. After hearing these words, Guo Wei's depression immediately dissipated. Nan Xian's awareness was really high, and he must study hard. After a while, Nan Xian and Guo Wei walked out of the exit. Su Bingbing quickly ran up to them and used the method Su Qinghan taught her. Brother Wei, are you okay? You had too much fun just now. Don't worry about it.
When Guo Wei heard Su Bingbing's soft voice, his brain suddenly stopped working.
Is this still the girlfriend who swears all day long? She seems like a different person.
Guo Wei felt a little uncomfortable when he heard Su Bingbing speak like this.
He reached out his hand, touched Su Bingbing's head and then his own, and said suspiciously, that's not right. She doesn't have a fever. Damn it, you're the one who's sick.
Su Bingbing rolled her eyes and said unhappily.
Yes, this is my baby.
Guo Wei said with satisfaction as he looked at Su Bingbing. Originally, Su Qinghan was still thinking that Su Bingbing ran so fast because she didn't believe the method he said. Now, after watching it, he realized that Su Bingbing's suspicion was correct.
Then, a pair of white and tender hands suddenly took Nan Xian's arms, lowered her head and said, Hubby, are you okay? We were having so much fun that we forgot everything else for a while. I'm strong and healthy, I'll be fine.
Afraid that Su Qinghan wouldn't believe him, Nan Xian showed off the muscles on his arms.
I know.
Su Qinghan suddenly felt a little shy.
Nan Xian was indeed in good health.
But at this moment, Su Qinghan's dark eyes suddenly glanced at the freezer next to him. He had had so much fun just now that he was sweating a little.
Honey, I'm so hot, shall we go buy some popsicles? Little greedy cat, I'll buy it for you. Nan Xian pinched Su Qinghan's nose lovingly. His wife's request must be met.
The person setting up the stall was a woman in her 60s. She was wearing a short-sleeved top with a peony pattern and floral pants. Her skin was tanned from years of selling things at the stall.
When the aunt saw a customer coming, she said enthusiastically, what would you like to buy? The ice cream here is good quality and cheap.
Su Qinghan pushed open the door of the freezer and saw a white packaging bag with a cow pattern on it.
Her eyes lit up. Hey! There are small puddings. This is exactly the same as the one sold when I was a child. Auntie, how much is the pudding? Su Qinghan looked up and asked. $1 a stick. The auntie said, holding up a finger. The price was indeed as the auntie said, good quality and cheap. Su Qinghan looked at Su Bingbing and her boyfriend at the door, stretched out 4 fingers and said, Auntie. Then I'll give you 4. Okay. The aunt agreed happily, then took out 4 small puddings and put them in a white plastic bag.
Taking the small pudding, Su Qinghan first tore open a packaging bag, put it in his mouth and tasted it slowly.
Yeah. It still has a milky flavor. Hubby, please try it. It tastes the same as when I was a child. Su Qinghan slurped the popsicle while strongly recommending it. Okay. Nan Xian nodded and considerately wiped the popsicle water from the corner of Su Qinghan's mouth.
Then, Su Qinghan came to Su Bingbing with popsicles in his hand and said with a smile, Bingbing, these 2 popsicles are for you. They are delicious.
Thank you, Sister Han. Su Bingbing took it and responded with a smile.
Although the clothes worn by Su Bingbing and Guo Wei are very expensive, they do not have the habit of only choosing expensive clothes like those rich kids. The popsicles were delivered, and they both tried all the activities here. Su Qinghan took Nan Xian's arm and left. Su Bingbing and the other person opened the popsicle bag and carefully tasted the popsicle that Su Kinga brought them. While eating the popsicle in her hand, Su Bingbing suddenly realized that she had not added Su Qinghan's WeChat, and she said disappointedly, Fuck, I forgot to ask for Sister Han's WeChat. Xiao Weizi, why didn't you remind me? Chapter 46, A Small Hotel for $50 a Night. Su Bingbing looked at Guo Wei with her eyes wide open, but he was a little confused. Huh? Baby, you told me? Guo Wei clearly remembered that Su Bingbing had not told him to do so, but when he saw her unquestionable look, he quickly admitted his mistake. Maybe I forgot.
Let's catch up with them before they go far away. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and catch up.
Su Bingbing urged hurriedly and started running.
Guo Wei followed and thought to himself, I must have owed Su Bingbing in my previous life, that's why I fell in love with her in this life.
Although Su Bingbing usually behaves like a tomboy, Guo Wei still likes her very much.
I guess everyone has different tastes.
When they were almost at the entrance of the amusement park, Su Bingbing looked at Su Qinghan and Nan Xian's backs and shouted, Sister Han, wait.
Hey! Husband, I think I heard Bingbing calling me. Su Qinghan was stunned for a moment, thinking it was an illusion. It's not like, it is. Then, Nan Xian and Su Qinghan looked back and saw Su Bingbing bending over and gasping for breath. Bingbing, what's wrong?
Su Qinghan walked closer and asked.
Let's add each other on WeChat and hang out together when we have time.
Su Bingbing said, panting. Maybe because of family reasons, Su Qinghan is the only girl she has ever met who never fawns on her.
Su Bingbing is very happy to make friends with such a person.
Although she likes to swear, she doesn't make fun of others, she just complains.
Su Qinghan also likes girls with such straightforward personalities.
They are much better than Zhang Xiaoxiao, a girl who likes to show off.
Okay.
Su Qinghan took out her mobile phone from her bag with a smile and opened the QR code, while Guo Wei and Nan Xian also added each other on WeChat.
Then we'll leave first. Bye Bingbing. Bye, Sister Han. The two waved and left.
Su Bingbing looked at their backs, looking forward to their next meeting.
Guo Wei was happy to see Su Bingbing making such a good friend, so he offered some advice. Baby, the Tianhai Zoo that my company invested in will open in 2 weeks. Let's ask them to go and have a look. Hey, this is a good idea. Xiao Wei, you are awesome. After saying that, Su Bingbing happily patted Guo Wei's chest with some force. Let's go, it's still a little early, let's go home and I'll reward you.
Then the scene appeared where Su Bingbing grabbed Guo Wei by the collar and took him away. There are no direct buses or subways from Fanti Amusement Park to Shanghai University, so I stopped a taxi on the side of Nanqing Road.
They opened the car door, Su Qinghan entered first, and Nan Xian followed. The taxi driver, a man in his 60s, asked, Where are you going, young man? Magic City University. Okay, very quickly. The uncle quickly operated the gear lever and drove towards Magic City University. The uncle didn't use the navigation system during the whole journey.
Su Qinghan looked at the unfamiliar scene outside the window and felt a little scared. She was afraid that the uncle was a bad guy, but it was inconvenient for her to ask Nan Xian in case of alerting him. She asked, Uncle, if you don't use the navigation system, do you know where Moda University is? Little girl, I have lived in Shanghai for more than 60 years.
I know every place here and the map has been engraved in my mind.
The uncle said with a smile, feeling very proud.
Uncle, you are so awesome. Su Qinghan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. There are really talented people in every field. Su Qinghan knew the real reason why the uncle didn't turn on the navigation, so he leaned on Nan Xian with confidence. After playing in the amusement park for an afternoon, Su Qinghan fell asleep due to exhaustion.
Ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling.
At this moment, the phone in Nan Xian's trouser pocket rang.
Seeing Su Qinghan sleeping beside him, he quickly turned down the volume of the phone.
He picked it up and saw that it was Lin Yu calling.
When the call was connected, Lin Yu's respectful voice came from the other end. Boss Nan, we held a meeting and selected several investment projects with relatively large profit margins.
We have sent them to your email. Okay, I'll get back to you after I read it. Nan Xian said calmly, then hung up the phone. It was easy to get a headache reading the densely packed small characters in the car, so Nan Xian turned off his phone and prepared to go back to the dormitory to read. Soon, they arrived at Magic City University. Nan Xian gently patted Su Qinghan. Wife, wake up, we are here. Ha?
We're here.
Su Qinghan opened his sleepy eyes and looked out the window with difficulty.
As expected, they had arrived at the school. After getting off the car, Su Qinghan felt sore all over that he couldn't stand steadily for a while.
Fortunately, Nan Xian was there to support him. Su Qinghan looked sleepy and frowned. Hubby, I feel so sore all over. Please rub it for me. Su Qinghan shook Nan Xian's arm coquettishly.
It must be because Su Qinghan hasn't played like this for a long time that he feels sore all over.
Nan Xian looked at Su Qinghan with a frown on his face and felt a little distressed. It was all his fault that he did not pay attention to Su Qinghan's physical condition. Okay, how about we go to the playground? Nan Xin asked Su Qinghan for his opinion.
It shouldn't be harmful to just beat his legs and shoulders.
No, the playground is too hard.
Su Qinghan shook his head, then pointed to the small house behind the store opposite and said, "There's a hotel inside, let's get an hourly room."
Okay, then you just bear with it for a while.
After saying that, Nan Xin carried Su Qinghan on his back, and the two of them walked towards the small hotel inside. About 100 meters south of the school gate, there is a sign at the intersection that reads, "Accommodation, 50 yuan a night."
Next to the sign is a 4-story building, and you can tell from the windows that there are many rooms on each floor. After seeing this, Nan Xin carried Su Qinghan on his back and walked in. There was a small window on the left after entering the door.
An old lady was watching a TV series inside.
He knocked on the window.
After seeing this, the old lady came out of the house and looked Nan Xin up and down.
Lodging for a young man? $50 a night. Okay. Nan Xin handed over his ID card and paid the money.
The old lady came out with a key.
Here's the key to the room at the back of the first floor. Yeah. Nan Xin nodded, walked to the front of the house and inserted the key.
When you open the door, you will see a big bed, a small wardrobe next to it, and a very small bathroom inside. It can be said that although it is small, it has everything.
Nan Xin put Su Qinghan on the bed and asked with concern, "Wife, where does it hurt the most? Let me rub it for you first?" It seems to be quite painful. Su Qinghan thought for a moment and then said.
Su Qinghan didn't feel anything before, but after waking up from a nap in the taxi, he started to feel sore all over.
Okay then. Nan Xin said with a wry smile.
It seemed that Su Qinghan was too tired these 2 days.
Afterwards, Nan Xin turned into a masseur and massaged Su Qinghan's arms and legs.
So comfortable.
Chapter 47 Husband, you are pressing my hair.
Although Nan Xin's technique was unprofessional, it was still quite comfortable. Before, Su Qinghan felt a little disappointed when she thought about internship, but now she has changed her mind.
Wouldn't it be nice for the two of them to rent a small house outside and live in their own world? Honey, it's a little below the knee, it's a little sore there. Yes, my dear wife. Nan Xin said lovingly, without any sign of fatigue, but rather willing to work hard without complaint. Ding ding in the small room, Su Qinghan's WeChat message rang. When I opened it, it was a message from Su Bingbing, "Sister Han, are you free next Saturday? How about going to the zoo together?"
When Su Qinghan saw this, a smile appeared on her lips and she quickly typed, "Okay."
Then she turned off her phone and enjoyed Nan Xin's massage. Wife, what are you so happy about? Nan Xin asked when he saw Su Qinghan's happy look. Bingbing asked us to go to the zoo, where we can see tigers, lions, and crocodiles.
Su Qinghan was so excited at the thought of going to the zoo that he forgot the pain in his body.
Huh? Why are they all so ferocious? Don't you like giant pandas and little monkeys? Nan Xin asked puzzledly.
Logically speaking, girls all like cute and adorable things, so why is Su Qinghan so different? I like red pandas and monkeys, too, but I prefer those that are domineering and ferocious, like my husband, Su Qinghan said, with a wider smile on her face.
Nan Xin is quite domineering in some ways. Okay. Nan Xin smiled helplessly, but he didn't look scary at all.
After massaging for a long time, Nanxin's hands were sore.
Wife, where do you still feel pain? Well, it doesn't seem to hurt much anymore. Husband, you should take a rest.
After Su Qinghan said this, he pulled Nan Xin to lie beside him.
Afterwards, she hugged Nan Xin and said with a moved heart, "Hubby, you have worked hard." It's okay. Nan Xin shook his head. He was happy to give his wife a massage. Besides, it was what he should do.
A small, dark room is best for sleeping.
Su Qinghan's eyelids drooped, her slender legs resting on Nan Xin's body, and she said lazily, "Honey, I'm so sleepy." Nan Xin was afraid that Su Qinghan would not wake up, so he suggested, "Then I'll take you back." But after waiting for a long time, Su Qinghan did not answer, so Nan Xin asked in a low voice, "Wife? Is she asleep?" Nan Xin gently covered Su Qinghan with a blanket. "Silly wife, you fall asleep so quickly." With his wife resting her head on his pillow, Nan Xin simply closed his eyes and took a nap.
After a while, the only sounds in the rental room were the two people's breathing. In the boys' dormitory room 203, Sun Baofa stood in front of the mirror admiring his hair color.
Brother Fa, your hair color is so bright. Zhang Hao sat on the bed, looking at Sun Baofa's red hair, and exclaimed in admiration.
Of course I will. There will be a class meeting later and I will definitely be noticed by the female classmates. Sun Baofa was very proud. He was so happy that as soon as he arrived in the classroom, the female classmates would come up to him and ask for his contact information. In his opinion, whether you can be single depends on your hair color. I'm telling you, it's absolutely right to listen to me. Binzi, you can dye your hair gray, and Hauzi, you can dye your hair haze blue. Then we will be the most handsome guys in school, and we will have a lot of suitors. Sun Baofa's fantasy is great, but is it really like that? Lu Bin and Zhang Hao were skeptical after hearing this. If Sun Baofa was approached by a girl today, they would go out and dye their hair that night. Looking at Nan Xian's empty bed, Sun Baofa checked the time on his phone and asked in confusion, "It's already 7 o'clock, why hasn't Brother Nan come back yet? Could it be that you don't know about the class meeting?" Lu Bin thought, supporting his chin. Maybe I can't bear to be separated from senior sister Su. Zhang Hao raised his eyebrows awkwardly. Forget it, I'll just give him a call and ask. Sun Baofa picked up his phone and dialed Nan Xian's number. Ding ling ling ding ling ling. In the rental house, Nan Xian heard the ringing of his cell phone and opened his eyes with difficulty. The contact displayed on the phone was Sun Baofa. After pressing the answer button, Nan Xian frowned and said, "Hello? Brother Nan? Why haven't you come back yet? There's a class meeting at 7:30. Huh? Nan Xian found out about this after checking the class news and immediately became excited. Su Qinghan, who was beside him, heard the noise and wanted to take a look, but he felt a pain in his head. Honey, you're pressing on my hair. Su Qinghan rubbed his head and said in a baby voice. The hair is pressed? Sun Baofa exclaimed, as if he had discovered some big secret. Brother Nan, please come back soon. I won't disturb your world of two. Sun Baofa hung up the phone in a hurry, fearing that he would hear something he shouldn't hear. After hearing the exclamation, Lu Bin and Zhang Hao looked at Sun Baofa with wide eyes and curiosity. Brother Fa, what happened just now? Lu Bin raised his lips and said, whose hair was pressed? Could it be senior sister Su? Brother Nan and the other two. Don't talk nonsense, you kids should stop asking about adults' affairs. Sun Baofa raised his eyebrows and scolded, but he was curious in his heart. Lu Bin and the other guy curled their lips. They have both been single for thousands of years, why should they pretend to be so profound? After hanging up the phone, seeing Su Qinghan's frown, Nan Xian quickly asked, Wife, does it hurt? I didn't notice it just now. It's okay, it just hurts for a moment, but it will be gone after a while. Su Qinghan said with a smile. She didn't want to make Nan Xian worry. By the way, what are they calling about? Tell me there will be a class meeting later. Oh. Su Qinghan nodded, and then said, then let's go back, it's getting late. Okay. After packing up their things and checking out of the hotel, they walked out of the hotel. Maybe it was because she felt a little hot under the quilt when she slept. Su Qinghan's little face turned red, so that the auntie immediately understood what she meant. Most of the people who come to her small hotel to book a room are college students, and her aunt is no longer surprised by it. After leaving the house, Su Qinghan recalled the look on Auntie's face just now, and was a little puzzled. Husband, Auntie smiled when she saw me just now, why? Look at how beautiful you are. Nan Xian forced a smile as he looked at Su Qinghan's rosy face. This looks too much like the state after exercise, no wonder the aunt laughed. Oh? Really? Su Qinghan thought about it and there seemed to be no other reason, so he took Nan Xian's arm and walked towards the school. After the two men left, a man and a woman from the small hotel came out immediately. The girl was Su Qinghan's roommate Lu Miling, and the boy was her boyfriend Duan Jinyu. Looking at the familiar backs of the two people, Lu Miling took out her mobile phone and took a photo. Chapter 48, She has a partner, so you should give up on this idea. Duan Jinyu saw Lu Miling taking pictures of the two of them and asked in confusion, Honey, what are you taking pictures of? I feel that she looks pretty poor. Let me go back and show her to her. Lu Miling shrugged her nose and answered. Okay, let's go back to school. Then Duan Jinyu took Lu Miling's hand and walked towards school. At this time, Nanshin's roommates also came out of the dormitory, and he was waiting for them at the intersection of the playground. When Su Qinghan saw Sun Bafa and the other two, she said to Nan Xian, "Honey, I'll go back to the dormitory first."
Go ahead, go back and have a good rest, Nan Xian advised.
After all, the amount of exercise in the past 2 days was really too much. When the three of them approached, Nan Xian saw at a glance the red shape of Sun Bafa's head, which was really exaggerated.
Your red hairstyle is so, well, amazing, Nan Xian admired from the bottom of his heart. Brother Nan, you have good taste. Many girls looked at me along the way,
Sun Bafa said proudly while looking at the girls. But Zhang Hao and Lu Bin felt something strange. There were a lot of young girls looking at them, but they felt like they were looking at fools. After gathering, the four of them walked towards the teaching building. Their major was finance, which was the only major with a fixed classroom. Because the finance department has a large number of students, the classroom is in the tiered classroom on the first floor of teaching building number 4. When the four of them walked to the classroom door, there were already a lot of people inside, and the ratio of men to women was relatively balanced. Sun Bafa strongly requested to take the lead, and when he walked in, everyone's attention was drawn to him.
But that was just eye-stimulating and people looked away after just one glance.
When Nan Xian walked in, many girls' eyes were on him and they began to whisper.
Oh my god, the boy singing on the school forum is actually from our class. He's really handsome, he's my type. Those guys around him are his roommates, right? Why do they look so ordinary? Shouldn't male gods live in the same dormitory with male gods? It's over, my heart has fallen.
As soon as Nan Xian walked in, all the girls in the class were excited, and even the boys who had just started chatting with them ignored him. So much so that the boys could only lower their heads and play with their phones. Sun Bafa thought that he was the one who caused this phenomenon. A few of them found an empty seat and sat down. Sun Bafa boasted to the other two single guys in the dormitory, "Look at the way those girls looked at me."
I was right, wasn't I? Dye your hair.
All the girls' eyes are on me.
Tomorrow, I'll take you to dye your hair,
Sun Bafa said confidently.
Lu Bin grinned and said, Brother Fa, those girls' eyes are clearly on Brother Nan, are you having an illusion? Nonsense. Sun Bafa waved his hands, not wanting to believe it. At this moment, a girl wearing a white knitted long shirt and light blue jeans walked up to Sun Bafa, glanced at Nan Xian beside her with her almond-shaped eyes, and then said to Sun Bafa, "Classmate, can you add me on WeChat?" Sure, that's great. Sun Bafa nodded quickly.
The girl in front of him could score 88 points based on her looks and was also his type.
Then, let's chat on WeChat.
The girl raised her phone, looked at Nanshin reluctantly, and then walked away. Sun Bafa proudly waved his phone in front of Lu Bin and Zhang Hao, and said, "See, I told you that hair dyeing would work, but you didn't believe me." Zhang Hao and Lu Bin looked at each other and smiled flatteringly. "Brother Fa is right, can you take us to dye our hair tomorrow?" Nan Xian looked at the three people above him, shook his head with a wry smile. It would be strange if he could find a girlfriend like this.
No problem, we are all brothers.
I definitely won't let you guys be single if I find a girlfriend, Sun Bafa said proudly, and the next second a message came on WeChat, which was sent by the girl just now.
Lu Bin and Zhang Hao gathered around Sun Bafa to see what he had posted, and they saw, "Classmate, the boy next to you is your roommate, please give me a business card." After seeing the message, Sun Bafa and the other two were immediately dumbfounded.
It turned out that the girl added them just to get Nanshin's WeChat account number.
Sun Bafa's head was full of black lines.
Seeing this, Lu Bin and Zhang Hao quickly ran away. Sun Bafa was seen typing hard on the keyboard, as if he wanted to make a hole in it. "She has a girlfriend, so just give up on this idea." After saying that, Sun Bafa deleted the girl's WeChat message.
If he didn't delete such a person, would he keep her around for the new year? Nan Xian noticed that Sun Bafa was acting strange, so he asked with concern, "Afa, are you okay?" "It's okay, I'm fine." Sun Bafa forced a half smile. Sun Bafa did not blame Nan Xian for the incident.
It was mainly because the girl was too annoying. He is a very cheerful person, his temper comes and goes quickly, and after a while he said cheerfully, "Brothers, let's continue dyeing tomorrow." Zhang Hao and Lu Bin regretted their decision and now hoped that Sun Bafa would forget about it as soon as possible. On the other side, after Su Qinghan and Nan Xian separated, she heard someone calling her name on the way back to the dormitory. After turning around, he found that it was Lu Miling who was calling him.
Su Qinghan walked closer and asked with a smile, "Miling, why are you back? Are you staying in the dormitory tonight?" "No, Duan Jinyo's badminton club will go to the freshman classroom to recruit new members." I had nothing to do, so I went back to the dormitory and happened to meet you. Lu Miling touched her nose and said. Looking at the clothes Su Qinghan was wearing, which were the same clothes she had just taken a photo of, Lu Miling asked in confusion, Qinghan, did you go to the inn just now? Miling, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Su Qinghan just heard the club recruiting new members, and didn't hear what Lu Miling asked afterwards, so Lu Miling thought that Su Qinghan was shy and didn't dare to admit it. Afterwards, Su Qinghan hurried back to the dormitory and changed her clothes. During this time, she organized people in the student union group and went to the freshman classroom to recruit new students in the evening. The school belle is so charming that she quickly organized a large group of people. When Lu Miling walked to the dormitory door, Su Qinghan had already changed his clothes and ran out in a hurry. Qinghan, run slower. I know, Miling, I'll leave first. Su Qinghan said without turning his head. At this time, Sun Yu and Guo Rong were playing games as a team in the girls' dormitory. When they saw Lu Miling coming in, they couldn't help but be shocked. Miling, are you coming back to stay tonight? No, I'll leave in a while. Lu Miling was a little puzzled. Why did everyone ask her whether she was leaving at night when she returned to the dormitory? She didn't stay away from the dormitory for a long time. If her roommates knew what she was thinking, they would definitely refute her. We only stay here 3 or 4 days a month. You would think the dormitory is a hotel. At this time, Sun Yu and Guo Rong on the bed were looking at the death information on the game with anger. They had just been killed by Marco again. Marco, you idiot, I'm going to kill you if I don't. Brothers, go, go, go. Chapter 49, even the inspection by the leaders is not as large as this. There were already students from the student union waiting on the playground, and from a distance they were all boys. After a while, a pretty girl came towards them outside the playground. She was wearing a white chiffon shirt, a purple skirt, and beige canvas shoes. That figure was Su Qinghan. When the junior students saw Su Qinghan, they rushed forward one by one. Senior sister Su, you are here? Well, Xiaonuan hasn't arrived yet? Su Qinghan looked around but did not see Xiaonuan. Xiaonuan is a sophomore student in Shanghai, the beauty of the School of Accounting, and has a good relationship with Su Qinghan. She is also the vice president of the student union and is very capable. She is Su Qinghan's favorite assistant, but she is slightly inferior to Su Qinghan in terms of appearance. After a while, Xiaonuan came running from a distance, panting and said, I am not late. No. Su Qinghan shook his head and patted Xiaonuan on the back. When those boys saw the two school celebrities, their eyes lit up. They had to say that joining the student union was a very good choice. One of the junior students sent the photos of the two to his roommates and said, I told you not to sign up earlier. You will regret it now. The roommate's brother saw it and replied immediately, ask the senior sister if she needs anyone else. I'll do anything for you. Okay, then I'll be merciful and help you ask. The junior student curled his lips. It was just right that he could talk to Su Qinghan for a few words. This was a good deal. Then, he came to Su Qinghan and said with a dry laugh, Senior sister, are we still short of people? Boys are not needed, but a few girls can come. Seeing those boys, Su Qinghan and Xiaonuan smiled at each other. Not long after, several sophomore girls came to the playground. After the team was formed, Su Qinghan looked at everyone with her beautiful eyes and smiled. After the instructors finished their class meetings, we will go in to recruit new members. Xiaonuan, set up the student union recruitment group in advance, and then you can let interested students join the group. Other societies have already taken action, let's set off quickly. Immediately afterwards, a team of more than 20 people walked towards the teaching building. I guess even the inspection by leaders was not as large as this. At the same time, there was a constant stream of chattering in the classroom. At 7:30, the instructor Liang Cheng appeared in the classroom on time. Liang Cheng, about 30 years old, was standing in front of the podium wearing a khaki top, a black pleated skirt, and a pair of white high heels. As a counselor in the Department of Finance, many people have met him at the beginning of the school year. When the students saw the counselor coming in, they all returned to their seats and the classroom was extremely quiet for a while. Liang Cheng coughed twice, looked at everyone and said with a smile. Hello everyone, I am your counselor Liang Cheng, welcome to our finance major. I will accompany you for the next 4 years. After Liang Cheng finished speaking, the students below applauded. After the applause ended, Liang Cheng spoke again. As someone who has been through this, I have 3 pieces of advice for you guys. First, study professional knowledge well and improve your own skills. Second, learn a skill and develop an interest. Third, if you are destined to be together, have a relationship.
After saying this, there was a sudden commotion in the audience, and everyone's heart was burning with excitement.
Sun Bafa looked at Nan Xian, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Brother Nan has successfully completed the third point.
Lu Bin's eyes were empty, and he complained, "When can we enjoy a sweet love again?"
I don't ask for much, just a woman is enough. Zhang Hao answered in a mean way.
Looking at the whispers below, Liang Qing knocked on the desk.
Okay, everyone, be quiet.
There is another thing to do at today's class meeting, which is to elect the class monitor, the league secretary, the sports committee member, the life committee member, and the study committee member. Those who have ideas, please come to the stage and give your speech in 10 minutes, and we will vote as a class. After finishing speaking, Liang Qing walked down from the podium and looked at the students from the side. Nan Xian didn't expect that the university would have to follow the same system as high school. He was helpless, but he himself had no interest in it. But Lu Bin next to him had a gleam in his eyes.
During the summer vacation, he investigated some things about the university.
The above all say that the position of league branch secretary is very good, and those who perform well can also join the party.
Lu Bin tilted his head and asked his roommates, "Do you have any positions you want to apply for?" "I'm not interested. It's better to get to know more female classmates instead of wasting time." Sun Bafa shook his head and sighed.
Zhang Hao said, "Forget it. I'd rather spend more time playing King of Glory with my sister. The last time we played a game, we turned on the voice chat and her voice was so sweet." Thinking of that girl's voice, Zhang Hao felt a surge of longing.
With such a nice voice, she must be quite pretty too. Brother Nan, do you have any ideas?
Thinking of the look the girls had given Nan Xian just now, Lu Bin thought that if Nan Xian ran for election, he would definitely have no chance, and the girls around him were staring at Nan Xian with eager eyes.
No. Nan Xian said lightly. He was still thinking about accompanying his wife.
Lu Bin breathed a sigh of relief, touched his nose and said, "Brothers, I want to run for the position of league secretary."
"Sure, you have ambition. As a brother, I must support you," Sun Bafa said, putting his arm around Lu Bin's shoulders. Nan Xian nodded and thought for a moment. "It's not bad for the league secretary to be from our dormitory. Please think of us when there are any benefits in the future." Zhang Hao instructed Lu Bin. "No problem, I'll treat everyone to barbecue if I'm selected." Lu Bin was very happy. It felt pretty good to be supported by others.
Afterwards, Lu Bin shared with everyone some of the benefits of class leaders. Of course, he heard about these from the internet. Let me tell you, welfare is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to get familiar with every girl. When there is something happening in the class, they will definitely come to you. In this way, wouldn't it be? Lu Bin raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. When Sun Bafa heard this, he excitedly slammed the table and said, "I'm moved.
Of course, I'm not doing this for the girls. I'm doing this to help the instructors reduce their burden."
When my roommates heard this, they all looked like, "I don't believe you at all." If the instructor knew Sun Bafa's good intentions, he would definitely say, "You old fool." But Sun Bafa was in a dilemma at this time. Which of these positions should he choose? The class monitor has too many trivial matters to deal with, the sports committee member is a little weak, and the life committee member needs to check the dormitories. After thinking it over, I think the study committee member is the least troublesome and laborious. After a while, Sun Bafa said solemnly, "Brothers, I have decided to run for the position of study committee member."
"Brother Fa, are you sure?" Zhang Hao touched Sun Bafa's forehead uncertainly, and then said, "Your brain is not confused, right? Afa, be careful." Nanshin also advised.
Sun Bafa dyed his hair red and didn't look like a hard-working student at all.
Chapter 50. Oh my god.
My son has made great progress.
Sun Bafa looked at the faces of the others who were advising him, and couldn't help wondering, don't I look like someone who studies hard and works diligently?
Brothers, there's no need to persuade me.
I have made up my mind,
Sun Bao said with a smile. His roommates looked at his serious expression and said nothing more.
At this time, Nan Xin's mobile phone screen lit up.
It was a message from Su Qinghan.
"Honey, is your class meeting over?" "Not yet. It will probably take half an hour to finish." Nan Xin replied with a smile after seeing it. Seeing Nan Xin reply in seconds, Su Qinghan was smiling broadly, imagining that she suddenly appeared in front of Nan Xin. Then she lowered her head and typed quickly, "Which teaching building in classroom are you in?" "Teaching building number 4, the lecture hall on the first floor." Nan Xin answered without thinking. "Oh. I won't talk to you anymore. Yaya and Xiaorong asked me to play a game with them. Bye."
Su Qinghan turned off his phone, his eyes turned into crescents when he smiled.
Since he was going to act, he might as well do it completely.
In the dormitory, Sun Yu and Guo Rong also sneezed unexpectedly.
Sun Yu asked in confusion, "Hey! Is someone thinking about me?" "Nonsense, I just sneezed too."
"It must be Marco on the opposite side who is scolding us.
The two of them have grown some skills and it is easy to kill Marco now."
Guo Rong had a smile in her eyes. The two of them had killed Marco 5 or 6 times and they were very happy now.
"Well, it should be. Xiaorong, let's teach Marco how to be a good man." "I think it's okay."
In the following period of time, Marco was devastated, and even Su Qinghan did not expect that Marco would have to take the blame. After Su Qinghan turned off the screen, Shan Wan's voice came from a distance, "Sister Han, the instructor has finished the class meeting in classroom 320 of the School of Architecture."
"Okay, let's go in."
Su Qinghan no longer had the serious expression he usually had when he was working, so much so that Shan Wan was in a daze for a moment.
Was Su Qinghan shy just now?
She had never seen this before.
Could it be that she was in love?
Without bothering to ask, the two of them walked towards the classroom. Su Qinghan came to the podium and introduced herself gracefully. "Hello, students. I am the president of the student union and also your junior sister Su Qinghan. Our student union offers many extra credits and club activities. If you are interested, you can join our club's welcome group." As soon as Su Qinghan entered the classroom, he attracted the attention of all the boys, and even the girls couldn't help but take a second look at him.
"Oh my god, senior sister Su is so beautiful.
I declare that senior sister Su is my goddess from today on.
For the sake of my goddess, I will definitely join the student union. Senior sister Su is worthy of being the campus belle of Magic City University. She is even prettier in person than in the photo. Love, love."
When Su Qinghan opened the group QR code and showed it to his junior classmates, he was immediately surrounded by people. Su Qinghan was shocked by their enthusiasm and said with a smile, "Don't worry, everyone can join the group." If someone who didn't know saw this scene, they might think that Su Qinghan and his group were giving out free gifts, which caused the rush to grab them. When the students from the Foreign Cooperative Society at the door of the classroom saw the scene, they were a little worried. "Sister Xiao, I guess the student union will recruit the most students this year.
Shall we go in later?" "Go in, of course you should. What's the use of having more people? We are recruiting the elites."
Zhang Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable when she saw Su Qinghan being welcomed. Seeing that their club had more than 20 people recruiting new members, and then looking at her own club which had only 20 people in total and only 5 people including her, Zhang Xiaoxiao felt very unbalanced. After a while, Su Qinghan and the others had gone around the group, and all the students who wanted to join had joined the group. At the beginning, there were only about 20 people in the welcome group, but after a short while, there were more than 100 people, which can be regarded as a victory in the first battle.
Finally, Su Qinghan stood on the podium and said to everyone happily, "Thank you for joining us. See you in the club. See you in the senior club. See you in the club." The students from the student union waved and left the classroom. When Su Qinghan left the classroom, he saw Zhang Xiaoxiao looking jealous. She raised her eyelids and said, "Too many people are also a burden." Shan Wan usually couldn't stand her the most. She wanted to rush up to argue with her, but was stopped by Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan just shook his head at Shan Wan, then came to Zhang Xiaoxiao and said with a smile, "If you can't eat grapes, you will say that the grapes are sour. You should work hard, otherwise there will be few people joining your club, and it will be so bad to be alone." After saying that, Su Qinghan patted Zhang Xiaoxiao on the shoulder and gave her a meaningful smile. Then, the student union members walked towards the next classroom. After hearing what was said, Zhang Xiaoxiao stamped her feet in anger. After pausing for a moment, she put on a smile and walked into classroom 320 with 4 other boys. Walking up to the podium, Zhang Xiaoxiao greeted everyone with a smile. "Hello everyone, I am Zhang Xiaoxiao, the president of the Foreign Affairs Press. Although our club has a small number of members, all of them are elites. We want to recruit some like-minded students. Those who are interested can join our recruitment group." After that, a few people walked around with their phones in hand. There were only 5 people in the group. Zhang Xiaoxiao saw the current situation and became crazy with jealousy.
At this time, in the classroom on the first floor, Liang Qing walked up to the podium again and knocked on the table. Okay, students, those who are interested can go on stage and give their campaign speeches.
Are there any students who would like to volunteer? After Liang Qing finished speaking, Lu Bin raised his hand. Teacher, me.
Then let's give this student a round of applause. Liang Qing said with a smile, and finally there was no dull moment.
Next, Lu Bin walked to the podium amid applause.
He pushed his glasses and spoke. Classmates, my name is Lu Bin, I am from Hebei province, I want to run for the position of League Secretary. Finally, I will be responsible and live up to the expectations of my teachers and classmates.
Please support me and vote for me.
After Lu Bin finished speaking, he bowed deeply and returned to his seat.
Applause broke out from the audience. When the applause stopped, Liang Qing came on stage and continued, Are there any more candidates running for League Branch Secretary?
I. After several students finished their speeches, Liang Qing looked at the students below and said, Are there any other students who want to come up to the stage to make a speech?
Everyone below shook their heads. Then let's start voting now. Vote for whichever student you support. I started a vote in the group, and everyone clicked on it.
The students picked up their phones and opened the group message.
After a while, Liang Qing sent a voting link.
Everyone started voting, and it has to be said that this method saves time and effort.
The result came out in less than a minute. Lu Bin didn't dare to look at the screen. He had never been so nervous even during the college entrance examination.
Liang Qing walked up to the podium and read out the results of the election. Congratulations to Lu Bin, you have successfully run for the position of League Secretary.
When Lu Bin heard the result, he shouted excitedly, Oh my God! My son has made it. Chapter 51, Spend 50 on materials and earn 150.
The candidate for the League Secretary has been determined, and the Life Committee member and class monitor have just been selected. The next step is to select the Study Committee member. Liang Qing walked up to the podium and smiled at the students below. Now let's start the election for Study Committee member. After that, a girl wearing glasses raised her hand.
She looked like a good student. Teacher, I want to run for election.
The girl spoke in a low voice and gently.
Well, go on stage. Liang Qing nodded.
The first 3 people elected were boys, and now finally a girl stood up and took the lead. The girl was a sweet-looking type, with a high ponytail, and she looked very pretty when she smiled.
Her looks were above average. Hello, classmates. My name is Xia Meng. Sun Bafa was immediately moved when he saw the girl on the stage. What if he went up and beat her? Facts proved that Sun Bafa was overthinking. Well, it's not good to compete with female classmates, otherwise I'd better not go to school later. Sun Bafa grinned. Brother Fa, something's happening. What's going on? You can't bear it.
Zhang Hao raised his eyebrows and looked at Sun Bafa meaningfully.
I think Fa Gu is just getting scared.
Lu Bin was happy to watch the fun, mainly because he had just won the election and was feeling inflated.
Nonsense, just do it.
Sun Bafa frowned. It seemed that it would be difficult to end it if he didn't do it. After a while, Xia Meng on the stage had finished her speech. This is the end of my speech, thank you everyone.
Anything else? Liang Qing asked again. Zhang Hao and Lu Bin below pushed Sun Bafa. Teacher, the student wants to try.
Zhang Hao pointed at Lu Bin and said.
Things have come to this, Sun Bafa can only go for it.
However, when he went up with that red hair, even Liang Qing was shocked.
Who gave him the courage to run for the study committee member?
Xia Meng returned to her seat and looked at Sun Bafa's ruffian look on the stage and seemed very interested.
Sun Bafa stood on the stage, stammering as he greeted everyone. Hello, classmates. My name is Sun Bafa. I'm running for the position of study committee member. After finally finishing the introduction, Sun Bafa ran back to his seat from the podium in embarrassment. He looked so embarrassed during his speech.
I thought he would just go on stage and say a few words, but when Sun Bafa got to the podium, he became nervous when he saw the densely packed crowd below, and then he began to stutter when he spoke. If there was a crack in the ground, he would definitely crawl into it. After Sun Bafa finished his speech, Liang Qing walked to the podium, looked in Sun Bafa's direction and said, Sun Bafa is very courageous, but that red hair is too eye-catching.
According to the university student code, students are not allowed to wear strange clothes. Hurry and dye it back tomorrow. Yes. Sun Bafa stood up and nodded.
The red hair could only last for 1 day, and he had to return to his original state the next day. It seemed that he had been remembered by the instructor. Zhang Hao and Lu Bin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard what Liang Qing said. It seemed that they didn't need to dye their hair. But now they are starting to care about how much money Sun Baofa spent on dyeing his hair. Brother Fa, how much is your hair worth? Oh, it makes me sad when I say that. I spent more than 2,000, but I have to dye it back tomorrow.
Sun Baofa's heart was bleeding.
This was really a case of losing both the wife and the army.
What? More than 2,000?
Why don't you just rob the barber shops?
Lu Bin said in shock.
Their hair dyeing costs less than 100, and if you dye it yourself, the materials would cost less than 50. He seemed to have discovered some business opportunity and turned to Sun Baofa and said, Brother Fa, I can actually dye my hair, and as a brother I won't cheat you, just give me 200 and I'll help you dye it.
My products are of high quality and low price, you will definitely not suffer any loss or be fooled. Really? Are you lying to me?
Sun Bao was suspicious. He had never heard that Lu Bin had this skill.
Of course, would you consider it? Okay, 200 is a deal. Sun Baofa looked at his flat wallet, gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. Lu Bin was also very happy.
He spent 50 yuan on buying materials and made a net profit of 1,500 yuan.
Soon the selection results came out.
The study committee member was Xiao Meng.
There was no doubt that Sun Baofa's worries just now were unnecessary.
When Xiao Meng turned around and looked at Sun Baofa was also looking at her. They looked at each other and nodded. Then Xiao Meng gave her a meaningful smile in return. When Sun Baofa saw it, he felt like he had fallen into a wolf's den.
Am I overthinking? Sun Baofa thought suspiciously.
After that, the sports committee member was selected, and the freshman class meeting came to an end. But the bad news was that they still had to attend evening self-study. The class meeting was over, and the seniors waiting at the classroom door were already impatient. After Liang Qing came out, the president of the roller skating club, Du Wei, led the members into the auditorium and started giving a speech as soon as they went on stage.
Zhang Hao tilted his head and asked his roommates, Hey! What clubs are you planning to join? I don't know. Let's wait and see.
Maybe I'll join a club where the senior girls are prettier. Lu Bin said with a sly look.
I have the same idea. Let's first implement the third piece of advice given by the instructor.
Sun Baofa said in a mean way, it would be a waste not to have a girlfriend in college.
Seeing Nan Xayan didn't say anything for a long time, Zhang Hao asked Nan Xayan, Brother Nan, which club do you want to join? I'm not interested in any of them. Nan Xayan said lazily. If he joined the club, wouldn't that mean he would have less time to spend with his girlfriend?
He didn't want to do something that would not be worth the loss.
TSK, I guess Brother Nan can't bear to part with senior sister Sue.
Zhang Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a sour feeling in his heart. The roller skating club has finished its presentation, and they went around inviting younger students to join the recruitment group. At this moment, Du Wei's eyes swept over a boy. The boy was sitting in the crowd. He was about 185 centimeters tall and wore a white short-sleeved shirt. His smooth and fair face was angular and handsome. His dark and deep eyes were shining with charming luster. His thick eyebrows, high nose bridge, and beautiful lips all touched Du Wei's heart.
Then, Du Wei walked up to the boy and asked with a smile, Classmate, are you interested in learning more about the roller skating club? Not interested.
Nan Xayan said coldly, but Zhang Hao beside him had a gleam in his eyes. That's senior, I am interested. But Du Wei ignored him and continued to say to Nan Xayan, Classmate, you can learn even if you have no basic knowledge. If you join our club, I will teach you in person.
How about that?
Du Wei lowered her status just to get Nan Xayan to join the roller skating club so that she can win him over.
She has made it clear, and she believes that Nan Xayan will make the right choice. No need. Nan Xayan's eyes were calm and he ignored her. Although Du Wei was good looking, she was still not as pretty as his wife. Do you want to reconsider this? Du Wei asked unhappily with anger on her face.
At this time, a familiar female voice came from behind Du Wei. No need, he has already joined our student union.
P.S. Please support my new book, and I will urge you to update it for free. Chapter 52 Humph, you still want to snatch my man from me? You're dreaming.
Hearing the voice, Du Wei turned her head away unhappily. She wanted to see who was challenging her. At the same time, her face was filled with anger, and she angrily said, Who are you?
How dare you snatch someone from me?
When Du Wei saw the woman's appearance clearly, he was stunned for a moment, and the arrogant look on his face disappeared instantly.
Su, Senior Su, why is it you? Who else could it be if not me? Su Qinghan's delicate little face was full of questioning.
If she hadn't come here in advance, her husband would have to join someone else's club.
Just when Du Wei came to Nan Xian, Su Qinghan had already entered the classroom.
When she saw Du Wei seducing her husband, her sharp eyes could kill people.
Fortunately, Nan Xian doesn't look at other girls except Su Qinghan, otherwise he would have to pay with his body.
At school, Su Qinghan has a good relationship with the teachers, and Du Wei doesn't dare to offend him.
That's not what I meant, but senior sister Su, you can't force me to join the student union. Du Wei had an idea.
The class had just finished a class meeting, and they were the first club to enter the classroom. It must be Su Qinghan who coerced and bribed the junior. Although Du Wei didn't dare to go against Su Qinghan, she could make a big fuss about it if the matter was not made clear.
However, Du Wei suddenly wondered in her heart, could it be that she also has a crush on this junior? Ask him if I forced him? Su Qinghan smiled with his eyes turning into crescents as he looked at Nan Xian. Du Wei acted as if she was standing up for the injustice. Don't worry, classmate. As long as you don't want to go to the student union, she won't force you. I will definitely make the decision for you. How about joining the student union? Su Qinghan asked Nan Xian charmingly. Okay. Nan Xian nodded. How could he refuse his wife's invitation? Du Wei's mind was full of questions. What happened just now? Did the boy actually agree?
I lowered my status to invite him, but he didn't come.
Su Qinghan didn't do anything, but he went to the student union?
The two of them had no connection at all, so it must be that Su Qinghan used coercion and inducement.
Classmate, just blink if you feel threatened. Du Wei said to Nan Xian in a low voice.
When Su Qinghan saw her talking to her husband at such a close distance, he immediately became furious and pushed her away.
Don't you know that physical contact between men and women is not allowed? Su Qinghan said to Du Wei angrily. He is not related to you, why do you care so much? Du Wei was pushed away by Su Qinghan.
She felt a little embarrassed for a moment and said with gritted teeth.
Everyone around was looking at them in a state of excitement, but when the girls in the class saw Nan Xian being fought over by the campus belle and the department belle, they immediately realized that Nan Xian was the man they could never pursue. Gossip is a unique ability of girls, so they are all concentrating on watching what will happen next. Nanshin's roommates were full of envy. When would they be able to be fought over by girls? Who said that? He is my husband.
Su Qinghan's almond-shaped eyes were full of love as she looked at Nan Xian. If Du Wei hadn't pressed her, she probably wouldn't have dared to express her love in front of so many people.
Su Qinghan's voice was not loud, but all the classmates heard it.
These words were like a basin of cold water, extinguishing the boys and girls who had fantasies about Su Qinghan and Nan Xian.
Oh my god, I knew that there was something special between them when Senior Su came to the playground to look for Nan Xian. These two are such a perfect match together. As a single person, I can only envy and be jealous. Now I understand what a handsome man and a beautiful woman are. Senior sister Su and Nan Xian are both of them.
Su Qinghan continued in front of Du Wei, blushing and saying, "Husband, am I right?"
Yeah, that's right. Nan Xian rubbed Su Qinghan's little head affectionately.
Du Wei was so shocked by the scene that she was speechless. She didn't expect that the clown was actually herself. Now she wished there was a crack in the ground she could crawl into.
After a pause, Du Wei said reluctantly, "So that's the case. I won't bother you anymore. I wish you a happy marriage." To ease the embarrassment, Du Wei smiled and asked Zhang Hao besides Xiang Nanxin, "Classmate, did you want to join the roller skating club just now?" "I thought about it just now, but I don't think about it now."
Zhang Hao said and turned his head away proudly. He knew very well that Du Wei was trying to find a way out.
But Zhang Hao didn't give her this opportunity.
"The current situation fully demonstrates that you ignored me in the past, but now you can't afford me." After saying that, Du Wei, with a frown on her face, walked out of the door angrily with the members of the roller skating club.
Su Qinghan looked at the group of people walking out the door and raised her head in satisfaction. "Humph! You still want to snatch my man from me? Dream on." "Wife, what did you say just now?" Su Qinghan murmured, and Nan Xian could not quite hear clearly.
"Well, I hope they have a safe journey."
Su Qinghan said with a smile. Fortunately Nan Xin didn't notice it. Could she have told her husband that she is not like this usually?
After a while, a large group of students from the student union arrived at Nanxin's classroom. Su Qinghan walked up to the podium and introduced the student union to the students.
Many people were interested. Nan Xin looked at Su Qinghan shining on the podium from below and couldn't help feeling happy.
It turns out that girls are also very charming when they are busy with their careers.
The introductions were quick. Su Qinghan walked up to Nan Xin with the group QR code and said with a smile, "Student union candidate, join the group chat." "No problem." Nan Xin nodded with a smile and picked up his mobile phone to scan the QR code.
When he joined the group, there were already nearly 400 people in it.
Nan Xin was shocked.
The number was too terrifying. When he opened the group to see the ratio of men to women, he almost dropped his jaw. There are 4 times as many boys as girls in the group.
Nan Xin is suspicious. Could these people be coming for my wife? A rough calculation shows that Nan Xin has more than 300 rivals in love.
He can't help but sigh, my wife is so charming.
Su Qinghan walked around Nan Xin's class, then ran to Nan Xin and whispered, "Honey, I have to go get busy first. Wait for me after class." "Go, little fool." Nan Xin nodded and looked at Su Qinghan's back with a smile. Su Qinghan has been acting a little sneaky since coming to the lecture hall. Shanwan took Su Qinghan's arm and asked with a smile, "Sister Han, are you in love?" "Ha? Is it that obvious?"
Su Qinghan quickly covered her little face and asked shyly. As soon as these words came out, Shanwan knew that Su Qinghan had a boyfriend, and that her boyfriend was in the class in the lecture hall.
"It's okay.
From your appearance, you're just blushing, and you often daydream about men.
You went to the classroom early just now. Are you afraid that your boyfriend will be stolen away by another club?"
Shanwan started to reason as if she were the incarnation of Sherlock Holmes. In fact, this was all because Shanwan understood Su Qinghan.
Su Qinghan widened his eyes and asked in confusion, "Huh? You know this again?" Chapter 53 Sister Han, Brother-in-law Han?
The evening self-study session was so boring that Nan Xin simply opened his mailbox to read the email Lin Yu sent him, while at the same time turning on his snobbish gaze. While looking at the information, Nanxin's mind showed the profit percentage.
TikTok short video, investment profit 280%. Lu Yoqi, investment profit 10%. Beauty weight loss pills, investment profit 35%.
Looking at all the projects, only Douyin short video has huge investment space. Nanxin currently has 150 million in startup capital, plus the 30 million in the company's account. It should be able to occupy a large share of the investment. Short videos have not yet become popular, this is a trend.
Immediately afterwards, Nan Xin called Lin Yu without hesitation.
Beep beep beep. After the call was connected, Nan Xin said, "Lao Lin, all the funds in the company's account will be invested in Douyin short videos. Also, I want additional investment.
Please contact the person in charge of the other party." "Okay, President Nan."
After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu recalled the investment project book sent to Nanxin. He remembered that this was the number 1 project.
But Nanxin just said it would make additional investments. Could it be that this project is really good? After seeing Nan Xin's ability, Lin Yu called the person in charge of Douyin without hesitation. "Hello? Mr. Liu, I'm Lin Yu from Qingxin Investment Company. Our President Nan wants to meet with you to discuss investment matters." "Ah. That's right.
Recently, many companies want to invest in our project.
We have prepared an investment auction.
We will cooperate with whoever offers the highest investment. If you are interested, please come to our company's conference room at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." The person on the other end of the phone said proudly.
"Good."
After Lin Yu finished the call, he told Nan Xin about what had happened, and they decided to go there tomorrow afternoon. The class schedule has been arranged, and there are no classes at Nanxin tomorrow afternoon.
Time passed quickly and the evening study was over.
When the 4 Nanxin roommates walked out, a female voice interrupted their steps.
"Sun Baofa." "Ha?"
Sun Baofa turned his head suspiciously when he heard someone calling him. When he saw it was Xia Meng, his heart started pounding.
Then Sun Baofa's wheat-colored skin turned red. "Is there anything wrong, Xia Meng? Do you want to go for a walk on the playground together?" Sun Baofa was stunned. Happiness came too suddenly. But when he remembered that the girl just came to add him on WeChat just to get Nan Xian's contact information, he still asked uncertainly, "Is it me?" "Yeah." Xia Meng nodded, looking very shy.
When his roommates saw Sun Bafa like this, they immediately came to his aid. "Brother Fa, you guys go ahead and chat, we have something else to do so we'll leave first."
"Bye." Several people waved their hands and pushed Sun Bafa towards Xia Meng. "You guys, take care. I won't see you off."
Sun Bafa grinned, and then the two of them walked towards the playground side by side. When they reached the bottom of the teaching building, Nan Xian separated from the two of them. He wanted to wait for Su Qinghan here. Seeing that their roommates were gradually getting close to girls, Lu Bin and Zhang Hao felt jealous.
When will the matchmaker finally bring them together?
At the same time, the student union led by Su Qinghan has visited all the classes, and now there are more than 800 people in their welcome group. Although the number of 800 is insignificant compared to the number of freshmen in Shanghai, it is the club with the largest number of members in the entire school. After the task was completed, Su Qinghan looked at everyone at the bottom of the teaching building and said with a smile, "The recruitment task was a complete success. You have worked hard. Go back and have a rest. Goodbye, senior." "Bye, Senior Su." Su Qinghan waved to them, and finally only Xiaonuan was left at the scene. "Xiaonuan, aren't you leaving?" Su Qinghan looked at her with her beautiful eyes and asked. "I'm waiting to see brother-in-law Han," Xiaonuan said with a smile. She wanted to see which outstanding man had abducted Su Qinghan. Seeing Xiaonuan's excitement due to gossip, Su Qinghan finally understood her wishful thinking. "Let's go, my little gossip." "Hey, here I come." Xiaonuan followed Su Qinghan to the bottom of teaching building number 4. There was no one in the building now, and Nan Xian looked very dazzling standing under the streetlight. After Su Qinghan saw Nan Xian, he made a hush gesture in front of Xiaonuan, and then the two of them walked gently behind Nan Xian. She covered Nan Xian's eyes with her hands, and then said in a hoarse voice, "Guess who I am? Wife." Although Su Qinghan's voice changed, Nan Xian could still smell the fragrance from her hands. Then Nan Xian grabbed Su Qinghan's arm and held her in his arms. A blush instantly appeared on Su Qinghan's face because Xiaonuan was standing beside her watching. After seeing this scene, Xiaonuan regretted following along. She had originally wanted to have some midnight snack, but now she was full of dog food. And is she going to pretend not to see it now? Su Qinghan's eyes dodged, and he gently patted Nan Xian's chest and whispered, "Hubby, I brought a friend here." "Huh? Where?" Nan Xian looked around and saw Xiaonuan standing in the distance. "No wonder my wife looked around just now, it turns out she was feeling guilty." "Okay, help me up quickly and wait until there is no one around." Su Qinghan's fair and tender face couldn't help but feel slightly hot. "Okay." Nan Xian's mouth corners curled up. It turned out that his wife was so shy in front of acquaintances. Afterwards, Su Qinghan took Nan Xian's arm and walked to Xiaonuan's side. She raised her jade hand and introduced Nan Xian. "This is Xiaonuan, the vice president of the student union." When Nan Xian heard this, he realized that after joining the student union, both of them would be his superiors. "This is my boyfriend, his name is Nan Xian." Xiaonuan looked at Nan Xian carefully. Indeed, his appearance and figure were impeccable. No wonder Su Qinghan fell into the whirlpool of love. "Hello, brother-in-law Han." Xiaonuan greeted with a smile. She already regarded Nan Xian as her brother-in-law. Hello, hello." Nan Xian was stunned at first, then smiled happily and murmured in his heart, "Brother-in-law? Not a bad name." Even Su Qinghan, who was standing next to him, blushed when he heard Xiaonuan's name. He thought Xiaonuan was just calling him casually, but he didn't expect it was real. "Well, now that my brother-in-law has seen it, I won't be a light bulb anymore." "Sister Han, brother-in-law Han, I'm leaving first." Xiaonuan was very tactful. If she stayed any longer, she would probably be a very dazzling light bulb. "Goodbye." "Bye." Su Qinghan and Nan Xian waved their hands. "Honey, why don't we go sit on the playground for a while?" Su Qinghan looked at the time on her phone and found that it was only 8:30, and there was still a long time before the lights in the dormitory were turned off. "Okay." Nan Xian nodded, took Su Qinghan's hand and headed towards the playground. Chapter 50 for the serious kind. There are a lot of people on the playground at night. Some were playing cards, some were dancing, and some were hugging each other and biting each other.
Su Qinghan and Nan Xian found an open space and sat down.
They were surrounded by mostly young couples.
After a while, the headlights illuminating the playground went out. Nan Xian looked at the dim street lights around him and raised his eyebrows.
This was too much of a trick. The already noisy environment became immediately quiet as the headlights were turned off.
Honey, why are they all silent? Su Qinghan whispered close to Nan Xian's ear.
She rarely came to the playground, so she didn't know the situation there.
Maybe he's too busy,
Nan Xian said with a smile, then pulled his wife into his arms.
Oh, husband, what are you doing?
Su Qinghan saw a lot of people around just now, and became nervous after being treated like this by Nan Xian, for fear of being seen by others.
It's okay, they can't see it. Nan Xian raised the corners of his mouth and hugged Su Qinghan. Oh.
Su Qinghan looked around and indeed couldn't see anything clearly, so he felt relieved. In the dim light, a few whispers can be heard from time to time, and some are women's voices that are deliberately lowered. After making sure that he couldn't see, Su Qinghan became bolder and kissed Nan Xian's mouth with her thin red lips.
Faced with this sudden attack, Nan Xian was stunned.
He didn't expect his wife to be so strong, and Nan Xian also responded unrestrainedly.
The noises around them were getting louder and louder. Su Qinghan's face was burning as she whispered in Nan Xian's ear, "Hubby, let's move out next week." Okay. Nan Xian has gotten used to it now. His wife is a little pervert who always thinks about moving out.
It seems that he needs to buy a house as soon as possible, preferably one that can be moved in right away.
Do you like black stockings or white stockings? Su Qinghan asked naively, because she had heard Lu Meiling say that boys all like girls to wear stockings. I like whatever my wife wears.
One for each leg is not bad.
They are all adults. Nan Xian doesn't make a choice. He wants them all. My husband is a stinky durian mango.
Su Qinghan answered coquettishly, and she became more certain in her heart. It seems that she should find time to buy some stockings.
Time passed quickly and Nan Xian sent Su Qinghan back to the dormitory. There were many young couples downstairs, all hugging each other and reluctant to leave.
Su Qinghan hugged Nanshin reluctantly. Since this morning, she didn't want to leave Nanshin even more.
Hubby, I really want you to be by my side. Su Qinghan shook his little head in Nan Xian's arms, feeling reluctant. Little fool, I thought so too.
Seeing the dormitory ant coming out and preparing to howl, Nan Xian gently stroked Su Qinghan's head and comforted her softly.
Okay, be good, go back quickly. After saying that, Su Qinghan looked back every few steps, and only when she completely disappeared in front of the dormitory building did Nan Xian reluctantly go back.
After returning to the dormitory, Nanshin heard the cheers of his roommates outside the corridor.
When he went in, he saw the crazy expressions of Zhang Hao and Lu Bin. When they saw Nan Xian coming in, they happily pulled him to their side and said joyfully, "Brother Nan, we almost lost our crystal just now, but in the end the soldiers pushed their crystal first, and then we won, huh?"
Yes, the other side must be furious.
Zhang Hao also grinned. Nan Xian looked at the two of them with a helpless smile. They were so happy just by winning a game. It was really unique. Looking around, Nan Xian did not see Sun Bafa, so he asked the two of them, "Is Ah Fei not back yet?" "No, I guess they just got along very well."
Lu Bin said this with a bitter heart. After all, Zhang Hao still had a girl who played games with him, but he didn't even have a girl to chat with. While a few people were chatting about Sun Baofa, he pushed open the door of the dormitory with a bitter face. Everyone saw that this was what it looked like when someone was heartbroken. Lu Bin felt much better immediately after seeing this. This was probably because his happiness was built on Sun Baofa's pain. "It's okay, brother Fa, there are thousands of women in the world, why bother with love?" Lu Bin was the first to speak to comfort them, fearing that if it was too late, he would laugh out loud. As brothers, Lu Bin is definitely the most mean one. Then, Zhang Hao came over, put his arm around Sun Baofa's shoulders and said with a wry smile, "If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Don't be sad." Looking at Sun Baofa's appearance, Nan Xian felt that he was acting, and his acting was quite poor. He didn't expect that these two guys believed it. "Don't pretend, I can see it all." Is it that fake?" "Of course." Nan Xian nodded. Sun Baofa then smiled happily and said to his brothers, "I really didn't mean to lie to you. I was just worried that you couldn't bear it. Binzi, beat him up first." Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and said to Lu Bin, and then the two of them rolled up their sleeves.
Brother Nan, help!
Sun Bafa bent down, hugged his head and shouted loudly.
Nan Xian raised his lip corner and said, I can't help it, it's your fault.
It was all a joke, no one was ruthless. After a while, Sun Bafa sat on the chair, and the remaining three sat opposite him to interrogate him.
Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist tell the truth.
Zhang Hao touched his nose and said with great momentum. Seeing this, Sun Bafa knew that if he didn't explain, the three of them would just sit there like this.
So Sun Bafa said shyly, we didn't really talk about anything tonight. We just talked about the interesting things that happened in high school. Huh? Really? Lu Bin asked suspiciously. Sun Bao nodded vigorously and said helplessly, it's all true. I didn't lie to you.
After listening to it for a few days, I suddenly lost interest.
That's it, what's the point of showing off?
Seeing the disappointed looks on his roommates' faces, Sun Bafa didn't hide his feelings and said immediately, we don't have classes tomorrow afternoon.
We have an appointment to go to the botanical garden.
After saying this, Sun Bafa was overjoyed at the thought of going out together tomorrow. If they continue like this, it will be just a matter of time before they are together. But thinking that he had never dated a girl, Sun Bafa hurried to Nanshin.
He was the first person in the dormitory to successfully find a date.
So, Sun Bafa started to show his courtesy to Nan Xian by bringing him water and fruits.
Nan Xian knew that he had something to ask for, so he got straight to the point and said, just tell me what you want. Sun Bafa asked flatteringly, Brother Nan, is there anything I should pay attention to when going on a first date with a girl? Get the small umbrella ready. Nan Xian said lazily.
He felt that Sun Bafa needed it.
A serious one. Knowing that Nan Xian was joking, Sun Bafa instructed. Then I don't know. Nan Xian raised his head and thought for a moment. It seemed that there was really nothing.
He and Su Qinghan grew up together and were very familiar with each other. He really didn't pay much attention to it, so he couldn't give Sun Bafa any constructive suggestions.
Okay.
Sun Bafa ran to the bed dejectedly.
Nowadays, if you have any questions, you can just ask Baidu, so he typed on the search bar, what should I pay attention to on a first date with a girl?
The first search result was, bring an umbrella. When Sun Bafa saw the result, his face turned red with anger. He typed hard on the keyboard and added a few words to the front, the serious kind.
Chapter 55, 180 million, I will buy it directly. The next day. After lunch, Nan Xian sent Su Qinghan back to the dormitory, and he went to Douyin Company alone.
Douyin Company is located in the development zone in the north of the city, and it takes an hour to drive there from Shanghai University.
Nan Xian also discussed with Lin Yu, and the two met downstairs of the Douyin Company. When he reached the school gate, Nan Xian waved his hand and hailed a taxi. After Nan Xian sat down, the driver in the front seat turned his head and asked, Where are you going, young man? Development Zone, Shangmei Building. Nan Xian looked at the message Lin Yu sent him and spoke slowly. Okay.
After saying that, the driver stepped on the accelerator. If you didn't know, you would think that the people in the car were in a hurry to reincarnate.
An hour later, Nan Xian arrived at Shangmei Building, and Lin Yu had been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing Nan Xian coming over, he quickly ran to Nan Xian and said, Boss Nan, you're here. Well, let's go up.
After saying that, Lin Yu led the way in front. I went to the 24th floor and walked to the door number 2406, and the words Douyin were written on it. There are many companies on this floor, most of which are small companies.
No wonder the boss of Douyin wants to find a wealthy investment company.
When they arrived at the door, a special receptionist led Nan Xian and the other person to the conference room. There were a lot of people in the conference room, most of them were uncles in their 40s or 50s.
As soon as Nan Xian and his companion appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the people around them. Then, the two found an empty seat and sat down, but the people around them kept looking at them with suspicion. Which company are they? I've never seen them before. It's probably a rookie company.
Maybe they were just hired by Mr. Lu to make up the numbers.
I really don't know what Lu Chang is thinking. I directly invested 40 million in this project, and he still wants to hold an auction? Humph. It's a waste of time.
One of the balding uncles in his 50s and the female secretary next to him cursed.
Boss, this really shows the level of our Zodi investment company.
The female secretary said in a coquettish voice.
The uncle nodded after listening.
Feeling happy, he began to caress the beautiful legs of the female secretary.
The voices of discussion were quite loud and Nan Xian could also hear their doubts, but he didn't care.
He closed his eyes and looked confident. Lin Yu, sitting on the bench, was very worried. He knew the company's situation and the total investment was only more than 30 million.
Lin Yu is very familiar with the investment circle. Basically, those who came today are from large investment companies, and they are definitely generous.
Although he heard that Nanshin wanted to make additional investments, Lin Yu was a little panicked at the moment because he didn't know Nanshin's financial resources.
Nan Xian sensed Lin Yu's restlessness and said slowly, "Old Lin, relax. Mr. Nan, these are all big companies. I'm afraid we can't compete with them." Lin Yu looked around and said bitterly, "It's okay. I'm here. Let the bullets fly for a while." Nan Xian said confidently.
Lin Yu felt relieved upon seeing this.
Besides, he still believed in Nan Xian in his heart. At 2:30, a young man in his 20s wearing glasses walked in.
The man was sitting in the main seat.
He looked at everyone and said slowly, "I am Lu Chang, the boss of Douyin. I believe everyone who came here today knows this.
I won't waste my words. Our company is willing to offer 30% of its shares in exchange for investment.
Let's start bidding. 25 million. 27.5 million. 30 million. 33 million.
The bald uncle was disdainful of the bids and said proudly, 42 million. He originally wanted to bid 40 million, and he temporarily raised the price by 2 million to insult Lu Chang. So many people were invited to the auction, but in the end he still made the highest bid.
Lu Chang looked at the uncle. Although he was angry, he suppressed his emotions. He glanced at everyone and asked, "Is there anyone who offers a higher price?" Lin Yu looked at Nan Xian, and his eyes seemed to say, "If you don't bid, it will be sold."
Nan Xian said proudly, "I'll pay 50 million. When the bald man heard that someone had offered a higher price than him, he immediately got angry.
"If you dare to challenge him, you must be tired of living." 55 million. 60 million. Nan Xian said confidently.
The price of 30% of the shares has been raised to 60 million, so Lu Chang is naturally very happy.
When he saw Nan Xian's figure behind the crowd, he couldn't help but be surprised.
The man seemed younger than him. Seeing Nanshin's offer of 60 million, the bald uncle was a little hesitant to follow suit. Although this project is very good, it has not been verified by the market after all.
Investing such a large sum of money rashly may result in a total loss. After careful consideration, the bald uncle gave up. Anyone else want to raise the price? If there's no decision, it's decided. Lu Chang was about to slam the table to finalize the matter when he was suddenly interrupted by Nan Xian. "Wait a moment." "Huh?" Lu Chang raised his head and looked at Nan Xian, feeling a little scared. Could this guy have gone back on his word?
60 million was already far beyond his expectations.
Lu Chang was unwilling to let the duck fly away. He said respectfully, "Do you have any questions?" 180 million. I will buy it directly. What do you think? Nan Xian raised his eyebrows and said seriously.
This project has been certified by the system and it is a sure win. So you should naturally keep such a good project in your own hands.
When Nan Xian shouted out 180 million, everyone around him dropped their jaws. How come they didn't even know about the emergence of such a financially powerful investment company?
The company's strength cannot be underestimated as it can come up with so much capital. Even the bald uncle's company does not have so much cash flow. Even Lin Yu, who was following nearby, was shocked. He knew that the company could only afford 30 million, so wouldn't the 150 million be solely owned by Nanshin?
Now he admires Nan Xian even more. Of course, the most shocked person in the audience was Lu Chang. Whether it is capital injection or acquisition is a question worth thinking about.
He is the boss who invested in Nanshin. He wants dividends, and if he acquires the company, he can get 180 million immediately by selling it.
Lu Chang stammered, "Well, let me think about it." Nan Xian nodded silently.
No one could make an immediate decision on such an important matter. At this time, the people in the conference room were waiting for Lu Chang to make a decision. Although they had no chance of getting the project, they still wanted to know what choice Lu Chang would make. Of course, the most important point is that they want to see the scene of Nanshin paying the bill. They want to know whether Nanshin is just pretending to be strong or whether it really has the ability to do so. As time passed, Lu Chang's forehead was covered with sweat, and his mind was constantly analyzing the relationship between the two.
Nan Xin was not in a hurry.
He just sat on the bench and waited for the result.
He believed that Lu Chang would make a clear choice. Chapter 56, As a boss, you actually hold your employees back? Lin Yu looked at Lu Chang, who was silent, and couldn't help asking Nan Xin, Boss Nan, do you think he will agree to the acquisition? Nan Xin did not answer, but asked Lin Yu, if it were you, how would you decide?
He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then slowly said, if something has not been verified by the market, it is hard to say whether it will be successful or not.
But agreeing to the acquisition means real money. If it were me, I would choose money.
Lin Yu's eyes widened, and he felt inexplicably excited.
Well, that's also my answer. Nan Xin said confidently.
After a moment, Lu Chang slowly raised his head, as if he had made an important decision in his heart.
He rushed to Nan Xin and asked earnestly, if Douyin is acquired by you, what are you going to do with the employees? Nan Xin looked at the employees outside the meeting room, raised his eyelids and said, everything remains the same.
He also hopes that the app can flourish, and all employees must stay.
Okay, I'll sign.
Lu Chang said excitedly.
The price the company could sell for was already very high. Then Lu Chang ordered his subordinates to draft the contract.
The subordinate worked very efficiently and soon handed 2 documents to Lu Chang.
After all, it was a contract drafted by someone else. Nan Xin read it from beginning to end and found that there was indeed no problem. No problem, signed. Good.
Witnessed by many investment companies, the two completed the contract, and the next step was to make the payment.
Nan Xin asked, give me your card number. I will transfer 150 million to you first.
In the evening, our company's finance department will transfer 30 million to your account.
Okay, no problem. Lu Chang grinned. After spending a lot of money, why would I care about the small money? Lu Chang is 100% assured.
Now that the issue of shares has been dealt with, those people who were just there to watch the fun should be asked to leave.
Although Nan Xin didn't say anything, Lu Chang understood. He smiled and said to everyone, thank you all for coming today. I won't see you off. Everyone knew that this was an order to leave, so they left tactfully.
When the bald uncle left, his expression was full of regret.
Finally, he pulled Lin Yu aside and asked, what is the name of your company?
Lin Yu said coldly, invest in the company.
Well, what a heartwarming one. Let's wait and see.
After leaving, the bald uncle said viciously in his heart.
After everyone left, Lu Chang prepared to take Nan Xin to visit the company.
After all, he had sold the company, so there was no need for him to stay here.
After hearing this, Nan Xin waved his hand and refused. He wanted to be a hands-off boss. Nan Xin said to Lu Chang, you are also a member of the company, and I didn't say I would fire you. Huh? Lu Chang stared at Nan Xin with wide eyes.
Seeing that this young man was usually quite smart but now a little confused, Lin Yu said, Boss Nan wants you to continue to be in charge, but you will become an employee instead of a boss.
Really?
Lu Chang was full of surprise, but his face was more filled with happiness.
He built TikTok bit by bit, and he is reluctant to abandon it. Lu Chang was so excited that he cried. He never expected to meet such a good boss.
He swore in his heart that he would work hard in the future.
Nan Xin looked at the two men with satisfaction.
They would be his right-hand men in the future.
Now that we have talked about the touching things, it's time to get down to business.
Although the system says that short videos on Douyin can make money, Nanshin still needs to understand some of the circumstances.
How many people downloaded the short video on TikTok?
Currently, 10 million people have downloaded it, and most of them are young people aged 15 to 28.
Yeah. Nan Xin nodded.
It seemed that he needed to intensify the promotion.
I should think of a good idea. When Nan Xin looked at Lin Yu, he suddenly remembered that tomorrow was the day Disney would reopen. Nan Xin turned around and asked Lin Yu, Old Lin, how is Disney doing now? Boss Nan, everything has been reorganized and all the staff have been recruited. I guarantee there will be no problem this time.
Lin Yu replied hurriedly. When he thought of the situation last time he went there, his face turned red. To be honest, he had never seen such a shameless person. Post the QR code for downloading TikTok short videos at the entrance of Disneyland. Just scan the code and download it to get free admission. I must make it clear to everyone that our software does not infringe any rights.
The activity will last for 2 weeks. Yes. Lin Yu nodded, and then wrote down what Nan Xin said.
When Lu Chang heard that he could go to Disney by downloading software, he was stunned.
Disney tickets usually sell for 4 or 500 yuan each. Wouldn't Nanshin be losing money? He felt that it was not worthwhile to promote the short video on Douyin, so he spoke up to stop it. Boss Nan, aren't we losing money by doing this? Nan Xin shook his head and said, only when you have popularity can you make money. After hearing Nan Xin say this, Lu Chang didn't say anything, but he became more determined in his thoughts. In fact, Nanshin also has its own considerations. Disney was messed up by those people in the past, and this time it is also to win back the hearts of the people. Another thing is that the two projects promote each other and achieve mutual success. The QR code posted at the entrance of Disney can only be seen by people in this city. People from other places have no idea that there is such a fun place in Shanghai. Nan Xin suddenly had an idea and said to the two of them, we can post the opening information of Disneyland on TikTok.
When the traffic is fully allocated to it, friends from other places will come over if they find it interesting.
This way our Disney will become famous, and after the event, many friends will come to visit us.
When Lu Chang and Lin Yu heard about Nan Xion's plan, they couldn't help but envision Disney being packed with people and TikTok having over 100 million users.
Okay, that's a good plan. Boss Nan, do you have anything else to do?
That's all.
Nan Xin shook his head silently when he heard Lu Chang's question, as if he had said everything he needed to say. Well, I'll go and get busy first, you guys do whatever you want?
Lu Chang said awkwardly.
The main reason was that Nan Xion's suggestion was so great.
If he hadn't taken into consideration that he was the boss, he would have wanted to withdraw long ago.
Yeah. Nan Xin nodded.
He didn't expect Lu Chang to be such a workaholic. Although he was very happy as the boss, he still advised, pay attention to rest.
Got it. Lu Chang responded loudly and walked towards his office without looking back.
Seeing Lu Chang rushing to work, Lin Yu felt a little itchy. Boss Nan, how about I take you back first?
No need, I can go back by myself. Nan Xin saw Lin Yu's anxious look and realized that he wanted to return to the company as soon as possible. Nan Xin never thought that as a boss, one day he would actually hold his employees back. Chapter 57, 30 Million Top Mansion. After coming down from the company, Nan Xin hailed a taxi. This time, we arrived at the school gate in less than an hour.
Su Qinghan has classes this afternoon, so Nan Xin decided to go to a real estate agency near the school to look at houses. At the same time, in the classroom, Su Qinghan was in a daze.
She knew that Nanshin had no classes this afternoon, so she sent him a message out of curiosity. Honey, what are you doing? Do you miss me?
Sun Yu and Guorom could see that Su Qinghan was absent-minded in class today, so they saw the text message she sent at a glance.
What's wrong? Are you thinking about your sweetheart? Nonsense, no. Su Qinghan's cheeks turned slightly red, and it was obvious that he was guilty. Then Qinghan, why are you blushing? I was hot. Immediately afterwards, Su Qinghan's cell phone buzzed. He opened it and saw that it was a message from Nan Xin. Of course I missed you. I have another surprise for you. I'll pick you up after class. Yeah, okay.
Su Qinghan smiled foolishly while holding the phone, wondering in his heart what the surprise from Nan Xin was. Time passed by minute, but Su Qinghan felt that time was so long.
A large class has ended and there are still 2 hours to go.
Just at this time, Zhang Xiaoxiao came in front of Su Qinghan and the other two. Qinghan, yeah, Xiaorong, I'm holding a birthday party this Sunday, you all come and join me.
Oh, and there's Lu Meiling and her boyfriend. Qinghan, bring your boyfriend here too. Then I'll leave first.
After saying that, Zhang Xiaoxiao walked away triumphantly, without giving anyone a chance to refute. Zhang Xiaoxiao is a native of Modeo and her family is a little wealthy. The reason why she invited Su Qinghan to the party was to show her superiority in front of her.
Qinghan, she just wants to show off to us. Of course not. If you ask me, we won't go to her birthday party. Who will she show off to if we don't go? It's okay. It's a waste if you don't eat the free dessert. Why don't we just ignore her? Su Qinghan said with a smile, who can resist delicious food? Okay then, let's pick out a gift together then. I guess the gifts we bought are not worthy of their attention. Well, it's their business whether to use it or not, we just buy it. Su Qinghan counseled his two roommates, and they finally gave up.
However, when they thought about having delicious food, they felt much better.
On the other side, after getting off the bus at the school gate, Nan Xian walked for 5 minutes to the bond sales office. The house here is the closest property to Shanghai University.
When I walked into the sales office, there were many people looking at houses, but there were also a few staff members standing by with nothing to do. When they saw that the person who came to see the house was a very young guy, they were all indifferent. In their eyes, young men are just paupers who will just take a look and leave.
Dong Li, a newcomer to Banda Real Estate, took the initiative to greet Nan Xian after seeing him.
She didn't even think about placing orders, so it would be good to improve her professional knowledge. She came over in black work clothes and black high heels, and said to Nan Xian with a smile, "Hello, sir."
"Excuse me, do you want to see the house?" "Yeah." Nan Xian nodded, his attention focused on the property. Banda Real Estate is also divided into Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3. Phase 1 and Phase 2 are ordinary residential areas, and Phase 3 is a newly built luxury residence.
Compared with Phase 1 and Phase 2, the supporting facilities in Phase 3 are more advanced. In the distance, a fat man wearing a big gold chain and a small watch was looking at the buildings in Phase 3. He cursed and complained at the model in front of him.
"That's it. The lowest floor costs more than 10 million? Why don't you go and rob it?"
"Hey, you guys judge, is it worth it?" When the fat man shouted like this, many people who were looking at the house gathered around.
"What kind of house would you buy for 10 million?
I have to start earning money since the Republic of China to be able to afford it.
Is this house inlaid with gold? What kind of person can afford this? I am only worthy of watching. For an ordinary apartment, I can only come up with a down payment of 300,000 yuan. Here, I don't deserve it. Brothers, don't look at it. Dreams can contain anything."
People around were talking one after another, and the saleswoman explained to the fat man helplessly. "Sir, our community is a high-end residential area, and the price is indeed a bit expensive. But the supporting facilities in our community are quite complete. There are not only kindergartens and hospitals in the community, but also large supermarkets and so on. If you really think it's a bit expensive, you can look at the houses in Phase 1 and Phase 2. The fat man looked at the saleswoman with disdain and almost pointed at her nose and cursed her.
"Your house is so expensive, can't it be cheaper?" "That's the lowest price, sir. It can't be any cheaper."
When he heard that he couldn't get a bargain, the fat man immediately started shouting at the top of his voice.
"My money didn't come from the wind. Your house is too expensive.
I'll buy it for 5 million.
"That's really not possible, sir."
The salesperson immediately regretted receiving him. "Then I want to see if you can sell the house worth 10 million. Seeing that his speculation failed, the fat man spoke angrily. On the other side, the noisy sound from the enclosure attracted Nanshin.
He was also curious about what kind of building it was.
Then he walked towards the fat man.
"What kind of apartment is the one that costs 10 million? It's the model that this gentleman has taken a fancy to. How much does the building in the middle cost?" Nan Xian asked the sales lady beside him.
The salesperson was about to speak when the fat man answered first.
"You will never be able to buy that house in your lifetime.
It costs nearly 30 million.
The fat man looked at Nan Xian with disdain. How could a college student in his 20s afford a villa? Are you kidding me? Nan Xian's eyes were all on the model.
He had to say that the house worth 30 million was much better than the one worth 10 million.
Nan Xian was very satisfied with the house worth 30 million yuan, and then he said to Dong Li beside him, "Can I move into a house worth 30 million yuan?"
"Of course, sir."
Do you want to buy it?"
Dong Li widened her eyes, unable to believe it.
"Yeah." Nan Xian nodded.
He believed that Su Qinghan would like it.
"Okay, I'll prepare the contract right away." Dong Li happily went to the printing room.
Among the group of idle people, the woman with big wavy hair was Dong Li's master. Seeing that Dong Li was about to sell a top-notch luxury house, she immediately became restless.
Then, she came to Nan Xian with enchanting steps.
"Hello, sir.
I am Dong Li's master. You can just call me Xiaoye." Dong Li is still new, so her introduction wasn't clear. "Let me explain it to you again." "No need," Nan Xian said coldly.
Afterwards, Dong Li trotted over to get the contract, while Xiaoye tried to find a way to get her out of the way.
Dongli, please make this gentleman a cup of coffee.
I will just take this gentleman to the conference room.
Chapter 58. Husband, you didn't hear anything, right? Oh well. Dongli responded in a low voice. Although she was dissatisfied, she couldn't say anything because Xiaoye was her master. Xiaoye then led Nanshin into the conference room. Sir, let's sign the contract. Here's a pen.
Xiaoye looked at Nanshin with hope on her face.
However, Nan Xian saw through her little thoughts.
She looked down on others but came out to steal the credit.
That's why Nan Xian didn't want to give the performance to such a person. I'll sign it after I've had my coffee. Yeah, okay, I'll go out and rush them. After saying that, Xiaoye walked out with a smile.
She picked up her cell phone and called Dongli.
After the call was connected, Xiaoye's complaining voice was heard.
Dongli, hurry up, the customer is waiting anxiously.
Okay, master, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Dongli brought the brewed coffee to the conference room. Your coffee, sir. Well, let's sign the contract.
Xiaoye was overjoyed, and she pushed Dongli aside with her butt.
But Nan Xian looked at her coldly and said, I said to sign with her, not with you. After Nan Xian finished speaking, he pointed at Dongli. Ha? Me? Dongli's face was full of disbelief. She thought the order was going to be lost. Thank you, sir.
Dongli hurriedly bent down to express her gratitude.
This was the first deal she had made. You're welcome. Nan Xian signed his name smoothly, and the contract was signed.
When Xiaoye saw that she failed to grab the order, she ran out in frustration.
After signing the contract and paying the money, you can get the keys. When Nan Xian came out of the meeting room, the fat man immediately came to Nan Xian's side.
He wanted to see if Nanshin had the ability to pay 30 million. When I got to the front desk, the cashier asked with a smile, Sir, cash or card?
Swipe the card. If he had to carry a huge amount of 30 million in cash, Nan Xian would probably be exhausted to death.
When the cashier looked at the payment slip that Nan Xian brought, which showed 29,980,000 yuan, he couldn't help but want to slap himself in the face. With so much money, you're still asking whether to pay by cash or card.
You must be crazy. Nan Xian handed over the bank card in his hand. Enter the password and the payment will be successful in a few seconds.
When the fat man heard the reminder that the money had arrived, he immediately regretted it. It was not easy for someone to come up with 30 million yuan so easily. He should have used some connections at that time. The sales staff standing by felt jealous when they saw that such a big order was negotiated by the newcomer.
Then, the front desk clerk handed the key to Nan Xian. Sir, please keep the key. Nan Xian put the key in his pocket, and the long-lost system prompt sound rang in his head. Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Sign-in location, Bonda Sales Center. Sign-in reward, 500,000 square meters of land in Lujiazui. The system hasn't been released for a long time, and when it comes out it gives such a big reward?
Lujiazui is the financial center of Shanghai, where housing prices are over 100,000 yuan per square meter. The system rewards converted into RMB are hundreds of billions. But this is just the price of the land. It would be more valuable if an office building and a large shopping mall were built on it. As for what to build in the end, Nanshin has no idea yet. At present, all the funds have been invested and there is no extra money to plan this land. Nanshin thought he still had to make good money. The house has been cleaned up. Nan Xian looked at the time on his mobile phone and it was already 5 o'clock. Su Qinghan finished school at 5:30, and Nanshin just happened to arrive downstairs of the teaching building at that time. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. The signal for the end of get out of class rang out, and Su Qinghan said hello to his two roommates and rushed out of the classroom. When she looked up, she saw Nan Xian standing in the distance waiting for her. Su Qinghan quickly jumped onto Nan Xian's body and put his arms around Nan Xian's neck. Husband. What's the matter, wife? I missed you. After saying that, Su Qinghan hugged Nan Xian tightly. At this time, Su Qinghan's classmates came out of the classroom and were shocked to see the school beauty hugging a man intimately. Is that person Su Qinghan's boyfriend? I've never heard of a school beauty having a boyfriend. These two are showing off their affection in public. I wonder how many junior students at Magic City University are secretly sad. Hearing other people's discussions, Su Qinghan jumped off Nan Xian with a red face. Su Qinghan was a little shy because he didn't expect that he would miss her like this after not seeing her for an afternoon.
Seeing his wife looking shy, Nan Xian took her hand and walked out of the school. During this period, Su Qinghan did not see the surprise that Nan Xian sent, and he was still thinking about it in his mind.
She didn't say anything, but just kept her head up, thinking, and seemed to feel uncomfortable when she couldn't think of anything. Seeing his wife so quiet, Nan Xian thought something had happened.
Wife, why aren't you talking? Thinking about something. Su Qinghan pursed his lips and said. So what are you thinking about, trying so hard? What's the surprise you're going to give me?
His mind was spinning, and coupled with Nan Xian's questioning, Su Qinghan blurted it out. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Su Qinghan quickly covered his mouth.
Honey, you didn't hear anything, did you? Su Qinghan's eyes were sharp, and it seemed as if he was warning Nan Xian. No, I didn't hear anything.
Looking at Su Qinghan's fierce look, Nan Xian smiled helplessly. I didn't expect my wife to be so fierce.
Banda Phase 3 is just west of Shanghai University. There is no snack bar there, and Su Qinghan and Nan Xian have never been there.
Seeing Nanxin pulling him westwards towards the school gate, Su Qinghan was very confused.
Could the surprise be in the west? Restraining their curiosity, Su Qinghan and Nan Xian walked to the entrance of Banda Phase 3 community and stopped. The security at the top luxury residence is very tight.
When the security guards see strangers staying in front of the community, they immediately go on alert. The security guards here are all veterans, and they are extremely strong in both reconnaissance and force.
When the security guard saw Nan Xian coming over and said that he was the owner, he let down his guard.
At 5 o'clock they received a notice saying that Nanxin was the new owner of their community.
Excuse me, are you Nan Xian, Mr. Nan? Yeah. Nan Xian nodded. Okay, please come in, welcome to Banda Phase 3. I'll take you to Building 1.
After saying that, Nan Xian and Su Qinghan sat on the sightseeing bus in the community.
There are 5 buildings in Banda Phase 3. Building 1 is the one in the middle and also the most expensive.
Sitting in the car and immersing oneself in the scene, Nan Xian felt that the greenery and fresh air in this community were very good and completely worth the price. Su Qinghan sat in the car, digesting what had just happened.
According to the conversation between the two, Nanxin is actually the owner of this community? Is this the surprise that Nan Xian gave me? My god, how much does it cost to buy a house here?
I guess I have to start saving from the time when I was a Qin Shi Huang.
Chapter 59. The developer is too thoughtful. The security guard sent the two to the bottom of building number 1, and he drove away in the sightseeing bus. Nan Xian took Su Qinghan's hand and took the elevator to the 18th floor. In building number 1, there is only one household on each floor.
Inserting the key into the door, the two pushed it open and walked into the house, and were shocked by the scene before them.
Honey, this place is so beautiful. Do you like the surprise I gave you? Aha! Su Qinghan nodded shyly.
This was definitely the house of her dreams. The house here is a large flat with an area of 800 square meters per floor, including a master bedroom and 3 secondary bedrooms. There is a cloakroom, living room, dining room, kitchen, e-sports room, study, etc.
It has everything you need.
It has to be said that Su Qinghan loves this house very much. It is exactly the wedding house she dreamed of. It was not until the two of them reached the innermost room that Su Qinghan's shyness was obvious on his face. It turned out that room was the baby's room. Even when Nan Xian saw it, he couldn't help but say, the developer has thought of it so carefully. After walking around and understanding the overall layout, the two sat on the sofa to rest.
Su Qinghan lazily lay in Nan Xian's arms. Hubby, it's very expensive here, didn't you borrow the money from your uncle and aunt? That's not right. Uncle and auntie probably can't come up with this much. Did you take out a loan? It wouldn't be a naked loan.
Thinking about how much money Nanxin spent on buying a house, Su Qinghan was afraid that her husband would go astray. Although she liked the house very much, it was far less important than Nanxin.
After listening to Su Qinghan's wild thoughts, Nan Xian tapped her on the head. Ouch. It hurts.
My stinky husband, I'm still worried about you.
After being taught a lesson by Nan Xian, Su Qinghan grimaced, covered his painful spot, and pouted his lips to protest. I think the lesson isn't painful enough. I should take you into the house and give you a good beating. Hey, honey, come on. Ha? Nan Xian was puzzled. Why didn't his wife play by the rules? But now is not the time to think about those messy things. Nan Xin should take this opportunity to make things clear with Su Qinghan. Well, I didn't ask my parents for money, nor did I take out a loan, let alone a naked loan. I recently invested in a project and made some money. Our income will increase in the future. If you keep imagining this, I'll punish you. After Nan Xin finished speaking, he grabbed Su Qinghan's ticklish spot. Haha, no, husband, I was wrong. Still can't tell? No. After that, Nan Xin carried Su Qinghan to the bedroom, and after a while, her clothes were scattered all over the floor. An hour later, Su Qinghan lay in Nan Xin's arms, planning his new home. Honey, I want to plant lots of beautiful flowers at home. I also want to have a small vegetable garden so we can grow our own vegetables. There should also be a swing on the balcony. Well, that's all for now. Can I, husband? After saying that, Su Qinghan swayed in Nan Xin's arms in a coquettish manner. Okay, I must satisfy my wife's request. I only have one class tomorrow afternoon, what about you? I don't have any classes. I'll pick you up after class. Su Qinghan said with a smile. It felt quite strange to pick up her husband after class. Although the room is well furnished, it still lacks some life atmosphere. Su Qinghan lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, Hubby, I think we should go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. Well, I want to buy couple toothbrushes, couple toothcups, anyway, everything must be couples. I need to buy some kitchen utensils, too. People can cook for you then. After hearing this, Nan Xin looked at Su Qinghan in disbelief and said, You can cook? Yes, I can cook instant noodles. Su Qinghan said very proudly that the instant noodles she cooked were absolutely delicious, and even her father thought so. Nan Xin nodded. He thought Su Qinghan would cook some delicious food, but it turned out to be instant noodles. He still remembers the scene when Su Qinghan almost burned down the house while cooking in middle school. For the sake of this happy little nest, Nan Xin frowned and declined. How can I bear to let you cook? You don't have to do anything, I'll do it. That's embarrassing. Although Su Qinghan refused on the surface, she was secretly laughing in her heart. She could finally eat the food cooked by her husband. Nan Xin's cooking skills are pretty good, at least better than Su Qinghan's. Nan Xin can cook some home-cooked dishes. Of course, this is all thanks to my mother and sister Nanli. When Nan Xin was a child, his parents went to work and he had to take care of his younger sister, so he learned to cook. This is also the reason why Nanli has been clinging to Nan Xin the most since she was a child, and she is also the person who is most afraid of Nan Xin. By the way, husband, it is a custom in our family that we have to invite relatives and friends to dinner when we move into a new house. My mom said this is called adding popularity. How about we invite all our good friends? Nan Xin thought for a moment and replied, Okay, maybe on Sunday. Sunday? Su Qinghan shook his head. On Sunday they were going to celebrate Zhang Xiaoxiao's birthday. Su Qinghan had not had time to tell Nan Xin about this. Husband, we are going to Zhang Xiaoxiao's house on Sunday. It's her birthday. I forgot to tell you, she also asked me to invite you to go with her, are you willing? Sure, there's nothing else to do anyway, so just being able to accompany my wife is fine. Nan Xin scratched Su Qinghan's nose and said lovingly. Okay, then it's a happy decision. We'll have a party at home on Saturday. I'll call my roommates, and you call your roommates. Call Bingbing and her boyfriend as well. All done. Su Qinghan was very satisfied with his arrangement, and Nan Xin had no requirements, as long as his wife was happy. After discussing the serious matters, Su Qinghan smiled and covered herself with the quilt, and whispered in Nan Xin's ear, Husband, let's fight for 300 rounds. At the same time, in the luxurious office on the top floor of Huame building, a gentle middle-aged man wearing glasses was processing documents at his desk. A man in a black suit rushed into the office and shouted, Boss, it's bad. Plot number 12 has been bought by someone else. Li Balai was stunned for a moment without saying anything, and continued to sign the document in front of him, but when he started writing, he found that the pen was out of ink. It seems the pen is no longer usable. Waste should be thrown away. What do you think, Manager Wang? Manager Wang stood in front of his desk, cold sweat pouring down his back, not daring to breathe. Moreover, he felt that what his boss said was directed at him, so he dared not reply. Then Li Balai threw the pen into the trash can, sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and asked, What's going on? Didn't you say that plot 12 was foolproof? Chapter 60. My wife has a really heavy taste.
At the beginning, everything was foolproof, and I had already made all the arrangements, but then something unexpected happened. They offered 120 billion. We have 100 billion in our hands, and we can't compete with them at all.
Manager Wang looked bitter. He had never expected that there was such a hidden big shot in the Magic City.
There was nothing he could do since he couldn't compete with others in terms of funding.
Who is the other party? We are checking. Big Eater. When Li Balai heard that his subordinates couldn't even find out the other person's identity, he was so angry that he slammed the teacup in his hand heavily onto the table.
When Manager Wang saw that the teacup was broken, he felt distressed.
Li Balai spent 1 million to bring that teacup back from abroad.
Seeing this, Manager Wang knew how angry Li Balai was. Manager Wang is also a seasoned man.
Since the boss didn't say anything, he naturally didn't dare to say anything. Then he stood in front of Li Balai motionless, waiting for the boss to give orders.
After a moment's silence, Li Balai looked at Manager Wang, who was in his way, and said, "Hurry up and find out the identity of this person."
Yes, boss. After saying that, Manager Wang walked out of the office.
The secretary saw Manager Wang being kicked out, so she walked into the boss's office with a cup of coffee.
"Boss, your coffee."
Li Balai looked up at the secretary, picked up the coffee and tasted it carefully. Transfer Manager Wang to the grassroots level. Also, help me find out who won the bid for lot number 12.
Okay, Mr. Li. The secretary nodded and then came out of the office.
After a moment, Li Balai put the cup on the coffee table and walked to the west wall. There is a map of Demon City hanging on the wall, and there is a red circle on the map, and the land is inside the circle. Ever since Li Balai built an office building in Lujiazui, he has noticed this place.
At that time, the land was still covered with old residential buildings. I finally waited for the relocation and auction, but I didn't win the bid.
Li Balai punched the wall angrily.
Banda Phase 3, 18F bedroom. Nan Xian stuck his head out from under the quilt and looked at the mobile phone on the bedside table.
It was already 7 o'clock.
At 7:30, we will rehearse for the welcome party. Honey, we need to get up.
We have to go to the activity room later.
Oh, honey, I forgot again.
Teacher Lu Qin sent me a message saying that we too don't need to attend the rehearsal.
Why?
Nanshin was puzzled.
Was the program cancelled? Or was the welcome party cancelled? That must be because we too performed well, so we don't need to rehearse.
You sing so beautifully that the original singer is outshined by you. Besides, I'm a senior host with excellent professional skills. Su Qinghan said this with a smile. His ability to brag was unmatched.
Nan Xian brushed the hair off Su Qinghan's forehead and echoed, "My wife is definitely the best. She's great in every way."
After saying that, Nan Xian glanced up and down at Su Qinghan. Her fair and smooth skin, beautiful facial features, proud breasts, and devilish figure seemed to have broken the seal after being covered with the quilt. Gurgle, gurgle.
Su Qinghan's stomach made a muffled sound. He hadn't eaten yet and was feeling a little hungry.
She rubbed her belly, blinked her eyes and said, "Honey, I'm hungry."
Got it. Nan Xian looked as if he understood and carried Su Qinghan back to bed. "Ah, husband, what are you doing? Aren't you hungry?" Nan Xian was full of confusion. Could it be that he didn't understand it well? "I am hungry."
Su Qinghan patted his flat belly with both hands, rolled his eyes and said,
"Why does my husband have such a strange way of thinking?
Wait, I just said I was hungry. Could it be possible that my husband understood?" After thinking it through, Su Qinghan blushed like a beautiful rose. She leaned over to Nan Xian's ear and said seductively, "Hubby, the hungry you understand will be tomorrow."
Nan Xian was stunned after hearing this. Is it possible to make an appointment for this matter? After getting dressed, the two walked out of the house.
To be honest, although there are only 5 buildings in the community, the green area accounts for 1/3 of the community, and the rest is various supporting facilities. When they arrived at the gate of the community, the security guard used the access control system to open the door and then sent the 2 people out. I have to say that safety is absolutely guaranteed when living here.
Walking on the street, Su Qinghan took Nan Xian's arm and asked, "Hubby, what do you want to eat?" "I can do either." "It depends on you."
Su Qinghan lowered his head in thought, and when he sniffed, he smelled the aroma of sesame paste. In order to figure out the scent, she looked around and then saw a red sign in the distance, so Su Qinghan raised her hand and pointed.
Then let's go have the hot pot buffet. It's 18 yuan per person, not expensive. I'm treating you today. You just bought a house, so we need to save some money. Good. Nan Xian nodded helplessly. Whatever his wife said was right. However, Nan Xian was secretly happy that he had met such a virtuous wife like Su Qinghan in this life. No matter what, Nan Xian still has to work hard to make money.
His short-term goal is to marry Su Qinghan and give her a grand wedding. In the long run, it means giving birth to a little girl. When I walked into the hot pot restaurant, there were a lot of people inside, basically all college students.
There are two major categories in the store.
One is to sit in front of a revolving table filled with all kinds of dishes, and just pick up whatever you want to eat. The other is to sit alone at an ordinary table with an induction cooker on top, and then choose things from the cabinet by yourself.
Honey, where do you want to sit? Just sit there where the carousel is. Then the two of them found a seat and sat down.
The boss welcomed them warmly when he saw them. What soup base would you like? Mushroom soup, 3 fresh vegetables, curry, tomato, or spicy?
A spicy one. A mushroom soup.
Su Qinghan spoke up.
She knew Nan Xian couldn't eat spicy food, so she specifically ordered mushroom soup. Okay, wait a moment.
You can mix the mahjong ingredients yourself. After saying that, the boss went to the kitchen to prepare the soup base. After taking apart the disposable tableware, Nan Xian and Su Qinghan ran to the condiment table. There are mahjong, green onions, coriander, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and chili peppers on the table. After Su Qinghan served the mahjong, he scooped a large spoonful of green onions into his bowl. And the onions on the surface have covered the mahjong.
Nan Xian was already stunned. Will it taste good with so many green onions? It's delicious, husband, you should try it too. No. Nan Xian shook his head.
His wife really had a strong taste.
But it's not surprising considering that Su Qinghan likes to eat dumplings stuffed with coriander.
After seasoning the ingredients, Nanshin's bowl of sesame sauce was normal, and he put a little bit in each. When he left, Su Qinghan still felt that there were not enough green onions in the bowl, so he filled another small cup with green onions.
Nan Xian couldn't help but worry that all the green onions prepared by the boss would be eaten by Su Qinghan alone. Chapter 61. If you don't hurry up, you'll have to sleep on the street.
Hey! Husband, look quickly. Su Qinghan seemed to have discovered something surprising and tapped Nan Xian's shoulder with his little fist.
Following the direction of Su Qinghan's finger, Nan Xian looked over and saw a familiar face. Isn't that Sun Baofa with red hair?
He had half a day of classes in the morning, and he and Xia Meng made an appointment to go out in the afternoon, so he didn't have time to dye his hair. I saw Sun Baofa and Xia Meng chatting very happily, and he even picked up some food for her attentively.
It seems like Afe and Xia Meng have a chance. I guess there's one more person coming to our party.
That's great, it's more lively when there are more people. Su Qinghan said with a smile, but he was looking forward to the party. She likes crowds, so the more people there are, the better. Sitting in front of the revolving table, the boss has already placed the pot base on it, and you just need to wait for the fire to be turned on and then put the vegetables in. There are many varieties of vegetables, eggs and meatballs, and beef and mutton require extra payment.
Su Qinghan knew that Nan Xian was exhausted these 2 days, so she asked with a smile, Honey, do you want me to order some mutton rolls and beef rolls for you to replenish your body? Why, do you want to go home and try? Hearing the implication of his wife's words, Nan Xian provocatively put his arms around Su Qinghan's slender waist and asked in a low voice in her ear. No, the meatballs are cooked. I'm so hungry. So hungry. After saying that, Su Qinghan broke free from Nan Xian's arms with a slightly blushing cheek.
She thought to herself that she should let her husband have a rest.
The small pot was bubbling. Su Qinghan took the meatballs out of the pot and put them into the sesame sauce covered with green onions.
After taking a bite, Su Qinghan nodded with satisfaction.
It's really good. Nan Xian also put the sausage into his bowl, added various seasonings, and put it into his mouth.
I have to say, the taste is pretty good. Although it is not as good as those authentic hot pot restaurants, the prices here are cheap, the variety is wide, and the cost effectiveness is very high.
No wonder it attracts so many college students.
After a while, the sesame sauce in Nanshin's bowl was almost gone. He picked up the small bowl and went to the condiment table, where Sun Baofa was serving sesame sauce.
Afa. Brother Nan?
Hearing someone calling him, Sun Baofa turned his head and saw Nan Xian standing in front of him with a bowl in his hand.
Why are you here? The sudden encounter gave Sun Baofa some illusions. Was he being followed the whole afternoon? Of course I'm here to eat. You came with Xia Meng? Nan Xian looked at Xia Meng's position and asked while hugging Sun Baofa.
Sun Baofa was as shy as a macho man and nodded. Being caught, he could only answer truthfully. But when he thought about being interrogated by several people after returning to the dormitory, Sun Baofa felt a little shy. Of course, the roommate's concern was just to know how far the relationship between the two had developed, so that he wouldn't be so blind as to ask about even the details.
Nan Xian understood what Sun Baofa meant. He was caught in the whirlpool of love.
It must be that the matchmaker has gone to work recently and tied the red thread with Sun Baofa.
Nan Xian didn't ask for details.
After the two of them greeted each other, they returned to their seats. As soon as he sat down, Nan Xian found that his wife had finished eating the green onions in the small cup. Now Nanshin seriously suspects that his wife is not here to eat the hot pot but to eat green onions.
Wife, are shallots really that delicious?
Of course, it tastes better with shallots.
You try it too, ah. After saying that, Su Qinghan picked up a beef ball and put it into his bowl. When he took it out, it was covered with a lot of green onions. Seeing that his wife was looking forward to having a taste, Nan Xian had no choice but to go ahead and do it. After taking a bite, the taste of green onions filled Nan Xian's mouth. Su Qinghan blinked and asked, "How is it? Is it good?" "Yeah."
Nan Xian nodded, but he thought to himself that he would never try it again because his wife really has a strong taste. The two of them ate the hot pot for nearly an hour and a half, during which time Sun Baofa took Xia Meng away. Leaning back in the chair, Su Qinghan touched his bulging belly and said with satisfaction, "I'm so full, but it's really delicious.
If I had more, I would have liked some more green onions." "Wife, let's not do that. I'm afraid your stomach will feel uncomfortable if you are full." "I know, just saying." Su Qinghan grinned and said, even if he wanted to eat, there was no room left in his stomach. After resting for a while, Su Qinghan paid the bill and the two walked towards the school. Although it was nearly 10 o'clock, there were still many people on the street, mainly because there were all kinds of food trucks in front of the school gate. There are all kinds of dishes, such as duck blood vermicelli soup, spicy mixed soup, hot dry noodles, fried skewers, etc. Looking at those bustling stalls, Su Qinghan felt a little regretful. If he had known, he would not have eaten so much. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Su Qinghan quickly pulled Nan Xian into the school. Nan Xian looked at Su Qinghan running away and smiled dotingly. "Let's see if you will eat so much next time?" "Humph. You stinky husband, you just laugh at me." "Okay, I'll take you back to the dormitory." No matter what time it is, there are always a lot of people downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Especially after 10 o'clock, everyone down there is hugging each other and kissing each other. Some single people won't even pass under the tree, even if it's a shortcut. Su Qinghan hugged Nan Xian and said reluctantly, "Hubby, please stay a little longer. You've said it several times." Nan Xian smiled helplessly. His wife is really clingy, but he quite likes it. "It's so comfortable to hug you, I don't want to let go." "Okay, I won't leave unless you let go, okay?" Nan Xian always gives in to his wife's coquetry. "Hey, okay." Su Qinghan nodded in satisfaction, and even tightened his arms around Nan Xian. After a while, it was only after the dormitory manager yelled that Su Qinghan reluctantly let go. Trojan horse. Su Qinghan kissed Nan Xian on the lips, but Nan Xian smelled the flavor of green onion in the kiss, which was quite a strange smell. After bidding farewell to Su Qinghan, Nan Xian turned around and saw a familiar figure again. That was Sun Baofa whom Xiao Hotpot met. Xia Meng kissed Sun Baofa on the cheek and then ran away shyly. Sun Baofa stood there in a daze. Was he just kissed by Xia Meng? Oh my god. While Sun Baofa was still enjoying the kiss, Nan Xian patted Sun Baofa on the shoulder. "Afa, the person has disappeared." "I know." Sun Baofa said with a silly smile while looking at the girls' dormitory building, but he felt that the person next to him was speaking so familiarly. That must be Nan Xian. When Sun Baofa saw the person next to him, he almost had a heart attack. That frightened and helpless look seemed to be complaining, "Why do I run into Nanshin everywhere? It's really unique." To be honest, Sun Baofa really felt that Nan Xian was following him. don't be in a daze. If we don't hurry up, the two of us will have to sleep on the street. Chapter 62 Su Qinghan, I am not a stingy person. Nan Xian put his arm around Sun Baofa's shoulders and the two walked towards the dormitory building. Brother Nan, why are you here?
For my wife, of course.
Nan Xian answered unhappily. Could it be that he still thinks he is a stalker?
Oh, so senior sister Su lives in this dormitory building. Sun Baofa murmured, thinking in his heart that he should be more careful next time.
It would be terrible if Nan Xian caught them kissing. Pushing open the dormitory door, Nan Xian and Sun Baofa entered the dormitory one after another.
When Lu Bin and Zhang Hao saw Sun Baofa, they pressed him down on the bench.
Tell me quickly, how are you and Xia Meng doing today? Is the relationship confirmed?
Although Nan Xian saw Xia Meng kissing secretly, he didn't know how far the relationship had developed between them.
He looked at Sun Baofa curiously.
Looking at the three pairs of eyes in front of him, Sun Baofa suddenly felt a little shy.
He was not sure about the relationship between the two.
But today, the two of them held hands, but it was passive.
The botanical garden is on the outer ring of Shanghai. It takes an hour and a half by bus.
When we got there, it was drizzling. The sun was shining brightly at Shanghai University, so when they arrived at the botanical garden, they were shivering with cold. Xia Meng curled up beside Sun Baofa, and the two snuggled up to each other. Looking at Xia Meng's red little hands, Sun Baofa grabbed her hand and put it in his pocket with heartache.
Thinking of this, Sun Baofa couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. That, probably not. Brother Fa, you must seize the opportunity. You can ask Xia Meng to go to the movies tomorrow night.
Sun Baofa seemed to have come to his senses, his eyes shining. How could he not have thought of such a serious invitation? When his roommates saw Sun Bao smiling, they quietly went about their own business.
Lu Bin took out the hair dye he bought online. It was in a white plastic bottle and didn't smell like anything unusual.
Brother Fa, I'm going to prepare the color and dye your hair later.
Okay.
Sun Baofa was chatting with Xia Meng with his head down, and he answered without even looking at her.
Lu Bin watched the video sent by the seller and operated step by step.
Fortunately, Sun Baofa didn't look up, otherwise he would definitely not dare to let Lu Bin dye his hair. At the same time, Su Qinghan finished washing up and returned to his nest. Lying on the flat bed in the dormitory, Su Qinghan couldn't help but sigh. The bed in the new home is still more comfortable to sleep on, and most importantly, there is Nanxin. Then a voice broke Su Qinghan's train of thought. Sun Yu, who was sleeping in the bed next to Su Qinghan, screamed loudly.
Ah! Disney is holding an event. You can get free tickets by downloading TikTok. Sisters, are you interested in going together?
Sun Yu looked excitedly at Su Qinghan and Guorong, who lived in the dormitory. Guorong was putting on clothes, and when she heard that Disney was free, she immediately ran to Sun Yu's bed.
Yes, yeah. Where did you see the advertisement?
I saw this while scrolling through TikTok.
Sun Yu shook his mobile phone and showed it to Guorong.
When Su Qinghan heard the word Disney, he felt very familiar with it.
Isn't that Nanxin's paradise? Is there an event going on now? Afterwards, Su Qinghan opened the chat box with Nan Xian. Honey, is Disney holding an event?
Nan Xian, who had just gone to bed, saw a message pop up on his phone. He clicked on it with 2 fingers and saw the content sent by Su Qinghan.
Well, how did you know? Nan Xian replied, curious about how Su Qinghan knew this. If she hadn't asked, Nan Xian would have forgotten about it.
Afraid that Su Qinghan would think too much, Nan Xian quickly explained, Wife, this was decided when I went to the company this afternoon.
I didn't mean to hide it from you. And the fact is just as Nan Xian thought. When Su Qinghan learned that Disney was really holding an event, she pouted and muttered quietly, Stinky husband, you didn't even tell me about the event. I didn't have any fun at all last time. Nan Xian really predicted Su Qinghan in advance. When Su Qinghan found out that Nan Xian didn't deliberately keep it from her, she smiled and replied, how could that be, husband? I'm not such a stingy person. Then let's play it again in the next few days. We didn't see the big fireworks last time. Okay. Nan Xian agreed readily, and then said, we can go any day you want. Hey, thank you, husband.
After seeing the answer, Su Qinghan lay on the bed holding her phone and grinning foolishly. Her roommates beside her were already used to seeing this. Then Sun Yu continued to spread knowledge to Guorong.
Just download TikTok from the mall. What is Douyin for? Having never used Douyin, Guo Rong didn't quite know.
You can see some news, beauties, handsome guys, movies, etc. here.
I think it's pretty good.
Sun Yu nodded after he finished speaking. Anyway, he couldn't stop watching Douyin.
Hey! Yeah, let me see what you liked. Guo Rong seemed to have discovered something good and was operating it enthusiastically. Ahem, nothing to see. Real? Guo Rong asked with eyes wide open, how is it possible that there is nothing to see?
When Sun Yu watched foreign movies by himself at first, he said it was nothing special. But after Guo Rong found out, they ended up watching it alone and then together they watched it.
And the two of them never get tired of it.
While Sun Yu was not paying attention, Guo Rong clicked on her likes, and the screen was filled with handsome guys in all kinds of styles.
Oh my! They are all so handsome. Yeah, you are so unkind.
You didn't even know to share this handsome guy with your best friend.
Hey, I just watched it for a while.
As Guo Rong slid the screen, it took her more than a minute to reach the bottom.
How many handsome guys must she have liked?
Seeing his lie exposed, Sun Yu smiled awkwardly and said, there must be something wrong with the program.
Yeah.
Guo Rong nodded, but she was thinking in her heart, I don't believe you at all. In order to change the subject, Sun Yu clicked on one of her favorite videos. The boy in the video is shirtless, and most importantly, he has 8-pack abs and looks good too.
Wow. The figure is also amazing.
Xiao Rong, be reserved. Your saliva is dripping down your throat. When Guo Rong heard the reminder, she quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth with her arm, unwilling to take her eyes away. Suddenly, a drop of water fell on Sun Yu's screen.
Guo Rong looked up and saw that it was flowing from the corner of Sun Yu's mouth. She covered her mouth and laughed, yeah, there is saliva at the corner of your mouth too. Ha! After wiping it with his arm, it was true.
Sun Yu laughed awkwardly.
It seems that the two of them are really the same. Su Qinghan heard the two people's laughter and looked up to ask, yeah, Xiaorong, what are you two looking at so happily? Handsome guy, do you want to see it? Take a look. Su Qinghan was a little curious about what kind of handsome guy could make the two of them drool.
When she took Yeya's phone in her hand, she watched the video on the screen.
Puzzled, he said, that's it? Chapter 63 My husband can only be appreciated by himself. The man in the video is not even as good as his husband's finger. Maybe it's the lover's eyes that see beauty in everything.
Sun Yu grinned and muttered, Qinghan, your husband is so handsome that ordinary people can't compare to him. If your husband shows off his body, I will definitely be the first to like it.
Hey, me too. The two of them said with stars in their eyes. Su Qinghan refused outright, no, my husband is afraid of the light. Even Nan Xin didn't know when he developed this problem. Oh? Really?
Sun Yu asked with a raised eyebrow, then gave a meaningful smile.
Of course it's true. Su Qinghan's eyes were evasive.
Only she could see her husband's abdominal muscles, otherwise, she didn't know how many girls would be charmed by him. Thinking about the scene just now, Su Qinghan felt that she should let her husband perform one for her, which would definitely be much better than the one in the video. In order to make the two women give up, Su Qinghan praised them against his conscience.
Yeah, Xiaorong, I just thought about it. That guy is good looking. We need to take a closer look.
Just watch it carefully, I won't disturb you. Sun Yu and Guo Rong looked at each other.
They both knew Su Qinghan's little plan, but they didn't expose it. Watching Nan Xin's videos will only add to your worries.
You shouldn't worry about your friend's husband.
They both understand this principle very well.
After sending the two away, Su Qinghan started surfing the internet and bought a glow stick. I wanted to grow some flowers and vegetables at home, so I bought a lot of seeds. I bought 10 large bags of nutrient soil alone, and some large boxes for soil. All in all, Su Qinghan bought a lot of things. She was so immersed in them that she even forgot to reply to Nan Xin's message. Nan Xin thought Su Qinghan was asleep, so he downloaded Douyin to check out the promotion, video content, and fan comments.
Then, a shout echoed throughout the dormitory. Yeah. Xia Meng accepted my invitation. Brothers, I'm sorry, I'm going to be single. Sun Bafa said proudly, already imagining the scene of the two of them walking back to the dormitory hand in hand tomorrow. Congratulations. You're welcome. Before he could show off for a few minutes, Sun Bafa was pressed into a chair by Lu Bin.
I have adjusted the proportion of dye, and I will start dyeing your hair. Brother, my brother's happiness is in your hands.
Sun Baofa patted Lu Bin's shoulder solemnly and gave him instructions.
Lu Bin blinked, and his eyes seemed to say, "Don't worry."
In the entire dormitory, Nan Xian was watching Douyin, while Zhang He was playing King of Glory with his female netizen. An hour later, the hair dyeing time was over.
After Sun Baofa washed the lotion off his hair, the first thing that came into view was his black hair.
I looked in the mirror and actually felt pretty good. Sure, Binzi, you have good skills. Come back if you are satisfied.
Lu Bin squinted his eyes and smiled and said that a net profit of 150 in an hour was very good. In the girls' dormitory room 308, it was already 2 or 3 in the morning, and Su Qinghan was still immersed in the world of online shopping. Whatever she saw, she felt she needed it.
As she was brushing, she actually found a couple's underwear? Oh my god.
This was the first time Su Qinghan knew that there were couple's underwear. It really broadened her horizons.
The next day, Su Qinghan was listless during class in the morning, with dark circles under his eyes. Sun Yu and Guo Rong were puzzled. Qinghan, what did you do last night? Could it be that you can't sleep because you miss a man? Nonsense, I couldn't stop shopping online last night.
This time Su Qinghan was very tough because he was telling the truth.
However, the two were very curious. Su Qinghan seldom shopped online, so why was he addicted to it now? What did you buy? Flowers, grass, soil, and, well, that's all.
I originally wanted to talk about some couple supplies, but I was afraid that they would be shocked, so I quickly kept my mouth shut.
After hearing what Su Qinghan said, the two became even more confused. How could they support themselves in such a small dormitory? Sun Yu kindly reminded, can we put it in our dormitory? If not in the dormitory, then at home? Home? As far as they knew, Su Qinghan's hometown was in Su province. Could it be that he bought it for his family? But if you buy it for your home, you don't need to buy soil and baskets.
At this point, Su Qinghan suddenly realized that she had not told her roommates about buying a house outside yesterday. She smiled brightly and said, "Yeah, Xiaorong, come to my house on Saturday.
My husband will show you his cooking skills." Your home? Isn't your home in Su province?
Guo Rong remembered it very clearly. When they started school, they talked about the 13 guardians of Su province. Their city alone was equal to the annual GDP of the Bear Country. "No, my husband bought a house near the school, you guys should come and show your support."
What?
Sun Yu cried out in surprise, and the whole class, including the teacher, looked over at him. The teacher who was giving the lecture was a male teacher in his 60s.
He asked kindly, "Student, what's wrong with you? Did the teacher say something wrong?"
No, it's very well said." Sun Yu waved his hands awkwardly and quickly praised. When Guo Rong heard that Nan Xian bought a house near the school, she was also surprised, although not as big as Sun Yu's reaction. Of course, the reason why the two were surprised was because of the housing prices in Shanghai. To buy a small flat, the down payment would be 300,000 or 400,000, not to mention that Nanxin was just a freshman in college. Moreover, Su Qinghan said that the house he bought was near the school. According to their understanding, there were no cheap houses near the school. The only explanation is that the Nanxin family runs a mining business.
How much did your husband spend on the house?
This. I don't know, but it doesn't feel cheap. Recalling the greening of the community and the construction of the buildings, Su Qinghan responded slowly.
But I know the community, Banda Phase 3. Ah? Sun Yu cried out in surprise again.
In fact, she had passed by that residential complex and thought the environment was very good, so she curiously opened the house viewing software and searched for it.
You won't know the result until you search. You will be shocked when you do.
The cheapest house there costs more than 10 million yuan. At the same time, the old professor on the stage who heard the shouting was speechless for a moment, wondering why he was always interrupted.
Classmate, do you have something urgent to do? If so, go and do it first.
The old professor was very open-minded. He was afraid that he would be interrupted again while he was speaking.
It's okay, just continue. Sun Yu nodded awkwardly. This was too embarrassing, mainly because the news Su Qinghan brought was too shocking. Guo Rong didn't know the price of the community.
When she saw Sun Yu's loss of composure, she took out her mobile phone and searched. Fortunately, I covered my mouth, otherwise the old professor's class would have been interrupted again.
Ah. Qinghan, your husband is so rich. You can just buy a house worth 10 million yuan? Su Qinghan widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you kidding me?
Chapter 64, one person tells 10 people tell 100 people.
That house is worth more than 10 million?
Although he was shocked, Nan Xian explained to Su Qinghan yesterday that it was all earned by him, so Su Qinghan did not doubt it. However, Su Qinghan blamed herself a little as she couldn't help it all, and she muttered to herself.
Stupid husband, you didn't even tell me such a big thing.
At least I still have 20,000 in my personal savings. 20,000 yuan was all of Su Qinghan's scholarship, which she saved and put into a bank card. Su Qinghan made a decision to give the card to Nanxin in the afternoon. In her opinion, Nanxin should have no money after buying a house. At the same time, Nan Xian, who was far away in the classroom, suddenly sneezed.
Achoo! Could it be that someone is thinking about me? Nan Xian murmured, not taking it seriously.
Far away in Shangmei building, Lu Chang sat at his desk looking at the background data. Since the promotion yesterday, 500,000 people have downloaded the app, and it has not even been 24 hours. I have to say, this wave of promotion is quite good. Lin Yu arrived at Disneyland early. Today was the first day of the park's reopening and also the first day of promotion. He had to keep an eye on it to avoid any unexpected situations. Disney opened at 9 o'clock, and customers who came for the promotion came to the door early to wait.
When they saw 2 billboards at the entrance, their eyes lit up. And the advertisement was to download TikTok to enter the park for free.
When the customers saw this, they went crazy. If you calculate it this way, one person can save 4 or 500 yuan. If a family forms a group and each person downloads one, they can save more than 1,000 yuan.
Wouldn't it be good to use the money saved?
Now there are more than a dozen customers at the door, and they ask the receptionist at the door, is what it says here true?
Of course it's true. The activity is real and effective.
Afterwards, Lin Yu came to the door, ready to welcome the first batch of customers into the park. When he heard the customer's question, he immediately said, the publicity you see is true.
As long as you download TikTok, you can enter the park for free. That software can't be garbage, can it steal money?
One of the shrewd middle-aged ladies said in disbelief that it seemed that they had a strong awareness of anti-theft.
Lin Yu was not angry after hearing this.
If he were in his place, he would have had the same consideration. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Then, Lin Yu spoke patiently to everyone.
This lady asked a good question. I want to assure everyone that our software is absolutely safe.
If the software is used to steal money maliciously, I will compensate you tenfold for every one stolen.
If you don't believe me, you can record what I say now.
Introduce myself, I'm the person in charge here, Lin Yu. Lin Yu said sincerely that although the problem of stealing money was his solution, he believed that there would be absolutely no problem with the software, he was so confident. Seeing how sincere Lin Yu's words were, everyone took out their phones to download the video. While waiting, they watched a few videos out of boredom and found them quite interesting.
There is also an activity where they can download the video for free. If the experience is good, they will promote it when they return.
When the lady saw that everyone else had downloaded the app, she felt much more relieved.
After all, if the money was gone, everyone would be gone.
After downloading it, I watched others using it and I also tried watching a few videos.
It was really good.
Passers-by on their way to work nearby saw so many people gathered in front of Disney and immediately surrounded them to ask what was going on.
Auntie, what's this for? Are you collecting eggs?
No, it's an event where you can get free Disney tickets by downloading TikTok.
It's pretty good.
Now the aunt has become the spokesperson for Disney, and when people around her heard the news, they took a photo of the commercial and prepared to share it with their colleagues when they got to the company. As the number of people increases, more and more people download the software. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning and the ticket entrance had been opened, but what was being checked was not tickets, but Douyin.
Soon there were 100 people entering the park. The Disney park is huge. If you want to visit all the attractions, it will probably take 3 days.
Therefore, the number of people that can be accommodated at the same time can reach 5,000 to 6,000. When the specified number of people is reached, the park will stop admitting guests, or guests can only enter after someone has left. This is also what Nanxin explained to Lin Yu when he called him in the morning. While promoting the game, the customer's gaming experience should also be enhanced.
Now, Lin Yu admires Nan Xian even more. There will definitely be money to be made following such a boss.
In the morning, the number of visitors exceeded the reception capacity. Fortunately, they all downloaded TikTok, so they didn't feel that time pass slowly. TikTok spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, with over 600,000 people downloading it in the morning alone.
At noon, Lu Chang couldn't wait to tell Nan Xian the good news. The bell rang for the end of get out of class.
As Nan Xian was on his way to pick up Su Qinghan, his cell phone vibrated in his trouser pocket.
Nan Xian picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from Lu Chang.
After receiving the call, Lu Chang excitedly shared his joy with Nan Xian. Boss Nan, after the promotion went online, the number of people who downloaded Douyin has exceeded 1 million.
Yeah, that's great. Nan Xian nodded.
This result was better than he expected.
However, Nan Xian continued to instruct Lu Chang. Now the number of people online has increased dramatically, so we must pay attention to the server problems.
Yes, boss.
Lu Chang suddenly woke up.
This was a serious problem.
If his boss hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about it.
Unconsciously, he admired Nan Xian more and more, and Lu Chang also felt that Douyin would surely flourish in Nan Xian's hands.
The two talked about something else and then hung up the phone.
Su Qinghan was already waiting for Nanxin downstairs of their teaching building. After seeing Nanxin, she did not take the initiative to hold Nanxin's hand.
It was because he didn't tell me about the price of the house.
This was a small punishment for Nanxin.
And Nan Xian was even more wrong than Doi. Su Qinghan didn't even ask yesterday. Nan Xian could see that Su Qinghan was upset, so he asked, "Wife, why are you unhappy? Who made you sad?" "You." Su Qinghan stared at Nan Xian with his big eyes, his eyes full of resentment.
Nan Xian was puzzled, as if he had done nothing wrong, but Su Qinghan spoke up.
"The house you bought was so expensive, why didn't you tell me? It actually cost 10 million?
Nan Xian thought something big had happened, but it turned out to be because of the house. But he thought about it carefully, and since his wife didn't ask yesterday, he decided not to say anything.
After all, Su Qinghan is very virtuous.
If she knew that Nan Xian spent so much money on buying a house, she would definitely be furious, and that is indeed the case.
"Wife, you didn't ask me yesterday," Nan Xian said aggrievedly. "You didn't tell me until I asked you?" Su Qinghan looked at Nan Xian with her beautiful eyes and questioned him. In fact, she was afraid that Nan Xian was under too much pressure and wanted to contribute her own efforts.
Chapter 65. Don't be angry, don't be angry, your husband is your dear, your husband is your dear.
Yes, my wife is right. I should tell her. Nan Xian learned a trick from his father, to be submissive when necessary, which is conducive to family harmony.
Of course, the most important point is to never reason with girls.
That's right. Su Qinghan smiled happily and took her husband's arm, caring about Nan Xian's health. "Hubby, you must have worked very hard to earn the money to buy a house. Let me give you a back massage and leg rub at night. I guarantee that you will feel refreshed and energetic." "Yeah."
Nan Xian nodded, but it felt strange that these words came out of his wife's mouth.
Refreshed? Powerful? Oh. I must have misunderstood.
Seeing that Su Qinghan was no longer angry, Nan Xian decided to tell him everything about the house.
"Well, wife, actually, that house wasn't bought for 10 million. How much did that cost?"
Su Qinghan tilted his head to the side, his eyes full of confusion.
10 million is actually too low?
Su Qinghan may have such doubts because he doesn't know much about the housing prices in Shanghai. The house didn't cost 10 million, but 30 million.
What? Su Qinghan looked at Nan Xian in surprise. She couldn't imagine that the house was worth 30 million.
She patted her chest and comforted herself. Don't be angry, my husband is my dear, my husband is my dear." When Nan Xian saw Su Qinghan's shocked expression, he couldn't help but worry whether his decision was correct.
"Honey, are you okay?" It's okay, calm down."
Su Qinghan waved his hand and said slowly, 30 million in cash, if stacked up, would be taller than me. Since she has already bought it, she can only accept this reality.
"Hubby, you have to eat every meal with me from now on." "Yes, I promise." In fact, Su Qinghan resorted to this desperate measure because he was afraid that Nan Xian would become too poor to eat after buying a house.
The house issue has been resolved, and Su Qinghan was also thinking about handing over the money he had saved to Nan Xian in the afternoon. When Nan Xian heard Su Qinghan's request, he thought that it was a very happy thing to be able to have dinner with his beloved every day.
Although the house is expensive, it is their home.
For lunch, the two did not go to the store in front of the school, but chose the school cafeteria. The food in the cafeteria tastes pretty good, and most importantly, the portions are large and filling, and the prices are cheap. After lunch, there were a lot of young couples in the cafeteria. There was an LCD TV hanging on the pillar, so after lunch those young couples didn't go back to the dormitory but stayed in the cafeteria to kiss and hug each other.
The aunt in the cafeteria is already used to it.
If she were a few decades younger, she would also like to live like this once.
Su Qinghan was seen leaning on Nan Xian, enjoying their time together.
She suddenly remembered the lightsaber transformation video she watched last night. Although the order for the glow sticks had been placed, Nan Xian had not agreed to film it for her.
With my husband's figure, he can definitely kill everyone in seconds. Su Qinghan thought about it and spoke. I recently found an interesting software. It's really fun. Honey, do you want to know about it? Think.
To be honest, Nan Xian could see that Su Qinghan was trying to trick him, but when he was about to say that he didn't want to, his wife gave him a sharp look.
As expected, the most important thing in the world is my wife. It's this TikTok. There's a lightsaber transformation video that's very popular. Honey, you have to take a picture for me. Su Qinghan's eyes were shining, as if she wanted to eat Nan Xian up, and in her mind she was already imagining Nan Xian taking off his shirt, revealing his abdominal muscles. When Nan Xian heard about Douyin, he couldn't help but sigh. Why is his wife always ahead of the trend? Nan Xian also watched some videos yesterday, so he naturally knew what the lightsaber transformation looked like, but he didn't expect his wife to like that. Okay, but we don't have glow sticks. Hey, I'm all ready. Su Qinghan was very pleased with himself. Now everything was ready except for the glow sticks to be mailed. Nan Xian didn't expect Su Qinghan to act first and ask for permission later. He just smiled evilly and whispered in Su Qinghan's ear, Wife, if you want to see it, why do you have to make so many excuses? Your husband will let you see enough. No way. Nonsense. Su Qinghan's face was as red as a juicy red apple, so tender that water could be squeezed out of it. In fact, wanting to see it is one thing, but the most important thing is that she is embarrassed to say it out loud, and she can't let her husband think that she is always lusting after his body. Nan Xian watched silently from the side as Su Qinghan's face turned from pale and tender to bright red. The lunch break passed quickly. Nan Xian went to attend the afternoon class, and Su Qinghan prepared to go back to the dormitory to catch up on some sleep. He had been shopping online for a long time last night and was already very sleepy. On the way back, Su Qinghan's cell phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be the pickup code sent after the package arrived at the post station. I just placed the order last night, and it was delivered this afternoon? Su Qinghan walked towards the post station while wondering. The school post station was on the way back to the girls' dormitory. With the pickup code, Su Qinghan found his package. She bought a lot of things last night, so she didn't know which one this was in her hand. Su Qinghan, who was very curious, immediately opened the black express bag, and what caught his eyes were two small black clothes. With just one look, Su Qinghan knew that those were the couple's underwear she bought. I have to say that the seller's delivery speed is too fast, but is it possible that the seller is afraid that the buyer is too anxious and ships the goods overnight? There were many students in class in the afternoon, and Su Qinghan was afraid of being discovered by others, so he quickly put the part he had taken out back. When I pushed open the door and walked into the dormitory, Sun Yu and Guo Rong were sitting at the table below watching TV series. When he saw Su Qinghan walk in with the express bag in his arms, his eyes were evasive, and he looked like a guilty thief. Qinghan, what are you holding in your arms? Look at you, baby. Nothing, just bought it blindly. I wanted to go back to the dormitory and hide secretly when the two of them weren't paying attention, but I didn't expect that these two guys didn't go to bed after dinner, and the sun didn't rise from the west today. Are we good sisters? Good things should be shared together, except for men, of course. Forehead. Su Qinghan had no room to refute what Sun Yu said, but he didn't want to show the thing in his arms to the two of them. She quickly threw the express bag onto her bed. As the opening was not sealed and the small clothes were packed in a white bag, the two bags were slippery together, so the bag fell directly from mid-air. Guo Rong was quick to pick up the small clothes. Seeing that the truth was exposed, Su Qinghan hurriedly explained. That was mailed to me by a friend. Qinghan, making something up out of nothing? Sun Yu didn't believe this flimsy excuse. At this point, Su Qinghan blushed and admitted, yes, it's mine.
Then she snatched the small clothes from Guorong's hands and stuffed them into her quilt. However, Guorong and Sun Yu were both well informed and did not think much of seeing the couple's underwear. After all, they watched foreign films in which they wore a new piece of clothing for each new scene.
Chapter 66, A Double First-Class University Has No Money?
Shy Su Qinghan ran to the bed and covered herself with the quilt, but was caught by the two men and was so embarrassed that she could have squeezed out of the 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment.
Guorong and Sun Yu looked at each other and understood each other's purpose.
Then Sun Yu took out her laptop, plugged in headphones, and the two of them quietly enjoyed a foreign movie. Su Qinghan was probably too sleepy in bed, so he set the alarm for 3 o'clock and fell asleep soon after.
Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling.
Su Qinghan, who felt like he had not slept for long, sat up with a bang. He had an appointment with Nan Xin in the afternoon, and the two of them were going to buy some daily necessities. You have to buy bedsheets, quilt covers, daily necessities such as rice, oil, salt, etc.
Yeah, Xiaorong, I'm going out.
Imagining her warm little home, Su Qinghan immediately stopped feeling sleepy. She put on her small bag, took her bank card and went out.
The two roommates simply waved their hands. Their eyes had already been attracted by the picture.
At that time, Nanxin's class had not yet ended, but Su Qinghan had already arrived downstairs of the teaching building. Then, a tall woman in high heels walked over from the staff office, looking a little absent-minded. Seeing this, Su Qinghan asked with concern, "Teacher Lu Qin?" Hearing someone calling her, Lu Qin looked up and said listlessly, "It turned out to be Qinghan."
"Teacher, why do you look so bad? Did something happen?"
Su Qinghan was afraid that the teacher might have some difficulties, and Lu Qin was very caring towards her, so she kept asking.
Lu Qin was just feeling upset and wanted to find someone to talk to.
Since Su Qinghan asked her, she told her. "We just had a meeting and decided to reduce the budget for the welcome party by 2/3. That money was barely enough to build the stage, and the lighting and sound were of the worst quality. If this is the case, the standard of the welcome party will drop directly." The more Lu Qin talked about it, the more miserable she felt. She sighed several times in succession. She had originally thought that being included in the school register would be good enough as long as it did not embarrass her. Su Qinghan, who is the president of the student union, is very familiar with how many clubs there are in the school. She remembers that the school has set up a special external relations department. The external relations department is responsible for attracting sponsorship. For large-scale school events, they will look for corporate sponsorship, but the amount will not be large.
Thinking of the companies that cooperated with the school, Su Qinghan asked, "Didn't the external relations department get sponsorship?"
"I got it, but it's not much, just over 2,000 yuan.
The bell for the end of get out of class had already rung. Lu Qin saw Nan Xin and didn't want more people to see her like this. "Qinghan, I have something to do, so I will leave first."
"Well, goodbye, Teacher Lu Qin."
Su Qinghan waved his hand and looked at Lu Qin's lonely back. Then, Nan Xin came to Su Qinghan's side, looked in the direction she was looking, and asked, "Is that Teacher Lu Qin?"
"Yeah." Su Qinghan nodded, took Nan Xian's arm, and told him what Lu Qin had just said.
Nanxin didn't expect that a double first-class university would have no money?
But their freshmen just started school not long ago. It was just that when Nan Xin heard Su Qinghan talking about sponsorship just now, he became interested. It just so happened that Douyin short videos needed to be promoted, and their software was aimed at young people, so he thought there was something to be done about this.
"Okay, husband, let's go to the supermarket." Set off. After saying that, Su Qinghan pushed Nan Xian's body and the two walked towards the school gate.
It seemed that they would have to think about promoting the Douyin short video later. There is a supermarket in the Banda Phase 3 community. Ever since Su Qinghan knew that the house was bought for 30 million yuan, he had an inexplicable feeling that the prices in the supermarket in the community must be more expensive.
In order to save money, Su Qinghan took Nan Xin to the Guobei supermarket. Guobei supermarket is not far from Shanghai University. It is the cheapest and largest supermarket in the area.
It is only 5 stops away by bus or 10 minutes by taxi.
Nan Xin pushed the shopping cart and the two of them started shopping.
Su Qinghan felt that he needed everything when he arrived at the supermarket.
"Hubby, let's choose one district at a time." Nan Xin nodded, and agreed very much with Su Qinghan's opinion.
This way nothing would be missed. What caught his eye was the daily necessities area. Looking at the piles of paper, Su Qinghan was thinking about which kind of paper was cheaper.
1800 g of toilet paper, 18.9 yuan.
2200 g of toilet paper, 20.9 yuan. Su Qinghan took out her cell phone, opened the calculator, and calculated the price.
She didn't even consider the toilet paper that looked expensive and just passed it up. Nan Xin looked at his wife's serious expression and couldn't help but become obsessed.
Honey, this toilet paper at 20.9 yuan is the best price.
Let's take 2 boxes first. Good. Nan Xin was reduced to a coolie, putting toilet paper in the shopping cart. The picture of the two of them looked like an old couple. When the saleswoman saw Su Qinghan carefully selecting the items, she wondered, are all young people this good at living nowadays? Lightweight and breathable. Buy one get one free for a limited time, do you want it, little girl?
Su Qinghan saw the sanitary napkins in the saleswoman's hand and thought for a moment.
Buy one get one free was very cheap. Although Nan Xin bought a large bag last time, it would be more appropriate to stock up some now. Su Qinghan nodded.
When Nan Xin saw Su Qinghan was going to buy sanitary pads, he stood there in a daze, not knowing whether he should follow her. After struggling for a moment, he decided it would be better not to follow.
Come here, little girl.
The aunt pulled Su Qinghan to the shelf next to her. Seeing Nan Xin standing there in a daze, the aunt immediately called out, "Young man, don't be shy, come here quickly."
Nan Xin was also pulled in by the aunt.
It turns out that your aunt is still your aunt.
Next, the aunt began her explanation.
She took out a thick piece of cardboard with sanitary napkins, both short and long, pasted on it.
Little girl, let me tell you, this sanitary napkin is thin and breathable, absorbs well, doesn't leak, and isn't stuffy.
Most importantly, this is a medical sanitary napkin. It has antibacterial and sterilization functions, and it also contains silver ion activated carbon fiber. There are often many college students who come to repurchase.
The aunt's way of explanation made Su Qinghan feel embarrassed, and Nan Xin's presence made her blush even more.
Nan Xin was fine, he was just afraid that his wife would not be able to let go. After all, he did not back down when so many people were watching him buy sanitary pads for Su Qinghan last time. This time, someone explained it, and Nan Xin listened very carefully.
Anyway, it was good for both of them.
The aunt said a lot of things, but Su Qinghan was only concerned about the price of sanitary napkins.
How much is this one? The supermarket is having a promotion now.
Normally it's 49.9 yuan per pack, but today it's 49.9 yuan for 2 packs.
It's a good deal.
When Su Qinghan learned that a pack of 6 tablets cost 49.9 yuan, he pulled Nan Xin and turned around to leave.
Even if it was 2 packs, it was too expensive.
She wanted to take advantage of the situation, but unexpectedly she was fleeced by the sheep.
P.S. There are very few book reviews.
If you think this book is good, please use your lucky hands and give it to your children. Chapter 67, My husband is very rich, you can take advantage of him.
Don't go, little girl. It's very cheap. I guarantee that you will want to use it again after using it for the first time.
The auntie shouted hurriedly, fearing that she had wasted half a day's talking in vain.
After hearing this, Su Qinghan just wanted to escape quickly. She thought to herself, how dare you say it's a special price when it's so expensive?
However, Nanshin took it to heart.
He checked the sanitary napkin recommended by the aunt on the internet and found that the reviews were very pertinent. Auntie, take 2 bags. Nan Xin turned his head and whispered to the auntie. Hey, young man, you really love your girlfriend. Auntie will get it for you.
After saying that, the auntie swiftly put 2 packs of sanitary napkins into Nan Xin's hands, and Nan Xin put them directly into the shopping cart while Su Qinghan was not paying attention. Before leaving, the aunt did not forget to gesture to Nanshin, when you are done, come back.
Faced with the aunt's enthusiasm, Nan Xin nodded silently.
The kitchen at home is fully equipped with gas and other equipment, except for pots and pans. When they arrived at the kitchen supplies area, Nan Xin and Su Qinghan were completely unable to move as they needed everything.
The salesperson saw Nan Xin's full shopping cart and approached him attentively. Hello, both of you. Is there anything I can introduce to you?
I have bought almost all the kitchen supplies, except for a frying pan and a kitchen knife. Please introduce this pot to us. It was the first time for both of them to buy kitchen utensils, and they were novices.
Okay, please follow me. This frying pan is the best-selling one. Its biggest feature is that it is non-stick. Non-stick pan?
When Su Qinghan heard this word, he suddenly remembered a video he had seen before. The blogger beat the eggs directly in the pan and kept introducing it. "Oh my goodness, babies, this one is our non-stick pan, it really doesn't stick." After a while, the eggs on top turned a little black, but the blogger kept emphasizing that it was non-stick. He was lying with open eyes. Thinking of the video, Su Qinghan smiled and said to the salesperson, "Auntie, is this pan for frying eggs really non-stick?" "Ha?" The salesperson was stunned for a moment, then grinned and said, "Don't worry, little girl. If the sticky pan is fake, we will compensate you tenfold. A store as big as ours can't get away with it." The aunt is also an expert at surfing the internet. She immediately understood what Su Qinghan said. She almost laughed to death when she watched the video. Anyone who sees it will say that the blogger is really dedicated. Nan Xin, who was standing aside, did not understand the secret language between the two. After all, he did not care about those bloggers. "Honey, let's buy this pot." Su Qinghan shook Nan Xin's shoulders and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll listen to you." However, when they looked at the full shopping cart, they didn't know where to put it. Seeing this, the saleswoman hurriedly said, "Please leave your full shopping cart with me and go get an empty one. Just don't forget it when you check out." "Thank you, Auntie." Su Qinghan thanked her with a smile. The saleswoman was also very kind-hearted. It turned out that there were many good people in the world. Afterwards, two people came over pushing an empty shopping cart and put the packaged wok in it. The little family's kitchen was only missing a kitchen knife to be complete. Speaking of kitchen knives, Su Qinghan thought of the Wang Mozi kitchen knives used by every household when he was a child. At that time, there were often people shouting in the streets, "Sharpen the scissors, sharpen the kitchen knives." Su Qinghan was a nostalgic person. She asked the salesperson, "Auntie, do you have Wang Mozi kitchen knives?" "Have. I'll find one for you." After saying that, the salesperson quickly started searching the shelves. When Nanshin heard his wife mention Wang Mozi, he also felt familiar with it, because when he was a child, his family's kitchen knives and scissors were of this brand. The auntie who was choosing kitchen knives nearby, when she heard that Su Qinghan wanted to buy a Wang Mozi kitchen knife, immediately showed disdain in her eyes. She didn't expect that young people nowadays are still using such a broken thing. In her opinion, such a thing should have been eliminated long ago. The old lady felt that she was at the forefront of the trend, and she kindly advised Su Qinghan, "Little girl, as a young person, why are you using such an old-fashioned kitchen knife? Look at this kitchen knife that the auntie chose. It's the hottest one right now. You should learn from auntie." Su Qinghan waved his hand and said politely, "Auntie, it's better not to. I am a nostalgic person." "Oh. By the way, auntie, the kitchen knife you are holding has a history of 400 years in Xia country, so it is quite old." Nan Xian originally wanted to go up and rescue his wife, but when he heard his wife's answer, he silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart. After saying that, Su Qinghan looked at the aunt and smiled meaningfully. Just then, the salesperson brought over Wang Mozi's kitchen knife. "Little girl, here's the kitchen knife for you." "Well, auntie, let's put our shopping cart here for now." Afterwards, Su Qinghan took Nan Xian's arm and walked towards the snack area, leaving the old lady standing there blankly. She asked the salesperson in disbelief, "Does Zhang Dequan really have a history of 400 years?" "Yes, that's right." The salesperson nodded. When he saw the aunt's unbelievable expression, he wondered in his heart, isn't it good to have a long history? Nan Xian knew that Su Qinghan was a nostalgic person, but he didn't expect that the aunt would insist on showing off, and he didn't expect that he would be completely defeated by his wife. Looking at Su Qinghan's victorious smile, Nan Xian couldn't help laughing. Such a wife is really cute. Su Qinghan tilted her head and asked Nan Xian in confusion, "Husband, both of them are old brands, why is Wang Mozi not famous now?" "It's caused by business strategy." "Okay, but I still like Wang Mozi." Su Qinghan chuckled, it was very good to be able to buy a kitchen knife. Seeing the huge snack area, Su Qinghan quickly pulled Nanshin over. There were her favorite dried tofu, spicy noodles, and dried fruits. It seemed that there was nothing he didn't like, but thinking about how much money he spent on buying the house, Su Qinghan pulled Nan Xian away again. "Let's go. Eating snacks will make you fat. Can't you just eat less?" Nan Xian pinched Su Qinghan's nose lovingly. He liked his wife no matter what kind of person she was. But when he thought of Su Qinghan's appetite, she didn't gain weight even though she ate so much. It seemed that she was afraid of spending money. Looking at Su Qinghan, who was living frugally, Nan Xian touched her head. "Little fool, buy whatever you want.
My husband is very rich, you can take advantage of him. Nan Xin raised the corner of his mouth and said, he originally wanted his wife to stop thinking too much, but now she is reluctant to buy even snacks, so he might as well come clean. I thought Su Qinghan would be very excited, but I didn't expect her to admonish Nan Xin, hubby, diligence, and thrift are traditional Chinese virtues. Ha! Nan Xin's scalp tingled after hearing this. Not buying snacks means being frugal, but does that mean he can just not eat? After that, Nan Xin flicked Su Qinghan's head and scolded him, if you don't buy some snacks, we won't leave. In order to defeat the idea of thriftiness, Nan Xin can only be shameless. Anyway, he must have the snacks his wife likes. Chapter 68 Pa. You actually treat me like a pig. Su Qinghan burst out laughing when she saw Nan Xin acting like a rogue. She didn't expect her husband to have this side of her. It turns out that being a rogue is quite useful, but you have to use it at the right time. Okay, I'll buy it. But will I make you broke? No, on the contrary, I will make you fat and plump. Nan Xin said confidently that he still had 2 million in his bank card from the rebate he got from last time. This money would definitely be enough for Su Qinghan to spend. TSK. You're treating me like a pig. Today I will teach you a lesson. Then Su Qinghan walked into the snack area with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. He ordered 2 kilograms of handmade spicy noodles and 2 kilograms of watermelon seeds. All in all, the shopping cart was already half full. Nan Xin nodded with satisfaction. That was right. A wife should be raised in wealth. Then a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Sign-in location, Wubei Supermarket. Sign-in reward, God-level cooking skills. Although Nan Xin can cook, he only knows 2 simple dishes, such as tomato and eggs and spicy and sour shredded potatoes. He can't make any more. He thought that with this reward he could cook for the greedy little cat Su Qinghan. The system didn't expect that the rewards it gave would be used by the host to pamper his wife. It was already dark, and the purchase of daily necessities was almost complete. 3 full shopping carts were pushed to the front of the counter. The cashier was so shocked when he saw the 3 carts piled up in front of him that he almost dropped his jaw. Then he asked with a smile, "Hello, do you have a membership card?" No. Nan Xin had just arrived here, so naturally he didn't have a membership card. However, Su Qinghan, who heard the news, immediately ran from behind the last shopping cart to the 2 of them and said, "Sorry, we have a membership card." "Honey, the membership card is my phone number." After saying that, Su Qinghan ran back and looked at the shopping cart. Fortunately, Nan Xin knew Su Qinghan's cell phone number, otherwise he would have been dealt with by his wife. 152. Yes, sir. Then, the cashier started scanning codes frantically. It took him 20 minutes just to scan all the things they bought. The other lines had all paid, but the line behind them remained motionless. If you didn't know, you would think there were a lot of people shopping in the supermarket. Your total spending is $8,765.33. Nan Xin handed over his bank card and it was scanned successfully. Seeing the cashier return the bank card to Nan Xin, Su Qinghan slowly loosened her hand holding the bank card in her bag. If it failed, she was going to rescue her husband, but she didn't expect it to be of no use. After getting the shopping receipt, Su Qinghan and Nan Xin shared some trivia. "Honey, we bought so many things and can earn a lot of points. You can redeem your points for rice during the Chinese New Year. Remember to save your points." Okay. Nan Xin nodded with a smile. He had to say that his wife was really good at living. Fortunately, the supermarket had good service and the 2 were able to put these things in the taxi. It felt like I hadn't had much rest yet, but I had already arrived at the gate of the community. When the security guard at the door saw the Nanjing people buying so many things, he kindly lent them his patrol car. "Just return it after use." "Yes, thank you." Nan Xin said with a smile that the next project was a major one, and fearing that Su Qinghan would be tired, Nan Xin domineeringly placed her aside. Su Qinghan was suspicious. "Husband, why do you want me to sit here? You take a break, I'll move it." Su Qinghan raised the corner of her mouth slightly. It turned out that Nan Xin was afraid that she would be tired, but she was also afraid that Nan Xin was too tired, and she refused to sit there no matter what. "Honey, I can do it." After saying that, Su Qinghan imitated Nan Xin and bent her arms. When Nan Xin saw his wife's silly look, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Okay, don't tire yourself out. Seeing this, Nan Xin compromised while not forgetting to admonish his wife.
It took a full half-hour to move from the patrol car to the house.
When they got home, Nan Xin and Su Qinghan lay weakly on the sofa. I was really tired today. Even though my physical condition has improved, Nan Xin still feels drained. However, when they thought about how their home was decorated to be very cozy, they felt that it was all worth it. After more than 2 hours of settling in, the house was full of life. Gulu, gurgle. After cleaning up for half a day in the afternoon, Su Qinghan's stomach started to strike.
She came to Nan Xian's side, pouting and saying aggrievedly, "Honey, I'm hungry.
I want to eat braised pork." Okay, I'll do it for you. Nan Xin said lovingly that it was a good opportunity to try out the new skills given by the system.
Just by thinking about it, the recipe of braised pork appeared in his mind. And he had the distinct feeling that he had been a chef for many years.
I have to say, the skill is really great. Nan Xin can make whatever Su Qinghan wants to eat, and the taste is top-notch.
When I went to the supermarket, I also bought some vegetables, fruits, and pork, so I have everything in home.
Afraid that the kitchen fumes would choke Su Qinghan, Nan Xin drove his wife out. With nothing to do, Su Qinghan simply lay on the sofa and played with his mobile phone.
Thousands of miles away in Zhongshan village, Su Jidong and Wang Kaifeng were eating at the dining table, and on the table was the braised pork that Su Qinghan wanted to eat the most. Looking at Su Qinghan's favorite braised pork in front of him, Su Jidong thought of his beloved daughter.
Has Qinghan called you recently? No. Are you thinking about the child? No, I'm just asking.
Su Jidong said proudly that it was really difficult for him to admit it. After all, the love of the older generation was very implicit.
Wang Kaifeng looked at her husband's stubborn expression and chuckled. What's so shameful about wanting a child? How about I give Qinghan a call? She probably doesn't have classes right now. The last time I heard her, she was going to have an internship in mid-November. Once the kids go to work, they'll go home less often. Then, go ahead and call her. Just say you miss her. Su Jidong gave instructions, feeling very happy at the thought of hearing his precious daughter's voice.
The old man was very stubborn.
Wang Kaifeng nodded helplessly.
Then she picked up her phone and made a video call to Su Qinghan. On the sofa, Su Qinghan was a little panicked when she saw the video call from her mother. After all, she had not told them that she was in a relationship. She saw the closed door of the kitchen and answered the call with confidence. "Mom, I miss you so much." Su Qinghan instantly turned into a little girl and started acting coquettishly with Wang Kaifeng.
Why don't you call me more often when you miss me?
Wang Kaifeng said coquettishly.
Oh, I'm busy lately.
Su Qinghan quickly evaded the question, saying that she had been busy with her love life recently and was indeed a little busy. When Wang Kaifeng heard that her daughter worked very hard every day, she hurriedly told her, even if you are busy, you should take care to rest. Do you understand? I know. On the side, Su Jidong was making gestures to his wife, but Wang Kaifeng really didn't know what he was gesturing for.
She frowned and said to Su Jidong, "Here's the phone. You talk to our daughter." Su Jidong tried to refuse, but his wife threw her phone at him. He picked it up and said gently, "Hanin, have you eaten?"
As expected, the rough man in the village becomes a daughter slave when he meets his precious daughter.
Chapter 69. The money is yours, and the person is yours too. Su Qinghan looked at the closed door of the kitchen and said with a smile, "Dad, I haven't eaten yet." Then you have to eat. Su Jidong was not good at speaking and didn't know what to say, but he was relieved to see that his daughter was fine.
Taking advantage of the phone call today, Su Qinghan simply told his parents about the National Day holiday.
"Dad, I'm going home for National Day, please pick me up at the station." "No problem, I'll definitely go."
Hearing the girl specifically asking him to pick her up, Su Jidong nodded silently, but he was actually very happy. Then the kitchen door opened, and Nan Xian came out and called out to Su Qinghan, "Wife, it's time to eat."
Wife? Why is there a man's voice?
Dad, that's the sound of a TV show my roommate is playing.
I'm hanging up now.
Seeing his daughter hurriedly hang up the phone, Su Jidong felt a sense of crisis. He was afraid that his little cotton padded jacket had become someone else's.
But why did the man's voice sound so familiar? After Wang Kaifeng came out of the kitchen, she saw that the phone had been hung up and asked in confusion, "Why did it hang up?" Hanin may have a boyfriend. Maybe she will bring him home this time when she comes back. My dear daughter said that? So should we prepare in advance? I guess.
After Su Jidong finished speaking, his face looked very bad. The cabbages he had raised for so many years were suddenly eaten by pigs.
How could he still be happy?
However, thinking of Su Qinghan coming back during the National Day holiday, Su Jidong still told his wife, "Mother, our daughter will be back during the National Day holiday. You should buy more pork, ribs, big bones, etc.
My daughter loves to eat them." Okay, I understand. Wang Kaifeng frowned and said, how could she treat her precious daughter badly?
People in the village would go out for a walk after dinner in the evening. Zhang Milan had already finished her meal, so she went to Wang Caifeng's house opposite and made an appointment to go out together.
Sister Kaifeng, what are you so happy about? Hanin will be back for National Day. Will your Xiaoxin be back for National Day? This brat hasn't told me yet. I'll go back and ask him.
Okay, the two kids are from the same school, so we can take care of each other if we come back together. Zhang Milan nodded, and when she got home she would call Nanshin and ask him to do whatever he could to get that brat to come back during the National Day holiday.
In Banda Phase 3 community, Su Qinghan hung up the phone urgently, and Nan Xian was almost discovered by Su Jidong. At the same time, Nan Xian brought the stewed braised pork to the restaurant. Su Qinghan smelled the fragrance and quickly sat down at his seat. It smells so good. Eat quickly, little greedy cat. Yeah, but, honey, you've worked hard. Su Qinghan smiled and picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into her mouth. After chewing it, she found it fatty but not greasy. She gave a thumbs up in admiration. It's delicious. Honey, when did your cooking skills become so good? Su Qinghan was busy eating while asking questions. She remembered that Nan Xian's cooking skills were just average, so why was the food so delicious today? And it feels even better than the braised pork made by Wang Kaifeng. I won't pretend anymore. I am actually the god of cooking. Nan Xian said jokingly, after all, he couldn't explain the abilities given by the system. Then I'm so lucky to eat the food made by the god of cooking every day. Well, that's great. Su Qinghan smiled brightly. She believed her husband had the ability to do so. While sighing, she put a few more bites of the braised pork into her mouth. It was fatty but not greasy and really went well with rice. Eat slowly, silly. No one is competing with you. I know, husband, you should eat too. It took an hour to cook, but Su Qinghan was full in 10 minutes. He leaned back in his chair contentedly, stroking his bulging belly. Now she has a feeling that it would be a waste of Nanshin's skills if he didn't open a restaurant. Hubby, why don't you open a small restaurant? Why do you think so? Nan Xian wondered why his wife suddenly asked him to open a store. It's great to be able to earn money and eat well at the same time. Do you want to eat it? Nan Xian pinched Su Qinghan's smooth little face and laughed. No, I'm just giving you some advice. His little thoughts were exposed, and Su Qinghan lowered his head and played with the corner of his clothes. Nan Xian thought about it and decided to forget it, but it was not impossible to open a restaurant at that time. After washing the dishes, Su Qinghan lay in Nan Xian's arms and suddenly remembered an important item that she had not yet given to her husband. She sat up with a bang. Hubby, I have something to give you, wait a minute. After saying that, Su Qinghan went to rummage through her bag and took out her bank card. She put her hands behind her back, came to Nan Xian and said gently, Husband, I'm going to give you something, but you have to promise me that you must accept it. Seeing Su Qinghan's serious expression, Nan Xian frowned slightly, wondering what his wife was going to give him that required so many instructions. No matter what it was, Nan Xian nodded. However, when he saw Su Qinghan take out the bank card and handed it to him, Nan Xian understood Su Qinghan's good intentions. It turned out that his wife was afraid that he would not accept it. This is the scholarship I received for college. There is 20,000 yuan in it. I will give it to you today. Wife, I have money, how can I want yours? Nan Xian was telling the truth. Although he had just agreed to it, that money was saved by Su Qinghan himself after all. Su Qinghan's eyes suddenly became sharp, just like a tiger about to show its power. Nan Xian was very confused. How could Su Qinghan make such a seamless transition? Under pressure, Nan Xian could only passively accept it. Okay, I accept it. Seeing Nan Xian accept the card, Su Qinghan smiled happily. She threw herself into Nan Xian's arms and said with a smile, that's right. Nan Xian was very touched by everything Su Qinghan had done for him. He hugged her tightly and spoke sincerely. Wife, from now on my money is your money. Of course the person is also yours. Although the confession was simple and crude, it was Nan Xin's truest thought. Really? Then I want to check if the person is mine. Su Qinghan's eyes were fiery, and he pushed Nan Xin down on the sofa.
His slender fingertips wandered over Nan Xin's abdominal muscles, and then a shirt was ruthlessly thrown to the ground. The clothes in the living room were scattered all over the floor, and then the drywood met the fire and the situation got out of control. In the luxurious office of Huame building, Li Baolai sat on the sofa and smoked a cigar in depression. There was still no news about the land in Lujiazui, and he was very worried. Then, a female secretary in black stockings pushed the door open and excitedly reported her investigation results.
Boss, I found out that a buyer named Nan Xin bought lot 12. Nan Xin? Li Baolai kept muttering Nan Xin's name. He remembered that there was no such person in Magic City. After all, the person who could bid for the plot of land number 12 must be a famous tycoon in the business world. Chapter 70. Is the soundproofing in our neighborhood good? What is this person's identity?
Identity? I didn't find out his identity, but I found out that he is a major shareholder of Tianqing Media. The female secretary spoke hesitantly, and seeing that Li Baolai didn't speak for a long time, she tactfully retreated.
He knew Su Haiming, the president of Tianqing Media.
They were all well-known figures in the business world, and it was inevitable that they would have some scandals with some celebrities.
After thinking for a moment, Li Baolai finally called Su Haiming. Beep, beep, beep. How is Mr. Su these days? Thank you, Mr. Li, for your concern.
They were all old foxes, and no one wanted to speak first. After all, it was Li Baolai who needed help. After a pause, he went straight to the point. I heard that Mr. Su's company has a major shareholder named Nan Xin, is that right? There is indeed such a person. I wonder why Mr. Li wants to know about him. I hope Mr. Su can introduce me to someone. I want to meet him. Li Baolai spoke with a smile, but he did not tell anyone about the plot of land number 12, so as not to attract a swarm of hornets.
Oh, so that's how it is. I need to ask for their opinion. Okay, I'll wait for your reply. After hanging up the phone, Li Baolai picked up another cigar. Only in this way could he forget the troubles in his heart. They are all experienced hands in the workplace, and Su Haiming did not say that this matter would definitely be accomplished. Nanshin is the largest shareholder of Tianqing Media. If he causes unpleasantness, he will lose his position as president. However, the biggest doubt is that Li Baolai wants to meet Nan Xin. Although he doesn't know the reason, it makes Su Haiming look at Nan Xin in a different light. After glancing at the clock on the wall and seeing that it was not too late, Su Haiming called Nan Xin. At the same time on the sofa, Nan Xin heard the sound of his cell phone vibrating, so he put on his clothes and went to the balcony to answer it. Hello? President Nan, is it convenient now? Real estate tycoon Li Baolai wants to meet you, would you like to meet him? What's the matter? Nan Xin asked puzzledly. He had never heard of Li Baolai and didn't know what he wanted from him. That's not what you mean? See you. Although he didn't know what the matter was, Nan Xin still agreed. However, since the other party was a real estate tycoon, it must be no small matter. After asking about each other's well-being for a while, the two hung up the phone. When Nan Xin came back again, Su Qinghan had already run from the sofa to the bedroom. Honey, is the sofa uncomfortable to sleep on? It's okay, but it's not as big as the bed. It's a bit crowded for two people to lie on it. Then let's get a bigger sofa? No need, it's fine like this. Su Qinghan's little face was as radiant as the sun. Although the sofa was small, it was still a good fit for the two of them. Recalling the time when she took the initiative, Su Qinghan felt extremely shy. She thought to herself, I screamed so loudly just now, no one else could hear me, right? Su Qinghan covered herself with the quilt, leaving only a pair of eyes, and asked shyly, is the soundproofing in our community good? After hearing Su Qinghan's question, Nan Xin finally realized that his wife was embarrassed. He laughed and said, don't worry, no one can hear you even if you shout at the top of your lungs. After saying that, Nan Xin crawled into the quilt and held Su Qinghan in his arms. Nan Xin doesn't know as much about university matters as Su Qinghan, so he still needs to ask Su Qinghan about promoting Douyin in school. Honey, do I need to report the promotion of software in school? For a small promotion of 30 to 50 people, it is not necessary. For a large promotion, it is necessary to report to the teacher in charge of the club.
After all, promotion requires the seniors from the club to speak convincingly.
Honey, why are you asking this all of a sudden? What do you want to promote? TikTok. Nan Xin said this calmly, but Su Qinghan was shocked after hearing it. Could it be that the boss of Douyin is her husband? She asked in disbelief, Honey, TikTok is not yours too, is it? Yeah, what's the matter?
Nan Xin said with a smile that he didn't know how to explain to Su Qinghan all the things given by the system.
Could it be that he was a talented player? It's okay, husband, what's in your head?
Su Qinghan sat up, held Nan Xin's head and shook it. They both had one nose and two eyes, so how could her husband be so powerful?
Who else could it be but you? Nan Xin said lovingly. But honey, don't hold my head next time, hold. Put. Big durian mango. Su Qinghan blushed and said that she didn't expect Nan Xin to say such outrageous words.
It seemed that she thought her husband was too naive. In order to prevent himself from having wild thoughts, Su Qinghan simply changed the subject.
Honey, how do you want to promote TikTok? Disney is having an event recently where you can get free tickets by downloading TikTok. I want to promote it in our school.
Su Qinghan nodded, thinking that this method was feasible. After all, a large number of college students did not have high monthly living expenses. Downloading a software could offset several hundred yuan of amusement park tickets, which was definitely worth it.
Well, the plan is feasible.
We can organize club activities and visit Disney together.
Then I'll take you to see Teacher Zhao Lei tomorrow? Okay.
The promotion of Douyin has been completed, and all that's left is to report it tomorrow.
Looking at the clock on the wall, they knew it was time to go back to the dormitory.
Ding ling ling, ding ling ling.
The cell phone in Nanxin's pocket rang. It has to be said that Nan Xin's business is very busy.
He shook his cell phone at Su Qinghan and ran out to answer the call.
Leaning against a white wall, Nan Xin pressed the answer button. Mom. Son, you must come back during the National Day.
Today I heard Qinghan's mother say that she will also go home during the National Day.
Then you two can come back together. Nan Xin shook his head and smiled bitterly.
It turned out that his mother had not forgotten to match the two of them together, not knowing that he had already won over the daughter-in-law she had chosen. And strictly speaking, it was Su Qinghan who took the initiative to pursue him, but it doesn't matter now.
Got it, Mom. Don't worry, I will definitely go back. Nanxin is going to bring his daughter-in-law back home, so he will definitely go home during the holidays.
But in Zhang Mailan's opinion, Nan Xin was just perfunctory. If you dare to lie to me, I will break your legs.
How dare I? Nan Xin smiled bitterly. Why didn't his mother believe the truth now?
He had never lied to her before. At the same time, Su Qinghan's delicate voice came from the bedroom. Hubby, the zipper of my clothes is stuck, please help me. It was the same situation, but with different conversations.
Su Qinghan and Nan Xin both experienced it. Zhang Mailan asked in confusion, why is there a woman's voice in the boys' dormitory? Did you do something bad? It's unfair, Mom. My roommate's cell phone volume was a little loud. Zhang Mailan didn't quite believe Nan Xin's explanation.
No TV show had ever shown a zipper getting stuck.
Could it be? Husband? Husband?
Hearing no one answer, Su Qinghan called a few more times.
Chapter 71. The big account is a bit expensive, should we open a small one? Mom, I have something else to do. I'll hang up now. Nan Xin said something quickly and hung up the phone. If he continued calling, Zhang Mailan would definitely find out something was wrong.
Little did she know that she had already sensed something unusual. In the living room on the first floor of Zhongshan village, Zhang Mailan Kirsten said, "You little bastard, you hung up on me again." Nan Jianfeng, who was watching TV nearby, heard his wife's complaint, turned off the TV skillfully, and then ran to Zhang Mailan and spoke attentively.
What's up, wife?
I suspect our son has a girlfriend.
This is a good thing. Nan Jianfeng said with a grin, and then praised Nan Xin, our son really has the style of my father back then.
Zhang Mailan rolled her eyes when she heard this and said unhappily, you are almost exaggerating. It was I who took the initiative to pursue you back then. Maybe it was that girl who took the initiative to pursue our son.
Okay, let's stop worrying about the kids.
After that, Nan Jianfeng smiled and carried his wife back to the bedroom.
Zhang Mailan's eyes lit up and she teased, the big one is a bit expensive, how about a small one? The muscles on Nan Jianfeng's mouth twitched.
The old woman was really happy. Forget it, one son and one daughter is just right, we can just wait to hold our granddaughter's grandsons.
I was just kidding, but you took it seriously. But she felt a little regretful.
It would have been great if she had given birth to 7 or 8 children at once.
If Nan Jianfeng knew what his wife was thinking, he would definitely complain. Do you think it's like a piglet giving birth to only one litter in its lifetime?
On the other side, Nan Xian hung up the phone and ran to the bedroom. In front of him, Su Qinghan showed her beautiful white back, and her angry little face was struggling with the zipper.
Humph. The zipper is broken. I can't open it no matter how hard I try. Don't worry, I'll help you.
Nan Xian comforted Su Qinghan softly, then fiddled with the zipper with his big, broad hands.
When unzipping the zipper, Nan Xian's fingers would always accidentally touch Su Qinghan's back. Giggle, it's so itchy. Honey, are you sincere?
I seriously doubt that you broke the zipper.
Wife, I swear to God, I didn't mean it.
Besides, there's no way I could have broken the zipper.
Nan Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. His wife was really wrongly accusing him. As expected, men are always willing to take advantage of others. Su Qinghan pouted and said coquettishly, "Who took off my clothes just now?"
Which little bastard?
Nan Xian was stunned for a moment.
The little bastard was him.
Did he really ruin his clothes himself? Nan Xian felt a little embarrassed. He really hadn't thought about it just now. Wife, I didn't mean it. How about I prepare clothes for you in advance next time? Humph. Someone got a bargain after all.
Su Qinghan said this shyly, but there was still some anticipation in her eyes, as if she felt that it was not a bad idea.
Since you sincerely admit your mistake, I will forgive you. But my punishment is that you fill up the closet.
After saying that, Su Qinghan lowered his head shyly.
Nan Xian heard his wife's punishment and agreed with a smile, but could his wife's body bear it? After a while, Nan Xian fixed the zipper. It was already late, so Nan Xian sent Su Qinghan back to the dormitory. Honey, I'm back home. Go ahead.
I'll pick you up downstairs at the dormitory before class tomorrow.
Nan Xian waved his hand.
He and Su Qinghan both had classes at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, so they decided to go find Zhao Lei before class.
When returning from the girls' dormitory, Nan Xian felt a sneaky figure following him.
When he felt the man approaching him, Nan Xian turned around and punched him directly.
Fuck. Brother Nan, it's me. Fa? His brother Nan, you're too harsh. Sun Bafa rubbed his cheek and said angrily, but he didn't know that Nan Xian was deliberately holding back on his strength. It's you who's sneaking around. I wanted to scare you, but I got beaten. I won't dare to do it again next time. Nan Xian raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, I'm glad to know.
When they returned to the dormitory, as soon as they entered the door, Zhang Hao was playing games with his girlfriend, while Lu Bin was watching the live broadcast of the King of Glory game. When the two saw Sun Bao's red and swollen face, they smiled and joked, Brother Fa, did you get your face red from being kissed? I am a role model for my generation. Fuck you, I was beaten by Brother Nan. Sun Bafa said this so excitedly that the muscles on his face were torn. The two became interested and immediately asked what was going on. After Nan Xian finished explaining, Zhang Hao bloated and said, Brother Fa, you really asked for trouble. Have you forgotten how those hooligans were forced to beg for mercy after being punished by Brother Nan? Just be thankful that Brother Nan didn't kill you. Hey! I'm the one who's injured. Sun Bafa looked unhappy. Why didn't anyone speak for him? He, if you have the ability, we will support you. Lu Bin said in a mean way. In their hearts, Nanxin is their big brother. Since when, Dormitory 203 has always been based on strength. Thinking that he hadn't told them that he would have dinner at his house on Saturday, and to comfort Sun Bafa's injured heart, Nan Xian clapped his hands and said, Everyone, come to my house for dinner on Saturday. Tell me what you want to eat in advance. Afa, call Xiao Meng to come along. After listening to this, Sun Baofa's dissatisfaction immediately disappeared. He was still worrying about what reason to ask Xiao Meng out together, and now the opportunity came. He excitedly shook Nan Xian's hand and said gratefully, Brother Nan, take care of me if I need anything. Okay, no gifts needed, just bring your mouths. Nan Xian said with a smile, and then the three roommates started discussing the various delicacies. I think we need one Buddha jumps over the wall. Steamed lamb and bear paws are also okay. I want to eat braised salt duck, soy sauce chicken, and bacon.
Hearing the cuisine they were discussing, Nan Xin shook his head and smiled bitterly. Didn't these bad friends want to have a full banquet? On the other side, in the girls' dormitory, Sun Yu was browsing the shopping website out of boredom.
Actually, she didn't have anything to buy, she just wanted to take a look at the current events. When she brushed against a piece of black lace, her eyes sparkled. After taking a look at Su Qinghan, who had just returned from washing up, Sun Yu stopped her.
Qinghan, let me show you something good. What?
After Su Qinghan put the wash basin away, he sat next to Sun Yu curiously. When Su Qinghan saw the phone that Sun Yu handed over, a blush appeared on her fair face. The picture shows a pair of detachable black lace panties.
How is it? Is it a good thing? Is there a style like this? Su Qinghan asked the question shyly.
Sun Yu had watched so many foreign short films and was the one who popularized them to Su Qinghan.
Yes, it's more convenient. Hey! It's amazing. Su Qinghan seemed to have opened a magical window.
She had never expected there were so many styles.
She was eager to try them out. Why don't we buy one and try it out?
There are many magical ones, such as those that are completely hollowed out, those made of a single string, and those that are jumpsuits.
Ah! There are so many?
Su Qinghan cried out in surprise. He didn't expect Sun Yu to know so much.
He was indeed an expert.
Guo Rong, who was passing by, saw the two people discussing enthusiastically and generously showed her shopping cart. I have everything you mentioned.
P.S. I was delayed today by something, so I can only update one chapter.
Please bear with me, my dears.
Chapter 72. There are so many styles of small clothes. Xiaorong, why do you, a single person, collect those clothes? Could it be that I can't buy it now that I have a boyfriend? Guo Rong rolled her eyes and then showed her private collection to the two men. The clothes in the shopping cart are so full that they can't slide to the bottom. There are black, white, floral, and all kinds of styles. It's really complete. Su Qinghan and Sun Yu were both amazed. They never expected that Xiaorong, who is usually quiet and gentle, had such a side to her. My private goods are pretty good. Yeah, it's really good.
Sun Yu gave a fair evaluation based on his experience of watching hundreds of foreign short films.
Although there were all kinds of clothes, Su Qinghan asked doubtfully, do all boys like this? As long as they're men, I like them all.
Guo Rong said with a smile, and Sun Yu beside her nodded in agreement.
After hearing the two people's answers, Su Qinghan thought about it seriously and came up with an idea. I guess Nanxin would like it too, so why not buy it and try?
When Su Qinghan thought of those eye-catching little clothes, her little face turned as red as an apple. When Guo Rong saw Su Qinghan in a daze, she knew that her little head was full of random thoughts again.
Qinghan, should I send you some links of the same items? Su Qinghan said shyly. No, forget it. Real?
Or, just send it out.
Su Qinghan said with a blushing face when she thought that Nan Xin would like it.
After putting away the toiletries, Su Qinghan returned to bed. When he turned on his phone, Guo Rong had already sent him the link to the small clothes.
Su Qinghan added them to the shopping cart one by one. Out of curiosity, she searched for some similar items. As a result, every piece of clothing broke Su Qinghan's cognition.
She didn't expect that those clothes came in various styles. Su Qinghan was already immersed in the ocean of online shopping, and soon there were more than 100 items in her shopping cart. She originally planned to just watch it and then go to sleep, but Su Qinghan couldn't control herself and didn't fall asleep until 2 or 3 in the morning, holding her phone. The next day, Su Qinghan was awakened by the alarm clock. It was already 8:30. Because she had an appointment with Nanxin, she opened her eyes with difficulty. After washing up, Nanxin had already sent a message saying that he had arrived downstairs. Su Qinghan packed up quickly and ran downstairs. Usually Su Qinghan was not wearing any makeup, so she packed up quickly. Husband. Su Qinghan yawned and came to Nan Xin. What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Nan Xin asked with concern. Of course I can't sleep without my husband. Su Qinghan shook Nan Xin's arm and spoke coquettishly, not mentioning that she was sleep-deprived because of looking at small clothes last night.
Oh. So I have this sleep-aiding effect? Nan Xin shook his head and smiled bitterly. Of course. Okay, I'll take you to see Teacher Zhao Lei first. Okay. Su Qinghan took Nan Xian's arm and they walked towards the teaching department. After knocking on the door, Nan Xian followed Su Qinghan.
The office was very large, with about 7 or 8 teachers inside.
Teacher Zhao.
Zhao Lei looked up and asked with a smile, "Qinghan, why are you here?" "Of course I came to see Teacher Zhao and report something," Su Qinghan said softly. Because there are many things to do in the club, Su Qinghan knows every teacher, and those teachers have a good impression of Su Qinghan.
"Oh, who is this?" Zhao Lei glanced at Nan Xian and asked puzzledly. "This is the freshman, Nan Xian."
"Hello, teacher." After Su Qinghan finished his introduction, Nan Xian greeted him obediently, and then he said, "Teacher, I want to promote a software in our school."
"The more people, the better. What kind of software requires such a large scale?" "TikTok." "Then fill out a form." Then, Zhao Lei handed Nan Xian a form.
Zhao Lei had met people who were promoting software before. They all promoted it to a few thousand people, but the classmate in front of him actually wanted as many people as possible. He was a little curious about what TikTok was, and also curious about how much reward Nanshin would give to his classmates.
After all, the software is not downloaded for free.
It costs at least 10 or 8 yuan to invite one person.
The reward is small, so some students are unwilling to download it. What kind of app is this TikTok? Short video, a software to record life.
Zhao Lei nodded, a little confused. Does anyone watch the life record? Suppressing his curiosity and continued to ask, how much does it cost to download the software?
No money. Nan Xian told the truth, but Zhao Lei's face changed immediately when he heard it. No student would be willing to do it if there was no reward for downloading. He even felt that Nan Xian was just here to make fun of him. Zhao Lei frowned. Nan Xian was a student at Magic City University.
As a teacher, he kindly advised, if you don't have money to download, no one will help you for free.
Teacher Zhao, although there is no money for downloading, you will be rewarded with a ticket to Disneyland. Su Qinghan helped Nan Xian explain with her red lips.
Huh?
Really?
I haven't heard of Douyin, but I have heard of Disney's Zhao Lei.
A ticket to the park costs several hundred yuan. Yes, Nan Xian is the boss. Su Qinghan nodded.
The boss is here, so he must not be lying.
During this period, Nan Xian also filled out the form.
He smiled and said, "Teacher, the activity is real."
"What?" he asked the boss.
Zhao Lei cried out in surprise. A freshman actually had such great financial resources.
You have to know that there are more than 30,000 students in their school. Wouldn't the ticket price be several million? Moreover, Nan Xian, as a freshman, actually managed a company? Zhao Lei asked politely, are there any age requirements? It's mainly young people. Teachers are young people too. Nan Xian said with a light smile.
He could see that Zhao Lei was very serious about this matter.
The tickets were worthless to Nan Xian. Good boy, it suits my taste. Just come to me if you have any problems in the future. Zhao Lei said happily. I really have something to trouble you, teacher. I heard that the funding for the Welcome Party project has been reduced by 2/3? Well, this is the school's decision. I can't do anything about it. Zhao Lei thought Nan Xian came to beg for mercy, and his face looked bitter.
Besides, Lu Qin also looked for him several times yesterday.
Teacher, you misunderstood. I just want to contribute to the school.
As a person with long experience in the workplace, Zhao Lei immediately understood what Nan Xian meant. He was worried about this matter and he would not be happy if the welcome party was messed up.
Just help me promote TikTok when the time comes. No problem. I will notify all classes to attend evening self-study tonight. Qinghan will cooperate with you to promote the event in class.
This is just a piece of cake for Zhao Lei.
That's troublesome. It's not a bother. Come to my office for tea if you have anything to do.
Okay. After completing the report, the two walked out of the classroom. So far, Nanshin has completed a small step in promoting Douyin. Nanshin has more plans for the welcome party, and will discuss it with Lu Qin when the time comes.
Chapter 73, Husband and Wife Cooperate to Promote TikTok.
After sending Su Qinghan to the classroom, a notice about evening self-study was sent in the Nanshin class group, which specifically required that students must not be absent. I have to say that Zhao Lei is very efficient.
When Nan Xian entered the lecture hall on the first floor, his two roommates had already arrived. At present, the whole class is discussing the evening self-study session. Some people are complaining while others are eager to try.
Seeing Nan Xin coming, Lubin smiled evilly and said, "Hurry up and read the message in the class group. You can't go to see senior sister Sue tonight."
I can. Nan Xin said calmly that they didn't know yet that the decision was changed because of him. Why can you? Because I have the ability to make money.
He sponsored the welcome party with 100,000 yuan, but it was money well spent. Lu Bin and Zhang Hao didn't take it seriously.
They thought Nan Xin was just joking and no one took it seriously. The sharp-eyed Nan Xin did not see Sun Bafa, so he asked the two of them. Why didn't Fa come? Did he skip class? There it is.
Zhang Hao raised his head, his eyes full of envy. It was true that the smell of money and love made people sour. Seeing that the two were talking happily, Nan Xin smiled and ignored them. Before class started, he picked up his phone and called Lin Yu. Seeing that the caller ID was President Nan, Lin Yu hurriedly pressed the answer button and said respectfully,
Mr. Lin. Lao Lin, print 40,000 tickets to Disneyland today. Hurry, we'll need them tonight. Okay, I'll do it now. Lin Yu had no doubts about Nan Xin's decision.
There were a lot of people at Disney these 2 days, so he was in the park the whole time. After hanging up the phone, he contacted the printing factory that supplied Disney tickets. After everything was done, Lin Yu began to wonder why the boss wanted so many tickets.
Could it be that the boss has some important decision to make? Oh.
It's really hard to guess what the boss is thinking. If Lin Yu couldn't figure it out, he would stop thinking about it and just do his job well.
Nanshin had reminded Lu Chang about the server problem last time.
According to the download volume in the past few days, the third server has been used. Everything has been taken care of, we just need to wait for the promotion in the evening.
Nan Xin is responsible for company affairs, and Su Qinghan is responsible for club affairs.
Arriving at the classroom, Su Qinghan directly sent a message in the group, "Gather at the playground at 7 p.m.
Don't be late."
As soon as the message was sent, many people began to respond, and they were also curious about what activities would take place in the evening. Including Su Qinghan, there are a total of 120 people in the Student Union work group, and these are just the old members. Although the newcomers have joined the welcome group, they still have to go through an interview.
There are 120 people doing the propaganda, which is enough.
Now everything is ready, only the east wind is missing.
After finishing the club work, Su Qinghan opened Nan Xin's chat box with a smile. "Hubby, I have taken care of everything here. Is there any reward? How about giving me to you?" Pfft, what a hooligan. It is autumn now and it gets dark earlier in the evening.
At that time, Lin Yu had already put all the tickets in his car.
He took out his cell phone and called Nan Xin. After a few beeps, the call was connected. Hello? Mr. Nan, I have already loaded the tickets into the car. Where should I send them to you? Magic City University, just drive your car in. Okay, President Nan.
Lin Yu transformed himself into a toolman to deliver the goods to Nanshin.
There was no traffic jam along the way and we arrived at Shanghai University half an hour later.
Nanshin was already waiting in front of the teaching building. On the other side, Su Qinghan was integrating a team of more than 100 people.
After the goddess senior called out to them, no one was late. Su Qinghan said to everyone, "We are here today for one thing, to promote the software."
Some people get discouraged immediately when they hear that they are going to promote software.
They think promotion is thankless and it takes half a day to download just one software.
This is also the reason why Su Qinghan directly mentioned the gathering in the group but did not say the gathering. Su Qinghan has also worked on software promotion, and she understands the concerns of the members.
However, she is 100% confident in promoting Douyin. Okay, everyone, listen to me. The software we're promoting today is different from the past. Download and you'll get free Disney tickets.
The software is absolutely safe, and the person in charge of the software is a student from our school, so you can rest assured. As soon as Su Qinghan finished speaking, the people below immediately started whispering to each other.
This time they gave me tickets to Disneyland. How generous. I heard that the ticket price is several hundred yuan. To be honest, I'm already tempted. I am most curious about who the student that senior is talking about is.
I went to Disney a while ago and they charged exorbitant fees and had bad attitudes.
Is it true?
But I heard someone say that Disney has been reorganized.
I don't know if it's true or not. Why don't you ask senior sister Sue? I'll definitely believe what she says.
Then, a tall boy stood up, looked at Su Qinghan and said shyly, "Senior sister, Disney won't charge you too much, right? Don't worry, they have already rectified it, and there will definitely not be these problems.
Let me show you the video that tourists took themselves."
Then, Su Qinghan opened TikTok, watched a video of Disneyland and showed it to his classmates.
After watching the video, all their concerns have dissipated. Senior Sue, I am willing to promote it. So would I. Willing.
Okay, Shanwan, you will assign the personnel of the student union.
Okay.
Shanwan did a great job in assisting them, and Su Qinghan was planning to pass the position of student union president to her after her internship.
After a moment, the distribution was completed. Su Qinghan brought a large group of people to the front of the teaching building.
Nan Xin and Lin, you have divided the tickets into piles, and there will definitely be some left over in the end.
Each department will receive a bag of tickets. If you don't have enough, just come and get more. After receiving it, let's go.
The huge group of people dispersed and Lin Yu stood there waiting for supplies. In the lecture hall, two single guys, Zhang Hao and Lu Bin, waited and waited, but Nan Xin never showed up.
Why hasn't Brother Nan come yet? You're not really not coming to the evening study session, are you? Our school is really sick. Why do we have evening self-study classes when there is nothing to do? While Zhang Hao was cursing, Nan Xin and Su Qinghan walked in with a bag of Disney tickets and went straight to the podium. What the hell? What are Brother Nan and Senior Sister Sue doing? I don't know.
As the president of the student union, Su Qinghan took the lead in explaining his purpose to everyone. Classmates, we are here to recommend short videos on TikTok.
Excuse me for a few minutes.
Such a beautiful senior with a gentle voice, who wouldn't want to take a second look at her? After saying that, all the students' eyes focused on Su Qinghan and Nan Xin.
Su Qinghan started the speech, and Nan Xin introduced the Aptoine. Today we are promoting an app for sharing life.
If you download it, you will get a ticket to Disneyland for free.
There is absolutely no security issue with the software. We guarantee this to everyone.
Chapter 74 Wife, when can I get a license to work? And our software doesn't take up much memory. Anyone who is interested can download it, and those who download it will distribute the tickets to everyone later.
After Nan Xin finished speaking, there was a rustling sound from under the podium.
The students took out their mobile phones and downloaded the video.
This download reward is really good. It will be Saturday and Sunday in 2 days. We will have some fun. No more talking, hurry up and download it. Nan Xin and Su Qinghan looked at their classmates taking action below and smiled with satisfaction.
Even Lu Bin and Zhang Hao took out their cell phones. Although they were not in a relationship, they could still be good friends and visit Disney together. Sun Baofa has a lot of experience in love, but when it comes to actually getting started, he behaves like a straight man.
Xia Meng, who was beside him, blushed and said, "Do you want to go to the amusement park together on Sunday?" Okay.
Sun Baofa smiled silly and agreed readily.
Seeing that the students had almost finished downloading, Nan Xin and Su Qinghan went down to distribute tickets. Su Qinghan posted the one on the left.
Lu Bin and Zhang Hao had already downloaded TikTok.
Senior Sue, we have finished downloading. Here are your 2 tickets. Okay, thank you very much. Su Qinghan smiled and sent it to someone else, while Nan Xin sent it to the right-hand side.
Sun Baofa was waiting with a smile on his face for Nanxin to give them the tickets.
When he came over, he said with gritted teeth, "Brother Nan, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. Here are the tickets for both of you." Nan Xin handed it to Xia Meng, who was at the outside with a smile. After hearing Nan Xin say that, she became even more shy. After a while, all the tickets had been distributed. The good news is that every student in the class downloaded the tickets, and I believe the same is true for other classes. With division of labor and cooperation, each group acted quickly. After Nan Xin and Su Qinghan finished their promotion, they returned to the front of the teaching building.
Some students had already finished distributing the materials, and soon all the students had arrived. This promotion was unexpectedly fast, even the students who promoted it did not expect it. If all promotional software were as wealthy as TikTok, the number of downloaders would not be so pitifully small. Pour the remaining tickets together, there are still plenty.
Among the student union members, someone who was eager to make a move said, "Senior Sue, we have also downloaded it. Can we get a ticket?"
The other students nodded one after another.
After all, they could have fun and save hundreds of dollars at the same time, so who wouldn't he be tempted?
Of course.
Su Qinghan nodded with a smile. Then Nan Xin looked at everyone and said, "Thank you for helping promote TikTok. Everyone can get 2 Disney tickets. Thank you for your hard work today. It's not hard. Not tired." Nan Xin burst out laughing, then told Lin Yu to give tickets to everyone.
After getting the tickets, the students went back, but Shanwan came to the 2 of them with the tickets.
"Sister Han, brother-in-law Han, I'll go back first." "Well, bye."
However, Linny called Shanwan and took another ticket from Lin Yu and handed it to Shanwan. Shanwan was stunned for a moment. "Brother-in-law Han, I already have 2 tickets.
This one is a reward for you." "Oh." Shanwan took the ticket and went back in confusion. She really couldn't understand why Linny gave her an extra ticket, and it felt like he was giving out tickets for free.
Not only Shanwan was puzzled, even Su Qinghan was puzzled.
She couldn't help but think in her heart, could it be that my husband has changed his mind? Su Qinghan looked at Nan Xin angrily, with unhappiness written all over his face. With just one look, Nan Xin knew that Su Qinghan had misunderstood.
While she was still angry, Nan Xin hurriedly explained, "Wife, don't let your imagination run wild."
"Humph. Then why did you give her the tickets?"
Although they were sisters with a very good relationship, women were very protective when it came to men, and Su Qinghan was no exception.
Nan Xin laughed in his heart, could it be that my wife ate something wrong? Fearing more misunderstandings, Nan Xin immediately explained, "People call me brother-in-law, so of course I have to give him one more." "Or do you think this name is not good?" Nan Xin asked with raised eyebrows. "No way." Realizing that she had wronged Nan Xin, Su Qinghan lowered her head shyly. However, she did not expect Nan Xin's explanation to be so to her liking. But Nan Xin did think so.
The warm light shone on Su Qinghan, and it felt so dazzling.
Nan Xin simply took Su Qinghan into his arms and said gently, "Wife, when can I get a certificate to work?" Ahem. Looking at the intimate scene of the two, Lin Yu coughed awkwardly. These 2 people really treated him as if he didn't exist. After hearing the sound, Su Qinghan struggled to break free from Lin Yu's arms like a frightened little rabbit. Nan Xin gave a wicked smile and wondered when his wife would get rid of her shyness. Then, he came to Lin Yu and took another stack of tickets, then ordered, "Old Lin, you go back. Be safe at night. As for these tickets, put them back into the park. They will be useful later." "Okay, President Nan." Lin Yu nodded and drove away. It was great not to have to be a third wheel. But he was a little puzzled. Looking at Nan Xin's appearance, was he a college student? After sending Lin Yu away, Nan Xin took Su Qinghan's hand and sent her back to the dormitory. When returning to the dormitory, Nan Xin received a call from Lu Chang. "Hello? President Nan, good news.
The number of TikTok downloads has exceeded 30 million, and the number of active users per day is 20 million.
This news was completely within Nan Xin's expectations, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. There are some brands that want to join Douyin. What do you think?
Yes, but the brands must be strictly screened, and brands without any quality assurance will definitely not be allowed to pass.
Got it, President Nan, I'll do it right away. Lu Chang is an impatient person, and he started to do it immediately after getting permission. After Nan Xin hung up the phone, he suddenly had an inspiration. If brands can join Douyin, then celebrities can too. With the celebrity effect, Douyin will be downloaded even faster. It just so happens that Su Hyaming will make an appointment for Li Balai to meet Nan Xin tomorrow, and he can have a chat then. Having made up his mind, Nan Xin walked faster, and when he arrived at the dormitory, his roommates were already there.
Just Sun Baofa is missing, probably he is on his way to have a relationship. Pushing open the door, Nan Xin found Zhang Hao and Lu Bin holding up their cell phones and filming something.
When they saw Nan Xin coming, they immediately pulled Nan Xin into the camera. Cheese. Nan Xin could only awkwardly make a scissors gesture. After the filming, Nan Xin asked in confusion, "What did you just film?" "It's a short TikTok video, I'll upload it later." "Just the looks of the 3 of us will definitely attract a lot of little fans," Lu Bin said boastfully, and then gave it a flirty title, "Knowing me, your life will be right." Chapter 75 Mr. Lee, I don't plan to sell this land. The next day, Su Hyaming invited Nan Xin and Li Balai. After finishing a class in the morning, Nan Xin took a taxi to the address sent by Su Hyaming, Julange. Julong is located in the city center and it only takes a short while to get there. After getting off the taxi, Nan Xin saw an antique plaque with the name of the store written on it. After entering the yard, a young lady came up to greet us immediately. Sir, are you Nan Xin? Nan Xin nodded, and the young lady immediately said, Boss Su is waiting for you in tea room number 3. Okay. Nan Xin said, and walked to the end of the corridor. At this time, Su Hyaming and Li Baolai had already arrived in tea room number 3. Mr. Su, thank you for your help. Mr. Li is too polite. I will listen to you. Su Hyaming was very shrewd. If he failed to accomplish something, he would be in a difficult position, so he did not dare to take credit for it easily. Although he didn't dare to say it out of personal preference, Su Hyaming still kindly reminded Li Baolai. Boss Li, our CEO Nan is very young. Don't get startled later. No. Li Baolai smiled and waved his hands, saying that being young is good, as it makes it easier to set traps. After a while, Nan Xin came to the door of tea room number 3 and knocked. Come in. After hearing the answer, Nan Xin pushed the door open and walked in. Although Li Baolai had just been reminded by Su Hyaming, he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Nan Xin. He was simply too young. The young president that Li Baolai met must be at least 30 years old, and the young man in front of him was probably in his early 20s. When the two men saw Nan Xin, they immediately stood up from their seats. As the matchmaker, Su Hyaming spoke first. Boss Nan, this is Li Baolai, the CEO of Huamei Real Estate. Mr. Li. Boss Nan. The two shook hands, and then Li Baolai secretly said to Su Hyaming, Mr. Su, I want to talk to Mr. Nan alone. Su Hyaming immediately understood, and then said to the two of them, I have some good tea stored here, I will go get it, you guys chat first. The two nodded, and then Su Hyaming walked out. After Su Hyaming left, neither of them spoke a word. In this kind of situation, whoever loses patience first will lose. Anyway, it was Li Baolai who wanted to see Nan Xin, so he didn't care. He just saw Nan Xin leisurely picked up the teacup and sipped the tea. Li Baolai shrugged his nose when he saw this, and wondered in his heart, aren't young people always impatient? Why is the person in front of me so experienced? At this point, Li Baolai could only speak awkwardly, Boss Nan, I heard that you recently bought a piece of land? Seeing Li Baolai speak, Nan Xin put down the teacup and said, yeah, that's right. I thought it was nothing unusual for the other party to look for me. It turned out that he was interested in the land in Lujiazui. I wonder what plans President Nan has for that piece of land. I haven't thought about it yet. This story is true, but when Li Baolai heard it, he would not believe it. He felt that Nan Xin must not be telling the truth. After several rounds, Li Baolai didn't get any useful information, but he let Nan Xin know his intentions. Nan Xin's answer made Li Baolai a little unsure of how to respond. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Boss Nan, actually I asked you to come here today because I want to buy the land in Lujiazui. You name a price. Li Baolai wanted to get the land, but Nan Xin had no intention of selling it. The land was valuable no matter what he did with it. Even if it is left alone, the price of land will continue to rise. So, Nan Xin shook his head and replied with a smile, I don't plan to sell it. How about 50 billion? Nan Xin shook his head, and then Li Baolai stretched out a finger with difficulty, 100 billion, this is the highest price I can offer. Nan Xin was still not interested. Seeing Li Baolai's insistence, he said directly, Mr. Li, I don't plan to sell this piece of land. Is it really not negotiable? Cannot. Li Baolai's expression changed again and again. It seemed that his plan for Lujiazui would never be realized in his lifetime. Since Nanshin is determined not to sell, there is no need for Li Baolai to stay here. Li Baolai gritted his teeth and said, Boss Nan has made his decision, so I won't bother you anymore. Please. Nan Xin picked up the teacup calmly and had to say that the tea was very good. The land deal was not concluded and Li Baolai walked out angrily. At this time, Su Hyaming was walking over with tea leaves in his hand. Mr. Li, don't you want tea? Save it for you to drink, ha! Li Baolai shook his arms and left angrily, only to see a hint of ruthlessness in Su Hyaming's eyes. Pa! What the hell? After mumbling something, Su Hyaming returned to tea room number 3 holding the tea leaves. Boss Nan, I hope that old man didn't make things difficult for you. No. Let's ignore him and drink our tea. Nan Xin nodded. The tea here was really fragrant and not bitter at all. Just now when the old man sent him away, Su Hyaming wondered what the two were talking about. Now that they had failed to reach an agreement, he asked Nan Xin openly. Boss Nan, what does that old man want from you? He wants to buy the land in Lujiazui from me. The matter of the land would be discovered once it was investigated, so Nan Xin did not hide it. In addition, he had a good impression of Su Hyaming, so he told him the truth. Su Hyaming knew about the Lujiazui land, and he was a little confused about how much the land was worth. How much did he bid? 100 billion. Su Hyaming took a breath of cold air. He actually offered 100 billion? The old man was willing to bid, but the price was definitely not low. Since it was not sold, Nanshin should have his own plans, so Su Hyaming did not ask any more questions. He still knew what to ask and what not to ask. The two chatted briefly about other things, and Nan Xin asked about the company's artists. Su Hyaming thought that Nanshin understood the situation as a shareholder, so he answered more carefully. After all, he was the company's largest shareholder. The company has more than 50 artists under contract, and about 10 first-line stars. It includes singers and actors. Among them, the most popular singer is Deng Ziki, and the actress is Bai Lulu. Yeah. Nan Xin nodded. He already knew the general situation of the company. Companies like sound engineers, sound mixers, and stage builders should have specialized personnel. Boss Nan is absolutely right. The company has them all. The more Nan Xin asked, the more confused Su Hyaming became. He felt that Nan Xin was asking these questions as if he was trying to build a stage troupe. I wonder why President Nan is asking these questions. I would like to invite artists from our company to perform offline. That's no problem, if you need anything just let me know. As for Nanshin, Su Hyaming tried every means to please it, since they were the major shareholder. As soon as Su Hyaming spoke, Nan Xin did not hesitate. I need all the equipment for the concert. 3 or 4 singers will do. The offline event is the Shanghai University Welcome Party on the evening of September 29th. Of course, no problem. Wait, welcome party? Magic City University? Chapter 76. A man remains young until his death. Mr. Nan, are you serious? Su Hyaming looked confused. He thought Nanshin was going to hold a music festival, but he didn't expect it to be the university's welcome party. Of course. Nan Xin looked sincere. Now that the good words have been spoken, Su Hyaming naturally cannot refuse. However, since President Nan is so concerned about the welcome party, could it be that he is a student of Shanghai University? Puzzled, Su Hyaming asked in astonishment, Mr. Nan, are you a freshman? Well, what? Nothing. Su Hyaming waved his hands hurriedly and said, I thought Nanshin was very young, but I didn't know that he had just entered college. Looking at other people's children and then thinking about his own precious daughter, Su Hyaming felt a huge gap. His daughter was too playful, but her boyfriend was pretty good. In the distance, Su Bingbing from the University of Finance and Economics sneezed unexpectedly. She cursed, which bastard is cursing at me? Rubbing her nose, Su Bingbing frowned and said, Xiao Weizi, come on. The welcome party has been discussed, as well as the matter of the TikTok spokesperson. Spokespersons are related to the image of a brand, so we must not be careless. Nan Xin will not consider those artists who have chaotic private lives and are full of gossip. Then, Nan Xin continued. I want to select an artist from our company to be the spokesperson for TikTok short videos. What is TikTok short video? Software that records your life. Oh, no problem. There will be a cocktail party next Wednesday and all the artists in the company will be there. I'll introduce them to you then. Nan Xin nodded, thinking this was a good idea. After discussing things, he prepared to leave. The guests had all left and there was no need for Su Hyaming to stay here, so the two of them left tea room number 3 together. Then, a mechanical prompt sounded in Nan Xin's mind. Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Sign-in location, Julange. Sign-in reward, customized Maybach. Rewards have been distributed. After the system prompt sounded, the car key appeared in Nan Xin's pocket. He was stunned. The sign-in reward this time turned out to be a car? And an expensive car?
Fortunately, Nanshin had passed the driving test during the summer vacation.
It would be embarrassing if he couldn't drive back. But does the system mean to decentralize the car to the school or in front of the Lang store?
It seems that the answer can only be obtained when one goes out.
In order to know the result faster, Nan Xin quickens his pace.
However, when he walked into the hall, a familiar face came towards him.
That person was Chu Tianba.
He was the one who was optimistic about the movie Shura God.
There was also someone following him, but Nan Xin didn't know that person. Chu Tianba came up with a sneer and greeted the two people. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Suan, the company's major shareholder? I didn't expect to meet you here." "We didn't expect that either." "What a coincidence."
Su Hyaming said with a wry smile that he would not believe it if it was a coincidence. It must have been Chu Tianba's doing. And the fact was just as Su Hyaming thought. Chu Tianba got the news that the two would meet here, so he specially asked Zhang Pang, the director of Shura God, to come here.
Chu Tianba extended his hand and introduced the two people. "This is Su Hyaming, the president of Tiancheng Media. The other one is Nan Xin, the major shareholder of Tiancheng Media."
They were all respectable people, and several of them greeted each other.
Looking at the two men's attitudes, Nan Xin guessed that Chu Tianba came to discuss film investment.
Since he didn't believe that the film would lose money at the beginning, he had nothing to say.
However, Chu Tianba did not want to miss such a good opportunity. Nan Xin had stolen all his limelight, so he naturally wanted to take it back.
While the two were storing the tea, Chu Tianba whispered in Director Zhang's ear. "Director Zhang, when we were in the meeting, President Nan was not optimistic about our film."
Why?
"I don't know that, but he said the movie would lose money." Zhang Peng is an extremely conceited person. He cannot stand others saying that his movies are bad.
In his opinion, those audiences cannot understand what he wants to express. Chu Tianba watched Zhang Peng walk over angrily, with a hint of sneer in his heart. Zhang Peng came to Nan Xin and asked angrily, "What does Mr. Nan think of our film Shura God?" Nan Xin saw that the person who came had bad intentions, so he naturally didn't look happy. He said indifferently, "It's a lousy movie."
Zhang Peng was so angry when he heard Nan Xin's comments that his lungs were about to explode. He raised his trembling fingers and said two words after a long while, "Vulgar person."
Nan Xin was too lazy to waste words with such a person.
He shook his head and ignored him. As expected, there was only a fine line between genius and madness. What he cared about most now was the luxury car given by the system. After Su Hyaming stored the tea, the two of them came out of the door together. As for the mad dog, neither of them paid any attention to him. Seeing Zhang Peng's face flushed with anger, Chu Tianba comforted him. "They don't understand the value of this movie.
I invested in this movie."
In the parking lot at the entrance, there was the reward that the system had just distributed.
This time, Nanshin didn't have to take a taxi back to school.
Just as Nan Xin was about to step forward, he saw Su Hyaming rushing forward with one step. He was so excited that he couldn't help swearing.
"Fuck, I didn't expect to see a customized Maybach today. Awesome, this feels really good. I really want to go up and touch it."
Su Hyaming was seen sticking directly to the hood of the car, his face full of happiness. Nan Xin didn't expect that Mr. Su, who was usually serious, was actually a car lover.
"Do you want to go inside the car and touch it?"
"Yes, I dream about it." Su Hyaming's face was filled with happiness, but the next moment he suddenly came to his senses and found that Nan Xin was looking at him. He straightened his clothes and said with an awkward smile, "Boss Nan, I'm sorry to bother you."
"It's okay. It's inevitable to get excited."
"But, you just mentioned going inside the car and touching it.
Could it be that this car is yours?" Nan Xin nodded.
Although it came unexpectedly, the car was indeed his. Immediately afterwards, Nan Xin threw the key from his pocket over to Su Hyaming.
Su Hyaming's eyes lit up and he excitedly unlocked the car.
Sitting inside, Su Hyaming slowly felt the car interior. This car was several times better than his own. Although they are all Maybachs, the prices are different. The one owned by Nanshin is a customized one, and there is only one in the world.
Su Hyaming walked down with a grin on his face and asked Nan Xin seriously, "Boss Nan, where are you going?" "Go back to school. Everything has been dealt with. It is already 11 o'clock.
He and Su Qinghan have an appointment to have lunch together at noon."
"Boss Nan, how about I be your driver and take you back?"
In fact, Su Hyaming wanted to drive the car for a test drive to see what the difference was between the top-end version of the car.
Not very good. What's the matter? Su Hyaming opened the rear door in a proper manner and sat in the driver's seat.
As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, he felt indescribably comfortable, while his Maybach S9 was parked lonely in the parking space. Looking at Su Hyaming's happy expression, Nan Xian finally understood the saying, "A man remains a boy until he dies."
Chapter 77. Are you stupid? This car looks the newest. Su Hyaming drove very steadily and arrived at Shanghai University after passing the traffic light.
Shanghai University and Shanghai University of Finance and Economics are both on this street. While waiting for the traffic light, Su Bingbing and Guo Wei were discussing which restaurant to go to for dinner on the sidewalk. When she turned around, she seemed to see Su Hyaming.
"Hey, Xiao Weizi, look, is that my dad? He's the driver. How is that possible? Uncle Su wouldn't be a driver for someone else. He must look similar to me." Guo Wei knew Su Hyaming quite well. How could the CEO of such a large listed company drive for someone else?
Su Bingbing also thought it was impossible, so she stopped thinking about it. "Xiao Weizi, let's go eat snail noodles."
"Can I not go? How dare you?"
On the other side, Su Hyaming parked the car at the school gate and got out of the driver's seat.
He considerately opened the back door for Nan Xian. "Mr. Nan, we're here." "Yeah, okay, hard work." It's no secret that Su Hyaming is a very capable driver. "Mr. Su, how are you going to get back later?" "I can just take a taxi. I'll be leaving now."
Su Hyaming waved, but his eyes remained on the customized Maybach. As for this car, vehicles of students of Shanghai University can also enter the school, just fill in the information.
Nan Xian went to the guardroom, filled in the information, and parked the car in the parking lot.
Although Nanshin has not actually driven a car since passing the driving test, his driving skills are still quite good. At the same time, Su Qinghan looked at the time on his mobile phone. Although there were still 5 minutes left before the get-out-of-class ended, it felt so long. Sun Yu looked at the absent-minded Su Qinghan and joked, "Qinghan, look, Nan Xian is just outside the window."
Where?"
Hearing the sound, Su Qinghan looked up, but outside the window was the teaching building opposite. Only then did Su Qinghan realize that Sun Yu was teasing her.
She pouted and scolded, Yeah, you are talking nonsense. This is the 3rd floor, how could Nan Xian be outside the window?"
"I'm afraid you'll become sick from missing me, and stare at the time with eager eyes."
"No way." Su Qinghan denied it, and then asked Guo Rong unwillingly, "Xiao Rong, am I that obvious?" "It's more than obvious.
You almost have the words 'I miss Nanshin' written all over your face."
Really?"
Su Qinghan stupidly picked up his phone and looked at it, but there was nothing. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The bell for the end of get-out-of-class rang. Su Qinghan said hello to the two of them and rushed out of the classroom.
Nan Xian sent her a message saying that he was waiting for her downstairs in the teaching building.
Coming down the stairs, Su Qinghan saw Nan Xian at a glance, and ran over in 2 steps, "Husband." Seeing Su Qinghan acting like a spoiled child with him, Nan Xian asked lovingly, "Little fool, what's wrong?"
"It's okay, I just wanted to call you. Come on, let's go eat." After saying that, Su Qinghan took Nan Xian's arm and walked towards the school cafeteria.
Both of them were tired of eating out recently, so they were ready to change their taste. The school cafeteria has a complete range of food, including rice noodles, spicy hot pot, flat noodles, rice bowls, fried cakes, etc. In the end, the two chose a big pot of spicy hot pot. The canteen served food very quickly and Nan Xian came over with a tray. It smells so good, husband, please eat it quickly." "Yeah, okay." Nan Xian nodded. During the break from eating, Su Qinghan's cell phone rang. When he opened it, he saw that all the express deliveries he had bought had arrived at the school's post office. Of course, this also includes all kinds of small clothes. Fearing that Su Qinghan's phone might have been infected with a virus, Nan Xian asked with concern, "Honey, is this a scam text message?" "No, it's a courier." "Honey, you don't have classes this afternoon, do you?" Su Qinghan asked, blinking his big eyes, with a cunning look on his face. Nan Xian was caught off guard, picked up the fungus and put it in his mouth, mumbling, "No. I don't have classes either. Let's go pack up our new home. I bought a lot of stuff online. Can you help me move it?" With her pretty face and sweet voice, it was impossible to refuse. "Okay, is there a lot?"
Nan Xin thought that if there were a lot of things, he could just drive over there. After all, what's the point of not driving the car? Su Qinghan looked at the number of items to be received on the shopping app. There were still 28 items to be received. She smiled and said, a little more than 100 million. Oh. After hearing this answer, Nan Xin instantly understood Su Qinghan's subtext. The more things there are, the more things there are. After all, even if a girl says she doesn't want them, she is actually very hungry in her heart. Then drive to pick up the express later. Nan Xin said calmly. However, Su Qinghan didn't know that Nan Xin had a car. She asked in surprise, driving? What car? Of course it's a car. Nan Xin pinched Su Qinghan's nose lovingly. Su Qinghan was still confused. Car? My husband has one? Then she asked Nan Xin in confusion, husband, did you buy a car? Well, I just picked it up this morning. It's not expensive. Nan Xin did not tell Su Qinghan the true value of the car because he was afraid that the car would become unusable if he told him. Oh. Su Qinghan nodded. It would be a good idea to buy a car so that Nanxing could go to the company more conveniently. Besides, her husband could pick her up after internship. After a while, lunch was finished and the two put the plates into the recycling area. Su Qinghan couldn't wait to urge Nan Xin to take him to see the newly bought car. Honey, where did you park the car? Nan Xin pointed to the parking lot in front and said, in front of the teaching building. Arriving at the parking lot, Su Qinghan recognized the Maybach custom version as Nan Xin's new car. She pointed at the car and said, honey, is that our car? Yeah. Nan Xin nodded, but he was wondering how his wife knew that. Could it be that this car could never be driven again? Nan Xin asked anxiously, wife, how do you know I just bought this car? Are you stupid? This car looks the newest. Su Qinghan chuckled. She couldn't understand why her husband would ask such a stupid question. Nan Xin shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect to be laughed at by his wife. It seemed that the car was saved. Then, Nan Xin unlocked the car, carefully opened the passenger door, and gently called Su Qinghan, my wife, please get in the car. Okay, Xiao Xinzi. Su Qinghan said with a smile, then sat in the passenger seat. After Nan Xin sat in the driver's seat, Su Qinghan looked at the interior of the car and exclaimed, honey, this car is quite comfortable to sit in. You have good taste. But how much did you spend on this car? It's only tens of thousands of dollars. Nan Xin was stunned for a moment and then said, if he mentioned the price too much, his wife would feel bad. Well, it's really good and worth the money. How about we buy another one? Chapter 78 Wife, it's not a good idea to do it during the day, how about at night? Looking at Su Qinghan's innocent smile, Nan Xin felt a little bitter. How easy would it be to buy another one? He suddenly had an idea and thought of a perfect excuse. They stopped production and this is the last one I have. Oh, okay. Su Qinghan lowered his head and responded, sighing in his heart, such a good car has been discontinued, what a pity. A minute or two later, Nan Xin drove the car from the parking lot to the entrance of the post station. After getting off the car, Su Qinghan took out his mobile phone to scan the QR code on the door. After clicking the button to pick up the goods, the boss's mobile phone kept ringing inside, you have a package for collection. You have a package for collection. The reminder sounded more than 20 times. After hearing it, Nan Xin secretly felt lucky that he had driven here. The owner of the post station was shocked when he saw the message on his phone. This was definitely a big customer. He quickly found all the items according to the pickup code, while Nan Xin stood by and watched the express parcels piled up like a mountain. Seeing Nan Xin's bitter expression, Su Qinghan said self-deprecatingly, husband, there are a few more things. It's okay, not much. Nan Xin said this with a smile, but in fact he was crying in his heart, this is not just a little bit more? There were 10 white snakeskin bags alone. He asked in confusion, wife, what's in the white bag? It should be nutrient soil. Did you buy a little less? Ahem, it's okay. Nan Xin coughed lightly. 10 bags are not enough? Soon everything was found, of course the most important thing was the nutrient soil. The boss looked at the pile of things and asked the two curiously, do you have room to store all these things in the dormitory? Not in the dormitory, but at home. After hearing Su Qinghan's answer, the boss realized that he had been worrying too much. The boss was very nice. He looked at the pile of parcels and asked kindly, "Do you need a cart? It's easier to push." "No, there's a car at the door."
Su Qinghan waved his hand to refuse, and then directed Nan Xian to move the things. "Honey, you move the bags and I'll do it."
"Okay." Nan Xian nodded.
In fact, even if Su Qinghan didn't say anything, he couldn't bear to let his wife move such heavy things.
With his strengthened physique, Nan Xian had no problem moving these things.
They finished moving them in a short while, but the trunk was already full.
The two got in the car and drove towards their new home.
When they arrived at the gate of Banda Phase 3 community, the security guard saw that the driver was Nanshin and happily raised the boom.
There are parking spaces downstairs in the apartment building. After Nan Xian parked the car, he came to the passenger seat and opened the door. "Wife, we're home."
"Well, Xiao Xinzi is to my liking, and I will reward you handsomely."
Su Qinghan smiled. Nan Xian leaned close to Su Qinghan's ear and whispered, "What's the reward?" Su Qinghan looked at the courier bags and said shyly, "You'll know in a moment." "Okay, move the things up quickly. If you slack off, I'll spank you."
Su Qinghan thought for a long time before coming up with this threatening sentence, but he always felt like he was at a disadvantage when he said it.
Nan Xinyan was stunned. In that case, wouldn't he be at the bottom and his wife at the top?
Soon all the things had been moved into the house, and Nan Xian placed 10 snakeskin bags on the balcony. The balcony is very large, roughly 40 to 50 square meters. Such a large space is enough for Su Qinghan to play around.
Back in the living room, looking at the gray express packages, Nan Xian puzzledly asked as he unpacked them, "Wife, what are these?" "Wait, let me unpack it."
Su Qinghan bought a lot of different things, and she didn't know which ones were small clothes and which ones were seeds.
As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Xian had already opened a package.
After taking something out of it, he was stunned.
Because he was holding a small black dress with lace edges, which looked like it was a sexy item. A blush appeared on Su Qinghan's pretty face. Her little clothes were actually discovered by Nan Xian. Wouldn't that mean her little thoughts were also exposed? She pretended to be calm and said, "I wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect you to find out." "Do you like it?" Su Qinghan came to Nan Xian and asked charmingly. "Saying that you don't like it is all lies." Nan Xian nodded silently. To be honest, he was curious about what his wife would look like when she put it on. Su Qinghan has let go now.
After all, he has already done the embarrassing thing, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about. She pulled Nanshin's clothes and dragged him to the bedroom. Nanshin was a little confused as he was led by his wife.
In the bedroom, Su Qinghan threw Nan Xian onto the bed and unbuttoned his clothes with her slender fingertips. Nan Xian felt a little uncomfortable being pressed under his wife.
He was like a lamb to be slaughtered, not knowing when he would be eaten up. The clothes fell to the ground one by one, and Su Qinghan whispered in Nan Xian's ear, "Hubby, if you like it, I will wear it for you to see."
"Well, wife, it's not good in the daytime, how about wearing it at night?" Nan Xian looked at the bright sky outside the window and said with a frown, "No, I'm going to settle you."
At the same time, during the afternoon class, Lu Qin came to the office to find Zhao Lei again. There was no need to look. As soon as Zhao Lei heard the sound of high heels, he knew that Lu Qin was looking for him again, but this time he did not refuse. The trouble had been solved, and then Zhao Lei called Lu Qin enthusiastically.
"Teacher Lu Qin, come in and have some tea."
Although a little confused, Lu Qin still walked in. After all, the funds for the welcome party had not been secured yet.
"Teacher Zhao, do you know why I came to see you? The money the school gives is really not enough."
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lei stretched out his hand to signal Lu Qin to stop talking and listen to him.
"Teacher Lu, the funding issue has been resolved. I think you know Nan Xian.
He is the one who sponsored 100,000 yuan for our school's welcome party. Now you can take care of it with confidence."
"Nan Xian? It's him? But where does he get so much money?" Lu Qin asked in confusion.
As far as she knew, Nanshin was just a freshman.
Could he be from a wealthy family? If his family was not wealthy, she would rather not take the sponsorship money. "Teacher Lu, you don't have to worry. Nan Xian is not the kind of child who can't figure things out. Besides, he is the boss of TikTok. A big boss must be rich." "Oh." Lu Qin nodded.
She knew Zhao Lei was not the kind of person who would talk nonsense. In that case, she accepted Nanshin's sponsorship, but she would still have to thank him in person when the time comes. The sponsorship issue had been settled, so she would not bother Zhao Lei here. Looking at Lu Qin's departing back, Zhao Lei felt an indescribable sense of relief. Now he could finally enjoy his tea properly. In the other bedroom, Su Qinghan hugged Nan Xian's chest and nodded with satisfaction. Honey, very good.
Chapter 79. Should I buy you some wolfberries for nourishment? Thank you for your hard work these past few days. Should I buy you some wolfberries to replenish your body? Su Qinghan asked with a smile. After listening, Nan Xian felt that he was just a tool.
His wife took advantage of him and even asked him to make up for it after they were done. It seemed that she had some ulterior motive. I have to say my wife is very smart in her calculations.
Nan Xian suddenly turned over, pressed Su Qinghan under him, and said provocatively, Wife, do you want to try? Forget it, forget it. Su Qinghan begged for mercy quickly. He just wanted to satisfy his desire with words, but he didn't expect Nan Xian to be serious about it. She was a little tired from shouting just now and really should take a break. Afraid that Nanqin would not abide by the moral code of conduct, she ran naked to the ground, picked up the clothes and put them on. Honey, you take a rest first. I'm going to open the package. Wait, I'll accompany you.
Seeing that Su Qinghan was about to escape, Nan Xian had no choice but to follow him. She had to say that the small clothes she had just bought were very convenient. They fell off as soon as the rope was pulled. Nanqin was very curious about who invented these little things.
What a talented person. When he came to the living room, Su Qinghan sat directly on the carpet.
There were many small packages, and he opened many bags of seeds. Nan Xian also stepped forward to help, but he only took off a small piece of clothing at a time.
Even Su Qinghan was a little puzzled. Why couldn't he take it off himself?
Looking at the colorful packaging bags around him, Nan Xian smiled slightly. It turned out that his wife liked to play with flowers. These were just bought, so they should be washed before wearing. The situation at noon was purely unavoidable.
Nan Xian was holding a pile of packaging bags and said to Su Qinghan, Wife, I'll help you wash these. What? You help me wash it? A blush appeared on Su Qinghan's fair face.
It was really embarrassing for her husband to help her wash her panties. She quickly stood up to stop him. No, let me do it.
It's okay, it's mainly for me to see. Nan Xian said this calmly, but Su Qinghan's pretty face turned even redder.
She was struggling in her heart. This seems to be correct, but it's not so good.
While Su Qinghan was thinking, Nan Xian had already taken the small clothes into the bathroom to soak them. Looking at Su Qinghan's red little face, Nan Xian couldn't imagine that she was the same person as his domineering wife just now. By the time Su Qinghan reacted, Nan Xian had already gotten started. Since they were all new, all he had to do was soak and rub them. Small clothes consisted of very little fabric, so they could be washed in just a few minutes. When Su Qinghan saw the crumpled panties, even the last bit of embarrassment disappeared. Hubby, you're too quick. Humph. Then I'll punish you by making you pay for everything from now on. No problem. Nan Xian smiled happily and said that he was quite willing to do this job. After wringing out the water, Nan Xian went to the balcony and prepared to put it on the clothes hanger, but was stopped by Su Qinghan. She looked left and right, a little embarrassed. Honey, if we put it outside, everyone will see it. Su Qinghan is shy in front of outsiders. If her neighbors saw these sexy panties, she would be so embarrassed that she would want to leave her 3-bedroom apartment. When I think about people asking Nanqin which floor he lives on, and when he says the 18th floor, they will say, so it's your family that has the sexy underwear hanging on the balcony, then it will be too late. Nan Xian looked around and found that what his wife said made sense, then hang it in the bedroom so that the sunlight can shine in. Su Qinghan nodded, thinking that these small clothes were already troublesome enough. What should he do with those that have not been shipped? Should he hang them all over the bedroom? She took out her cell phone and opened the shopping app. The newly ordered clothes had not been shipped yet. After thinking about it, Su Qinghan decided it would be better to return them first. When she was about to apply for a refund, a pair of big hands snatched her phone away. Hey, husband, what are you doing? Give me back my phone. I've already bought it, why would I return it? Nan Xian had been standing next to Su Qinghan just now, but when he saw Su Qinghan wanted to refund the money, he could not stand still. This was his wife depriving him of his rights, the right to watch. Well, that's too much trouble. It's okay. It's not a hassle. It's not hard. Let me do it. Nan Xian was particularly active. When he was sliding the order, he actually saw a small whip. This, he couldn't get a refund no matter how high the price was. Seeing her husband taking on the heavy work, Su Qinghan also compromised. Even she was looking forward to the little whip. She thought back to when she was dreaming about it. She was holding the little whip and looking at Nan Xian with a smile. I want my dream to come true no matter what. After picking up the packaging bags in the living room, Su Qinghan took the seeds and planted them today. Small sprouts would appear in a week. Honey, please put the organic soil from the balcony into the basket. Okay. Nan Xian agreed quickly, and since the order was not refunded, he worked very hard. In no time, all the soil was poured in. There was a faucet on the balcony, and Nanxin fetched some water to moisten the soil. Su Qinghan was studying the planting tutorial sent by the merchant in his bedroom. After watching it once, she learned it. She took the seeds in her hand and walked to Nan Xian's side with a calm step. Hubby, let me show you my planting skills. Wife, are you sure you can grow something? Of course, if it can't come out, the merchant can refund the money. Nan Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly, thinking in his heart that those merchants where his wife bought seeds from were so miserable. Whatever she planted failed, and whatever she bought from them died. He recalled that when Su Qinghan was a child, he was doing a science experiment. The teacher asked them to sprout soybeans. The bean sprouts of other children grew very tall and were praised by the teacher. When the teacher saw Su Qinghan's soybeans that showed no improvement, he patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. It's okay, this soybean is not very good. After school, Su Qinghan pitifully told Nan Xian about this matter, and he actually laughed out loud in an unkind way. Thinking about it now, it was still a little funny. When Su Qinghan saw Nan Xian grinning, he patted his shoulder and said, Honey, what funny things are you thinking about? I suddenly remembered the soybeans you were given when you were a kid. After hearing Nan Xian's answer, Su Qinghan said coquettishly, You are so annoying. You only remember other people's dark history. But I was pretty good at growing garlic sprouts when I was a kid, and yours are so limp. When it comes to garlic sprouts, Nan Xian has the most say. In fact, the wilted ones are Su Qinghan's. He gave this to her because he was afraid that Su Qinghan would be sad. Forget it, in order not to undermine Su Qinghan's self-confidence, Nan Xian decided not to tell her the truth about the garlic sprouts. Well, the wife is the best. It's the husband who forgets. I'll let you see how powerful I am later. After saying that, Su Qinghan rolled up his sleeves and opened a bag of lettuce seeds. Hubby, hold the seeds for me while I dig the hole first. There was a free shovel in the soil, so Su Qinghan started digging. However, when Nan Xian saw the hole Su Qinghan had dug, he was stunned. The hole was as deep as a little finger. Nan Xian kindly reminded her, Wife, is this hole too deep? Oh, you don't understand, the hole should be deeper. Chapter 80, Dig a hole, bury some soil, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ha! Nan Xian was stunned. This principle can also be applied to growing vegetables, right? This is not the way to use it. Then, Su Qinghan filled the basket with small holes. She urged Nan Xian, Hubby, put the rapeseed in there quickly. Good. After saying that, Nan Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly as he poured the rapeseed into the deep hole. He sighed in his heart, it would be strange if vegetables could be grown in such a deep hole. Now he finally understood why Su Qinghan couldn't grow anything. It wasn't a problem with the vegetables, but a problem with the people. But he didn't stop Su Qinghan. His wife's happiness was the most important thing. After we finish planting this basket, let's go and conquer the next one. Hey, dig a hole, put some soil in it, and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Su Qinghan smiled, she was very happy to do this kind of technical work. Once upon a time, she fantasized about the future when she and Nanxin would get married, and they would have their own little house with all kinds of beautiful flowers planted in the yard, and a vegetable yard in front of the house on the north side, and finally have a few adorable babies. It won't be long before all fantasies become reality. Nan Xian couldn't help being moved when he saw Su Qinghan's bright smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Hubby, there's one last packet of seeds left. How about we compete to see whose vegetables grow better? How about whoever loses agrees to one condition from the other? Okay. Su Qinghan is confident in her planting skills, and she has already been thinking about how to punish Nan Xian when the time comes. Birds of a feather flock together. Nan Xian thought of Su Qinghan's previous achievements. He was very confident in himself.
If his wife lost, he would let her cosplay as Senior Mai.
After thinking about it, Nan Xin took out the last bag of vegetable seeds and sprinkled them on the organic soil. Seeing Nan Xin's actions, Su Qinghan was shocked. Huh? Husband, are you serious? Yes, don't worry, I can definitely beat you. Nan Xin smiled confidently.
Seeing Nan Xin being so casual and not even digging a hole, Su Qinghan secretly laughed in her heart. It's settled.
What should I let my husband do when the time comes?
The vegetables have been planted, and there are also some flower seeds. The flower seeds bought were much more than the vegetable seeds.
Su Qinghan happily showed them to Nan Xin. Honey, these are sunflower seeds, and these are daisy seeds.
She introduced more than 50 kinds of flower names in a row, without any repetition. Su Qinghan did the same thing and buried the seeds in the soil. At the end, she did not forget to water them with a pipe.
Nan Xin was a little worried. He felt it was a pity to waste these seeds. Finally, all the seeds were planted. Su Qinghan looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction.
Some seeds would sprout in 3 or 4 days. Her vegetables in particular must be taken good care of. After all, there were stakes. Looking at the still somewhat empty balcony, Su Qinghan rested his chin on his hand and thought, honey, let's put a swing on the balcony.
This will be my back garden. Well, put another small table so that we can have afternoon tea leisurely. What do you think? Okay, how about we go buy it now? Nan Xin touched Su Qinghan's little head lovingly, which made the place feel more like home. Hearing that he was going to go out again, Su Qinghan quickly refused. Forget it, let's do it another day. I'm so tired, I need a hug.
After saying that, Su Qinghan opened her arms coquettishly. Seeing this, Nan Xin, feeling both amused and helpless, picked up his wife and carried her back to the bedroom, then put her on the bed.
Okay, take a break. In the bedroom, Su Qinghan lay on Nan Xin's chest and leisurely watched Douyin.
Ever since she downloaded this app, she wanted to open it and watch it when she had no time.
Honey, look at the video.
This little tiger is so ferocious.
It actually tried to escape from the zoo. Did it work? Of course not. Su Qinghan said proudly, how could a zoo let a tiger escape?
Then, Su Qinghan saw another video with the title, to prevent the tiger from escaping, the zoo staged a killing the chicken to scare the monkey.
Su Qinghan was a little confused when she saw the title. How did the zoo operate? She quickly pulled Nanshin along. Hubby, can you accompany me to look at this, please? Okay.
The 2 plump lumps rubbed against Nanshin's body, and he quickly agreed. In the video, zoo staff set up a small net and another staff member put on a tiger suit and deliberately wandered around the zoo, even attacking humans. In front of the animals, the staff injected a tranquilizer gun into the fake tiger, and then he pretended to fall to the ground. Finally, the staff carried the fake tiger's corpse and deliberately passed in front of the tiger. The tiger was stunned by this scene, and later, he even confused the lion next to him.
Su Qinghan and Nan Xin laughed unkindly when they saw this scene. Nan Xin held his forehead and said with a smile, it seems that the zoo has put a lot of effort into making the animals behave themselves.
Of course. By the way, we have an appointment with Bing Bing to go to the zoo next week, don't forget it.
Nan Xin nodded, but after watching this video, he believed that his wife would not like the fierce kind.
After a moment of silence, Su Qinghan suddenly sat up and excitedly shared with Nan Xin, honey, I just saw a big news report saying there are signs of water on the moon.
So can we grow vegetables on the moon?
It would be a shame if such a big ball couldn't be used to grow vegetables. Su Qinghan spoke to himself with a hint of sadness in his eyes, probably because he had just planted vegetables today.
Out of curiosity, Su Qinghan opened the comments section, and her sadness immediately disappeared.
She looked at the wonderful comments from netizens and wanted to share them with Nan Xin.
Honey, these netizens are all talented. Let me read you what they said.
If you can't grow vegetables, I'll give you a bad review. The Chinese obsession with fresh vegetables is like the West's inability to lose Jerusalem. If I can't grow vegetables, I'll be sad. What use would I have for a ball that big if I couldn't grow vegetables in it?
Nan Xin listened to the comments in the same tone and laughed. Foreigners can't understand the obsession of our farmers. Su Qinghan nodded, yeah, that's right.
Then she continued, after all, the first thing Chinese people think of when they settle down is to grow vegetables, no matter if it's the Antarctic Research Station or landing on the moon.
But there is one good thing about farming.
If you are anxious because of things not going well in life, don't worry, at least you can go back to growing vegetables and farming.
If you don't know how to do it, it doesn't matter. You are still young, so why worry? You will be able to do it when you get older. Hey, husband, do you think I'm right? Yes. Nan Xin nodded silently. His wife's summary was quite insightful. Chapter 81, Three More Big Boys. It was a dark night, the moon was dim and the stars were sparse. Su Qinghan and Nan Xin walked out of their home.
After getting in the car, we drove towards Shanghai University. Although the distance was very close, it was only 2 minutes drive away.
Honey, I'm going back now. Moo-ah.
Su Qinghan hugged Nan Xin's neck and kissed him, then got out of the car. After seeing Su Qinghan off, he returned to the dormitory. However, the scene of Su Qinghan getting out of the car just now was seen by Sun Bafa. Coming from a wealthy family, he naturally knew what kind of car Nan Xin was driving, but he didn't know that the driver was Nan Xin. Sun Bafa seemed to have discovered something incredible and exclaimed, "Oh my god."
Thinking that she was hugging too tightly, Xiaomeng asked with concern, "Fa, what's wrong?" "I'm fine. The dormitory is about to close. You can go back." "Well, bye."
Sun Bafa waved his hands, and when he no longer saw Xiaomeng, he quickly ran back to the dormitory. After a while, the dormitory door was opened and the three people in front of him were busy with their own things. Sun Bafa, with a sly look in his eyes, pulled Nan Xin to the balcony. After all, men all want to save face, so this matter has to be said secretly.
Nan Xin saw him sneaking around, and asked with a smile, "Fei, what can't you say in the dormitory? Are you embarrassed?" Sun Bafa didn't respond to Nan Xin at all. He just asked seriously, "Is your relationship with senior sister Su stable recently? Have you ever had a fight?" "No." Nan Xin's head was full of question marks. Why did this guy suddenly ask these questions? Afraid that the people in the dormitory would hear him, Sun Bafa looked inside the room and whispered in Nan Xin's ear, "Just now I was downstairs in the girls' dormitory and saw senior sister Su getting out of a luxury car. That's a customized Maybach. We may never have a car with wheels in this lifetime. Could it be that senior sister Su is hooked up with a rich man?" Brother Nan, you have to hold on after listening to this. If you feel uncomfortable, just cry. It's not a sin for a man to cry. Sun Bafa looked like he wanted to hug Nan Xin in his arms, but Nan Xin pushed him away. After hearing this, Nan Xin realized that this matter was all a misunderstanding. He thought Sun Bafa had some unspeakable problems. Nan Xin just chuckled and said, "Fei, I know who that rich man is." Sun Bao was stunned. Seeing that Nan Xin could actually laugh, he reached out and touched Nan Xin's forehead, and said suspiciously, "He doesn't have a fever. Is he stupid? Fuck you, you're the one who's burning up. That rich man is me, and that car is mine too." Nan Xin rolled his eyes, explained, and walked into the dormitory, leaving Sun Bafa alone standing there in a daze. Brother Nan said that the car is his and he is also the rich man, senior sister Su. Sun Bafa muttered for a long time before he reacted. He came to Nan Xin in shock and said, "Brother Nan, is that car really yours?" Dad, you are my real father, can you lend your car to your son?" Sun Bafa had no bottom line. He pulled Nanshin and begged him for a while, but when he called him dad, Nanshin had already agreed in his heart. Lu Bin and Zhang Hao were both confused when they saw this situation. Calling him dad was so easy to say. Zhang Hao raised his eyebrows in a sly manner. "Brother Fa, what's going on? Why don't you call me too? Fuck you, you're a piece of shit. So what do you think Brother Nan has?" Zhang Hao was very puzzled. What on earth did Nanshin have that would make Sun Bafa beg him like this? Speaking of this, Sun Bafa became excited. He raised one leg and stepped on the chair and said, "Customized Maybach, do you know what Maybach is?" Zhang Hao shook his head, and Lu Bin next to him didn't know either. A man's dream car, a customized version would probably cost hundreds of millions. What did you say? How many hundreds of millions? How many zeros does that have to be? After Sun Bafa finished speaking, several people stared at each other in amazement. They probably only knew Wuling Hongguang. Is it true that there is such an expensive car? Brother Nan, is what Brother Fa said true? Nan Xin grinned, "It's not that exaggerated, it's probably several hundred million." Although they didn't quite believe what Sun Bafa said, they were willing to believe what Nan Xin said. It depends on the person you are talking about. Unknowingly, Sun Baofa was severely targeted.
3 people immediately surrounded him and said, "Dad, just let me touch it tomorrow."
Dad, just let me sit for a while and I'll be satisfied.
Dad, but I borrowed it first.
Nan Xian looked at his 3 grown-up sons and couldn't hide the smile on his face. Yeah, no problem, good boys.
The happiest thing in the dormitory is to be their father for once, and Nanshin did it with his strength.
Afa, please let me know when you need it. Okay, Dad. Well, it will be embarrassing if I can't change this habit.
The boys in the dormitory were discussing luxury cars, while the girls in the dormitory were discussing birthday presents. After Su Qinghan returned to the dormitory, Sun Yu and Guo Rong pulled her over and asked, "Qinghan, have you prepared a birthday present for Zhang Xiaoxiao?"
Oops, I forgot, did you buy it? We didn't buy it either. She came to our dormitory today and told us about it. Otherwise, neither of us would have remembered it.
Sun Yu and Guo Rong looked so smug that they seemed to have forgotten about better.
Tomorrow is Friday, and we don't have classes in the afternoon. How about we go out and buy gifts together? Okay. Let's ask Meiling later to see if she wants to go with us. Okay. Su Qinghan thought for a moment, then asked weakly, "Can I bring my parents?" Bring it, bring it. I guess Meiling will bring it too.
Sun Yu looked helpless, and in the end she and Guo Rong were left alone.
After a while, Su Qinghan finished tidying up and lay on the bed.
She took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Nan Xin.
Call husband. Your little cutie has something to say. Nan Xin replied immediately, "Go ahead, I'm listening. Accompany me to buy gifts tomorrow afternoon. My roommate said they can bring their parents, hee hee." No problem. Nan Xin agreed readily and felt it his duty to accompany his wife shopping.
At this moment, he was already thinking about filling up his wife's closet tomorrow. In the future, if I use more force and my wife's clothes are torn, I'll have something to wear.
The night passed quickly, and the next day. As soon as the sun rose, Sun Baofa, Lu Bin and Zhang Hao pulled Nan Xian out of the quilt. Although there were early classes this morning, they got up too early. This is not their usual style.
You know, the 3 of them always get into the classroom on time.
Nan Xian frowned slightly, looked at the phone next to the pillow, and asked sleepily, "What are you 3 doing?" It's only 5:30 in the morning. We've been so excited that we didn't sleep all night. Now that it's daybreak, shall we go out for a walk?
Sun Baofa shrugged, the joy on his face was beyond words. Looking at the 3 big heads, Nan Xian put on his clothes helplessly, fearing that if he didn't get up, the 3 of them would not give up.
Who among you 3 will drive?
After hearing this, Lu Bin and Zhang Hao took a step back. Although they had a driver's license, they were afraid that they could not afford the compensation if they bumped into something.
Would they have to pay for it? Chapter 82. When we get married, remember to come to the wedding.
Seeing himself being pushed out, Sun Baofa felt flattered.
This was the first time. Hee hee, brother Nan, if you get hurt, I'll give myself as compensation. Get out of the way, you big burden. Nan Xian scolded with a smile, then handed the car keys to Sun Baofa. Touching the car keys in his hand, Sun Baofa always felt that it was not real. Now, the keys are in his hands? He said to everyone in a mean way, "Am I dreaming?" Bang. 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 Hiss. It hurts, what are you doing? 3 roommates punched Sun Baofa one by one, causing him to scream in pain. Lu Bin looked like he was sacrificing his relatives for the sake of justice, and said proudly, "We are telling you that this is not a dream, this is not a dream." Sun Baofa rolled his eyes helplessly and cursed in his heart, "I was just complaining, you guys took it seriously." After a while, Nan Xian put on his clothes and several people quickly ran downstairs. Looking at the black customized Maybach parked below, Sun Baofa excitedly jumped up and said, "Ah! My dream car." Lu Bin and Zhang Hao didn't know much about cars, so they weren't that excited. They just came here purely to experience what it was like to ride in a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. That would come in handy when they were bragging to others in the future. Brother Fa, be more reserved. You're drooling. That's just a bunch of nonsense, no way. Sun Bao sent a message thinking he had really taken a look at it, but Lu Bin was just talking nonsense. If his saliva really flowed down on it, it would be an insult to Maybach. Okay, hurry up and get in the car. You can still take a spin. Nan Xian urged, looking at the time on his phone.
Then Sun Bafa unlocked the car and several people got in quickly.
Nan Xin sat in the passenger seat, while Lu Bin and Zhang Hao sat in the back seat. Sun Bafa touched the steering wheel, feeling nervous. He warned himself in his heart, if I get bumped, I can just give you my body. Xia Meng, let's be husband and wife in the next life. If Nan Xin knew what Sun Bafa was thinking, he would just give him a big slap. I like women. Brother Nan, the left side is the clutch, the middle is the brake, and the right side is the accelerator. Yes, Afa, just drive with peace of mind. Nan Xin patted Sun Bafa's shoulder and advised. Sun Bafa nodded slightly and turned the car key to start the car. With a start, Sun Bafa was no longer so nervous. Looking at the teaching buildings and dormitories outside the car window, Zhang Hao asked in confusion, Brother Fa, why don't you go for a walk outside the school? There are too many cars outside, let's go inside the school. Sun Bafa answered with a silly smile, Modi University covers an area of 20,000 acres, and it takes half an hour to drive around the school. Half an hour later, Sun Bafa parked the Maybach in the parking space under the teaching building. His legs felt weak after getting out of the car. Sun Bafa grinned and said, Oh, I wasn't this nervous when I took the college entrance examination. I almost lost half my life after driving around. Want to come again? No, just satisfy your craving. Sun Bafa waved his hands hurriedly, thinking that if he went through another round, he would probably be dead. Zhang Hao and Lu Bin got out of the car. They were both very relaxed because there was no risk of getting hurt. Then Lu Bin came over and patted Sun Bafa on the shoulder and praised him, Brother Fa, you drive well. Nonsense, if you mess up the car, you'll lose your life. Sun Bafa rolled his eyes and complained. When he came into the classroom, the students were all playing with their mobile phones. Nan Xin glanced around casually and saw that they were all watching TikTok. Even Nan Xin did not expect that Douyin would be accepted so quickly. After finding a seat, several people sat down and Lu Bin opened his Douyin. There were more than 99 TikTok messages in the lower right corner. He excitedly said to his roommates, Brothers, am I going to be famous? Ha? What's the fire? Binzi, you still smoke? What a mess, TikTok is popular now. He excitedly turned the screen around to show others that the video he posted had been viewed by tens of thousands of people, and even had hundreds of likes in collections. Zhang Hao took it curiously, clicked on the comments and took a look, and found that they were all asking for Nan Xin's contact information. He said to Lu Bin, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Binzi, everyone here is here for Brother Nan, you were just a foil at best. You too. Lu Bin said with a smile that the photo was taken by three of them together. Zhang Hao stopped laughing immediately after hearing this. Sun Bafa had no idea what they were talking about. He blew his beard and glared at them, saying, You guys are really disloyal. Why didn't you ask me to take the photo? You're too busy dating. The three men pointed their guns at Sun Bafa. Seeing the three people outnumbering him, Sun Bafa grinned and stopped talking, wondering in his heart, is it that obvious? Afterwards, Xia Meng followed her roommate into the classroom. Seeing this, Sun Bafa quickly ran up and sat next to Xia Meng. Just like this. It's obvious that they are in the passionate love period. Several people don't take it seriously. It seems that the two should be together. College courses are boring, and students feel relieved after the morning classes are over. Nan Xin and Su Qinghan both had classes in the morning, so they agreed to meet downstairs of the teaching building. The teaching buildings of the School of Accounting and the School of Finance are next to each other. After school at noon, Su Jing and her roommate came out. When she saw Nanxin, she told her roommate that she had something to do. After sending them away, Su Jing quickly came to Nan Xin. Nan Xin. After hearing the voice, Nan Xin turned his head and saw Su Jing standing in front of him with a textbook in her arms. Oh, it's you. Seeing Nan Xin's cold reply, Su Jing was not angry. She said aggrievedly, Why didn't you reply to my message before? We are the only two in our class in Shanghai. I'm too busy to watch it. How about we have lunch together at noon? No need, your boyfriend will be angry if he knows. Actually, I was lying to you. I don't have a boyfriend. At that time, Su Jing was afraid that Nan Xin would pester her, so she made up a boyfriend. She regretted it after seeing Nan Xin bought a jewel necklace worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. She firmly believed that she still had a place in Nanxin's heart. However, it is meaningless to Nan Xin whether to lie or not, because he already has someone he loves the most. When Su Qinghan saw a girl standing next to Nan Xin from a distance,
she walked over quickly and took a closer look and found that it was the girl who rejected Nan Xin.
She was furious. When she heard the conversation between the two, Su Qinghan said provocatively, "But Nan Xin already has a girlfriend." Hearing the woman's voice, Su Jing was stunned.
It was like love rivals meeting each other with envy.
"Nanxin, is it true?" "Yeah." Nan Xin nodded, then took Su Qinghan's little hand.
Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, Su Jing felt like she was a joke. Then she gritted her teeth and said, "Then, congratulations to you."
"Thank you. Remember to come to our wedding when we get married."
Seeing Su Jing's face flushed with anger, Su Qinghan smiled triumphantly.
"Hey! Just play." Chapter 83 $6 Spicy Hot Pot. After Su Jing left angrily, Su Qinghan looked at her from behind, his face drooping. "Humph, you ignored Nan Xin back then, but now you can't even pay attention to him." "Honey, am I right?" "Yes, my wife is right." Nan Xin nodded quickly. It felt great to be spoiled by his wife. Then, Su Qinghan took Nan Xin's arm and walked towards the cafeteria.
She said with a smile, "Honey, there is spicy hot pot in the cafeteria for 6 yuan.
Shall we go and try it?" $6? Spicy hot pot? Nan Xin felt that Su Qinghan was hinting at him.
After all, today was Friday night and he didn't have to go back to the dormitory, and he had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight.
Nan Xin frowned and begged, "How about we have something else for lunch?" "No." Su Qinghan's eyes narrowed and she refused verbally. It was absolutely impossible for her husband to not give it to her, and now she was secretly looking forward to the evening. Nan Xin was speechless for a while.
He thought his wife must be greedy for his body. If she continued like this, she would have to drink some wolfberries to replenish her body. Faced with his wife's domineering and authoritarian nature, Nan Xin had no choice but to compromise. It is noon now and there are many people eating in the cafeteria.
The 6 yuan malatang is right at the corner of the first floor.
Many people buy it because of its low price. The boss was a little tired of shouting, so he put a big speaker on the shelf and played it in a loop. "A box, no matter how much, it's $6.
You can't buy it at a loss, you can't buy it, take a look, take a look." Su Qinghan pulled Nan Xin inside.
They each took a box and used a clamp to put things into the box. There are many kinds of food on the table, including meatballs, vegetables, instant noodles, and vermicelli. The box that Su Qinghan packed had already protruded a lot.
The box next to hers was the one that contained Nan Xin's brother.
It was hard to fill it up, and by the time they came out, they were sweating from the squeezing.
"Let's find a table and sit down. After dinner, we'll go buy gifts." "Aha!" Nan Xin nodded.
Today he was just a laborer and had no say, except when it came to buying clothes.
Although there are many people buying malatang, the boss serves the food quite quickly. After a while, the spicy hot pot that the two of them had selected came out of the pot, and it smelled delicious. The boss was shouting at the window, "Number 45, number 46 malatang is ready." Su Qinghan looked at the number plate in his hand and pulled Nan Xin along. "Honey, ours is ready."
After handing over the number plate, Su Qinghan brought the spicy hot pot to the condiment table. "Add more cilantro, more vinegar, more green onions, more chili peppers."
"Anyway, a little bit of everything." "Hubby, what do you put?" "I'll get it for you." Nan Xin shook his head and refused when he saw Su Qinghan's suggestion.
"I have to say, my wife's taste is very unique. It seems that there is nothing she dislikes."
"The boss makes a very rich soup, and the price is really worth it." After finishing the meal, Su Qinghan looked at Nan Xin with a smile, as if he was thinking of something crooked. "The cafeteria is open on Saturdays and Sundays. How about we come here to eat spicy hot pot every day?" "Forget it, your body won't be able to handle it." "I'm fine, I'm just afraid of you." Nan Xinyan frowned slightly. It seemed that he should not let Su Qinghan open Pandora's box, because he would be the one to suffer. Thinking about the plans for the next 2 days, Nan Xin pretended to feel sorry for it and said, "My roommate will come to my house for dinner tomorrow, and I have to go to your classmate's house to celebrate your birthday the day after tomorrow." "It's such a coincidence." "It's okay, you can come over for dinner in the evening." Su Qinghan said this with a smile. She was determined not to give up until she achieved her goal, and she had already decided to nourish her husband in the evening. Nan Xin couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Su Qinghan had already made all the preparations. After lunch, Nan Xin and Su Qinghan came to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, where they were waiting for Sun Yu and Guorong. Soon the two of them went downstairs and looked at Su Qinghan and Nan Xian holding hands.
They felt that the decision to go out to buy gifts together was a bit hasty.
Su Qinghan said softly with her red lips, "Why hasn't Meiling come yet?" "She's not coming, so let's bring her a gift." "Ah? Why?"
"It was so hard for us to go out together in the dormitory," Su Qinghan said regretfully. However, Sun Yu blushed when he heard the question. He was not an outsider anyway, so he answered, "I am busy with my own world." After hearing the explanation, Su Qinghan's ears immediately turned red and she quickly let go of Nan Xian's big hand, which meant she was shy.
Nan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this, because his wife just now was not like this.
"Okay, then it's the four of us. But where can I buy gifts?" Several people stared at each other.
Although they had made an appointment, they didn't have any plans. At the critical moment, Sun Yu stepped forward and said, "Let's go to Yinbai Building. They have everything there."
"Okay, husband, let's drive there.
It's more convenient."
"Okay."
Nan Xian agreed quickly.
He was not reluctant to drive the car just because it was a luxury car.
"Hey! Driving a shared car is not bad either."
"No, my husband bought the car himself."
Su Qinghan smiled.
She wished the whole world knew how outstanding Nanshin was. Of course, she did not belittle other people's opinions.
Sun Yu and the other man gently pulled Su Qinghan's clothes and pulled her between them from behind, asking in a low voice, "Qinghan, your husband is not a scion of a wealthy family, is he?" "No, we are from the same village."
"It's just that village."
"Then your husband's IQ must be 280.
The two were talking in confusion, saying that as college students, few could afford a car except those whose families were rich. Seeing the two people's gossiping spirits blazing, Su Qinghan laughed and scolded, "You two look like idiots."
After saying that, Su Qinghan quickly slipped to the front. The time passed quickly and soon they arrived at the teaching building. Nan Xian unlocked the car, and then several people got in.
Although Sun Yu was knowledgeable, she knew nothing about cars.
After fastening his seatbelt, Nan Xian turned into a driver and drove towards Yinbai Building.
Yinbai Building is located in the city center, but the prices there are cheaper than Wanda Plaza.
Ever since Nan Xian hit the road, drivers in front, behind, and around him kept a certain distance after seeing that he was driving a Maybach. If this happens, half of your life will be in vain.
The owner of the car behind Nanshin's car felt uncomfortable. He had been following the car all the way but didn't dare to overtake.
Unfortunately, he and Nanshin were going to the same place.
The vehicles behind kept honking their horns, but the owner of the car behind the Nanshin car was very considerate and allowed the car behind to overtake and move in front of him. After that car successfully overtook, it was stunned when it saw the Maybach in front of it. He now regretted it, and at this moment he really hoped there was a pill for regret in the world. But the most considerate thing is the navigation in his car. Gouda map reminds you that the vehicle ahead is expensive, please be careful to avoid it. Please turn off the engine, apply the handbrake, and keep a safe distance of more than 5 meters.
Chapter 84 System YYDS. When Nan Xian turned the Maybach into the parking lot of Yinbai Building, the congestion behind was instantly resolved.
The mall security guard was stunned when he saw this. As he often dealt with cars, he naturally knew what kind of car Nan Xian drove, but he did not expect that a customized Maybach would appear in their parking lot.
4 people got out of the car and walked into the mall. Nan Xian and Su Qinghan walked hand in hand in front, while the 2 single guys followed behind. Guorong secretly pulled Sun Yu's arm and whispered, Yeah, are you full?" "I'm more than full. I'm stuffed,"
Sun Yu answered after swallowing. After looking at each other, they held hands and left the teen tacitly.
After a while, looking at the huge shopping mall, Su Qinghan was in a dilemma.
Yeah, Xiaorong, what gift are you going to buy for Zhang Xiaoxiao?"
Yeah, Xiaorong?
Hearing that no one answered him, Su Qinghan turned his head and found that the 2 people were no longer behind him. Immediately afterwards, Su Qinghan received a micro message from Sun Yu on his mobile phone, which literally meant that he didn't want to be a light bulb.
"Okay, husband, let's go shopping on our own.
They both have things to do."
Nan Xian nodded, but he felt that it was definitely not what his wife said.
Before she had time to think about it, Nan Xian was dragged to the Miniso store by Su Qinghan.
Girls have the least resistance to this kind of jewelry store.
Seeing a customer coming, the staff at the door said with a smile, "Hello, welcome to Miniso."
The 2 nodded and walked straight into the store.
As soon as Su Qinghan came in, he was attracted by the things on the shelves.
"Honey, does this hairpin look good on me?" how about this little tiger? Hey! Such cute bunny slippers. What can I do? I want them all. Purchase. Nan Xin said with a smile and then considerately took the basket from the door.
This scene between the two was seen by a lost girl. She looked at her boyfriend next to her with resentment, recalling what had just happened.
Honey, I want to buy this headband. Her boyfriend replied impatiently, what's the point of buying this? Such a broken thing is sold for 10 yuan? Why doesn't he just steal it? It's all your fault. Why did you go shopping for nothing and spend money recklessly? You might as well go home and have a good sleep with this much time. Don't buy anything. Go back quickly and save some money.
Seeing other people's boyfriends being so considerate, and then seeing her own boyfriend being as stingy as a miser, the girl seemed to have made a decision. She shook off the boy's hand and yelled, "Fuck you, I'm not going to serve you anymore." Then the girl left without looking back, leaving the boy standing there in a daze.
He still didn't understand what was going on.
Hearing the scolding, Su Qinghan immediately looked around.
She loved watching quarrels the most. Ha! Hubby, why is there no movement? Is this the end? Nan Xin shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Su Qinghan looked as if it was a pity that he couldn't watch the good show. Little did people know that they had forced a couple to break up by showing off their love. However, anyone who saw this would have to say that it was a good thing for them to break up. Would they keep such a couple together for the new year instead of breaking up?
After the little episode, Su Qinghan turned around and came to a row of shelves, where all the items were in pairs. A pair of couple slippers, a couple toothbrush, and a couple toothbrush. Su Qinghan directly cleared out the shelves above, and she was very proud looking at the spoils in front of her. The small basket was already full, and she had forgotten why she came here.
Su Qinghan raised her little head, pouted her pink lips and asked, "Hubby, why are we here today? Why can't I remember?" "Little fool, you come to buy birthday presents." Nan Xin pinched Su Qinghan's little face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. His wife's memory was almost as good as that of a goldfish. "Oh, I remember now. Hey, I think that piano model on the shelf is pretty good, I'll take it." Su Qinghan said happily that the serious work was finally completed. Nan Xin didn't expect that his wife could choose a gift so quickly, probably only a second.
At the same time, the long-lost system prompt sound came from Nan Xin's mind.
Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Check-in location, mini search.
Sign-in reward, 5 times the rebate, real-time payment, limited to 3 hours.
As soon as the system finished speaking, Nan Xin became excited. Last time the rebate was double, this time it was directly 5 times the rebate.
It has to be said that the system is YYDS.
Su Qinghan looked at the merchandise in the store and didn't need anything, so she took Nan Xin's arm and walked towards the front desk.
The cashier was a young girl with quick hands and feet. She looked at the screen and said with a smile, "Hello, your total consumption is 798 yuan.
Nan Xin handed over the card.
Of course he had to do it in person to pamper his wife.
"Okay, please take the receipt."
"Just put the bank card on the POS and swipe it, the money will be transferred." The girl handed the bank card to Nanxin with a smile. Sure enough, just after the purchase, Nanxin received a bank deposit of 3,990 yuan on his mobile phone. Nan Xin thought that the rebate would be too slow if it continued like this, and suddenly he saw a luxury goods store next to him.
So Nan Xin took Su Qinghan's hand and walked towards Hermes. Su Qinghan knew this brand. The cheapest slippers cost 2 to 3,000 yuan. She whispered in Nan Xin's ear, "Honey, these are too expensive. Should we go look for something else?" "It's okay. I just received an investment of several hundred million. You can spend it as you like today."
Nan Xin really tried his best to get his wife to spend money, but you can't find a man like him even with a lantern.
Ah? Really?
Su Qinghan cried out in surprise. This meant that she was a billionaire.
Then she began to count on her fingers, tens, hundreds. Nan Xin laughed dumbly and said, "Wife, 100 million has 9 zeros.
Su Qinghan, whose thoughts were seen through by her husband, blushed immediately. She said angrily, "She is very smart.
I just wanted to count and test you at the same time." "Yeah, my wife is right." Nan Xin quickly agreed, and then the two of them walked into the store. There were 3 people entering the store at the same time. Nan Xin and Su Qinghan were together, and the other one was a woman dressed more conspicuously, probably in her 30s. The woman was carrying a Bulgari shopping bag, while Nan Xin was carrying a Miniso shopping bag. The salesperson was very sharp-eyed and went straight to serve the customer. As for the Nanqing couple, they asked the interns sitting next to them to serve them. After all, some purchasing power is linked to age. In the eyes of the old employee, Nan Xin and his friend are so young that they must not have much money.
At most they can sell a bag worth 5,000 yuan. The intern was a young girl in her 20s, who looked very honest. She said awkwardly, "Welcome, both of you. What would you like to see?" Su Qinghan glanced at the items in the store, pointed at a khaki windbreaker and said, "Can I try that piece of clothing on?" Having just become a wealthy woman, Su Qinghan couldn't really act arrogantly. Chapter 85, Expensive or not is not important, as long as it looks good. Yes, ma'am. I'll get it for you right away. The little girl smiled innocently, and then handed the khaki windbreaker to Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan smiled, threw a coquettish glance and said delicately, "Hubby, wait for me for a moment." Nan Xin laughed silently and nodded. On the other side, when the security guard came in to use the restroom, he happened to see Nan Xin and Su Qinghan entering the Hermes store. While Su Qinghan went in to change clothes, he walked to the door of the store and waved. The honest little girl ran over. "Uncle, are you here to get some water?" "I'll help you." "Xiao Chui, that's not necessary. I'm here to tell you that the couple you served drove a custom-made Maybach." "Uncle, what is the Maybach custom model?" "I don't know. It's a very expensive car, just remember to provide good service." "Understood, thank you, uncle." Xiao Chui's face was full of joy and she was very grateful to the security guard for telling her this. "Thank you for nothing. You're the only one willing to get water for the old man. Let's go now." The security guard said this with a smile, then waved his hand and went back to the security booth. Xiao Chui secretly cheered herself up in her heart, and then returned to Su Qinghan. Just when Xiao Chui was thinking about how to praise Su Qinghan, she heard her gentle voice, "Miss, please pack this for me." "Yeah, okay. And I want to try on all the clothes in that row." When Su Qinghan thought about her husband earning hundreds of millions of dollars, she didn't feel bad at all. Maybe people want to buy things when they have money. Nan Xin looked at his wife's actions and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was really silly and cute. Now he didn't need to explain when buying the most expensive things in the future. And he also hoped that his wife would buy more. This incident fully proves that the more a woman spends, the more money her husband earns. "Okay, I'll get it right away." Xiao Chui agreed with a look on her face. She was now full of energy and took all the clothes from that row of shelves. The old Hermes employee was so angry when she saw this that her mouth twisted. She secretly said in her heart, "What's the point of trying so many clothes? I can't afford any of them." Then the old employee greeted the lady in her 30s with a smile, "Sister, this bag just arrived today. It's the only one in the whole Magic City. You will look more noble with this bag. How much is it?" The woman asked without blushing or beating her heart. "Not expensive for you, 1.08 million. "Oh, it's not expensive, but I don't like it." The woman said calmly, but in her heart she was amazed. 1.08 million? I can pay a down payment in Shanghai. I don't know who can afford such an expensive bag. Then take a look at other bags. How about this crocodile leather one? This one with a little fragrance is also good. At the same time, Su Qinghan tried on all the clothes. She had a good figure and looked good in anything, just like a clothes rack. "Honey, does it look good?" "It looks good. My wife looks good in anything she wears," Nan Xin said with a smile. It seemed that he was a little dazzled by all the clothes he had worn for so long. However, there was no doubt that his wife looked good in anything she wore. I want all of them." "Good." Nan Xin agreed happily. He wished his wife would buy more. "How about you take another look at the bag?" "Yeah, that's fine." Su Qinghan nodded. After all, women not only like beautiful clothes, but also bags and jewelry. Seeing this, Xiao Chui quickly pulled Su Qinghan to the bag area. "Ma'am, all our bags are here. Would you like it in alligator or platinum?" Xiao Chui asked with a smile. She had just received training for a few days and she only regretted that her brain couldn't be smarter so that she could remember more knowledge. Su Qinghan didn't know much about bags. She only cared about whether they looked good or not. When she turned around, she saw the bag that had just arrived and pointed at it and said, "This one goes well with my khaki windbreaker.
I'll take it." "Ma'am, that bag is worth 1.08 million, are you sure?" Xiao Chui asked uncertainly.
Compared to those clothes, bags are really expensive. Maybe Xiao Chui was too surprised and her voice was a little loud, so that everyone in the store heard it.
For a moment, people in the store were whispering, "What kind of status is that girl? How can she afford such an expensive bag at such a young age?"
"I saved up half a year's salary to buy this bag."
"Oh, I like that bag too, but I don't have the money." "The man next to her is quite handsome, could he be her brother? Do you want to go over and ask for his WeChat?" In the blink of an eye, all the young women in the store were staring at Nan Xin.
When the old clerk saw Su Qinghan was going to buy the most expensive bag, he looked down on her and muttered, "I don't believe they can afford it."
Nan Xin happened to hear these words because of his sensitive ears. He looked at the old clerk with cold eyes. Nan Xin has seen many snobs, but he never expected a luxury store to be so blatant.
After seeing Nan Xin's eyes, the old clerk quickly covered his mouth.
"Sure.
I want this, that, and all of this row." Su Qinghan waved his hand, and he had to say that this feeling was really great.
Okay.
Xiao Chui responded stutteringly. Today was her first day at work, and she was surprised and delighted to have sold so many products. Su Qinghan looked at Hermes, which had been completely cleared out by her, and smiled with satisfaction. But the happiest one is of course Hermes, whose sales today are rising rapidly. Xiao Chui swiftly delivered the clothes and bags bought by Su Qinghan to the cashier counter. The store manager Wang Ying was stunned when she saw it. She said angrily, "Xiao Chui, why did you bring the clothes that the guests have tried on here? Have you forgotten everything you learned during the training?" "No, manager, these are what the customers want to buy." Xiao Chui hurriedly explained, "After all, no one would believe that so much could be bought at one time."
"What? This is actually true?" "It's true." Su Qinghan walked over with a smile and put a bag on the cashier counter. "Yes, ma'am, I'll wrap it up for you right away." "Aha!"
The store manager is also someone who has seen a lot of things. She was so happy to see people buying these bags and clothes. After all, she gets commission from all the sales made by her employees. After Su Qinghan walked to the front desk, Nan Xin was about to follow him, but unexpectedly he was surrounded by a group of girls.
"Little brother, can you add me on WeChat? I'm 28 years old." "She's too old."
"I'm 25, and a woman 3 years older than me is a rich woman."
Go, someone of the same age is the most suitable."
Husband Su Qinghan called Nan Xin, but found no one responded. When she turned around, she saw her husband surrounded by a group of girls. She ran forward angrily, frowning and saying, "Husband, the baby kicked me in the stomach."
Chapter 86 Where are your stockings?
Nan Xin was surprised at first, then he said with a smile, "I already have a wife and children, you guys should go wherever you want."
TSK spoil the fun. Alas, what a pity.
Forget it, we are not destined to be together.
All the good men are taken away.
Then the women around left in disappointment. Before his wife got angry, Nan Xin quickly walked up and supported Su Qinghan. "Wife, I swear to God, I didn't even look at those women."
You have a baby in your belly, so don't get angry. Anger is harmful to your health. TSK. From now on you have to stay by my side all the time, understand? Su Qinghan frowned as she spoke. "It's because my husband is so attractive and attracts so many men. But wasn't it the same way that I went astray when I was a child? If anyone should blame someone, it's because my husband has been so handsome since he was a child. I know that I will follow your lead from now on." "That's more like it." "Then let me touch my baby girl." "My daughter doesn't have one, but I do have a little belly."
Su Qinghan said with a smile. There was nothing that could be done in the situation just now, but Su Qinghan had already planned in her mind that she must turn the fake into real, so that her husband could not escape. Nan Xin had already seen through it, and he was also cooperating with Su Qinghan, but at that moment just now he was really surprised and happy.
"Okay, little fool, I saw it a long time ago.
Then I'll punish you by making you give birth to a soft and tender daughter for me in the future."
"Is my son not well?"
Su Qinghan blinked her big eyes and asked. Logically, she should like boys more, after all, boys can carry on the family line.
Nan Xin shook his head after hearing this, thought for a moment and then said, "My daughter will look like you, pretty." Then we will have two beautiful ladies in the family. All right.
Su Qinghan nodded, thinking in her heart, it seems that having a daughter is a good idea, but the gender is decided by my husband. She just said with a smile, husband, you have to work hard. After that, Su Qinghan walked towards the cashier with a smile.
Ha! Nan Xin was puzzled.
He had always performed well. The price had been calculated, and when the store manager saw Nan Xin and Su Qinghan coming over, he said to them with a smile, Sir, your total consumption is 36.84 million. How do you pay? Swipe the card.
As he spoke, Nan Xin handed over the card.
The system was very user-friendly. It directly paid the money for him and then returned it to him. After the money was transferred, Nan Xin also received a text message from the bank saying that the money had arrived. In a short while, he had nearly 150 million in cash. However, after looking at the packaging bags on the ground, Nan Xin and Su Qinghan were in trouble. How could they take so many back? The store manager was very good at reading people's expressions. When he saw the two people staring at the packaging bags with frowns on their faces, he immediately understood, Sir, madam, our store has delivery service. You can write down your address and we will deliver the goods to your door and also help you match them.
Good. Nan Xin nodded, then wrote the address on a piece of paper.
Now the two of them could go shopping with peace of mind. It has to be said that the service of luxury brands is quite humane, except for that old employee. When the old employee saw that Nan Xin and the other person actually bought those things, she regretted it so much. For more than 30 million, she could get hundreds of thousands in commission alone. The thought of missing out on hundreds of thousands made her furious. And the rich lady she served just went around in circles and didn't even buy a 5,000 yuan bag. So when you calculate it all, she really lost a lot of money.
Now she blames all of this on the new intern Xiao Chui.
Now that the things had been found and there were still nearly 2 hours left for the 5-fold rebate, Nan Xin took Su Qinghan's fair and tender little hand and went shopping at other stores. After leaving the house, Xiao Chui said sincerely, Sir, madam, I will take good care of your things, please rest assured.
Thank you, miss.
Su Qinghan said this with a smile, she had a very good impression of Xiao Chui. Walking out of the store, Su Qinghan was dazzled by the variety of shops.
Which one should he go to next?
Looking around, her eyes caught sight of a shop and she gave a mysterious smile. Honey, let's go check that house out.
Good.
Nan Xin smiled and nodded, but looking at his wife's smile, it seemed like she was planning something bad.
When I walked into the store, a girl in black work clothes came over and said, Hello, welcome to Balenciaga. May I ask what you two may need? Su Qinghan did not answer.
She scanned the surroundings with her eyes. When she saw that there was nothing she wanted to buy, she shyly asked, Where are your stockings? The moment she finished speaking, a blush appeared on her face, like a blooming red rose.
Nan Xin was a little confused at first, but now he understood after hearing Su Qinghan's question. However, how could his wife care about it more than he did? This shouldn't be right.
The salesperson was already used to hearing this, and she enthusiastically led Su Qinghan and Nan Xin to the stockings section. Ma'am, our stockings are all here, you can call me if you need anything. The salesgirls are very tactful. They usually don't come to the store to buy things like stockings, because they are afraid of embarrassing the customers. Seeing the salesperson say this, Su Qinghan's rosy face faded a lot, okay. After she left, Su Qinghan picked up a pair of stockings, stretched them, and found that they were quite elastic.
This kind of stocking should be easy to tear.
There are black, white, flesh-colored, and all kinds of colors, and there are even ones with letters on them. In addition to Su Qinghan and Nan Xin, there was a group of girls gathered nearby choosing stockings, chattering non-stop. This black one is the most classic, 1,600 yuan a piece.
Isn't it too expensive? The flesh-colored one is only 1,200 yuan. I think the ones with letters look the best. At 1,800, it's not expensive for so many of us.
One of the girls, a long-haired girl in a black skirt, was surrounded by people. She said slowly, since it's a group purchase, I'll send a link to the group later and everyone will vote.
In the end, the minority will obey the majority.
Su Qinghan was very close to them, so she heard their conversation. She swore that she did not eavesdrop on purpose.
Afterwards, Su Qinghan came to Nan Xin and whispered, Honey, are there still groups buying stockings? That's unheard of. Nan Xin pinched Su Qinghan's nose and said with a smile, Little fool, there are many things you don't know.
I don't understand why they are fighting over stockings.
If you can't afford it, just don't wear it.
Su Qinghan tilted his head and thought, humans are really magical animals.
Nan Xin smiled and said nothing.
It was better not to tell his wife about these things. Chapter 87. The real person does not reveal the truth, and the truth that reveals the truth is not the real person. Looking at those stockings, Su Qinghan suddenly wondered, husband, so many people are wearing them, aren't you afraid of athlete's foot?
Puff.
Nan Xin admitted that he laughed unkindly, his wife's ideas were really different. On the other side, after a fierce vote, they finally chose the classic black stockings, the kind that cost 1,800 yuan a pair.
The one wearing a black skirt should be the owner of the group buying group.
She took out her phone and said, there are 60 people in our group, so it will be 30 yuan per person.
Everyone transfer the money to me and I will pay.
As soon as she finished speaking, other ladies took out their mobile phones and started to operate. Some others who were not present also sent private messages to her via WeChat. I saw a group of them holding a pair of stockings and walking to the front desk. We want this pair of stockings. The cashier at the front desk almost dropped her jaw when she saw this, but she still managed an awkward smile. Okay. At the same time, Su Qinghan also greeted the salesperson who had just received them.
Pack these for us. The little girl asked doubtfully, all? Yeah. Su Qinghan nodded shyly.
Stockings are consumables, so she still needs to stock up more.
Nan Xin is so happy that he doesn't want to leave.
His wife is so concerned about him that he just sits back and enjoys the fruits of her labor. At most, he can just give his wife a little extra treat at night.
Okay, I'll pack it now.
I saw the salesperson move all the stockings on the shelf to the front desk. Altogether, there were probably several hundred pairs, in various colors and varieties. The members of the group buying were almost shocked to see this scene. Others bought hundreds of them, but they were 60 people buying one. It was really frustrating to compare with others.
It has to be said that reincarnation is a technical job. Oh my god, that guy is so rich. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. When can I find a rich partner?
It doesn't matter if he's handsome or not, as long as he's a rich old man, I'm happy with him. A pair of stockings purchased by a group of people was scanned quickly, but the hundreds of pairs bought by Nan Xin had to wait a while. The salesperson handed the prepared tea and snacks to Nan Xin and Su Qinghan. Please wait a moment, these are some snacks specially prepared for you in our store.
Thank you. Su Qinghan picked up a piece of dessert and put it in her mouth. She nodded with satisfaction. Huh? It's really good. Hubby, would you like to try it? Good. Nan Xin responded with a smile, and at the same time put a piece of cherry pie into his mouth.
He nodded and said, it tastes good, but I added too much milk.
50g would taste better. Okay, I'll tell the chef your opinion. Then the salesperson left.
After everyone left, Su Qinghan came to Nan Xin with her big eyes blinking, pouted and thought, husband, you even know that I put too much milk?
It was just a casual remark. You are the real person, but you don't show your true colors. If you show your true colors, you are not the real person anymore.
Su Qinghan said this with a smile. She felt that Nan Xin was becoming more and more powerful and was worthy of being the man she chose. On the other side, the salesperson walked into the space behind the store door, which was a small, very clean kitchen that basically contained some baking equipment. An intellectual woman in a khaki dress stood in the middle of the kitchen.
She spoke slowly. What do you think of the dim sum?
The gentleman said that adding 50g of milk would make the taste better.
Huh? We're actually from the same field?
The woman was suspicious, then she smiled and said self-deprecatingly, no wonder I always felt that the cherry pie was a little off, it turns out there was an extra 5g. At first, the salesperson was dismissive of Nan Xin's comments, because the cherry pie was made by a Michelin 3-star chef who was also their boss.
Now, seeing the boss's murmuring and delighted expression, she realized that Nan Xin was right. Boss, would you like to meet him? The gentleman is in the store.
In that case, let's meet. After saying that, the woman took off her apron and followed the salesperson out of the small kitchen.
Following the salesperson's guidance, the woman came to Nan Xin and Su Qinghan alone.
When she saw that Nan Xin was very young, she was a little surprised. It was hard for her to imagine that the suggestion just now was made by him.
Although she was shocked, the woman smiled and greeted them. Hello, I am the owner of this store, Fu Ying.
I made the cherry pie just now.
Thank you very much for the advice, sir. It's a small matter. Nan Xin said casually.
Seeing Nan Xin was very modest, Fu Ying didn't know what to say for a moment, and then she said awkwardly, "To thank you for your advice, all the goods you buy will be discounted by 10%.
Thanks." Nan Xin smiled on the surface but was crying in his heart. Wouldn't that mean he would lose a lot of money? After Fu Ying left, Su Qinghan looked at Nan Xin with admiration. "Husband, you are so amazing. You can get a 10% discount just for giving a suggestion? I didn't expect that either." Nan Xin shook his head and smiled bitterly.
If he had known this, he would not have interrupted. At the same time, the cashier also calculated the price. "Sir, after the discount, your total consumption is 1.21 million.
Nan Xin frowned, then handed over the bank card.
It was really cheap to buy so much and only spend so little money.
The salesperson thought Nan Xin looked unhappy because she thought the product was too expensive, but she regretted thinking so the next second.
"Honey, do you like any of those bags or clothes?" "No, I just bought too much and I can hardly wear them all."
Su Qinghan was telling the truth. Fortunately, Nan Xin bought a large house, otherwise there would be no space for these things. All right. Since his wife had spoken, Nan Xin nodded silently.
However, there was still an hour left, so he wondered what to buy. It never occurred to him that spending money was also a physical activity. Looking at the packaging bags under her feet again, Nanchi curled her lips and said, "You should also have a delivery service." "Yes, sir, please leave your address and we will deliver the goods to your door."
Nan Xin then wrote down his address and mobile phone number on a piece of paper. After the matter was settled, Su Qinghan took Nan Xin's arm and the two walked out of Balenciaga.
After shopping for half a day, Su Qinghan felt a little tired. She had just tried on dozens of clothes in one go, and now it was Nanshin's turn.
Su Qinghan showed a cunning look. She pulled Nan Xin and said, "Hubby, I'm tired and want a rest. How about we go home?" Nan Xin asked with concern. It was not worth it to make his wife tired just for those rebates.
"It's okay, let's go to this store and take a rest."
Then, Su Qinghan pulled Nan Xin into Armani.
As soon as the two entered the store, a salesperson came up to serve them. "Hello, welcome to Armani.
Excuse me, are you looking for suits or something casual?"
"Look at them all, honey, go try on some clothes, I'll sit here and wait for you." Su Qinghan said this with a smile. Now she could finally see her husband change his clothes.
Chapter 88 Nan Xin, it turns out that I am the big enemy. Su Qinghan was seen sitting on the sofa like a lady, while Nan Xin was trying on clothes one by one.
"Yeah, not bad, not bad. This floral suit looks old-fashioned."
"I don't want it."
"Hey, husband, this black suit suits you very well." Su Qinghan was like a young woman shopping for clothes. She sat on the sofa with an air of giving orders. Nan Xin saw that his wife was serious and took the trouble to change clothes, but he didn't expect that she tried on so many clothes.
He finally understood his wife's happiness. After half an hour, Nan Xin had tried on all the clothes and could finally take a break. He leaned on Su Qinghan's shoulder and said exhaustedly, "Trying on clothes is really tiring." Su Qinghan said with a smile, "This is just the beginning, there are other homes." "Ah? Come again?" Nan Xin had a bitter look on his face. He didn't even want the reward now. "Ah, I'm just kidding.
I asked you to run 10 laps around the playground without feeling tired, but you're tired trying on clothes."
"Honey, you're really a magical creature. We should treat you as a guinea pig for experiments." Su Qinghan smiled faintly. Nan Xin rolled his eyes and pouted. "Someone only eats thin noodles and doesn't like thick noodles. Should we use him as a guinea pig too? But this way we can live together." Nan Xin raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Qinghan meaningfully.
The salesperson saw the two people being so affectionate and couldn't help but complain in his heart, "I think both of you should not go."
"Let me go, because I am dying of dog food." Then the salesperson asked awkwardly, "Ma'am, which of these clothes do you like?"
Su Qinghan cleared his throat and said very proudly, "Except for the ones I say no, pack up the rest."
"Ha? Oh, okay, I'll be there right away."
Then the salesperson trotted over to pack the selected clothes.
After the salesperson left, Su Qinghan looked at Nan Xin with a smile and said seductively, "Honey, I bought you all these clothes. But, you need to pay." Nan Xin was not surprised for even a second before he knew whether to laugh or cry.
He was still wondering where his wife got so much money, and it turned out that he was the big victim.
"Okay, I'm your ATM." Su Qinghan smiled wickedly and said, "Hee hee hubby, drink some water quickly. You must be exhausted from trying on clothes." I will compensate you. How about paying you with my body tonight?
Su Qinghan was setting a trap for Nanshin. The one who got the advantage was Su Qinghan, not Nanshin.
Nan Xian nodded with a smile on his face.
He had to do hard labor again at night, but he had to change his posture.
Seeing that the cashier had almost finished counting, Nan Xian hugged Su Qinghan and walked over.
The cashier girl saw the two of them and said with a smile, "Sir, your total consumption is 47.69 million.
Nan Xian nodded, took out his bank card from his trouser pocket and handed it over.
When he heard this amount, he thought to himself, my wife will have to pay with her body for the rest of her life. The girl swiped the card on the POS and the money went through. Here's your card, sir. Looking at the packaging bags on the ground, those who don't know would think that Armani is very cheap.
Now the two of them didn't have anything to buy, so Nan Xian immediately asked, "Do you have a delivery service?" "Yes, please write down the address." Nan Xian shook his head and said coldly, "I hope you will go back with me." Thinking that he didn't know when the goods would be delivered, Nan Xian made this request.
After all, he had things to do tomorrow and the day after tomorrow.
Sure.
The man in front of her was a big client, so the girl agreed readily. Nanshin told all the remaining luxury stores and they readily agreed, because Nanshin was the financial sponsor. Then Nan Xian and Su Qinghan sat in the Hermes store for a while they pulled their bags and clothes into the car. However, when counting, a limited edition bag was missing, the one worth 1.08 million.
When Wang Ying found out that the limited edition bag was lost, she hurried over from the cashier counter and asked, "Xiao Chui, what's wrong? Aren't you the one watching over the customers' things? Then why is there one bag missing?" Xiao Chui turned pale with fear. She said anxiously, "I don't know either. Obviously no one has touched it."
Su Qinghan and Nan Xian saw everyone gathered in front of the bags they bought, and they all had different expressions, so they felt something was going to happen.
"Honey, is there something going on over there? How about we go over and take a look?" "Good." Then the two of them walked over. Su Qinghan saw Xiao Chui's panic and asked, "Xiao Chui, what happened?" "Ma'am, your limited edition bag is missing. It's my fault. I'm sorry." "It's okay, we will find it, don't worry."
Su Qinghan had a good impression of Xiao Chui, so he comforted her.
Nan Xian glanced at the staff, and everyone looked dazed and distraught. If the bag couldn't be found, everyone would share the responsibility.
They don't make much money in a month and they even have to pay for it themselves.
No one is in a good mood. However, there is one person who is gloating over the misfortune. This person is the old employee.
Nan Xian felt that the bag was stolen by her, and it seemed that jealousy was at work. At this time, the store manager also stood up and shrugged, saying, "Sir, madam, I'm so sorry to cause you trouble.
We will find the bag as soon as possible. If we can't find it, we will compensate you according to the price." "Yeah." Nan Xian nodded and then said, "Xiao Chui, have you ever left when you were looking at something?"
Xiao Chui thought about it carefully, and suddenly recalled, just now Sister Jing asked me to help her serve the guests, and she said she was going to answer the phone. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Lu Jing, and Lu Jing was the old clerk. Later, Lu Jing scolded, "It's not illegal to answer a phone call."
"Why are you looking at me like that? It's not me who lost the bag."
Everyone could see that Lu Jing looked guilty, but there was no evidence. It stands to reason that luxury stores like this have surveillance cameras.
Su Qinghan suddenly had an idea. "Have you seen the surveillance cameras? Aren't there cameras there?"
Wang Ying smiled bitterly and said, "The surveillance camera is broken and has never been repaired." Just when everyone was at a loss, Nan Xian saw the surveillance camera opposite, and it happened to capture the store entrance.
"Is that camera working?" "Yes. See if anyone is holding a large package. If not, it means the bag is in the store. Someone took it away on purpose." Nan Xian spoke loudly, and sure enough, after hearing what Nan Xian said, Lu Jing's expression became nervous, and her eyes kept glancing towards the restroom at the back.
Store manager Wang Ying thought this method was feasible, so she checked the surveillance footage, while the others dispersed and searched for the bag in the store. While everyone was not paying attention, Lu Jing sneaked to the restroom at the back.
Chapter 89. 3 luxury stores begin to roll back.
Seeing that no one was following her, she breathed a sigh of relief and complained in her mind as she walked, "That man is so talkative. He made me have to put my bag somewhere else." When Nanshin did not propose a solution, Lu Jing had a good plan. If the bag was lost, she could drive Xiao Chui away, and then pick up a bag worth 1 million for free. When the bag was mass-produced in the future, she could sell it and make at least 700,000 or 800,000 yuan.
But all this was disrupted by Nan Xin.
She wanted to move the bag quickly when no one noticed. She walked to her locker, took out the key and opened it. Lu Jing took out her bag, and the lights in the lounge suddenly came on. Then all the employees in the store appeared, and they caught the man red-handed. Seeing this scene, Lu Jing was so scared that she collapsed on the ground, and she did not forget to hide the bag in her hand. The store manager Wang Ying came over angrily and shouted, "Lu Jing, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation."
Manager, Actually,
Lu Jing felt that they would not believe any explanation she gave, so she might as well beg them to give her some leniency. She quickly crawled to Wang Ying's feet, knelt down and begged, "Manager, I was bewitched for a moment, please forgive me.
The bag has already been sold. It's not me you're asking for mercy."
Lu Jing immediately understood and came to Nan Xin and Su Qinghan. "Sir, madam, please forgive me this time."
Nan Xin said coldly, "Everyone must pay the price for her actions. If we hadn't caught you, Xiao Chui and all the employees would have lost money." Su Qinghan also disliked this kind of behavior. She thought there was nothing wrong with what Nan Xin did.
Lu Jing was an employee of Hermes after all, and even if Wang Ying didn't like it, she had to consider the company's reputation. She came to Nan Xin and the other person and said with a smile, "Sir, madam, my store clerk was wrong in this matter.
Can you please not call the police? After all, she is still young. How about firing him directly and never hiring him again? Do you think that's okay?" Su Qinghan also thought it made sense. She pulled Nan Xin's arm and whispered, "Hubby, how about we just follow the manager's decision?" "Okay." Nan Xin nodded.
After all, no damage was caused, so we still had to leave some room for others.
"Thank you, Lu Jing, why don't you say thank you quickly?" Wang Ying shouted angrily.
As long as she doesn't have to go to jail, Lu Jing can accept it. "Thank you both, thank you." The bag has been found, and everyone continued to move the goods.
Then Xiao Chui found Nan Xin and the other two, and she said excitedly, "Thank you, you two are really kind people." "You're welcome, Xiao Chui. Keep up the good work." "Yes, I will."
After saying that, Xiao Chui ran away with a smile on her face, and Lu Jing was kicked out of Hermes.
After a while, the clothes from the 3 stores had been loaded into the trucks. In addition to Balenciaga, there were also several store clerks from Hermes and Armani.
The drivers had already gathered in the parking lot.
Nan Xin told them, "Just follow my car for a while. That's the car I own." Nan Xin then pointed at the customized version of Maybach.
"Yes, sir." The car was on the road, and 3 luxury trucks followed behind the Maybach.
The young lady on the roadside was immediately attracted. "Fuck, is Maybach bringing luxury goods home? I don't ask for much, just give me any car. I ask for less, just give me one."
One of the women was full of disdain when she heard what these people said.
She shouted, "Hey, are you still in need of women? I don't mind. TSK." The vehicle drove away and the people around left with disdain.
After arriving home, all the employees brought in their clothes, bags, and stockings, and it took them half an hour to finish packing. As a representative of Hermes, Xiao Chui directly handed the VIP membership card to Nan Xin. "Sir, this VIP membership card can give you a 13% discount."
"Okay." Nan Xin nodded and accepted the membership card.
When the other 2 luxury brands saw that Hermes offered such a high discount, they all called their store managers. As they were both luxury brands, they were rivals in the same industry and they wanted to outdo Hermes.
After a while, a Balenciaga clerk came over and said, "Sir, this is our Balenciaga Gold Card. You can get a 15% discount."
Finally, an Armani employee came over and handed the Platinum card to Nanshin. "Sir, this is an Armani VVIP card, you can get a 13% discount."
Aha!
Looking at the 3 membership cards in his hand, Nan Xin shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Why are these 3 still rolling up? After seeing them off, Nan Xin and Su Qinghan lay down on the sofa exhausted. They were really tired today. Fortunately, they didn't have to go back to the dormitory at night.
Thinking of the vegetables she planted, Su Qinghan sat up suddenly. She wanted to see if the vegetables had grown.
When she came to the balcony, the vegetables were not moving at all.
She connected the water pipe to the water and watered them.
She watered all of them except the one planted by Nan Xin. When Nan Xin came to the balcony to find Su Qinghan, she quickly pulled Nan Xin's arm back to the living room. "Hubby, it's very cold outside, let's go back quickly." Feeling that something was wrong with his wife, Nan Xin asked, "What did you do just now?" "I just want to breathe some fresh air, hee hee." Su Qinghan said this with a smile, trying to deceive Nan Xin. She was already planning for the day when her husband would admit defeat. Nan Xin never dreamed that not only the three luxury stores were in a state of internal competition, but even his wife was involved. It was already dark and Su Qinghan's stomach began to act up. Gulu, gurgle. "Honey, look at your stomach, it's rumbling. I'll make you whatever you want to eat tonight." "Forget it, husband. You've worked hard today. How about we go out for dinner?" "All right." Nan Xin agreed quickly, and then the two of them put on their clothes and went out, planning to eat something near the school, so they didn't drive. Looking at the surrounding stalls, Nan Xin asked, "What do you want to eat?" "Have a look." Su Qinghan said this with a smile, but in fact he had already thought about what to eat. He didn't tell Nan Xin in advance because he was afraid that Nan Xin would run away. The two walked for a while, and Su Qinghan finally found the store she liked. She took Nan Xin's arm and walked in. The shop was actually a roadside stall selling barbecue. Su Qinghan pulled Nan Xin and the two of them sat on a stool on the roadside. Nan Xin smiled bitterly. It turned out that his wife wanted to eat barbecue. Wait, his wife couldn't be. "Boss, order food." "Here I come." A young man with dyed yellow hair walked out. When he saw Nan Xin, his legs began to tremble. "Dad, Grandpa, we have already turned over a new leaf, why are you still coming to our house?" "Who are you?" Nan Xin looked at the young man in front of him and asked doubtfully. Later, Su Qinghan whispered in his ear, "Hubby, this is the man who blackmailed your dormitory at that time." "Oh, it's you, kid." Chapter 90 Large-Scale Live Broadcast. "Don't be nervous, we're just here to have a barbecue today." "Oh, I see. What would you like to eat, Grandpa?" The yellow-haired guy said this with a flattering smile on his face. If you didn't know that he used to be a gangster, you would definitely be deceived by his enthusiastic appearance. Su Qinghan was laughing secretly on the side. She didn't expect that this person had such a deep memory of her husband. Seeing that Huang Mao was almost shaking with fear, Nan Xin shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Don't be afraid, just treat us as ordinary guests." "Oh, huh? That won't work. Otherwise I'll just call you Big Brother." Seeing other guests coming, Huang Mao hurriedly greeted them. "Hey, brother, you are here, the tea will be here soon, don't worry." Huang Mao saw the guest reflexively say it, and realized that Nan Xin was beside him. He immediately regretted it, and then said tremblingly, "Why not just call you Grandpa?" "My name is Nan Xin. If you call me Grandpa, people will think I am bullying you. Why don't you just call me Brother Nan?" "Hey, yes, Brother Nan." The yellow-haired man grinned. The man in front of him was still very reasonable when he didn't use force. Su Qinghan looked at the menu in the yellow-haired man's hand and said with a smile, "Give us the menu." "Oh, look at my stupid brain, I forgot." Su Qinghan took the menu and glanced at Nan Xin with a smile, then she said, 1 serving of lamb, 1 serving of lamb penis, and 1 serving of lamb kidney. Grilled leeks, and finally lamb skewers and beef tendon. She spoke a lot in one breath and then handed over the menu. Huang Mao immediately understood, and he chuckled, "Sister Nan, don't worry, I will definitely choose the biggest ones for you." Feeling Nanxin's unfriendly gaze, Huang Mao left angrily. After listening to Su Qinghan's order, Nan Xin realized that her mind was not pure. Sure enough, his wife was either thinking about his body or on the way to thinking about her body. The food is served quite quickly here. The yellow-haired waiter brought up a large tray of grilled skewers. In fact, he was afraid that Nan Xin would get too anxious and get angry. Other guests asked indignantly after seeing this, but Huang Mao said confidently they made reservations in advance. Nan Xin and Su Qinghan smiled at each other. They didn't expect that Huang Mao would open a back door for them. Then, Su Qinghan handed the lamb and other things in front of him to Nan Xin. "Hubby, you should eat more, these are good for your health." "Yes, my wife is really considerate." Nan Xin laughed in silence. Su Qinghan was using different methods. Although the weather in Shanghai is not very hot now, there are still many people eating barbecue at night. Afterwards, a young couple sat next to Nan Xin and the other man. Seeing the waiter coming over, the girl asked in a coquettish voice, "Excuse me, can you help me process it?" "What do you want to process?" The waiter was a rough man and his whole body went numb when he heard the woman's voice. "We brought our own mushrooms." "Sure, there's a processing fee of $10. Later, the two of them ordered a lot of skewers. Surprisingly, the table next to them also ordered lamb chops and other things. It seemed that the two of them were not going to sleep at night. Su Qinghan seemed to have discovered some magical species. She stared at the mushrooms and patted Nan Xian's shoulders. "Honey, that mushroom looks so unique, I don't think I've ever seen it before." "I haven't seen it either. I guess it's not common." The coquettish girl heard the conversation between Su Qinghan and the others and said with a smile, "This mushroom is a dried mushroom, very delicious." "Oh." Su Qinghan nodded, then turned her head away. Then she said to Nan Xian in confusion, "I feel that it is not dried mushrooms. Eating it will cause poisoning. Is this true or false?" Nan Xian opened his eyes wide. "Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, let alone saving 2 lives." "I'm just talking, there's no real evidence." Su Qinghan chuckled. That was just her feeling and it wasn't accurate. Just when the two of them were almost done eating, the barbecue from the next table was served, and the rough man said, "Here are all the mushrooms you brought." "Yeah, okay." The two nodded and began to wolf down the food. Maybe they liked mushrooms very much. When the barbecue was served, each of them showed off a few skewers. Somehow, while the girl was eating, she somersaulted and fell to the ground. Her boyfriend was even funnier than that and just stood up and started dancing by himself. "Oh oh oh. Oh come oh come oh." When everyone saw this, they were afraid to pick up their chopsticks and started shouting for the boss. "Boss, is this thing of yours safe? Why did those two do that?" "Yeah, this made us afraid to eat." "That's it, or give us a refund. Return the money." Huang Mao was stunned for a moment. He didn't know how this could happen. Several groups of diners had left, but no one had fallen to the ground or fainted. Seeing this, Su Qinghan immediately realized that the two people were poisoned by the mushrooms they ate. "Honey, call an ambulance first." "Good." Nan Xian took out his cell phone and went to make a call. Huang Mao was surrounded by customers and was asking for an explanation. Seeing that he had a good attitude just now, Su Qinghan ran over to help. The two of them were poisoned by eating the wild mushrooms they brought. It has nothing to do with this barbecue restaurant. "Who are you? What nonsense are you talking about as a little girl? You have nothing to do here. Why, do you want to default on your debt?" Su Qinghan was very indignant. These people obviously wanted to dine and freeload, and not only that, they also wanted compensation. Having loved to stand up for the weak since she was young, she certainly wouldn't tolerate such people. "What if I just defaulted?" The burly man in the lead pushed Su Qinghan and spoke viciously. Nan Xian was furious when he saw this scene after finishing the call. Su Qinghan was his Achilles heel. Nan Xian rushed forward and threw him over his shoulder, saying angrily, "If you dare to attack me again, I will break your hand." Seeing that Nan Xian was a martial artist, the strong man could only give in. He apologized obediently, "I'm sorry, I was blind." Then Nan Xian glanced at those who were stirring up trouble and said coldly, "That table got poisoned by eating mushrooms they brought with them. If you don't believe me, you can go and see. If you dare to eat a free meal, you have to see if I agree or not." One of the men, seeing that he could not get any benefit, gave in and said, "We have been eating for so long and nothing happened, so the skewers must be fine. Yes, you can see from their appearance that they are poisoned by eating wild mushrooms." Then everyone saw the woman grabbing the air and saying, "Yeah, elf. Ouch, I can't catch this. Hey, don't run, don't run." Her boyfriend ate more mushrooms and thought he was in a disco, jumping around and shouting, "Big, big, big, big. Tonight the stars are shining. I love you so much. Ma what plum? Ma dongmei." Chapter 91, Red Umbrella, White Pole, lie down together after eating. Seeing the two people's strange behavior, people around them stopped to watch. "What's wrong with them? Why does that guy look crazy? That girl doesn't look very smart, there's no elf there. Young people really know how to have fun." When young people passing by saw this, they should not panic, but take out their mobile phones to take a video. I wonder what they will feel when they see their own videos online when they recover. Soon the ambulance arrived in time and they carried the two people into the car.
The rescuers were experienced, and when they learned that the two men behaved like that after eating mushrooms, they immediately concluded that it was a poisonous mushroom.
Don't eat this mushroom. It's poisonous.
Yes, yes, yes. Huang Mao quickly agreed and picked up the poisonous mushrooms. When the others saw that the medical staff said so, they naturally had nothing to say and just ate and drank as usual. Watching the ambulance leaving, Su Qinghan said with a smile, "Red umbrella, white pole, let's lie down together after eating."
After hearing this, Nan Xian quickly covered his wife's mouth and said, "Wife, your mouth seems to be blessed. It's not appropriate to speak today." Su Qinghan pried open Nan Xian's fingers in disbelief and said with a pout, "Nonsense. I said it was windy, could she blow it?" As soon as she finished speaking, an evil wind blew. If foreigners saw it, the fact that the Chinese people knew magic would no longer be hidden. Su Qinghan still didn't believe it. She shouted to the sky, "How about you do it in the next?" Before she could finish, her husband's hand blocked her mouth again. Then Nan Xian said with a sad face, "Wife, we don't have an umbrella." "Oh, he. Su Qinghan nodded and smiled. Nan Xian and Su Qinghan couldn't eat anymore, so they called Huang Mao over. "Brother Nan, what's the matter? How much is it?" Huang Mao quickly refused.
If Nanqing and Su Qinghan hadn't helped him out, he didn't know how much money he would have to pay.
"Brother Nan, how can I take your money? I won't take the money anyway."
Although Huang Mao was a little afraid of Nanqing, he felt that he was right in this matter.
Seeing Huang Mao's stubborn attitude, Nan Xian could only give up.
Looking at the remaining skewers on the plate, he said, "Then heat these skewers for me."
"Okay, Brother Nan."
After Huang Mao left, Nanqing took out 500 yuan from his pocket and put it under the plate, then took Su Qinghan's hand and left. At the same time, a mechanical prompt sounded in Nan Xian's mind.
Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Sign-in location, barbecue stall. Sign-in reward, Henteing Manor. Henteing Manor? What does it do? Nan Xian's mind was full of questions. It seemed that he could only find out by going there.
When Huang Mao heated up the skewers and took them out, the two men were nowhere to be seen. When he was cleaning up the plates, he also found the 500 yuan that Nan Xian had placed there.
At this moment, he was very grateful to Nan Xian for the lesson he had taught him.
On the other side, Su Qinghan lay down on the sofa as soon as he got home. It was most comfortable to lie down after having just finished a meal.
While Nan Xian was running a bath, Su Qinghan had nothing to do, so he opened Douyin.
As she was scrolling, she saw a funny piece of news and hurried to share it with Nanqing.
"Hubby, let me tell you something interesting. Do you remember when we went to Balenciaga to buy stockings this afternoon and met those people who were putting together stockings? Remember, what's wrong?"
Su Qinghan chuckled and said immediately, "Just now I was watching a video and saw someone reveal that one of the celebrities who competed for stockings had athlete's foot, and the other 32 celebrities were infected." Afterwards, the socialite was kicked out of the group chat and was exposed by the group owner, which led to this socialite being completely banned from the group buying circle.
Ha, isn't that funny?
Well, he's a talented person.
Nan Xian burst out laughing, and suddenly remembered Su Qinghan's complaint in the afternoon, "You're not afraid of athlete's foot. It seems my wife is very lucky today." Nan Xian was helpless and could only ask, "Wife, you should talk less today." Look, it has come true again. Oh my God, do I have special abilities? Don't let your imagination run wild, little fool. Hey, I understand.
You're afraid that I'll be caught and used as a guinea pig.
Nan Xian pretended to be angry and flicked Su Qinghan's head. "Don't talk nonsense."
"Yes, husband."
Su Qinghan smiled. Everything that happened today was just a coincidence.
Seeing the strong wind whistling outside the window, she decided to verify it again. Let the strong wind blow and blow until it blows to the land of cherry blossoms where people are living a good life. After whispering this, Su Qinghan saw that the bath water in the bathtub was already full, and her little hands began to move out of control.
"Honey, let me help you undress." "No, I can do it myself." "No, let me do it."
In the end, Su Qinghan looked like he had succeeded in his evil plan.
This was the right way to go. It was best for two people to take a bath together.
From the bathroom to the bedroom, Su Qinghan took out a few packs of stockings.
I don't know if the stockings are of good quality. I can't help but tear them. The next day,
when the two woke up, the sun was shining outside the window and the cloudy sky had turned clear. There were even pieces of stockings scattered all over the bedroom. It turns out that Balenciaga's stockings are hard to tear, but they are very convenient.
Su Qinghan slept very late last night and was too sleepy to get up. Nan Xin said gently in her ear, "Little fool, hurry up and get up. Our friends are coming to our house today." Su Qinghan muttered while hugging the quilt, "Come on."
At this time, in her opinion, the quilt was still small and could not be separated from her.
Nan Xin looked at the scraps of cloth below, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, "There are stockings all over the floor of our house."
Anyway, I don't care.
It's love between men and women. I just don't know if my wife is thick-skinned enough. Honey, hand me the clothes.
Su Qinghan suddenly sat up and shyly put on her clothes, but she forgot that her clothes were torn by Nan Xin yesterday. When she was done putting on her clothes, she realized that the zipper at the back wouldn't come up no matter how hard she tried. She frowned and pouted and said, "Honey, get me another piece of clothing.
This skirt is broken." "Good." Nan Xin responded quickly, it was his fault.
After putting on their clothes, the two cleaned up the room, put away the sexy panties hanging in the bedroom, and then went out. They had agreed to treat everyone at home at noon, so the two prepared to go out to buy ingredients.
For the sake of convenience, Nan Xin suggested going to the supermarket in the community.
This time Su Qinghan did not stop him, because the cost of going to a supermarket outside would be about the same including the gas money. The supermarket in the community is quite large, with all kinds of products, and there are also many fruits and vegetables that cannot be seen in other supermarkets. The two came to the vegetable section and looked at the various vegetables on the shelves.
There were many that Su Qinghan didn't recognize. "Honey, why does this cauliflower look so good?" "That's called pagoda flower." "Hey!
These vegetables are so pretentious."
"Are they called pagoda cauliflower because they look like pagodas?" "Wife, you are right." Chapter 92, so delicious that I can't stop eating. After buying groceries and returning home, Nan Xin began to prepare lunch.
Su Qinghan wanted to help, but seeing her clumsy appearance, he shook his head and smiled. "Wife, go and have fun.
I can do these."
"Good."
Su Qinghan agreed quickly, and it seemed like she was waiting for Nan Xin to say this. Seeing his wife's evil plan succeed, Nan Xin couldn't help laughing.
With nothing to do, she went to the balcony to water her flowers and plants, but she ignored the one belonging to Nanxin. At the same time, Guo Rong, Sun Yu, Sun Miling, and her boyfriend arrived at the gate of the community.
The security guard saw them looking around and asked, "Are you friends of Mr. Nanxin Nan?"
After you go in, keep walking and you will find the building in the middle."
A few people nodded with a smile and walked into the community. After entering, everyone was stunned. This is not a residential area, this is a paradise.
Sun Yu nodded in satisfaction, and admired in his heart, it is true that comparison makes one angry. Su Qinghan, who was playing on the balcony, saw the figures of several people coming and ran to the kitchen excitedly. "Honey, my roommates are here, I'll go downstairs to meet them."
"Go ahead, slow down." Hearing the answer, Su Qinghan skipped downstairs.
"Qinghan, your community environment is so good."
"Hey, it's okay." Then Su Qinghan led a few people back home. Although Nan Xin was busy in the kitchen, when he heard some noise outside the door, he came out to greet them. After all, when you invite someone to your home, you have to be enthusiastic. Just be at your leisure. "Okay, here are the fruits we brought. Come if you want, why bring anything?"
Su Qinghan said with a smile, and then her delicate little hands quickly took the fruit.
Nan Xin couldn't help but smile when he saw his wife's smooth movements.
He seemed to see the appearance of those relatives during the Chinese New Year. "You guys take a seat first, I'll go cook."
"Honey, you go and help too."
Lu Miling saw Nan Xin busying around alone, and also instructed her boyfriend Duan Jinyu.
"Yes." Duan Jinyu nodded. He cooked for himself when he lived outside anyway. He cooked so much, so this one meal wouldn't be a big deal. Besides, a bunch of girls were together, and he, a grown man, couldn't get a word in. When they came to the kitchen, Duan Jinyu and Nanxin were not familiar with each other, so he greeted them awkwardly. "My name is Duan Jinyu." "Nan Xin." Nan Xin said with a smile.
Duan Jinyu wanted to help, but when he saw the strange vegetables on the table, he said he had never seen them before. He said awkwardly, "Tell me what to do and I will help you." "Okay, just break this and wash it." After a while, Su Bingbing and Guo Wei arrived, and even Nanxin's roommates arrived, and Sun Bafa also brought Xiaomeng over. Suddenly, the room was bustling with activity. It is worth mentioning that after Guowei arrived, he was also driven to the kitchen by Su Bingbing. Look, a group of women gathered together, laughing and talking, and they quickly became friends.
The boys followed Nan Xian into the kitchen. They were amazed at Nan Xian's smooth cooking. Just watching Nan Xian cook was a visual enjoyment. There is strength in numbers.
As noon approaches, the table is filled with a variety of delicious dishes. Su Qinghan led a group of girls and sat at the dinner table. They didn't need to be urged. The rice was served on the table, and Nan Xian led a group of boys to take their seats. Now the table was divided into two camps, men and women.
Nan Xian raised his cup and looked at everyone and said, "Thank you all for coming to my home. Enjoy your meal and drink. Start." Seeing that everyone was eager to try, Nan Xian finished speaking quickly.
But Lu Bin quickly interrupted everyone. Everyone wait, I'll take a TikTok video. No, I'll show off and take some photos too.
Me too. Even Su Qinghan joined in the fun.
It would be a shame if her husband didn't show off the huge table of food he cooked. Su Bingbing looked puzzled. She had never heard of Douyin.
Sister Han, what is TikTok?
A software that can be used to post daily tasks. I'll download one for you after dinner.
Su Bingbing nodded.
As a web surfing girl, she would not allow herself to be unaware of any interesting things.
After the crazy photo taking, they pounced on their prey like hungry wolves.
The aroma that comes out from time to time when cooking is enough to make everyone salivate, and now you can finally put it in your mouth. Su Bingbing took a bite of the pagoda vegetables, chewed them, and gave Nan Xian a thumbs up. Brother-in-law Han, your cooking is damn delicious.
Hey hey. Everyone was stunned at first, then burst into laughter.
It was the first time they heard such praise. However, after experiencing Nanshin's craftsmanship, everyone exclaimed in amazement.
Brother Nan, you are awesome, you hide your talents. I think you are the best chef. It tastes better than what my chef makes.
The last bite of this pagoda cauliflower is mine, don't fight with me.
Yes, yes, it tastes delicious. Hearing everyone's praise, Nan Xian nodded with a smile, saying that it was mainly due to the system.
When Su Qinghan saw everyone praising her husband, she couldn't stop smiling. She was very happy that her husband's excellence was praised by others.
Then Su Qinghan put a piece of meat into Nanshin's bowl and said with a smile, "Hubby, you've worked hard. It's okay. It's what I should do." Nan Xian said this lovingly. Su Bingbing and Lu Miling saw the two showing off their love and finally remembered their boyfriends.
They also contributed their part.
"Honey, eat more. Xiao Weizi, give it to me, eat it."
Feeling their girlfriend's sudden concern, the two were a little flattered. At this moment, they really wanted to blink to show that they were threatened. Compared to them, Xia Meng was a little quiet. Sun Baofa was afraid that she was not full, so he kept picking food for her, making her face red.
Okay, no need to clamp it. Then eat more.
Looking at these couples, the four single guys felt a little uncomfortable.
Can they still eat this meal? If Nanshin tried to cook something unpalatable, they would put down their chopsticks, but since he cooked so deliciously, they simply couldn't stop eating. What's dog food? Rice is the most important thing.
Soon all the plates on the table had been cleared away by them.
You know, Nan Xian cooked more than 20 dishes.
He thought these were more than enough, but it seems he underestimated them.
If you're not full, I'll cook a few more dishes. Don't. No. I can't eat anymore. I'm too full.
What Nanshin didn't know was that they finished the dishes because they didn't want to waste such delicious food.
If Nanshin cooked a few more dishes, they would not be able to resist eating them, and their stomachs would explode. Chapter 93, Get full marks for singing in KTV and get 1,000 bottles of beer?
After dinner, everyone was not idle. Probably the boys were not idle. They were responsible for cleaning the dining table and the kitchen. The girls gathered together to discuss various gossips about celebrities and internet celebrities. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Qinghan also downloaded TikTok to Su Bingbing's phone. After watching a few videos, she became addicted. When she saw a video later, she said happily, "Sisters, yesterday, the Sakura country, which was living a good life, was hit by a typhoon of more than 10 levels."
What? Su Qinghan was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect that what he said yesterday would come true. It seems that he should keep a low profile in the future. When everyone heard this, although it seemed a bit unfair, they applauded.
Afterwards, the boy finished cleaning and saw that there were no seats on the sofa, so he sat on the mat in front, which fully demonstrated his status in the family. It would be best to go out and have fun right after dinner, otherwise it would be too uncomfortable for them as a couple.
Lubin immediately suggested. How about we go to KTV? Yeah, I think so. Okay, I haven't sung for a long time. Walk.
Although it was Lubin who proposed it, all the girls agreed because the boys had just finished cleaning and were not yet fully recovered.
Except for Lubin, no one else said anything.
The men who had relationships were immediately threatened by their girlfriends.
Su Bingbing, Xiao Weizi, I'm only asking you one question, do you want to go? Go away, go, go, go. Since you're going, of course I have to go too.
Lu Miling, honey, I want to go sing.
Can you accompany me? Duan Jinyu, okay, I didn't say I want to go. Su Qinghan, husband. Nan Xian, wife, I understand everything, let us go. In order to prevent Su Qinghan from asking, Nan Xian quickly agreed. Finally, Zhang Hao saw that everyone else was going, so if he didn't go himself, wouldn't it seem too unsociable?
Huawei came by car today, so it was possible for so many people to take 2 cars.
Nan Xian searched for the nearest KTV, and then they set off.
The destination was just over 3 kilometers away from Nanxin's home, and we arrived there in a short while.
Today is Saturday, and I didn't expect there to be so many people in the afternoon. As soon as they came in, a man in a suit and tie walked over to the crowd and said, "Welcome, are you guys in the private room?" There are so many people that there is no room for small bags.
Looking at so many people, Nan Xian immediately said, 10 servings of fruit plate, melon seeds, and popcorn.
Nan Xian did not order any wine or the like, as they probably couldn't drink much after just finishing their meal.
After the order was placed, the supervisor led everyone to the private room. After entering, they found that the dim light was not very friendly for single people. Just after we sat down, fruit plates and snacks were served to the table.
So Su Qinghan dragged Nan Xian to sing. Unfortunately, the phone in Nan Xian's trouser pocket rang.
He frowned and said, "Wife, it's too noisy here."
"I'm going out to answer the phone." "Okay, go ahead."
Then Nan Xian walked out and saw that the number above showed the location of origin was in Shanghai.
He thought it should be a call from Hentaying Manor. Walking to a quiet place, Nan Xian answered the phone and heard a respectful voice on the other end. "Hello, Mr. Nan. I am the manager of Hentaying Villa.
When will you come to sign the acquisition contract?"
Linny thought about the class schedule for next week and said, "The day after tomorrow afternoon." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, the manager was a little confused as to why the boss would be willing to sell Hentaying Highlands. "You know, only the rich and powerful can come here.
Spending hundreds or tens of millions on a meal is nothing, because if you spend 5 million you can experience the treatment of Emperor Qianlong, if you spend 10 million you can experience the treatment of Li Shimin, and if you spend 30 million you can experience the treatment of Qin Shi Huang. Although a meal is expensive, reservations at Hentaying Highlands are already booked up for 3 months into the future." And the manager was also curious about who the new boss was. After Nan Xian finished his call, he returned to the private room and was pulled over by everyone. "Brother Nan, show us your singing skills. It's time for you to perform. Hubby, come here quickly. Just sing whatever you are good at." The people around immediately surrounded Nan Xian, but Nan Xian sensed something unusual. "No, it's a fraud. Forget it, I won't sing anymore, just have fun." "No. Forget it, brother Nan, I'll tell you the truth. When I was looking for a song just now, there was an event where anyone who could sing it with full marks would be given 1,000 bottles of beer." "Where?" Nan Xian was suspicious. There was actually such an activity. It must be a scam. Then Lubin brought Nan Xian to the song selecting machine, and it turned out to be true. Nan Xian looked at everyone's expectant eyes and nodded. He frowned and said, "I'll give it a try." The scoring of this kind of song selection machine is not very accurate. Even the Phoenix band couldn't get full marks. Su Qinghan blinked and made a cheering gesture. "Husband, you have to do your best." "Okay, then I'll sing you a confession balloon." "Aha!" Su Qinghan looked shy and nodded with a smile. When others saw this, they thought they were going to show off their love. Then Su Qinghan obediently ran to her roommate, as she was afraid of disturbing Nanxin. "Qinghan, you two are really good at making things happen." "Oh, Nan Xian is confessing his love to you."
Sister Han, brother-in-law Han is so romantic. I envy you so much. Hey, start singing, shh.
Immediately afterwards, Nan Xin picked up the microphone and looked at the lyrics while looking at Su Qinghan. Coffee on the left bank of the Seine, I taste your beauty with a cup in my hand, and leave lip prints on my lips.
Whose name was written wrong on the rose in the flower shop?
The confession balloon was blown across the street by the wind, and the smile flew in the sky.
You said you were a little hard to pursue, and you wanted me to back off. My dear, I fell in love with you from that day on. It was sweet and easy. Dear, don't let your eyes say I do. Nan Xin got full marks from the beginning of the singing to now. Guests passing by Nan Xin's box would stop when they heard the singing. Could this sound be J-Cho coming? It's so beautiful, it makes me want to fall in love. Let me hear it, too.
A large group of people stopped at the door. As they scrambled to get to the door of the private room was opened and more guests poured in.
Su Qinghan and his group were so immersed in the music that they didn't react at all. My dear, I fell in love with you from that day on. It was sweet and easy. Dear, don't let your eyes say I do. My dear, I fell in love with you. Love diary, memories of perfume. A whole bottle of dreams with you in it, stirred together. Dear, don't let your eyes say I do. After saying this, Nan Xin held Su Qinghan's hand and said affectionately, Wife, this song is for you. P.S. The plot requires it, I don't feel like writing lyrics, please forgive me. Chapter 94 Police, I report that there are durian mangoes in the women's restroom. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss.
Su Qinghan felt shy when she saw people around her making a fuss. Since her husband was boldly expressing his love to her, she also wanted to respond actively.
She stood on tiptoes and kissed Nan Xin on the lips. Honey, thank you, I like it very much.
After saying that, Su Qinghan put his arms around Nan Xin's waist.
Quack, quack.
Looking at the two people hugging each other affectionately, there was applause and cheers all around. In addition to the friends present, there was also a group of people watching Nan Xin's performance, and some even just posted a video of Nan Xin singing on TikTok. When the two came to their senses, they realized that they were being watched by so many people.
Ah! In my arms. Nan Xin saw that Su Qinghan was shy.
Being surrounded by so many people, his wife's face must have been as red as a monkey's butt. The singing is over and the score for Confession Balloon has come out, full marks.
The manager was surprised to see the 99-point record broken backstage.
He knew that even if the original singer came, he might not get full marks. Then he saw the box number above and came over. When he got to the door, he found that there were many people inside. The manager looked at Nan Xin holding the microphone and walked up to him with a smile. Hello, I am Chen Zihan, the manager of the Wandering Moonlight KTV.
Congratulations on breaking the record. 1,000 bottles of beer will be delivered to you right away.
Nanshin nodded, and the manager told the waiters to start moving beer to Nanshin's private room.
Then they delivered boxes one by one.
The guests passing by thought they had a huge amount of beer, but when they learned that they got it through singing, they all showed envious expressions.
I, the little queen of Magic City, can do it, too. The slacker requests to join the fight.
Let's go quickly, just in case a pie falls from the sky.
Hey, singing is conditional, you have to get full marks. Nan Xin stopped singing, and the guests in the room left.
1,000 bottles of beer were piled on the floor, and Lubin directly opened a box and put it in front of himself. Everyone has a girlfriend, and Su Qinghan's roommate doesn't drink either, so Lubin pulled Zhang Hao aside and they drank from each other.
Howsy, tell me, why don't we have girlfriends? Alas, even outstanding people can't find a partner. Let's stop talking nonsense. Cheers. Nan Xin looked at the two men drinking dejectedly and shook his head with a wry smile.
It would be strange if the two of them could find a partner except in the internet cafe or the classroom. After a while, the ground was covered with wine bottles.
Lubin stood up tremblingly and prepared to go to the toilet.
Seeing this, Nan Xin was ready to help him go, but he refused arrogantly.
No, I'm not drunk. I can go by myself. Seeing that Lubin was still somewhat conscious, Nan Xin let go of his arm.
After leaving the box, Lubin searched for a long time before he found the bathroom. But there was no clear sign on the door saying male or female, so based on the rule that men go on the left and women go on the right, he walked into the left side. After entering, Lubin opened the toilet door.
It's ridiculous, how can there be girls in the men's restroom?
He wondered in confusion.
You!
The squatting girl screamed in fear, then quickly stood up and pulled up her pants, with a look of shyness and anger on her face.
She had never imagined that there would still be hooligans breaking into the women's restroom nowadays. And he also let himself run into it?
Lubin thought he was hallucinating because of drinking, so he walked forward and tried to touch it to see if it was real or not.
The girl didn't expect that the pervert nowadays is so bold.
She saw him walking towards her with a smile, but she was not one of those weak and timid girls. She threw Lubin to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Lying on the ground, Lubin realized that what he saw was real, and then he fainted.
You are unlucky to run into my aunt today.
Seeing Liu Mong lying motionless on the ground, the girl proudly took out her cell phone from her pocket and called Yaoling.
Hey, police officer, I want to call the police. There are durian mangoes in the women's room.
In the other box, Sun Yu had already eaten a lot at noon, and after eating the fruit plate and popcorn here, his stomach could no longer bear it. Suddenly she had a stomachache and she pulled Guo Rong beside her face showing pain.
Xiao Rong, do you want to go to the bathroom? Well, go get one. Go, I can't hold it any longer.
Guo Rong ate a lot, but she didn't eat to the point where she had a stomachache. However, girls go to the toilet in groups, so the two of them hit it off. Sun Yu pulled Guo Rong out of the private room quickly. When they came out, they saw two people in police uniforms taking a man away. Due to the dim lighting in the KTV, the man's appearance could not be seen clearly.
Then I heard the women coming out of the ladies' room talking about it. It's too unsafe these days, and durian mango is too bold. Whoever says it's not true should arrest them and punish them severely. I think I should be more careful when going to the toilet next time.
I put pepper spray in my bag. If he dares to show up, I will spray him to death. When Guo Rong and Sun Yu passed by, they felt a little scared after hearing what was said, because this was a KTV with more people coming and going.
Then Sun Yu tremblingly instructed Guo Rong. Xiao Rong, if you wanted to come out, you would have waited for me a while earlier. Okay, don't worry.
Guo Rong plucked up her courage, thinking that there might be no more durian mangoes. After a while, when the two came out, they were afraid that someone was following them, so they trotted all the way into the box. Su Qinghan looked at the two people in a hurry and felt a little confused.
Could it be that there was a hungry wolf chasing them? Xiaorong, yeah, what happened to you two? Qinghan, we just saw the police arrest Duameng.
I brought it out from the ladies' room.
It's so creepy.
You must be careful when you go to the bathroom.
The women thought about it and then nodded. They ate, drank, sang, and stopped thinking about the problem of durian mangoes.
After a long time, when everyone couldn't sing anymore, they all leaned back on the sofa. Only Lu Bin and Zhang Hao drank the beer, no one else did.
Duan Jinyu looked at the many boxes of beer left in front of him with a worried look on his face.
He and Lu Meiling had some serious business to attend to soon, and was afraid that Nanxin and the others would not be able to move, so he asked.
Nanxin, Meiling, and I will be leaving soon. What are you going to do with all this beer? After thinking for a moment, Nan Xin asked everyone, does anyone want beer? Everyone shook their heads. Nan Xin was surprised. Do boys nowadays not drink? Of course he would drink, but he just didn't like it. Then give it to someone else. Since everyone is exhausted, shall we make an appointment next time? Good. Can.
The friends agreed quickly. It seemed that they had been waiting for Nan Xin to say this.
Those who had girlfriends left first, and Su Qinghan's roommates didn't want to be a dazzling light bulb.
In the end, only Zhang Hao was left, sleeping soundly on the sofa.
Nan Xin shook him. Haozi, wake up, wake up. Ha? Withdrawn? Where's Binzi?
After hearing Zhang Hao's question, Nan Xin noticed that Lu Bin had not returned since he went out to the bathroom, so he quickly called Lu Bin.
Binzi, where are you? Did you fall into the toilet? Your friend is in the police station now. Chapter 95, Stupid. You broke into the women's restroom? Your friend is at the police station. If it's convenient, please come over. Nan Xinyan was shocked and looked at the mobile phone number again. Was he sure he had dialed the wrong number? Hello, you are. My name is Li Yan, I'm a police officer from the Hongqi Subdistrict Police Station, and your friend wants to speak to you.
Then, there was a rustling sound from the other end of the phone, followed by Lu Bin's voice.
Brother Nan, come and rescue me. What did you do? Don't ask, It's a misunderstanding, come quickly. All right. Nan Xin hung up the phone and was a little confused. What on earth did Binzi do wrong that is so difficult to talk about? Hey, saving lives is important.
At the same time, a mechanical prompt sounded in Nan Xin's mind.
Ding. The sign-in system is starting. Check-in location, walking in the moonlight, KTV. Sign-in reward, classical instrument mastery. Nan Xin fully suspected that the system wanted him to enter the entertainment industry, but he had no such intention.
Compared to being an artist, he preferred to be a boss. Without time to think, several people rushed to the Hongqi Street police station. On the other side, Lu Bin was almost sober, and there were 2 policemen sitting in front of him.
Name: Lu Bin. Gender. The police officer asked one question and he answered respectfully. To be honest, he was still a little confused. He clearly went to the toilet, so how did he find himself in the police station after waking up? And he remembered that it was the girl who entered the men's restroom. Do you know what you have done wrong? I don't know. Then tell me how you ended up in the ladies' room? Ha? Isn't this the men's room? Lu Bin was shocked after hearing this. Now he finally knew why he was sitting here. He then quickly explained to the police. That policeman, it's like this. So you didn't mean it? It's absolutely true. Even if you lend me the courage, I wouldn't dare to do it. No, I wouldn't dare to do it at all. After a long interrogation, the police saw that Lu Bin was not lying. Seeing that he was young, they warned him, "Young man, don't drink so much next time. Although you didn't mean to, you did affect the girl. Apologize sincerely when you get out. Just wait for your friend to take you away." Yes, thank you, police officer. Lu Bin quickly bowed and thanked him. It was really terrifying to be questioned all the time. He swore that he would never drink too much again. On the other side, the girl was sitting outside waiting for the interrogation results. Lu Bin came out and walked to her nervously. Seeing the girl's ferocious face, Lu Bin was really afraid that the girl would throw him over her shoulder again, knowing that he was in pain all over. I'm sorry, I drank too much and walked into the women's restroom by mistake. It really wasn't intentional. I'm really not a hooligan, you have to believe me. You really didn't mean it? Really not. Lu Bin waved his hands hurriedly. He had never held a girl's hand since he was a child, but he was actually treated as a hooligan. It was even more unfair than Doi. Seeing that Lu Bin didn't seem to be lying, the girl smiled and said, "Okay, I believe you." Thank you, thank you. Lu Bin, like a fool, bowed and thanked him. The conversation between the two was heard clearly by the group of people who had just entered the room. After hearing this, Zhang Hao laughed at Lu Bin. Binzi actually got drunk and went to the women's restroom, and was caught as a hooligan. This is really outrageous. It turns out that the person Yeye and the others saw being taken away by the police was Lu Bin. I just want to say that Binzi is really a tiger. After they finished speaking, they laughed unkindly. Lu Bin hurried over after hearing the familiar voice. His face turned red. This matter was embarrassing enough, but he didn't expect to be discovered. What did you hear? We heard everything we should and shouldn't have heard. Zhang Hao was so mean. As brothers, they just laugh at each other. Although it was a ridiculous thing he did, Lu Bin really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He also wanted Nan Xin to take him back without anyone noticing, but he didn't expect the truth to be revealed. Nan Xin saw Lu Bin blushing and lowering his head, so he stood up. Okay, I've signed, let's go. Aha! Lu Bin nodded quickly. He really didn't want to come to the police station again. After getting in the car, Lu Bin leaned against the window. At the intersection, he saw that the girl had hailed several taxis but none of them stopped, and this place was quite remote. He stopped the car out of guilt for the girl. Brother Nan, stop for a moment. If it's on the way, can we take that girl with us? Okay. Nan Xin nodded, thinking this was a form of compensation, and he parked the car next to the girl. Lu Bin stuck his head out, waved at the girl, and asked shyly, "Where are you going?" "If it's on your way, we can take you with us." When she saw a girl in the car, she thought they were probably not bad people. If they were really mistaken, then her kung fu was not to be underestimated, so she let down her guard. Magic City University. We are also students of Magic City University. Let's get in the car. Oh. The girl didn't expect it to be such a coincidence.
Seeing that there was relatively no one around, she got on the bus with gritted teeth, thinking that as long as she didn't eat or drink the food given to her, it would be fine. Lubin made room for her inside. After all, their acquaintance was rather awkward and they really had nothing to talk about. The car was unusually quiet, and it was Su Qinghan who broke the silence. "Classmate, what year are you in?"
"Sophomore, School of Accounting."
"Oh, I know, Shanwan studied this."
"Huh? You know her?" "She's in our dormitory." "Yes, we are all members of the student union." When the girl saw that there was someone they knew, she immediately felt more at ease, and the atmosphere in the car became much better. According to the girl, her name is Fong Tian and she came out to play with her friends today. Gradually, the few of them became more and more familiar with each other, and the misunderstanding had long been forgotten. Lu Bin and Fong Tian also added each other on WeChat, which shows that they became friends after fighting. Half an hour later, Nan Xin dropped them off at the school gate and left. Nan Xin then parked the car on the side of the road. It was a little early to go home, so he asked Su Qinghan, "Wife, where do you want to go for a walk?" "I don't know. Why don't we just walk around and enjoy the breeze? It's quite comfortable." Su Qinghan smiled. She had been in Shanghai for several years. Except for the days she spent with Nan Xin, she had not gone out to play much at other times. It was because she had two roommates who were rather homebodies. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory 308, Sun Yu and Guo Rong sneezed in succession. They rubbed their noses and ignored it. Then, two tigresses in the dormitory showed their power. "I swear I won't sleep if I can't win back the lost stars today. Marco, I'm going to fight you." Chapter 96: The Goose That Can Pick the Circle. Nan Xin started the car and had been driving for a while. While waiting for the traffic light, Su Qinghan was surprised to find a large park in front of him, which seemed quite lively. She likes places with a lot of people. Su Qinghan raised her jade finger and pointed to the left front, her eyes sparkling. "Husband, let's go over there and take a look." "Okay." After passing the traffic light, Nan Xin parked the car on the side of the road and took Su Qinghan's hand and walked into the park. After entering, I found that the park was very large and there were a lot of people inside, with many children running around. There were also luminous toys for sale at the stalls in the park, but the ones that attracted Su Qinghan the most were the ring-tossing ones. As there were many people in the park and many people were watching the ring-tossing game nearby, Su Qinghan pulled Nan Xin to the innermost part. "Honey, look, there's a set of big geese. Goose meat should be delicious." Looking at the big goose with snow-white feathers squatting on the chair, Su Qinghan swallowed. "Well, goose stewed in an iron pot. Honey, do you want to eat?" "It's okay." Su Qinghan smiled and kept his eyes on the big goose. Then a middle-aged man next to him bought 50 rings directly. Judging from his appearance, he was also going for the big goose. The boss was a smart guy. After the customer bought the trap, he told the customer, "If you want to trap my goose, you have to hang 2 traps around the goose's neck. You can't take the trap unless you take off the trap." People watching the fun around started talking about what the boss said. This boss really knows how to do business. There is no business without fraud. Just take a look, don't take it seriously. The middle-aged man seems to be an expert in this area. There is a mobile phone next to him that is taking pictures of him. It seems that he should be an anchor or internet celebrity. After he got the circle, he said to the phone, "Dear family members, today we will teach this boss a lesson." Then the live broadcast room was filled with comments like, "Brother Quan, let's see your performance. Come on. After the set is done, I'll give you a good health treatment." Then Brother Quan started to perform. He had heard that this big goose was very smart, so today he came to see it for himself. A trap was set, but the goose took it away. The goose must have been trained by the boss. It hides when it sees the circle coming. It is very flexible. After 50 circles, although all of them were hit, they were all picked out by the goose without exception. This directly confused Brother Quan. He wanted to teach his boss a lesson, but unexpectedly he was taught a lesson by Big Goose instead. After it was over, the boss walked up to Brother Quan provocatively and said, "Little brother, do you still want to use condoms? 50 more laps." Brother Quan was arguing with the goose. He didn't believe that he couldn't catch a big goose today. Later, the boss came over with 50 circles, smiling. The goose picked out 1, 2, 3 circles each. It must be said that the goose seemed to have become a spirit.
After a short rest, the boss came to the goose with a cup of water, smiling happily, and touched its head. "Drink some water, you will pick the ring again later." After drinking enough water, the big goose immediately became motivated. Facing the ring attack from the circle brother, it began to dodge the ring. After being caught by one or two circles, it would be picked off by the big goose. Later, Brother Quan tried to catch hundreds of them, but still failed to catch the big goose. It was really hard to get rid of it. Brother Quan and the fans in the live broadcast room smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect that after 3 years of circling, I was taught a lesson by the big goose." The fans in the live broadcast room saw the ring throwing scene clearly and they all flooded the screen with messages. "It's okay. This goose has become a spirit. This is called the devil is always stronger than the righteousness. Goose. You want to eat me? No way. Goose, you are setting a trap, but I am losing my life." When Nan Xin saw Su Qinghan concentrating on playing the ring toss, he knew that she also wanted to try it. You know, she loved these things the most when she was little, and was most interested in things like popping balloons, throwing dolls, and archery. Every year when the temple fair comes, Su Qinghan drags Nanxin to play. Seeing that his wife wanted to play, Nan Xin encouraged her, "Honey, if you want to play, just try it. It doesn't matter if you fail. I haven't played for a long time, so I'm not good at it. It would be embarrassing if I couldn't catch anyone. It's okay. I'm here with you. Then, how about giving it a try?" Su Qinghan's eyes lit up. In fact, she still wanted to play. With Nan Xion's support, she called out to the boss. "Boss, give me 50 laps." "Okay, but little girl, you have to lasso the goose in 2 hoops without the goose removing the hoops." "No." Su Qinghan nodded and took the hoop. As he hadn't played with it for a long time, he tried more than 20 hoops but didn't hit any of them. Alas, it really doesn't work. Not to mention the goose. She was a little discouraged. Seeing how incompetent she was, some people around her left. When the ring-tossing boss saw that Su Qinghan's ring-tossing skills were not very good, the corners of his mouth rose with pride, and he thought to himself that it was really easy to make money. After 50 hoops, Su Qinghan didn't catch anything. Then the boss came over with a proud look on his face. "Little girl, are you coming? I'll give you 10 more laps this time. Come on, I will fight you to the end." Seeing the boss's arrogant attitude, Su Qinghan was instantly irritated. He had to get something for free, otherwise there would be no way to end this. "Hubby, you have to cheer me up." "Good. Teach the boss a lesson this time." Nan Xin smiled. His wife was really naive. The boss was obviously trying to provoke her, but she still bumped into him. However, his wife was still quite cute. Now Su Qinghan has become extremely serious, but the results are somewhat disappointing. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Nan Xion's mind. Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Sign-in location, Berry Park. Sign-in reward, hit the target sticker. Reward description, the reward is limited to 1 hour, the host can receive the stickers by thinking. Southern News said, "I have to say the system is so considerate, it really gives you what you need. I originally just wanted to have some fun, but now I can teach my boss a lesson." A thought flashed through his mind, and a cartoon sticker appeared out of thin air in his hand. Looking at Su Qinghan's stubborn look, Nan Xian quietly put it on his wife's back. "Wife, after trying for so long, I believe you can do it." Su Qinghan nodded, and the boss next to him didn't care after hearing it. He has been setting up stalls for more than 10 years, and he can recognize an expert from a novice at a glance. If Su Qinghan can catch something with his skills, he will lose. After a cold snort, the boss sat on the chair, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Unexpectedly, Su Qinghan put a circle directly into the piggy bank. After the trap was successful, Su Qinghan happily jumped onto Nan Xian and said, "Honey, it was successful. Am I awesome?" "Awesome, my wife is the best. Tell me what you like, I'll give it to you, I think I can always hit the target." After hearing this, the boss walked up to Su Qinghan and said, "Little girl, these are child's play. Why don't you try the big goose at the back?" Chapter 97 Big Goose, you are noble, you are amazing. "That's fine, husband. Wait until I get the hook, and then we can stew the goose in an iron pot." "Okay, little greedy cat." Nan Xian smiled but said nothing. He was afraid that the big goose was destined to be served on the dinner table today. Afterwards, Su Qinghan threw it, and although he hit the target, the big goose could not pick the circle. When the boss saw this, he laughed out loud. The goose that Su Qinghan caught was the smartest one and had been following him for more than a year. He believed that Su Qinghan couldn't get the big goose away. After putting on many hoops, they were all taken off by the goose without exception.
After seeing this, Nan Xin whispered something in Su Qinghan's ear. She looked puzzled and said, "Is this feasible?" "You'll know after you try it." Su Qinghan was skeptical.
She took out a handful of circles and threw them all over.
She hit the target every time. All the circles were caught on the goose's neck.
Although the goose could pick the circles off, there were so many that it couldn't pick them all off. When the boss saw this, he looked embarrassed. Now he just hoped that the goose would take off all the hoops.
But Su Qinghan did not give it this opportunity and directly launched a fierce attack on the big goose.
After a while, there were still 5 or 6 circles on the big goose's neck. After confirming that the goose was in his pocket, Su Qinghan smiled and said, "Oh, my luck is so good that nothing can stop it."
"You are so lucky, little girl. There are a few geese behind you. Why don't you try again?" "Okay, let's do 300 circles directly." "Okay."
The boss agreed quickly.
He didn't believe that Su Qinghan's luck would always be so good.
Because Su Qinghan had just caught the big goose, the people around him were immediately attracted and they were wondering if they could witness another exciting scene. Even Brother Quan, who had already been defeated, became interested when he heard that the big goose he had caught was caught by a little girl. Then, he said to the phone screen, "Family, let's go see what it looks like when passers-by catch a goose." I heard from them that the one who just caught the goose was a little girl. Even though he was taught a lesson by the big goose, Brother Quan was not angry, because the goose was too smart. When Brother Quan came to the stall again, Su Qinghan was surrounded by people behind him. He squeezed for a long time before he got to Su Qinghan. While the boss was still counting circles, Brother Quan and Su Qinghan greeted each other. "Girl, was that the goose you caught just now?" "Yeah, hey, you're the expert who just put the ring on me." "I'm not, I'm just playing with it." Brother Quan doesn't dare to call himself an expert now. He couldn't even hit the big goose just now, so how dare he show off in front of the girl? How many years have you been playing?" "Just played it." "Oh, that's amazing." He, who has been playing for 3 years, is not as good as someone who has just started. He doesn't even dare to ask any questions. It's so embarrassing. Afterwards, the boss prepared 300 circles, and Su Qinghan's target was the big goose at the back. Just following Nan Xian's advice, she took a handful of circles and threw them over. While the big goose was picking up the circles, she continued to throw the circles. In this way, the big goose was unable to take care of itself. When the people around saw Su Qinghan's operation, they were full of admiration. "I didn't expect this little girl to be so skilled. This is what a master does." "God, you are a female, you are so unfair. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also so good at catching hoops. Are you going to let her live?" Even Brother Quan looked at Su Qinghan with a new eye, and he praised her from the sidelines. "Girl, awesome." The boss next to him was already confused. He actually got another one? This was no longer a matter of luck. "I was so blind that I thought the little girl was a little white rabbit, but she turned out to be a big bad wolf." He now felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have provoked Su Qinghan in the first place. Now both big geese were trapped by her. The boss stood aside, looking at the piles of circles on his pole, then looked at the other 2 geese, and trembled with worry. "Oh. Little girl, hurry up. Just take down all the geese." Amid the crowd's cheers, Su Qinghan caught another big goose. She no longer had the same cheers as she had the first time, and getting the big goose in the trap seemed to be within her expectations. Staring at the last goose, she adjusted her posture and was about to take action. Now the boss couldn't sit still anymore and stepped forward to stop them. Without the arrogance he had at the beginning, the boss begged in a low voice, "Little girl, please stop cheating. I will return the money to you, okay? I only now realize how powerful you are. It's all my fault for being blind. I run a small business and I have to support my family. Would you please be so kind as to let me go?" Su Qinghan thought for a moment and decided that they were all out here to make money, so he might as well let them go. "All right, but the goose in the nest must be mine." "That's as I should, but will you sell the goose? It is not easy to tame a goose that can pick pens. It takes several years." Hearing that the boss wanted to buy big geese, Su Qinghan was interested. Although she wanted to eat goose meat, she didn't dare to touch such a fresh creature. But it's different when it's in the pot, because it's not killed by herself, and she will also say, stew it until it's softer so it's more flavorful.
That depends on whether your price is attractive enough. I'm a good goose. Come on, let's talk this way.
Su Qinghan first showed me that the goose was more expensive than me, but on the other hand he wanted a good price.
Seeing that there were many people around, the boss pulled Nan Xin and Su Qinghan aside. I am a real person.
You have 3 geese, and I am willing to pay 3,000 for them.
What do you think? Okay. Su Qinghan agreed on the spot.
3,000 yuan could buy her many meals of goose meat, and she knew the difference between one meal of goose meat and many meals of goose meat. After the boss counted the cash, he gave a total of 3,003, including the money for withdrawal. Although he was a little reluctant, that was a goose that knew how to pick the goose from the circle, and he believed that he would definitely get his money back. Holding the money in his hand, Su Qinghan said with a smile, "Boss, I wish you a prosperous business."
Thank you.
The boss smiled on the surface but was crying in his heart, thinking, how good it would have been if I had not done business with you in the first place. Now look what happens, we are back to the time before liberation. Looking at Su Qinghan and Nan Xian's departing backs, the boss finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the internet celebrity brother saw the two of them leaving, he quickly chased after them and said, "Sister, how did you practice that set of hoops?
It's so amazing. Can you teach me? I can pay the tuition. I just threw it casually. There's no technique. I don't seem to want to teach you."
Oh, so he's a talented player.
Brother Quan muttered something and left.
He felt that his kung fu was not good enough and thought about buying a big goose to practice at home. After the two of them got in the car, Su Qinghan took out the stack of money and counted it. He looked so happy, like a little money grubber.
Honey, it seems like we earned 3,003 without doing anything. Do you think the boss is extremely regretful? Well, it's all because my wife is so good. She never misses a shot. Hee hee, let's go eat the goose stewed in an iron pot. Chapter 98. Daughter, remember to take a detour when you see them. The next day. It was Zhang Xiaoxiao's birthday party.
After Su Qinghan and his roommates gathered together, they went to her house together.
Looking at the address she sent, Su Qinghan said softly, "Husband, the address is Tianbao Garden." Tianbao Jiayuan is relatively close to the city center, but not quite in the city center.
The housing prices there are not as high as those in Nanxin. Their place is a small Chinese-style villa, and the total cost is just over 10 million.
I parked the car on the side of the road in the community. The birthday party was full of people.
I was afraid that Zhang Xiaoxiao had called the whole class together. When she saw Su Qinghan and the others arrive, she said arrogantly, "Wow, you're here pretty early. The table is filled with pastries made by a 3-star Michelin chef. Please help yourself. After all, if you miss this opportunity, you will never have the chance to eat this kind of high-quality pastry again. I'll go and entertain them first, you guys can do whatever you want." After saying that, Zhang Xiaoxiao snorted and left. She just wanted to show her superiority in front of Su Qinghan and the people around her. When she saw her roommate's face turn red with anger, she realized that her goal was achieved. Among them, Sun Yu was particularly unhappy. If she wasn't a classmate, he would have beaten her to a pulp. "Qinghan, I think Zhang Xiaoxiao is just being sarcastic to us.
Why don't you put the gift down and let her keep mad at you?"
Yeah, we bought the gifts but didn't eat the cakes, so we are at a loss."
Yes, Qinghan is right. We should not only eat but also eat more. Under Su Qinghan's guidance, the faces of several roommates brightened up.
After all, no one can resist food.
Nan Xin, who was standing next to him, heard Su Qinghan's words.
Seeing that his wife was speaking in a set way, he felt relieved, but he still said with concern, "Wife, if you don't want to be here, let's leave, okay?"
"I know.
I think Zhang Xiaoxiao can never compare to me because I have a good husband."
Silly girl. Nan Xin rubbed Su Qinghan's little head and hugged her lovingly. Even the real couple Lu Miling and Duan Jinyu were severely fed.
Then Duan Jinyu took his girlfriend's hand and said with a smile, "Silly wife, go eat some cakes."
Not only girls went to the toilet in groups, but boys did too.
This was the first time Duan Jinyu came to such a place, except for Nanxin's house. He drank a little too much and was afraid of making a fool of himself, so he dragged Nanxin along. Lu Miling and Su Qinghan saw the two boys playing together and smiled at each other.
"This cake is delicious, please eat more. Anyway, it's done well. It's not bad.
Su Qinghan picked up a piece of dessert and put it into his mouth, chewing it carefully. His performance was not even as good as that of the store manager that day. I don't think it's as delicious as my husband's.
Well, speaking of Qinghan's husband, I still linger over the table of dishes he cooked. Qinghan, can we go there for a meal once in a while?
Okay. Su Qinghan agreed with a smile.
Her roommate's recognition of Nan Xin made her happiest.
However, Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was standing behind him, was full of anger. This was the dessert and pastry chef that she had specially asked her father to hire at a high price. They actually said that he was even worse than Su Qinghan's boyfriend.
Zhang Xiaoxiao asked the little follower beside her, "The dessert is not delicious?" "It's delicious."
Only those people who are not used to eating good food say that.
Zhang
Xiaoxiao nodded. She felt that what her little follower said made sense.
The little follower is their classmate named Zhang Chunhua.
He is a snob and would always try to get close to whoever has money. Knowing that Zhang Xiaoxiao is a local resident of Shanghai and her father is the vice president of the company, Zhang Chunhua rushed to curry favor with her. In order to make Zhang Xiaoxiao happy, she deliberately raised her voice. "Maybe some people are not used to eating good food, so they say this is not good, that is not good." I thought someone was talking, but it turned out to be a follower.
"Who are you talking about, country bumpkin? Just tell me what's wrong with you." Sun Yu was furious. She had long disliked Zhang Chunhua, this lackey. "Chunhua, forget it. These people have never seen the world. We don't need to bother with them.
Qinghan, they have never tasted Nanxin's food, so they won't admit how good others cook. Such people are narcissistic."
"What did you say?"
Just as several people were arguing and Zhang Xiaoxiao was taking action, Nan Xian and Duan Jinyu came out and saw a large scene. In the chaos, seeing that the slap was about to fall on Su Qinghan's face, Nan Xian rushed forward and stopped it.
They actually dared to attack Su Qinghan. They were really tired of living. He never showed any sympathy to women who bullied his wife. Pa! Pa! Two loud slaps immediately attracted everyone's attention. Then Nan Xian came to Su Qinghan's side and said with concern, "Wife, they didn't do anything to you, did they?" "I'm fine."
Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Chunhua were both stunned by the beating. When they reacted, they screamed. Having been treated like a little princess since childhood, Zhang Xiaoxiao has never been bullied like this.
Hearing his daughter's scream, Zhang Yu ran over in a hurry. "What's wrong with my daughter? Who bullied you?" "Dad, this is the man. Please help me teach him a lesson. He just hit me."
Zhang Xiaoxiao snuggled into Zhang Yu's arms and acted coquettishly, asking her father to make the decision.
Zhang Yu is a well-known daughter slave. As a father, how could he stand by and watch his daughter being bullied?
His gentle eyes turned into sharp ones, and when he saw the man clearly, his pupils couldn't help but dilate.
"Mr. Nan? Why is it you? Dad, do you know this guy? It's a good opportunity for you to help me teach him a lesson. Xiao, stop messing around and go find your mother." Zhang Yu said this seriously.
Seeing his father like this, Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't dare to act weird.
Zhang Yu had a deep impression of Nan Xian. Nan Xian was a major shareholder of Tiancheng Media.
Even Su Haiming had to be courteous to him when he met him, let alone Zhang Yu, the vice president of the company. As a company employee, he didn't dare to shout at the major shareholder, otherwise he would be the one to pack up and leave tomorrow. Zhang Yu bowed and nodded in front of Nan Xian. "Boss Nan, please don't take my daughter's mischief seriously."
"Boss Zhang, you don't blame me for teaching your daughter a lesson? It's a good lesson.
Xiao has been spoiled by me.
She will remember it after being beaten today."
"Oh, Mr. Zhang is so generous.
"We won't bother you anymore."
"Okay, I'll take you there."
After that,
Zhang Yu smiled and sent them to the car. Later, he returned to the banquet and said seriously, "The birthday party continues." After entering the house, Zhang Xiaoxiao came to Zhang Yu with a smile on her face. "Dad, did you help me teach that guy a lesson?" Even Zhang Yu's wife questioned. "Our daughter's face is swollen from being beaten.
You must help Xiao get it back today. Let's forget about today's matter."
Xiao, you should be more polite when you see others in the future.
If you really can't, just stay away from them." "Dad, what are you talking about? Why? That person is a major shareholder of the company. Dad can't afford to offend him." Chapter 99 Heading to Cloudtop Manor. Sitting in the car, Sun Yu could hardly hold back and asked, Nan Xian, you actually know Zhang Xiaoxiao's father? That man seemed to respect you. Still calling you President Nan?
Not only Sun Yu was puzzled, even Su Qinghan was confused, because she had never seen that man before. Hearing their questions, Nan Xian thought that he had nothing to hide anyway, so he told the truth. I invested in an entertainment company, and Zhang Xiaoxiao's father is the vice president of the company.
Maybe it's because I'm a shareholder. Oh, I see. Several people nodded and couldn't help but look at Nan Xian with admiration.
He is handsome, rich, can cook, loves his wife, and is loyal.
You will never find such a man even if you search with a lantern. Sun Yu and Guo Rong envied Su Qinghan even more.
They both had no men and it was really miserable.
After sending them to the school gate, Nan Xian took Su Qinghan back home.
I have to say, this Saturday and Sunday were quite busy.
Lying on the bed, Su Qinghan's little hands became restless. She came to Nan Xian with a smile. Hubby, I'm hungry. I want to eat.
At night, Su Qinghan changed into another set of clothes. It must be said that the quality of the luxury clothes was really not satisfactory.
Nan Xian sent her to the dormitory building, and Su Qinghan hugged him reluctantly. Husband, I'm going back first. Go back.
Not seeing Su Qinghan, Nan Xian turned around and left, only to see Sun Baofa sneaking away, who looked like a guilty thief. When he returned to the dormitory, he saw Sun Baofa who was being tortured.
When his roommates saw Nan Xian, they anxiously pulled him over. Brother Nan, this guy didn't come back last night. Besides, I just got back today. There is definitely something fishy going on. After listening to what Zhang Hao said, Nan Xian instantly understood why Sun Baofa had just sneaked away.
Zhang Baofa is also a ruthless person. He didn't say anything after being interrogated for such a long time.
However, any smart person would know that he was with Xiameng last night. The night passed by with noise and jokes in the dormitory. The next afternoon, Su Qinghan had no classes, so Nan Xian planned to take her to Hentang Manor.
When Nan Xian was waiting downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Lu Qin walked out of dormitory number 1, and she happened to see Nan Xian. Thinking about the welcome party and before I could thank Nanxin, Lu Qin walked over quickly.
Nan Xian was thinking about how many singers he had invited but hadn't said anything yet, so he came to Lu Qin. Teacher Lu. Nanxin, are you waiting for Qinghan here? Director Zhao told me about the sponsorship of the welcome party. Thank you very much. You're too polite, Mr. Lu. I just happened to have something to tell you about the welcome party. It's like this. I've invited a few famous singers to perform. This will extend the performance time. Can you discuss this with the school? What? A famous singer is coming to our school? Yes, there should be 4. Nan Xian nodded and spoke immediately.
But Lu Qin was shocked after hearing this. It was unbelievable that a famous singer was willing to come to the school to perform. But she was willing to believe what Nan Xian said, and Lu Qin believed that the school would definitely agree to extend the performance time. After all, having several famous artists come to the school will greatly increase the school's popularity, and the admission rate will definitely increase next year. Leave it to me. Please let me know when they perform. Yes, I have already arranged for the stage construction, lighting equipment, etc. It's all free. What? Don't worry, it's definitely top-notch equipment. In this way, Lu Qin slowly accepted the impact brought by Nanxin. In this way, she only had to ensure the quality of the program and didn't have to worry about anything else. She was surprised and happy to be forced to become a hands-off boss. By this calculation, the welcome party was definitely packed with people and was recorded in the school calendar. Oh, I see. Then I'll leave first. Afterwards, Lu Qin said hello to Nan Xian and left the girls' dormitory building with a confused look on her face. Nan Xian burst out laughing when he saw this. He knew that what he said was a little unbelievable and might scare Lu Qin. But he believed that Lu Qin would be able to handle these things well. After waiting for a while, Su Qinghan came out skipping. She wore a white knitted top, a black pleated skirt and marten boots, which made her look even more charming. Hubby, let's go. Good. Sitting in the car, Nan Xian stepped on the accelerator and the two drove towards Hentang Manor. Hentang Manor is not located in the center of Shanghai, but on a hillside. However, it is only a 20-minute drive from the city center. It is worth mentioning that it covers an area of 20,000 hectares and has tea houses, golf courses, shooting ranges, etc. Because of its complete venue and famous dishes and services, many important people like to come here to negotiate.
30 minutes later, Nan Xin drove to the gate of Henteing Manor. Since those who come here are either rich or noble, the entrance examination is extremely strict.
When entering Henteing Highlands for the first time, you will need a recommendation from an old member to prevent people with false identities from entering this circle.
After parking the car at the door, Nan Xin pulled Su Qinghan to the entrance.
There were two burly middle-aged men with headsets at the entrance. There was ruthlessness in their eyes. They must be mercenaries or veterans.
After seeing Nan Xin and the other man coming over, a man came forward and greeted them. "Sir, do you have an appointment? Tell your manager that I'm Nan Xin.
Please come in, the manager has already told you to come in and let you in."
Nan Xin nodded.
After coming in, Su Qinghan was shocked by the scenery here. The waiter led the way in front, and the two also witnessed the changing of the four seasons. The manager had been waiting in the lobby for a long time.
After seeing Nan Xin and the other person, he was shocked.
On the one hand, it was because of their appearance, and on the other hand, it was because of their age. The manager was a man who had seen the world and did not seem to have anything wrong. He walked forward and said with a smile, "Mr. Nan, I am the manager Wang Xingwen."
"Hello, this is my wife Su Qinghan." "Hello, ma'am."
The few of them nodded to each other, and then Wang Xingwen led Nan Xin and the other two to the office, and then took out the contract left by the previous boss.
"Mr. Nan, this is the contract left by the previous boss. Please take a look." Nan Xin responded softly, then picked up the contract and started to look through it.
There was nothing wrong with the contract, so he signed his name in a cool manner. From that moment on, Henteing Manor belonged to Nanshin. "Manager Wang, please introduce the various businesses of the manor."
"Okay, President Nan."
"Our manor covers a large area, has a 7-star hotel, and a Michelin 3-star restaurant."
Chapter 100 Meeting an old acquaintance at the auction.
Wang Xingwen spent a full 5 minutes introducing the business of Henteing Manor, which is generally a one-stop service for eating, drinking, and having fun.
Nan Xin nodded.
It would be unreasonable if there were too few industries on 20,000 hectares of land. However, when Su Qinghan listened to the manager's introduction of the business, she was a little stunned.
She looked at Nanshin in disbelief. She didn't expect that such a large manor would be acquired by Nanshin.
She knew that Nan Xin was very powerful, but she didn't expect him to be so powerful. Now that he had a good understanding of the business, Nan Xin immediately said, "Lao Wang, you will set up an intelligence center next.
The requirements are top global talent, with a good salary." "Okay, I'll get started right away." "Boss Nan, how about I take you and your wife around the manor?" "Okay." Nan Xin nodded. Since he had nothing to do in the afternoon, he might as well take Su Qinghan for a walk. The manor is very large, and we use sightseeing buses to travel inside. Along the way, we can see lakes, golf courses, and 7-star hotels. When they arrived at a grassland, Nan Xin saw some activity being held there and asked Wang Xingwen in confusion. "Old Wang, what are those people doing?" "To return to President Nan, it's a small expo, and there will be an auction afterwards." "Well, today is tea." Wang Xingwen looked at the schedule on his mobile phone and then said, "We hold various auctions at our estate because of the strong security measures. Those who enter this circle are either rich or noble, so there is no need to worry about purchasing power. Therefore, our Yunding Manor is very trusted by our guests." Nan Xin nodded. He knew that these people were not simple people from the way they were dressed at the expo. He would go home in a few days. He remembered that Su Qinghan's father liked to drink tea, so it was a good opportunity to take a look at these good teas today. For his future father-in-law, Nanshin would give a gift that is close to his heart. "Old Wang, let's go to the expo and have a look." "Okay." After a quick look around, I saw that all the teas on display were top-quality teas. No wonder so many wealthy people are flocking to them. A middle-aged man in a black suit in the distance looked at Nan Xin's back and murmured, "Is that President Nan? Why is he here?" The middle-aged man jogged all the way to the auction venue, but was stopped by bodyguards. "Sir, please show me the auction invitation." The admission requirements for the expo and the auction are different. If you only have an invitation letter from the expo, you cannot enter the auction. No, I'm just looking for someone." "No, you can't go in. The bodyguard looked extremely domineering wearing black sunglasses. The middle-aged man was still unwilling to give up.
He shouted Mr. Nan loudly. Wang Xingwen saw someone making trouble at the entrance, so he quickly said something to Nan Xin and rushed over to take a look. When he came out, he saw that it was his old acquaintance Su Hyaming.
Wang Xingwen said with a smile, "Boss Su, what are you doing? You know the rules of our Yunding villa." "Manager Wang, I'm so sorry. I saw an old acquaintance and I got anxious for a moment. Please give that gentleman a message for me." Su Hyaming grinned and pointed at Nan Xin. Wang Xingwen's attitude softened when he saw that Su Hyaming knew Nan Xin. "Please wait a moment." Then he came to Nan Xin and the other man, and said respectfully, "Boss Nan, Boss Su Hyaming wants to see you." "Well, bring him here." Nan Xin spoke lazily, he didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance in this place. But it is understandable. Su Hyaming is very knowledgeable about tea.
The tea that appears here today is very valuable, so it is inevitable that he will come.
After a while, Su Hyaming came to Nan Xin and said with a smile, "Boss Nan, you are here to look at the tea leaves too. Well, Mr. Su, please take a seat." Nan Xin raised the corner of his mouth and pointed to the seat next to him. "No, I just want to say hello to you. I don't have an invitation to the auction." Su Hyaming grinned in embarrassment.
After all, he was a leading entertainment company, but he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the auction here.
It was really shocking.
However, this is not surprising. In this place called Shanghai, there are so many hidden bosses.
Manager Wang, Mr. Su will not need an invitation letter to come to Hentang Highlands in the future. "Yes, boss." Wang Xingwen nodded and left.
Although Wang Xingwen is only a manager here, he is in charge of all matters big and small in the manor, and he is also the one who receives important people. Even the rich and powerful people respect him very much. He knew that all these were given by the manor, so he did not become arrogant.
He was also very respectful to Nan Xin. Su Hyaming sat next to Nan Xin in shock. He was still digesting Wang Xingwen's address to Nan Xin, he just called Nan Xin boss. Could it be that Nan Xin is from Hentang Manor? Su Hyaming took a deep breath, even though he knew Nan Xin was not simple.
Now he felt more and more that he should cling to Nan Xin's thighs.
"Mr. Nan, thank you very much." "It's okay. You're welcome. You know a lot about tea, don't you?" "Well, it's just the tip of the iceberg. I hope it can help President Nan."
Su Hyaming shrugged his shoulders. He was afraid of showing off his skills in front of Lu Ban.
Su Qinghan looked at the huge venue and seemed a little reserved. Nan Xin felt that her palms were sweating, so he comforted her, "Honey, don't be nervous, relax." "Well, hubby, but what are we doing here?"
"Buy tea leaves as a gift to my future father-in-law."
"Oh, so that's how it is." Su Qinghan was very shy. It turned out that Nan Xin was already planning for their future.
Even if she didn't understand, she could tell that the tea here must be more expensive than outside. So, Su Qinghan pursed her lips and said with bright eyes, "We can just buy the tea outside.
The tea inside is too expensive. My dad might not be able to drink it. And this way, we can save some money." Su Jidong, who was thousands of miles away, sneezed unexpectedly. He muttered to himself, "My dear daughter must be missing me." Little did he know that his little cotton-padded jacket had a leak in it, and the hole was quite big. Nan Xin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His wife was really good at saving money for him. He just didn't know what his future father-in-law would think if he knew. "Little fool, as a son-in-law, of course I have to buy good tea for my father-in-law." "Oh, okay." Su Qinghan pouted. Since her husband said so, she naturally had nothing to say. Soon, the auction hall was full, and I didn't expect to run into an acquaintance. Nan Xin shook his head and smiled bitterly. Could it be that he didn't check the almanac before going out today? He was sitting in the first row. There were less than 30 people in the entire auction hall, and some big shots might not have come. And the person sitting behind Nan Xin was actually Li Baolai, the boss of Huamei Real Estate. After seeing Nan Xin, Li Baolai greeted him sarcastically, "It's President Nan. I'm surprised to see you here." "What a surprise. I wonder how the construction of your land is going." "I heard that the construction companies in Demon City are very busy." "Maybe they can't build on your land."
Chapter 101 photographed by Emperor Qianlong himself, 18 trees in front of the emperor.
Li Balai is not only a real estate tycoon, he also has a subsidiary company, Huamei Construction. Huamei Construction is one of the best in Shanghai. Nan Xin knew that this was because he had created obstacles for himself by not selling the land to him. Nan Xin stood up and grinned. I was wondering why there was a smell of money in the air. It turns out it's sour. You don't have to worry about the land. I'll leave it there and it will appreciate in value. Nan Xin was telling the truth, because the land was located in Lujiazui. Li Balai was speechless after being rebuked by Nan Xin. He was a little furious and said viciously in his heart, Nan Xin, we have made a feud. I will teach you a lesson later. Li Balai raised the corners of his mouth. He had made sufficient preparations today. He was determined to get the top-grade tea. He would also get whatever Nan Xin liked. Looking at Li Balai's smug expression, Su Haiming knew that he had done something. In the circle, Li Balai is well known for his vengeance. This time Nan Xin made him lose face, and he will definitely get it back in the future. Su Haiming already felt that he was on the same boat with Nan Xin, so he warned, Boss Nan, you must be careful of Li Balai, this guy is very good at playing dirty tricks. I guess he was the one behind the incident at the construction company. Yes, I will. Nan Xin narrowed his eyes. He was not afraid of anything, whether it was overt or covert. Now he felt that the decision to establish an intelligence department was perfect. Su Qinghan felt a little worried after hearing what Li Bao said. She pulled Nan Xin's arm and whispered, Husband, the man who just greeted you doesn't look like a good person. You better be careful. I know, wife, don't worry. Nan Xin grinned. She didn't want Su Qinghan to worry. At the same time, a mechanical prompt sounded in Nan Xin's mind. Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Sign-in location, Hentang Manor. Sign-in reward, double auction rebate. Nan Xin was very surprised to hear about the system reward. He didn't expect the system to cause trouble again, but he liked it. There is no upper limit to the rebate this time. Nanshin hopes that someone will bid higher so that he can get more benefits from the system. When it was time for the auction, the host came on stage wearing a red high-slit skirt. Then 3 platforms were raised in the center of the auction site, and on them were today's auction items. She explained the auction rules and introduced today's items. Today we mainly focus on 3 types of tea, each of which is very valuable. Su Haiming is well versed in tea, and he explained it to Nan Xin and Su Qinghan. The first tea is called West Lake Longjing 18 Trees in Front of the Emperor. West Lake Longjing tea has always been crowned the first of China's top 10 famous teas. The annual output is only 2 taels. It is said that Longjing 18 Trees in Front of the Emperor was named by Emperor Qianlong himself, so the price is naturally immeasurable. The second tea is called Wui Mountain Mother Tree Da Hong Pao. There are only 6 Da Hong Pao mother trees left. Legend has it that during the Qing dynasty, only the emperor could enjoy it. Now it has been included in the World Heritage List. It is an absolutely rare tea variety. Picking is not allowed now, so you can imagine the price. The third tea is called Banjiang Treasure Green Cake. The host introduced that this is poor tea produced in 2000, so it is also a rare and precious tea. Nan Xin nodded. It turned out that there were so many tricks to tea. After listening to Su Haiming's introduction, Su Qinghan felt that the tea was too precious. Even if Nan Xin took pictures of these, she felt that they should still be kept as they might appreciate in value in the future. As for her old father, she could just give him some tea from the expo. If Nan Xin knew what Su Qinghan was thinking, he would definitely laugh out loud. The tea has been introduced and the auction has begun. The host shouted, Lot number 1, starting price 10 million. After hearing this, Su Haiming took a deep breath. These tea leaves were really valuable. You know, that can of tea weighed only more than 300 grams. Although he was rich, he still felt a little distressed. At this time, people below have already started bidding, 23 million, 30 million, 41 million. When the price reached 50 million, the price increase became obviously smaller. Although tea is precious, the money spent is real money. Seeing that no one was bidding, Li Balai raised the number plate in his hand. The host shouted excitedly, Mr. Number 5 bids 61 million. Is there anyone who can bid higher? Feeling that this was the price, Nan Xin then raised the number plate. Mr. 1 bids 65 million. Mr. 5, are you going to raise the price?
When Li Baolai saw that it was Nan Xian who raised his hand, his eyes turned cold and he cursed in his heart, "It's Nan Xian again who ruined my good deeds. Then I'll let you see how powerful I am." Li Baolai shouted, 80 million. Then he was very proud of himself and said, "Let's see if you dare to compete with me." As soon as this price was announced, all the bigwigs in the audience started talking about it. In their opinion, this price was far higher than the price of tea. Everyone present is an old fox, and no one will do a business that will lose money. The one bidding the price is Li Baolai, the CEO of Huamei Real Estate. He is really rich and powerful. But who is the young man competing with him? Do you know him? I've never seen him before. Maybe he's the heir to some chaebol family. Looks like I'll have to go say hello later. To be honest, Nan Xian is very grateful to Li Baolai. If it weren't for him, the price of tea would not be so high. Nan Xian held up his number plate, 130 million. In order to avoid arousing suspicion among others, Nan Xian really wanted to shout out a few trillion. What? Li Baolai couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He didn't expect Nan Xian to have the courage to raise the price. Looking at the tea, he felt that it was indeed not worth more than 100 million. Then the host asked Li Baolai, "Mr. Number 5, would you like to increase the price?" Li Baolai shook his head, but he felt quite happy to let Nanshin spend a lot of money to buy tea. Then the host made the final decision, "Congratulations to Mr. Number 1 for winning lot number 1 for 130 million. Nan Xian grinned. He thought Li Baolai would raise the price, but he actually backed down. After Su Qinghan knew that number 1 tea was worth more than 100 million, he became even more determined not to give it to Su Jidong. Even Su Jidong didn't expect that his little girl had already started plotting against her father before she even got married. I have to say, it's true that girls cannot be kept at home when they grow up. Su Hyaming, who was sitting nearby, was impressed by Nan Xian's courage. He secretly thought that he must hold on to Nan Xian. Lot number 1 has ended, and now lot number 2 begins, with a starting price of 50 million. Because the mother tree of Dahongpo is no longer allowed to be picked, it is now equivalent to a unique product. The bidding starts now. 65 million, 70 million, 73 million. Chapter 102, just give me over 5 million worth of tea, it can't be more expensive. The host saw that the bids had already risen to 150 million, and excitedly shouted, "Anyone else want to raise the price?" Seeing that Nan Xian had not taken any action, Li Baolai also remained on the sidelines. He just wanted to give Nan Xian a warning. The people around him had already reached the top of their bids before Nan Xian raised his number plate, 200 million. Even Li Baolai couldn't help but secretly smack his lips when he heard the price, 200 million, that's really worth it. Li Baolai gave up on the last tea, this time he wants to get his place back, 230 million. When Nan Xian heard the price, he couldn't help but smile. He really wanted to give Li Baolai a good guy card. As long as he is around, he can get more benefits from the system. 300 million. Then Nan Xian spoke slowly. The people around him no longer dared to raise the price. Now it was a competition between Nan Xian and Li Baolai. Seeing that Nan Xian was against him everywhere, Li Baolai was so angry that his teeth itched. He gritted his teeth and said, 400 million. The bigwigs around him were confused at this time. They all knew that Li Baolai was definitely an egoist. Why did he make such a hasty decision today? Although the price of Dahongpo Mother Tree tea is expensive, it has not yet reached 400 million. With these 400 million, I might as well buy an antique. Then Nan Xian raised his number plate and said calmly, 600 million. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked, and they became even more curious about Nan Xian's identity. Even Li Baolai behind him couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Even he didn't have the courage to shout out 600 million. He didn't dare to follow anymore, and the tea leaves from the Dahongpo Mother Tree were bought by Nanshin again. Now Li Baolai has placed all his efforts on lot number 3, and this time he brought 10 billion. He calculated that Nanshin had already spent 800 million yuan and should have no purchasing power left. Then lot number 3 was auctioned, and the price soon rose to 530 million. Seeing that Nanshin was not making any move, Li Baolai directly bid 600 million, but Nanshin unexpectedly raised the price to 900 million. In the end, Li Baolai could only shout out the 10 billion with a distressed look on his face. There was no other way. With so many big guys there, he couldn't lose to Nanshin no matter what. But this was no pressure for Nan Xian, he shouted confidently, 1.5 billion.
Nan Xian's mysterious operation really irritated Li Baolai, who was sitting behind him.
He wanted to bite the bullet and raise the sign, but the secretary next to him stopped him and said, "Mr. Li, we have only prepared 1 billion. Li Baolai was stunned for a moment, then just sat there.
There is an unwritten rule for Hentang Manor, which is that all auction items must have the balance paid after the auction ends. Nan Xian heard no movement from behind for a long time, and could not help but turn his head and ask, "Mr. Li, are you not raising the price?"
"No, I just hope that Mr. Nan won't be embarrassed when he pays the balance later."
"Don't worry about that." Nan Xian grinned.
He had successfully won 3 lots, and the big guys around him just ran around for a while.
After the event, many bigwigs came to make friends with Nanshin, mainly because the surprise Nanshin brought them was so huge.
Not surprisingly, Nanshin has already made a name for itself. When they came to fight Nan Xian and saw his true face, many people who had seen the world couldn't help but sigh. The main reason is that Nanshin is too young.
"Congratulations, what's your name, little brother?" "Nan Xin."
Today, President Nan won 3 collections in one fell swoop.
"It is really enviable. It's purely because Mr. Li Baolai shows his favor."
After hearing this, everyone instantly understood the relationship between Li Baolai and Nan Xian. From the tense situation just now and the fact that they knew each other, even a dog could tell that they didn't get along. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes and no one wants to offend these business tycoons.
After saying hello to Nan Xian, he went to Li Baolai.
Su Qinghan couldn't stand the way these people tried to please both sides.
"Hubby, those people are really smart. They obviously don't want to offend either side. As a businessman, our interests come first. Let's go." Nan Xian said lightly, "Business is also a world of fame and fortune."
Watching the backs of Nan Xian and the other two leaving, Li Baolai's eyes were fierce, and he was thinking in his heart, "Sooner or later, I will get all the territory back." After leaving the auction, several people came to the VIP reception room. When Wang Xingwen learned that the auction was over, he hurriedly delivered the items and collected the auction funds. When he pushed open the door, he was shocked to find that the person sitting in the middle was his new boss, Nan Xian.
He opened his mouth in disbelief. "Boss, why are you here?"
"Manager Wang, all the items were bought by President Nan."
Seeing Wang Xingwen so surprised, Su Haiming spoke first. "Oh." Wang Jiwen responded simply and clapped his hands.
Then the staff carefully placed the precious tea on the table. "Boss Nan, the tea leaves are all here."
"How about the auction funds go into the manor account?" Nan Xian quickly refused.
If he used the manor's account to settle the payment, his double rebate might be lost.
"No, send me the bank information." "Okay."
Seeing that Nanshin didn't need it, Wang Jidong stopped persuading him, and soon the funds arrived.
The tea had been bought, and Nan Xian explained some things and prepared to go home.
When they came out, Su Qinghan saw that the tea leaves at the expo were still blooming, so he pulled Nan Xian up.
Su Haiming served as a professional consultant for tea, so he was naturally pulled up as well.
Su Qinghan was seen holding Nan Xian's little hand, pursing her lips and shaking his arm. "Hubby, actually, I forgot to tell you that my dad likes Tiguanyin."
"Well, luckily my wife, you remembered. I must buy what my uncle likes." After hearing Nan Xian's answer, Su Qinghan raised the corners of his mouth, looking as if his conspiracy had succeeded.
After a circle, they came to a Tiguanyin shop.
With Su Haiming's professional recommendation, Nan Xian finally spent 5.58 million to buy a box of Tiguanyin. Thinking of how he had spent so much time with Su Haiming today, Nan Xian said, "Mr. Su, what kind of tea do you like?" "Hey, Mr. Nan, I like Tiguanyin, too." Su Haiming grinned. Then Nan Xian waved his hand and bought another can of tea and handed it to Su Haiming. "Thank you for troubling me today, Mr. Su. This can of tea is for you."
Although the tea sold outside is not as good as the one sold at the auction, the quality of the tea sold at the expo is also top-notch.
After hearing Nan Xian's words, Su Haiming quickly continued, "Mr. Nan, you are too polite.
If something like this happens again in the future, just tell me." Although he feels like a little follower, Su Haiming feels it is worth it to be able to cling to Nanshin.
Nan Xian nodded, but Su Haiming did make the right bet, and Nan Xian thought he was quite good. After leaving the manor, Su Qinghan sat in the car, holding the 3 cans of tea, thoughtfully. These 3 small cans were actually worth more than 2 billion?
Then she thought to herself, it's not bad to give Dad more than 5 million worth of tea.
Chapter 103 Who Buys Show Me? It was already dark when Su Qinghan came back from Hentang Manor.
He was so bored that he just started watching Douyin. Sliding his fingertips across the screen, Su Qinghan was surprised to find that the video of Nan Xin singing that day had become a hot topic on Douyin.
She excitedly told Nan Xin the news. Husband, you are famous, do you know? Ha? What's hot?
On the day of the singing, someone posted a video of you singing, and now you are #1 on the trending search list on TikTok.
Oh. Nan Xin responded softly.
He didn't want to debut as an artist, nor did he want to be an internet celebrity, so he had no interest in these things.
Su Qinghan was very happy, because so many people recognized Nanshin.
And she was surprised to find that the party dinner she casually photographed also became a trending topic on Douyin, but it was very far away. In the past 2 days alone, her number of fans has increased by more than 100,000. Su Qinghan is praising the TikTok app not because it was invented by Nanshin Company, but because the app is well designed and can be used to share life.
And she can learn a lot of knowledge.
Thinking that Nanshin was very tired these 2 days, Su Qinghan decided to show off his talents. She looked out the window with her round eyes and said with a smile, "Honey, there is a vegetable market over there.
Let's go buy some vegetables. I'll show you my skills tonight." Honey, are you serious? Nan Xin knew that Su Qinghan couldn't cook, but she took the initiative to take on the responsibility?
I'm afraid she wouldn't make any weird dishes. Seeing Nan Xin's face full of disbelief, Su Qinghan puffed her lips and looked at him sideways. "Why, husband, you don't believe me?" Believe it, my wife will definitely cook something delicious."
Hey, that's right, you have to believe me. Nan Xin smiled awkwardly, not knowing whether this decision was right or wrong. After parking the car in front of the vegetable market, Nan Xin took Su Qinghan inside.
Maybe because they just got off work, there were a lot of people buying vegetables and meat inside. It is worth mentioning that before Su Qinghan got off the car, he deliberately covered the cans of tea with something. Those were worth billions of dollars. When they arrived at the vegetable market, they were attracted by the various hawking sounds.
Who the FCK by Xiaomi, who the FCK by Xiaomi.
You were admitted to Huaqing, he was admitted to Debi, and I roasted sweet potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes, fragrant and sweet roasted sweet potatoes. I iron stick yam, stew chicken, duck and pig's feet, to nourish the liver, kidney and brain.
Spinach is selling at a low price, spinach is selling at a low price.
Along the way, Su Qinghan would look back whenever he heard the devilish hawking sounds. After a short while, the two of them bought vegetables, some fruits, and some fragrant and sweet roasted sweet potatoes. Before leaving, Su Qinghan saw that the vendors had put all kinds of medicinal herbs on the stalls.
She smiled and told Nan Xin, "Hubby, can you buy me some watermelons? I'm so tired. I'll wait for you here." "Okay, then you are not allowed to run around." Nan Xin agreed lovingly, but the fruit seller was at the end, so in order not to let Su Qinghan wait too long, he walked over quickly. As soon as Nan Xin left, Su Qinghan came to the stall next to him and said, "Boss, give me a bag of wolfberries, some red dates, and some more." Soon, Nan Xin came back with a watermelon, and Su Qinghan had also bought one.
The sharp-eyed Nan Xin immediately noticed that Su Qinghan had a black bag in his hand, but he thought his wife had bought some food or something, so he didn't take it seriously.
After returning home, Su Qinghan pushed Nan Xin into the bedroom. "Hubby, take a break today. I'll call you when you're done." "Good." Nan Xin grinned.
It felt pretty good to have everything arranged by his wife. After Su Qinghan settled Nan Xin down, he carried a bunch of things to the kitchen.
Following the Douyin tutorial, she took out a jar and put some red dates and wolfberries in it.
She thought that Nanshin was exhausted during this period and should take good care of his body. After the soup was ready, Su Qinghan steamed some rice. While browsing Douyin, she saw that the mashed potatoes were very simple, so she decided to make them for Nan Xin to try today.
At the same time, Nan Xin was not idle in the bedroom. He took out his mobile phone and called Lu Chang.
After 3 beeps of beep, 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 Lu Chang's voice came from the other end of the phone.
"Boss Nan. Lao Lu, how is the download volume of TikTok in recent times?"
To reply to President Nan, Douyin has been downloaded by over 50 million people, and many brands have entered Douyin.
"Well, that's good. This shows that our promotion is effective."
Next, you will lead the team to develop the Douyin Mall. We should also make our short video platform like Taobao, where people can shop and kill time.
"Oh, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? You are really awesome, Mr. Nan."
Lu Chang admired from the bottom of his heart, and now he felt more and more that following Nan Xingan was the right decision.
After a while, Nan Xin said immediately.
We will also open a Douyin live broadcast and sign a group of Weibo influencers with a large fan base. We don't need too many, 20 to 30 will be enough. After the Douyin mall is launched, start selling goods on Douyin.
You may be busy recently. Boss Nan, this is my duty. Come on, do a good job. After chatting for a while, Nan Xin hung up the phone.
He hoped that Douyin could get back on track quickly. There is nothing going on at Qingxin Investment Company, and Nanxin said that they can invest in any project below 50 million yuan on their own. When some are happy, others are sad. Li Baolai was furious after returning from Hentang Highlands. He angrily threw everything on his desk out. You guys can't even find out your background, what's the point of me supporting you? After searching for quite some time, I only found names and phone numbers. What do you do for a living? Mr. Li. Mr. Li, please don't be angry. Give us some more time. We promise that we can find out. The person who spoke was Xiaoyu, the head of the network security department. In fact, to put it bluntly, they are just a group of hackers who are best at digging out other people's information and privacy. Why don't you get out of here right now? Li Baolai was furious, but what made him most angry was that there was no news about Nan Xin. The last time he found out, he had to go through great pains to find out that he was a shareholder of Tianqing Media. Thinking of this, Li Baolai pondered for a moment. Since he was a shareholder of Tianqing Media, he might as well suppress Tianqing directly. Besides, he also disliked Su Haiming. Thoughts slowly came to his mind, and Li Baolai showed a sneer on his face. On the other side, after Su Qinghan had made the soup and steamed the potatoes, he thought it would take a long time for them to cook, so he skipped to the bedroom. Maybe because he was too tired these days, Su Qinghan fell asleep quickly in Nan Xin's arms. Nanxin also fell asleep because he had been farming every night for the past few days. A few hours passed and two voices were heard from the kitchen.
Crack. Bang. Chapter 104, Husband, I have cultivated the peerless Golden Elixir. Nan Xin and Su Qinghan heard a sound similar to an explosion and sat up with a plop. Wife, the sound seems to be coming from our house. Yeah, I think so.
Su Qinghan nodded, and suddenly remembered that there was still some medicine he had made in the kitchen.
Could it be?
Without thinking too much, Su Qinghan ran to the kitchen barefoot. Nan Xin saw that his wife was not wearing shoes and was worried that she would catch a cold, so he called her from behind. Wife, put on your shoes, you little fool. Seeing that his wife had run away, Nan Xin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry and took a pair of slippers to her. On the other side, Su Qinghan was shocked when he saw the scene in the kitchen. A good ceramic jar exploded and there were ceramic fragments all over the ground. Seeing this, Nan Xin quickly put his slippers on the ground and told Su Qinghan, silly wife, put on your shoes quickly and be careful not to prick your feet. Oh, but why did this jar explode?
Ha! Hubby, there are a few small red glowing beads inside. Could they be the golden elixir I made? Can I still eat it?
Su Qinghan looked at the 7 or 8 round beads in the jar, which were all red in color and looked similar to the elixirs she had read in novels.
Moreover, in novels, elixirs are usually so effective that they explode the cauldron. Isn't this exactly the same situation as it is now?
Su Qinghan became more and more convinced that he had created a peerless golden elixir, which must be able to sell for a lot of money.
While Su Qinghan was fantasizing, Nan Xin gave her a blow. Silly wife, you absolutely cannot eat that. All right.
Su Qinghan felt a little lost, as if he had lost hundreds of millions.
Nan Xin looked at the golden pills and thought that his wife must have cooked something.
This situation occurred because the water inside had boiled away over time.
However, Nan Xin was still a little puzzled about what Su Qinghan was cooking, so he asked, Ceramic, what are you going to do? Nothing much, just some water, wolfberries, red dates, etc.
After Su Qinghan finished speaking, Nan Xin saw the things in the black bag next to him. Seeing that only 1/3 of the whole bag was left, Nan Xin held his forehead and said, how much stuff did my wife put in? Little did he know that if the jar wasn't a little small, Su Qinghan really wanted to pour all the ingredients into it.
Immediately afterwards, Nan Xin settled Su Qinghan outside the door and swept up the ceramic fragments on the ground.
After cleaning, Nan Xin saw that there was something on the stove next to him.
He asked Su Qinghan, wife, what is this? It's potatoes.
I'm going to make you mashed potatoes.
Nan Xin nodded, then opened the lid.
He was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he was speechless.
This is a potato? Yes, husband, you are so stupid that you don't even know potatoes? Su Qinghan walked over with a smile, intending to make fun of Nan Xin.
When she saw the miserable state of the pot, her face was filled with disbelief. At this time, 2 white potatoes were standing on the iron rack, and bubbles were coming out of the pot from time to time.
Eh?
Why are these potatoes white?
Where's my steamer? It melted. Nan Xin said with a helpless smile.
Nan Xin originally wanted to eat a meal cooked by his wife, but he felt that his wife's hands were not meant for cooking.
Hey, honey, I'm sorry. I didn't do anything well. Am I stupid? You're not stupid, you're just not good at cooking.
From now on, you will just be responsible for eating.
Nan Xin scratched Su Qinghan's nose, his words full of doting.
In order to prevent Su Qinghan from causing more trouble, Nan Xin immediately said, "You, go out and wait for me.
I'll clean up first."
In this way, Su Qinghan was driven out of the kitchen by Nan Xin. Then he trembled as he took the potatoes from the pot and threw them into the trash can.
Phew, I can't let my wife cook anymore.
It should be written on the kitchen door, Su Qinghan is not allowed to enter.
Nan Xin murmured to himself, and then simply made 2 bowls of knife-cut noodles. After turning off the fire, Nan Xin took the big bowl and put it on the dining table.
Su Qinghan ran over when he smelled the fragrance. "Wow, husband, it smells so good, I'll go get the chopsticks." "No, I'll go, and you are not allowed to enter the kitchen from now on."
"Oh, okay." Su Qinghan pouted her lips.
Her husband was afraid that she would go in and cause trouble. However, with the delicious food in front of him, Su Qinghan didn't think too much about it. As long as he had something to eat and didn't starve, it was enough.
Tulu. Honey, your cooking is so delicious.
Su Qinghan murmured something, proving with her actions that the noodles made by Nanshin were super delicious. Looking at the little fool in front of him, Nan Xin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it tastes good, eat more.
Time passed quickly.
Su Hyaming was afraid that Nan Xin would forget that there was a cocktail party tonight, so he called to remind him. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for a few seconds, and Nan Xin pressed the answer button.
Mr. Nan? Remember to come to the cocktail party tonight. Yes, I know. The address has been sent to your phone. Nan Xin nodded and hung up the phone.
Today's reception is the Basha charity reception, the purpose of which is to raise funds for charity.
Nan Xin looked at the address on his phone and it looked familiar. Isn't this his own manor?
I didn't expect that I would go again today after just going there a few days ago. After the afternoon class, Nan Xin came to Su Qinghan's teaching building to pick her up.
Honey, what are we going to do later? To attend a charity gala.
Oh, let's go, I haven't been there yet.
Su Qinghan seemed very happy.
She had only seen charity galas on TV dramas. I was able to see it in person today, which satisfied my curiosity. However, Su Qinghan was a little worried.
She didn't know anyone at the banquet. It seemed that she could only rely on Nan Xin. Back at Banda Phase 3, Nan Xin changed into an Armani suit. The black suit sets off Nan Xin's slender figure, and faintly exudes the aura of a domineering president. Seeing Nan Xin in formal attire, Su Qinghan became infatuated with him. Honey, you look so handsome in a suit. I really want to. Wife, you have to hold back, it's too late. Put. You got the wrong idea.
I want to introduce you to the world and let them see how great my husband is.
TSK, I didn't expect my husband's thoughts to be even more unhealthy. After Su Qinghan finished speaking, he looked as if his conspiracy had succeeded. Nan Xin used to say that she was astringent, and it seems that her husband is also yellow. Nan Xin only now discovered Su Qinghan's conspiracy.
It turned out that his wife's shy behavior just now was just to make him misunderstand. I have to say that Su Qinghan is becoming more and more cunning.
Looking at Su Qinghan's smug look, Nan Xin didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
He walked over and carried his wife in his arms like a princess. Then they walked towards the bedroom. Su Qinghan was shocked by this scene.
She begged for mercy. Hubby, I was wrong. The banquet is more important. Put me down now. I'm just getting you a coat. Why are you so nervous? Could it be that? No, I'll get it myself.
I have to say that this young couple must have a lot of ideas in their mind now.
Chapter 105. Dad, you actually know Nan Xin and Sister Han? After packing up, Nan Xin and his companion drove to Hentaying Manor. Formal attire is required for the banquet. Nan Xin has a suit, but Su Qinghan does not have an evening gown.
When signing the contract that day, Nan Xin heard Wang Xingwen introduce that Hentaying Highlands had set up a special beauty shop. The main business of Lianfang is makeup and selling dresses, and many popular stars often come here to get their hair done. After arriving at Hentaying Highlands, manager Wang Xingwen personally led Nan Xin and Su Qinghan to Beauty House.
Wang Xingwen is the boss of all store managers.
When the girl in charge of reception saw the manager coming, she quickly informed Ren Xiuxiu, the manager of Lianfang.
Manager Wang, why didn't you say hello when you came?
Today is the Bershot Charity Gala, and I thought you must be busy.
Let me introduce you, this is Nan Xin, Mr. Nan, the owner of our Yunding Mountain Villa. President Nan looks really young. Su Xiuxiu was surprised and couldn't help but praise him.
She didn't show too much surprise. In this small circle, she was used to the world of fame and fortune.
After introducing Nan Xin to Su Xiuxiu, Wang Xingwen took his leave as he was busy with the charity gala.
Looking at Su Xiuxiu, Nan Xin immediately said, "I'll leave my wife to you."
Don't worry, President Nan, I will definitely satisfy you.
Su Xiuxiu listened to Nan Xin's tone and knew that the person next to him was the boss's wife.
As an employee, she was naturally doing her job conscientiously. The beauty house is divided into the first and second floors. The first floor is for receiving ordinary customers, and the second floor is for receiving VIP customers. Only first-line celebrities are on the second floor.
After going up the stairs, a woman with a delicate face but a somewhat sarcastic tone came down.
Nan Xin doesn't pay attention to the entertainment industry, so he doesn't know her, but Su Qinghan often watches Douyin, so he also pays attention to some celebrity gossip.
That woman is a well-known star, with no acting skills, except for the fact that Luo Nianyan has a classy face. When she saw Su Xiuxiu, she quickly came over and said, "Sister Xiu, I was just looking for you.
Please do my makeup for me today. You can name your price." "Sorry, I have an appointment today." After saying that, Su Xiuxiu took Su Qinghan and Nan Xin and left. Seeing that Su Xiuxiu was not moved, Luo Nianyan, who was standing on the stairs, looked vicious. If the makeup here wasn't famous, she wouldn't want to come here.
Arriving at the VIP makeup room, Su Xiuxiu and a group of assistants were doing makeup for Su Qinghan, while Nan Xin was sitting on the sofa next to them. Being bored, he remembered the trouble Li Baolai had set for him before, so he picked up his phone and called Lin Yu. During this period, Disney was packed every day, so he was always in charge of Disney. Hearing the phone ringing, Lin Yu saw that it was Nan Xin calling and hurriedly found a quiet place.
"Boss Nan, what do you want?" "Lao Lin, has our company ever invested in the construction industry?"
No, the construction industry was in a downturn in the past few years, so the company did not invest.
After Nan Xin understood the situation, he hung up the phone. It seemed that he had to find another way. After hearing Nan Xin's question, Lin Yu felt puzzled. He was a little confused. Could it be that Mr. Nan was going to enter the real estate industry?
According to him, the current real estate situation is very bad, housing prices are too high and ordinary people cannot afford them.
What's more, it is in Shanghai, a place where every inch of land is valuable. Just as Nan Xin was thinking of a solution, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The sign-in system is starting. Sign-in location, Beauty Square. Sign-in reward, Zhengtai Construction Company, 100% holding. Chint? Construction Company? After hearing about the system rewards, Nan Xin's eyes sparkled. Isn't this just what you need?
All of a sudden, the information about Chint Construction Company came into Nanxin's mind. Chint is a small company with only 30 professional construction workers, which is far from enough for the 500,000 square meters of land in Lujiazui.
Now, if you have a company, the most important thing is to recruit people. Just as Nan Xin was lost in thought, the curtain of the dress was drawn open and Su Qinghan walked out wearing a black strapless dress.
The bun and exquisite makeup are enough to instantly kill all the first-line actresses.
"Honey, does it look good?" "Yeah, it looks good." Nan Xin nodded, saying that it was no exaggeration to say that she was stunning.
Su Xiuxiu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her craftsmanship was recognized by Nan Xin.
The makeup and costumes were done, and Su Qinghan walked downstairs with Nan Xin.
There were stars below, and they saw the two people walking down and whispered to each other.
Are there these two types of people in the entertainment industry? Are there any first-line male and female stars recently? I don't know, which company's artist is this? She's really good looking. A group of people below were eyeing the two of them covetously. They were all in the entertainment industry and they all hoped to become more famous. Su Qinghan looked at the people below with strange eyes and instinctively wanted to escape from there. Those women looked as if they wanted to eat Su Qinghan. It must be because Su Qinghan was better. When we arrived at the banquet hall, Su Hyaming had been waiting at the door for a long time. After meeting Nan Xin and Su Qinghan, he handed the invitation letter to the staff next to him. When we entered the banquet hall, there weren't too many people inside. However, the figures of two people in the corner attracted Su Qinghan. Husband, look, isn't that Su Bingbing and Guo Wei? I thought I wouldn't run into anyone I know, but I didn't expect Shanghai to be so small. At this time, the bored Su Bingbing also noticed the figures of Nan Xin and the other person. She was surprised to find that her father had no temper at all when he was with them. Xiao Weizi, do you think that man is my father? Are Nan Xin and Sister Han next to him? Well, yes, they seem to know your father. Guo Wei nodded and said that he had also met Su Hyaming. He was usually a very serious person. Why did he seem different today? Before he could think about it, Su Bingbing pulled Guo Wei over and said with a smile, Dad, you actually know Nan Xin and Sister Han? Who would have thought that his daughter's greeting would completely confuse Su Hyaming? When did my little girl meet Nan Xin? And they seem to have a very cordial relationship. Afterwards, Su Bingbing walked to Su Qinghan and praised her, Sister Han, you look so beautiful today. Bingbing, you are beautiful too. Su Qinghan, with her bright eyes and white teeth, also praised. You know each other? Now Su Hyaming could no longer sit still and asked in confusion. Yes, Dad, the last time I told you to go to a good friend's house for dinner, we went to Nan Xin and Sister Han's house. Mr. Su, I didn't expect Bingbing to be your daughter. Nan Xin grinned. Is this the big meet and greet event today? As expected, Li Balai, who had always been at odds with him, also walked into the venue. Luo Niannian was holding his arm. Chapter 106, touching my wife's hand, I was treated as a scumbag? Li Balai was also shocked when he saw Nan Xin. He didn't expect to see him again today. He was furious when he saw Nan Xin. Luo Niannian, who was beside him, was very good at observing people's expressions. Seeing that Li Balai had been staring at Nan Xin, she rolled her eyes and said, Boss Li, who is that person? It was him just now. Su Xiuxiu refused to be my makeup artist. Li Balai's eyes were deep, and then he pulled Luo Niannian over. While Nan Xin and a few others were talking, Li Balai's voice was heard behind them. Boss Nan, we are really destined to meet. We just met 2 days ago and we met again today. Well, it must be a bad fate. Nan Xin said with a smile, not giving him any face at all. After hearing this, Li Balai's face paused. He ignored Nan Xion's words and called Su Hyaming away. The two of them came to a table nearby, and Su Hyaming said quickly, I wonder what Mr. Li wants to talk to me about. I just want to remind Mr. Su not to follow the wrong person. Then you won't have to worry about it. Su Hyaming left after saying a few words. He hated being threatened the most. Seeing that Su Hyaming was unmoved, Li Balai picked up his cell phone and made a call. After a while, the call was connected, and Li Balai said angrily, all investments in Tianqing media projects will be withdrawn. The person on the other end of the phone was a little confused. Mr. Li had invested in Tianqing just to win over Luo Niannian. Now he's tired of playing around? But since he was the boss, the man on the other end of the phone had no choice but to do as he was told. Looking at Luo Niannian in the distance, Li Balai sneered, I have money, there is no woman I can't get. The other side. Su Bingbing and Guo Wei left first because they had something to do at school, so Su Qinghan could only stay with Nan Xin. Nan Xin looked at the lonely Su Qinghan and comforted her, Wife, I will take you to meet some celebrities later. Can you help me choose who to be the spokesperson for Douyin? Okay. Su Qinghan blinked her beautiful eyes and agreed happily. These days she has been browsing TikTok and Weibo randomly, and she knows all the gossip about celebrities. If you want to be a spokesperson for TikTok, you must get her consent. After a while, Su Hyaming introduced his artists one by one. That one over there is Luo Niannian, she is a top actress in the company. Su Qinghan shook his head after hearing this. Although she is famous, she has a lot of negative news about her which might be exposed one day. The one wearing the fan evening gown is a second-tier female star named Bai Lulu, who debuted as a child star. Su Qinghan's eyes lit up after hearing this. She knew that Bai Lulu was a very good actress. Then she whispered in Nan Xian's ear, "Hubby, my suggestion is to choose Bai Lulu as the spokesperson." Good.
Seeing that this man was admired by his wife, Nan Xian clapped his hands and decided to choose her. Afterwards, Su Haiming called Bai Lulu over. Bai Lulu has a very clean appearance. Although not as stunning as Su Qinghan, she is also good looking. When she was called over by her boss, she was very nervous, thinking that the boss wanted her to accompany him for drinks. If it's just 2 drinks, that's fine, but if there are any excessive demands, she will never compromise. This is also the reason why she is a second-tier star despite her good acting skills. When she came in front of Nan Xian and Su Qinghan, Bai Lulu saw Nan Xian rubbing Su Qinghan's little hand back and forth. She was a little angry. It was the first time she met a gentleman who took advantage of others. Then she walked over quickly and hurriedly protected Su Qinghan behind her. "Why do you keep touching a little girl? Aren't you ashamed? He looks so handsome, but he turns out to be a scumbag. Don't be afraid, little sister. I will protect you." Su Haiming next to her kept winking at Bai Lulu, and she was very confused.
Even Nan Xian and Su Qinghan were shocked when Bai Lulu forcibly separated them. This time, after hearing Bai Lulu's words, they finally understood. Then, Su Qinghan gently patted Bai Lulu's shoulder and said with a smile, "He is not a scumbag, he is my husband." After Su Qinghan finished speaking, she still couldn't help laughing secretly. Her husband was actually regarded as a pervert. This was enough to make her laugh for several days. Nan Xian also had an innocent look on his face, wondering why he couldn't do it when he touched his wife's hand. Then Nan Xian said with a smile, "Now do you believe that I am not a scumbag?" Sorry. After listening to the two people's explanation, Bai Lulu wished she could crawl into the ground. Maybe it's because of her background in the entertainment industry, I couldn't tell that she and her real couple were in love. After all, people in the entertainment industry act on cue, and even if they are unwilling, they are reluctant to show it. However, the most nervous person was Su Haiming, who was beside him. His future backer was actually called a scumbag, and his face was full of worry. As Bai Lulu's boss, Su Haiming smiled awkwardly. "Boss Nan, Bai Lulu was outspoken, please don't bother with her." Well, I didn't expect that there are still people with true personalities in the entertainment industry. Nan Xian said this with a smile, then walked forward and embraced his wife. This little fool was laughing happily just now. It seems he needs to be dealt with properly when he gets back. "Sit down." Pulling Su Qinghan to sit next to him, Nan Xian then said to the two of them. He didn't like beating around the bush, so he directly stated his purpose. "Ms. Bai Lulu, I asked Mr. Su to come here today to seek cooperation. We want you to be the spokesperson for TikTok." "Whom? Me?" Bai Lulu asked in surprise. She had just treated the two of them like that, but she didn't expect that this cooperation could still be discussed. However, she has principles when accepting advertising endorsements. She will not accept endorsements that deceive consumers, have no effect, or are not useful. As a result, she has few endorsements. As for why she is so arrogant, it is because her family is rich. What is TikTok? The software for sharing life is similar to Weibo, but with videos. Oh, I need to use it first, and then I will talk about taking the endorsement. Bai Lulu. Su Haiming, who was sitting next to her, turned pale as he listened to Bai Lulu's conversation. If this continued, Nan Xian would definitely have been offended by her. He could tolerate taking advertisements and making less money for the company, but the person sitting opposite him was the company's largest shareholder. Bai Lulu was unmoved by Su Haiming's scolding. She either refused to answer the call or answered it properly. Although Su Haiming was always afraid that Bai Lulu would offend him, Nan Xian and Su Qinghan liked Bai Lulu's personality very much. They have their own thoughts, bottom line, abilities, and positive outlooks, which is very consistent with their spokesperson image. Just when Su Haiming thought Nan Xian was so angry that he was about to slam the table, he didn't expect that he actually agreed. Yes, you can download it in the App Store. If you are interested, please feel free to contact us. Yeah, okay. Bai Lulu agreed very quickly. Now she was a little curious about what Douyin was. After Nan Xian and the other man left the table, she couldn't wait to take out her cell phone to download it. Chapter 107, More than 50 missed calls, I am numb. The spokesperson issue has been agreed upon,
and all that's left is by Lulu's nod of approval. After Su Hyaming sent Nan Xin and Su Qinghan out, he came back and scolded Bai Lulu.
Bai Lulu, didn't you see the look I gave you? The person just now is a major shareholder of our company. Oh, no wonder you. No wonder what?
Su Hyaming was puzzled. He hated leaving things half-sentenced.
However, Bai Lulu did not dare to say anything else. She found an excuse and slipped away.
On the other side, Su Hyaming's cell phone kept ringing, and he answered it impatiently.
Hello? What?
During these few minutes, Su Hyaming received several calls, all of which were about Li Baolai wanting to withdraw his investment.
Some crews have already prepared that if they don't start work, they will have to lose a lot of money. He hung up the phone and hurried back to the company to find a solution. On the other hand, Luo Nyanyan was furious when she heard that Li Baolai was going to withdraw his investment. She was the absolute leading actress in these films. If she had replaced the sponsor, she might not have been the heroine.
It can only be said that those who do not follow the right path will end up losing both their money and their lives. Hentaying Highlands is not far from Shanghai University, and Nanxin drove to the school in a short while. Thinking about how Bai Lulu had wrongly accused him, Nan Xin felt that Su Qinghan should be punished a little. Seeing that Nanxin had turned off the engine, Su Qinghan instinctively wanted to push open the car door, but found that the car was still locked.
Husband.
As soon as Su Qinghan screamed, Nan Xin came in front of her, and she instinctively shrank her body.
She said shyly, "It's not good in the car." "Honey, what are you thinking about?" "I'm just helping you unbuckle your seatbelt." Nan Xin raised the corners of his mouth, looking very proud.
When Su Qinghan realized that Nan Xin was just teasing him, he waved his little fist and hit Nan Xin's chest.
"Hate. I'm leaving now." After saying that, Su Qinghan ran forward without looking back. Looking at her shy look, Nan Xin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After parking the car downstairs of the dormitory building, Nan Xin quickly ran back to the dormitory.
In the boys' dormitory, Sun Bafa and Lu Bin were holding their cell phones and grinning foolishly. It was understandable that Sun Bafa smiled foolishly. After all, they were in a relationship, but Nan Xin didn't understand why Lu Bin smiled.
"Binzi, who are you chatting with so happily?" "No. No one."
Lu Bin spoke haltingly, and did not forget to put away his phone.
Nan Xin knew there was something fishy when he saw this, but he didn't dig too deep into it. He would find out when the time came.
In the dormitory, Zhang Hao was the only one who was very bored. Usually there were people playing games with him, but now he was left alone. On the other side, after attending the cocktail party, Bai Lulu returned to her apartment.
She was bored while taking a bath and opened Douyin.
As a result, she became more and more interested. She was also interested in the cross-dressing videos and card-shooting videos shot by those bloggers. After taking a shower, Bai Lulu looked at the business card above and was quite impressed.
Then she couldn't wait to call Nan Xin.
At that time, Nanxin's phone was on silent and he was washing up in the bathroom, so he didn't hear it. Bai Lulu was very interested in this software, and she kept calling again if one call failed. When Nan Xin returned to bed, he picked up his cell phone and saw that he had more than 50 missed calls. Just when Nan Xin was wondering who called him so many times, Bai Lulu called him for the 56th time.
"Hello? Hello, Mr. Nan, I'm sorry to bother you so late. I'm Bai Lulu, an artist from Tianqing Media. We met tonight. I tried the TikTok app and was very interested. How about you prepare the contract tomorrow?" Nan Xin answered the phone and Bai Lulu on the other end spoke a lot.
He didn't expect that she would agree so quickly.
"Can.
Then we will prepare to shoot the commercial tomorrow afternoon, right in Tiancheng.
I'll talk to Mr. Su tomorrow." "Okay."
Bai Lulu hung up the phone, unable to suppress the surprise on her face. It was pretty nice to be the spokesperson for a software she liked. While there is still time, she plans to go to TikTok to watch some videos.
The next day, Nan Xin attended morning class and called Su Hyaming during the break.
It rang several times before the call was connected.
Su Hyaming said angrily, "What other dramas have had their funding withdrawn?" "Mr. Su, what are you doing?" Nan Xin was confused.
Just by listening to his voice, he knew Su Hyaming was very upset, as if he was in trouble. Su Hyaming also quickly realized that the person who called was Nan Xin. He hurriedly apologized. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Nan, what can I do for you?" I plan to shoot the promotional video for TikTok in your advertising studio.
Yes, no problem. I'll ask someone to vacate it for you later. Nan Xin responded softly, thinking that Su Hyaming must have encountered some difficulties. Seeing that Mr. Su was a nice guy, Nan Xin asked with concern, Mr. Su, is there anything difficult for you? I'm a shareholder of the company. Just let me know if you need my help.
Well, the investor suddenly withdrew his capital, and now the company is having trouble making ends meet. Oh, I'll go to the company this afternoon and we'll discuss it.
Nan Xin answered warmly that he would help both for public and private reasons. Nan Xin had no classes in the afternoon, but Su Qinghan had classes in the afternoon, so Nan Xin came to Tiancheng Media Company alone. When I opened the door of the president's office, I saw Su Hyaming with messy hair. After not seeing him for a few hours, I felt that he had aged a little. When Su Hyaming saw Nan Xin, he felt like he had seen a life-saving straw. He quickly ran to Nan Xin and led him to the sofa. In order to welcome Nanshin, he also took out his collection of tea. Boss Su, what's going on? How could an investor suddenly withdraw their investment? It shouldn't have any impact on a single play.
Su Hyaming shook his head and said bitterly, it's not just one, there are 5 in total.
2 of them have been prepared and will start shooting in 2 or 3 days.
If the capital chain cannot be connected at this time, the losses will only be greater.
Oh. Nan Xin nodded.
He didn't know much about this industry, but he understood after Su Hyaming explained it.
However, he was curious about who suddenly withdrew his investment.
When Nan Xin heard the name Su Hyaming said, he was really surprised. I didn't expect Li Baolai to resort to such a dirty trick, but he can't get the money back now. Well, he doesn't care about losing money, he cares about us losing more money.
Aha! Nan Xin nodded, thinking that Li Baolai's sudden attack on Tiancheng Media must be because of him.
When he was making the connection, Li Baolai already knew that he was a major shareholder of Tiancheng Media.
Nan Xin thought that he did this just to teach himself a lesson.
However, the current problem is that we still have to help Tiancheng overcome the difficulties first.
Nan Xin looked at Su Hyaming and said calmly, Mr. Su, how much money do we need to ensure the normal filming of the project? 1 billion? Or 2 billion? Chapter 108 If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it with grass. No. Su Hyaming waved his hands quickly. He didn't expect Nan Xin to talk about hundreds of millions. I thought he was just being polite, but I didn't expect he was serious about it. What about 3 billion? Nan Xin thought it was not enough, so he continued speaking.
The rebates from buying tea and clothes combined are about 30 to 40 billion.
If that is not enough, there is also Henteing Highlands. After hearing the investment, Su Hyaming waved his hands in shock. He said gratefully, Boss Nan, 1 billion is enough. Nan Xin nodded.
He thought Su Hyaming would ask for a very high price, but he didn't expect that he was not greedy.
Although the money is considered an investment, Nanshin hopes to make money. He absolutely cannot accept Tiancheng making a shoddy drama just for the sake of popularity and traffic.
Then, Nan Xin thought for a moment and said, I can invest, but I want to see the project.
I want to see the cast list, too. No problem.
Su Hyaming agreed very quickly, except for Nan Xinhui who might go back on his word.
After a while, Su Hyaming brought over the project plans for the 2 dramas. Nan Xin used Snob Eye to check and found that the profit was 30%, which was still acceptable. When he saw the cast list, the leading actress turned out to be Luo Niannian.
She was full of negative information, but was directly passed by Nan Xin. After much deliberation, Bai Lulu was chosen as the heroine, and another actor who graduated from a professional college was found for the other play. Su Hyaming readily agreed to Nanshin's decision. Now he was not only a major shareholder of the company, but also the financial sponsor, whom he could not afford to offend. After the discussion, Nanshin transferred the money. At this time, the publicity and promotion personnel of Douyin Company and Bai Lulu had arrived. Since Bai Lulu was very efficient at work, she quickly got into the state. Lu Chang was also very satisfied when he saw the new spokesperson Nanshin found. While there was still a lot of time left before filming the commercial, Nan Xin asked Lu Chang, Lao Lu, how is the development of the new section we discussed earlier going? It has been launched and is currently in trial operation. Once it is confirmed that there are no problems, it will be fully promoted. Well, what about the internet celebrity? I have contacted 20 people and have already agreed to cooperate.
Yes, the efficiency is very high.
By the end of the year, the number of downloads will exceed 100 million.
The bonuses of all Douyin employees will be doubled.
After listening to Nang Xinhua's big pie, Lu Chang was very excited, let alone ordinary employees. After talking with Nan Xin, Lu Chang went to work immediately, if for no other reason than for the double bonus.
Nan Xin looked at Lu Chang's figure and grinned. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass.
On the other hand, Su Haiming immediately transferred the money to the crew after receiving it, so the crew could finally start work on time.
Some are happy and some are sad. When Luo Niannian learned that her heroine had been replaced by someone else, she angrily threw things.
Ever since being dumped by Li Baolai, her treatment has plummeted. At the banquet yesterday, she, who usually stood in the center position, was squeezed into a small corner. The assistant next to her was so scared when she saw Luo Niannian getting angry that she dared not even breathe, for fear that she would become the scapegoat.
After a while, Luo Niannian finally calmed down, and she asked through gritted teeth. Who is the new heroine? Yes. By Lulu. Why her? Luo Niannian was very confused.
Bai Lulu hasn't become famous yet, but she was replaced by a second-tier star.
She really didn't know what the company's top management was thinking.
She snorted coldly. Although she has good acting skills, she is not as pretty as me, and she does not have as many fans as me. Hearing this, the assistant behind him slowly said, Sister Nian, I heard that Bai Lulu was personally nominated by the sponsor.
Oh. Luo Niannian's eyes were shining.
Since Li Baolai had abandoned her, she naturally had to find a good backer for herself. Since the sponsor personally replaced the person, if I can win over the sponsor, it would be easy to replace the heroine with myself. Luo Niannian was very confident in her beauty, so she immediately instructed her assistant to find out who the sponsor was. Far away in the classroom of Magic City University, Nan Xian went to Tianqing Media Company alone to watch the Douyin commercial because he had classes in the afternoon.
Su Qinghan was a little absent-minded.
As a woman, she is always sensitive towards men. Su Qinghan was afraid that Nan Xian was so outstanding that he would be targeted by that group of beautiful girls.
Seeing Su Qinghan's blank eyes, the roommate asked with concern, Qinghan, what are you thinking about? You almost broke your pen. Su Qinghan came back to his senses when he heard Sun Yu's voice. Yeah, what did you say? Are you feeling unwell? Fine. Su Qinghan smiled awkwardly, and then sent a message to Nan Xian, husband, don't mess around with other women outside. Nan Xian raised his lips when he received the message.
He didn't expect to be warned by his wife.
He quickly replied, I know. Don't worry. I will pick you up after class. On the other side, after the assistant found out Nan Xian's position in the company, he quickly told Luo Niannian. Sister Nian, the sponsor is in advertising room number 1. Well, it's my turn next.
Luo Niannian smiled confidently, then stood up from the chair.
She deliberately chose a revealing dress that was slit to the thigh.
Then she picked up the perfume, sprayed it around herself, arched her chest, and went to advertising room number 1.
Nan Xian had just replied to Su Qinghan's message when Luo Niannian came in. She looked at the staff in front and then at Nan Xian who was sitting in the back, and she immediately recognized Nan Xian as the financial sponsor.
Her previous sponsors were all greasy uncles, and some of them had poor physical fitness.
Her heart started pounding when she saw Nan Xian. Yesterday I thought Nan Xian was an artist, but I didn't expect him to be a hidden rich man.
Luo Niannian felt that he had made a good deal. At the same time, she secretly thought to herself that she must take down Nan Xian.
Then Luo Niannian put on a charming smile and walked forward. Hello, I'm Luo Niannian. Her voice was coquettish, with a very obvious clip tone, but Nan Xian was not interested in her and just nodded with a smile. Su Qinghan had just instructed him to guard Nanda even more. Seeing that Nan Xian ignored her, Luo Niannian immediately changed her tactics.
She thought to herself that once the claw sound was heard, she would fall into Nan Xian's arms, without fear of not being able to catch the fish. But she really thought too much. She thought she would fall into Nan Xian's arms, but she didn't expect Nan Xian to move to the right, and she fell heavily to the ground. Bai Lulu, who was shooting a commercial nearby, was unhappy to see Luo Niannian flirting with Nan Xian like this. This time she saw it clearly. Bai Lulu knew that Nan Xian had a wife, and she had also met Su Qinghan yesterday. She rushed forward immediately to help Luo Niannian up.
Hey, are you okay? Are you okay? No. I'm fine.
Seeing that it was Bai Lulu who helped him up, Luo Niannian quickly stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. When colleagues meet, they are extremely jealous of each other.
Luo Niannian is thinking that if she can take over Nanshin, everything of Bai Lulu will be hers.
Because of her mother, Bai Lulu was very angry at women who hooked up with men, so she wanted Luo Niannian to do some good deeds, so she said this.
He has a wife. Chapter 109, Reusing Hot Pot Base?
Luo Niannian doesn't care whether others have a wife or not, as long as others are willing to spend money on her and praise her, so she sneered at Bai Lulu's advice.
She walked around Bai Lulu and came to Nan Xin again. Are you free tonight? Do you want to come to my house for a simple meal? No time. Your house is fine. Go wherever you want to go. He tried to speak nicely, but Luo Niannian didn't listen, so Nan Xin scolded her.
Seeing that she couldn't get any advantage from Nanshin, she left angrily. Bai Lulu, on the other hand, began to look at Nan Xin with a new eye.
It seemed that not all boys were fickle, at least Nan Xin was not.
Boss Nan, you performed well and were able to resist temptation.
This is what I should do. Nan Xin smiled confidently.
Of course he wanted to reassure Su Qinghan, but Bai Lulu felt uncomfortable after hearing that.
If his father had done the same thing, then wouldn't her mother be?
After thinking about it, Bai Lulu left dejectedly.
The filming of the advertisement went smoothly.
The publicity and promotion departments of Nanshin and Douyin Company were full of praise for the advertisement shot by Bai Lulu. In order to thank Nanshin for its help, Su Haiming specially called on all the artists in the company to advertise for Douyin for free, and the time is set at 8 o'clock tomorrow night.
Bai Lulu's advertisement was also released at the same time.
With many celebrities recommending it, a large number of fans will rush to download it, so Nan Xin reminded Lu Chang beside him, Lao Lu, facing so many fans using Douyin to download Douyin at the same time, we need to prepare a backup server in case of any emergencies.
Okay, Mr. Nan, I understand. Lu Chang nodded. He had not thought about this problem just now. If the mini program really could not be opened, it would be tantamount to lowering the user experience. After finishing the advertising work, Nan Xin looked at the time and saw that Su Qinghan was about to finish school, so he said hello to everyone. You guys go ahead and do your work, I have something to do and I'll leave first.
Thank you for your hard work. On the other side, Su Qinghan got out of school early, and she sent a message to Nan Xin to tell him to wait for him at the school gate. Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was following behind her, saw Nan Xin coming to pick up Su Qinghan, so she lowered her head and quickly slipped away, fearing that the two men would discover her. How could the sharp-eyed Su Qinghan not notice her, but she didn't expose her. Besides, Zhang Xiaoxiao has been very low-key recently, maybe she has come to her senses.
Su Qinghan got into Nanshin's car and the two drove home. Honey, what are we having for dinner? Just tell me, and I'll do it for you. Dumpling. Su Qinghan said with a smile, it felt so good to eat whatever you wanted. After returning home, Nan Xin started cooking.
The kitchen had become a place that Su Qinghan could not enter.
She was bored and sat on the sofa watching TV.
While watching the advertisement, Su Qinghan suddenly remembered that the vegetables and flowers he had planted on the balcony had been growing for a long time and should have sprouted. She ran outside full of hope, walked in front of the basket, and was stunned. The seedlings she planted did not grow out, but the ones Nan Xin scattered grew a lot of seedlings. Thinking about the bet between the two, Su Qinghan secretly moved the basket where the seedlings grew. Ahem. At this moment, a coughing sound suddenly came from behind. When Su Qinghan turned around, he saw Nan Xin leaning against the door with his arms folded, looking at him meaningfully. Oh my god, why are you here? Well, I see that you are growing well, so I'm thinking of moving you to a better location. Su Qinghan lowered her head, looking guilty, but Nan Xin did not expose her. He raised his lips and asked, really? Of course it's true, but why did yours grow and mine didn't? I clearly didn't water yours when I watered my flowers and vegetables. Ha? You treat me differently? Nan Xin grabbed Su Qinghan's pigtail and spoke in an angry tone. Su Qinghan realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, and quickly covered it up, then put on a righteous look. Everyone should take care of themselves. Besides, we have a bet, so I didn't water you, hee hee. She said with a smile, showing a few big white teeth. As for the bet, Nan Xin had forgotten about it long ago. Fortunately, Su Qinghan reminded him. Then he raised the corners of his mouth and came to Su Qinghan. Oh, wife, you reminded me that there is still a bet. Whoever loses has to agree to a request from the other party. Isn't it time to fulfill it now?
After hearing Nan Xian's answer, Su Qinghan really wanted to slap himself twice. Nan Xian clearly didn't say anything, but he blurted out everything.
He felt so wronged. What's more important is to agree to Nanshin's request. Since it had come to this, Su Qinghan pouted and agreed reluctantly.
Okay, what's the request, you say? Then I'll punish you by making you cosplay as my senpai. Who is my senpai? I'll show you later. Nan Xian was very proud of himself, as this victory was so easy. After a while, the dumplings were ready. Su Qinghan smelled the fragrance and quickly ran to the dining table. As for Nan Xian's cooking skills, she just felt that it was a waste of talent. He should really open a restaurant.
Su Qinghan thought about how many industries Nanshin had and decided to give up.
She didn't want Nanshin to be tired. After dinner, Nan Xian showed Su Qinghan a picture of Senior Mai, the one with the bunny girl. Su Qinghan readily agreed.
She thought Senior Sister Mai was something like a JK, but after watching her, she realized that she was not. But this is exactly what she wants.
Then it won't be just her desire for her husband's body. It was almost time. Nan Xian sent Su Qinghan back to the dormitory.
After she packed up, she lay on the bed and searched for costumes to cosplay as Senior Sister Mai. When she found the bunny girl one, she placed an order without hesitation. Now everything is ready except for the east wind. The small whip I bought has not been used yet, so I can try it when the time comes.
On the other side, Nan Xian had just arrived at the dormitory when Zhang Hao and Lu Bin walked in angrily.
Seeing that Sun Bafa and Nan Xian were both in the dormitory, Lu Bin angrily explained to them what had happened in the evening.
Today was really disgusting. Haozi and I went to eat hot pot across from the school, and they actually brought the leftover hot pot to our table. If Haozi hadn't noticed the turbid soup at the bottom and scooped it out in confusion, we wouldn't have known there were watermelons and meatballs in it. I thought about it and the food we ordered hasn't been served yet. There's no way there's meatballs or something like that in there. When I reported this to the boss, he said the employee was new and brought the wrong dish. I feel like there's something fishy going on in the store. It's definitely not as simple as serving the wrong item.
Lu Bin poked his chin in thought.
Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the bottom of the pot was not normal. Maybe the boss just wants to evade responsibility and puts the blame on the employees.
Although we were later given a new soup base, it still tasted terrible.
There are still many people eating at that restaurant every day. It's really puzzling. How about we open a hot pot restaurant? Chapter 110, One Phone Call, Sold 2 Lakeside Villas.
Lu Bin's eyes were shining as he asked everyone. He thought it would be very profitable to open a hot pot restaurant opposite the school as there were so many people who liked to eat hot pot. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Hao immediately agreed.
He knew too well how bad the hot pot they had eaten today was. Sun Bafa thought the plan was feasible, so he asked Nan Xian, Brother Nan, what do you think?
Sure, I'll be responsible for the funding, and you guys will be responsible for the big and small things.
Then we are coolies, haha.
Those who have money will contribute money, and those who have strength will contribute strength.
A few people nodded, and the framework of the hot pot restaurant was completed. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. Sun Bafa's family owns a company, so he knows more about equity.
The three of us are laborers. Nanshin pays but does not work. Since Nanshin invested the entire amount, each of us three will own 20% of the shares, and Brother Nan will own 40%.
Forget it, 25% each, that's it. Nan Xian said this happily, also to increase their enthusiasm for making money.
Seeing that Nanshin spoke so firmly, the few people accepted it, thinking that they would give Nanshin more money when the time came so as not to let their brothers suffer any loss.
The money and equity have been discussed, and the most important thing for a hot pot restaurant is the taste.
Thinking of this, everyone looked at Nanshin again, because they had all eaten the dishes he cooked and the taste was impeccable. They believed that the hot pot base made by Nanshin was even better.
Brother Nan, I think you can research the hot pot base. Brother Fa is right. You are so skilled, you can definitely do it. We believe you. In this way, Nan Xian was forced to do the job by the three of them and he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Fortunately, it is not difficult to stir-fry hot pot base, and Nanshin can accept it. Nanshin has already satisfied the funding needs, and the rest of the hard work will be left to them. What Nanshin hopes most is that they will not be short-lived. The next day. In Huamei Building, Li Baolai was almost furious when he learned that Tianqing Media's filming project was proceeding normally.
They originally wanted to take this opportunity to suppress Nan Xin's enthusiasm, but ended up joining forces. Xiaoyu saw the boss throwing things inside from outside the door and felt a little scared.
Sure enough, he was called away after a while. Given you so much time, have you found out the details of Nanshin? Mr. Li.
Mr. Li, Nanshin information seems to be protected by someone.
We have tried for a long time but have not been able to break in. Useless, all of you are useless. What's the point of me raising you? Pack your things and get out of here. Mr. Li. Before Xiaoyu could say anything else, he was kicked out by his secretary. He was told to blame others for not being able to defeat Nanshin's system. Until now, except Linyu, no one else knows that Nan Xin is a college student. This is all thanks to the system. On the other hand, after Xiaoyu was kicked out of the company, he received a commission from Hentang Highlands. Even Nan Xin did not expect such a coincidence.
In the morning, after a long class, Sun Bafa, Lu Bin and Zhang Hao ran to look at the store opposite the school.
Nan Xin went to the girls' dormitory to pick up Su Qinghan.
He had only taken a few steps when the cell phone in his pocket rang.
Nan Xin looked at the number on the phone and saw that it was from Su Province. He answered the call without hesitation. A female voice came from the other end. "Hello sir, excuse me. I'm Xiaoli from the sales department of Kuntong Shengshi. We are currently having a promotion for buying a property. If you place an order now, you can enjoy a 5% discount." Nan Xin thought something happened, but it turned out to be a sales call. However, he knew the Kuntong Shengshi community, which was only a 20-minute drive from their village. The most famous thing about their community is that the houses are built on the lake. The reason Nanshin knew this was because he could see it every time he crossed the bridge there. It is also the community with the highest housing prices in Suzhou. "Sir, our house is definitely the most discounted one ever. You will regret it forever if you miss it. Sir, please buy a set. You will not be cheated or taken advantage of. Now we give away furniture for free when you buy a house. I make the decision. I also give away a parking space." On the other end of the phone, Xiaoli's lips were chapped. God knows how many calls she had made. But even though many people thought she was a liar, she still insisted on selling it, just because the discount was really great, but no one believed her. "Gentlemen." Before she could say anything else, she heard a sound of heaven. "Okay, I want them. I want the 2 villas in the center of the lake." "Sir." "Huh? What did you say? Did I hear you correctly? You want to buy 2 sets? And you want the 2 sets in the center of the lake? You are not kidding me. If you find me annoying, you can hang up immediately." Xiaoli said this with a wry smile, but the hand holding the pen was clenched tightly, and the veins on the back of her hand were bulging. For some reason, she was actually willing to believe the man on the other end of the phone. Nan Xin also laughed, and had to admit that what he had just said really sounded like a joke. But he really wasn't kidding. After all, Nan Xin and Su Qinghan are together, so they can't just buy one house. "The reason why I bought 2 houses is because I hope that our 2 families can live next door to each other." "I'm not kidding you. I really want to buy the 2 villas in the center of the lake. I can pay the deposit now." In order to make the person on the other side believe that he was not lying to her, Nan Xin shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Ah? Really? Sir, may I ask where you are in Sioux City now? I will go there in person to give you the house purchase contract. I'm in the Magic City now." "Okay, then I'll buy the earliest flight ticket tomorrow and deliver the contract to you personally." Xiaoli was very excited. If both houses in the lake center could be sold, her commission would be hundreds of thousands. Compared to air tickets, that's small money. "Yes, sure. I'll reimburse you for the round-trip air tickets." "Thank you, sir." Xiaoli was stunned for a moment, then thanked him. She was really lucky today. She actually found a big client and bought 2 houses in the center of the lake. After discussing some details, Xiaoli hung up the phone. To be honest, her hands couldn't stop shaking as she hung up the phone, to prove that this was not a dream. She pinched her arm hard. Well, it hurt. As a newly hired intern, her daily job is to call customers, explain the houses to them, and explain the discounts. She was often scolded at the beginning, but now she has slowly gotten used to it. She firmly believed that she would sell the house one day. And now, it's coming true.
She was so happy that she wanted to share the news with everyone. Comrades, I have a client who wants to buy 2 villas in the center of the lake. Shirley thought she would receive compliments from others, but she didn't know that they all looked at her in disbelief.
You, an intern, can sell houses by just making a few phone calls? That's just wishful thinking.
Of course, we take clients to see houses every day, but no one decides to buy a house on the spot. They just make a phone call, huh? Chapter 111. Su Qinghan, tell me, I am your dear.
Xiaoli ignored what the two said.
Firstly, I am indeed a newcomer, and it is normal to be looked down upon.
After all, for these women in their 30s, if you don't integrate into their circle, no matter who you are, you will be ridiculed and looked down upon. Secondly, Xiaoli thought she needed to quickly order a plane ticket and deliver the house purchase contract to Mr. Nan. But then again, she was also a little worried that she was being cheated. After all, he is a newcomer. He skipped work after only a few days of work, so he was bound to be criticized by his leader. Another thing that she was most worried about was, what if Nan Xin was really a liar? I'm afraid that what those old people said is right and all my hard work will be in vain. And I have to pay for the plane ticket. Thinking of this, Xiaoli hesitated, but her steps towards outside became faster and faster. I promised Mr. Nan that I would send the contract to him. I cannot break my promise, even if I am cheated. I have to say this girl is silly but cute. But she is so sincere and hardworking that good things will happen to her sooner or later. Ding ling. The moment Xiaoli walked out of the company, her cell phone suddenly rang. She opened it and saw that it was a message from a WeChat friend. When she saw the note itself, her heart skipped a beat and she quickly clicked to agree. Hello, Mr. Nan, I'm buying a ticket. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Following this reply was a transfer message for an amount of 2,500. Mr. Nan, what is this? Xiaoli was stunned, then saw the message from Nanshin. It's agreed that I'll reimburse the round-trip fare. I'll refund you the extra money and make up the extra money. Okay, I'm busy now. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Nan. Xiaoli said this with gratitude, and then she received the transfer with a trembling excitement. I was not deceived and Mr. Nan was not kidding me. Thinking of this, a positive smile appeared on Xiaoli's face again. Magic City, here I come. She held the house purchase contract tightly in her arms. She didn't want the contract she brought to Nanshin to have any wrinkles. On the other side, Nan Xinjing walked towards the girls' dormitory to pick up Su Qinghan. I'm almost at your dormitory building, get ready and come down, I'll take you to have breakfast. Nan Xin sent the message and immediately received a message from Su Qinghan. Yeah. The immediate reply really gave Nanshin a sense of security. No hurry, slow down. Nan Xin stood aside waiting, thinking about how to tell his parents and his future father-in-law and mother-in-law about what happened between them. Suddenly I smelled a fragrance. He subconsciously turned his head to look, and saw darkness. Guess who I am? A brisk and deliberately low voice sounded, and Nan Xin couldn't help laughing. He was so old, but he still loved to play. But he was not someone who did not understand romance. He coughed softly and then spoke. Ahem, let me guess. I guess it's my wife. Isn't that right? No. Huh? No? Who is that? Don't touch me. I have a girlfriend. Poochie. Su Qinghan was amused by Nan Xin, and then stood on tiptoe and whispered in the latter's ear. Just to remind you, I am your dear. Quick, guess again, who I am. Well, you are my dear. Nan Xin obediently started over again. Su Qinghan then let go of her jade hand contentedly, her pretty face full of pride, as if a word of dear could satisfy her little thoughts to a great extent. However, when Nan Xin opened his eyes and saw Su Qinghan in front of him, he couldn't help but feel moved. Because the person in front of me is so beautiful. It can be seen that Su Qinghan dressed up carefully in order to meet Nan Xin. Nan Xin could also guess that Su Qinghan had probably started packing 2 hours ago, otherwise he would never have come out of the dormitory within 3 minutes after receiving his message. Silly, have you already gotten up and cleaned yourself up? No, but do you think I'm pretty? As he spoke, Su Qinghan took a step back and turned around on the spot. The fragrance is everywhere, and the whole person looks like a butterfly taking off, which must be beautiful. Today, Su Qinghan was wearing a khaki suit jacket, and the white shirt underneath was slightly lifted up by the towering. The lower body is a pleated skirt that is just above the knee.
The most terrible thing is that zero destocking, which has already revealed Su Qinghan's perfect figure. You have to know that Su Qinghan is 1.68 meters tall, which is quite tall for a girl. At this moment, this outfit is a mixture of student style and pure desire style, which is simply beautiful.
Nan Xin felt his heart beating, but it was still morning and he was very angry.
Suddenly seeing his girlfriend dressed like this, he felt a little itchy.
Haha, have you seen enough? If you haven't seen enough, just watch for a while.
Seeing Nan Xin's performance, Su Qinghan felt secretly delighted, and the word proud almost stuck on his forehead.
Su Qinghan is still very confident about her figure.
You know, as long as she dresses up a little, she can win the title of school beauty.
I can't see enough, I can't see enough. How can I see enough even if you let me see it for a while?
Forget it, I will just watch it for the rest of my life.
Nan Xin said it with difficulty, but it directly made Su Qinghan angry. Hey! What do you mean by reluctantly? Don't run.
Explain yourself to me clearly.
Wait a minute, I can't run in these shoes, ouch. Su Qinghan suddenly staggered and almost fell.
Nan Xin hurried back when he saw this, but unexpectedly Su Qinghan cheated and grabbed his arm, making it impossible for him to break free. If he tried to break free, he would bump into the rabbit instead.
He. I caught you, so explain it to me clearly.
Su Qinghan hummed with a smile, and his brows were about to be pinched on Nan Xin's arm. As a result, Nan Xin had no choice but to give in and speak nicely.
I mean, I can't get enough of you. When you dress like this, I'm easily moved. Once I'm moved, I'll... Quick, praise me again, say something nice, or I won't let you go.
As she spoke, Su Qinghan waved her fist and pursed her cherry lips.
The meaning was very clear, if she didn't say something nice, she would not leave. Well, okay, I'll tell you, but don't say I'm fooling you.
No, you'd better speak louder, let me see your literary talent. Nan Xin's forehead darkened, knowing that there would always be people walking by him from time to time. Being seen being so intimate would be bad enough to have a bad influence, after all, there are many single people out there.
Now you are asked to say sweet words, doesn't that mean you are dragging all the single people over and beating them up? As expected. Without waiting for Nan Xin to say anything, the students walking in front who recognized the two men took a detour. It turns out that the power of dog food is so terrifying. Chapter 112. When I come back home, I'll call you Dad, but you must not agree. The two of them walked out of the school playfully and came to the steamed bun shop opposite the living area. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, what kind of buns do you want to eat? The proprietress, wearing an apron, came towards them, wiping her hands. When she saw the extremely good-looking Nan Xin and Su Qinghan, her eyes lit up. She has been running a breakfast shop near Shanghai University for many years, so naturally she has seen many good-looking boys and girls. But Nan Xin and Su Qinghan in front of her made her feel amazed for the first time. Although I have the impression that I have seen Su Qinghan and Nan Xin before. But the two of them definitely rarely or never came to the store together, otherwise she would definitely remember it clearly. Looking at the two of them, the proprietress couldn't help but pray for them after expressing her feelings, hoping that the young couple would not be defeated by the graduation season. Auntie, 6 meat buns and 1 serving of instant noodles. Okay, no problem. Take a seat first. The side dishes are free and you can help yourself. Yes, thank you, Auntie. Su Qinghan pulled Nan Xin to sit at the dining table near the door, and then she got up and ran to the sterilizer to get chopsticks and bowls. She didn't have much of a dietary restriction, so she thoughtfully picked up a small bowl of side dishes. After sniffing them, she immediately felt her appetite whetted. Honey, add some vinegar and chile, it's delicious. Okay, I'll add it for you. Nan Xin picked up the vinegar bottle and added some chili peppers, but Su Qinghan felt it was not enough, so he snatched it away and added a lot more as if he was not satisfied. Nan Xin could not help but shrug helplessly upon seeing this. Eat so much chili again, be careful your mother will find out and beat you up. While speaking, Nan Xin lowered his voice and added softly, but I can draw for you. TSK. Durian mango. So tell me, will my mother spank me first, or will she spank you first? Well, including my dad, guess what? Su Qinghan chuckled and said, his eyes curved into crescents because of pride. Nan Xinyan couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face, as if it was really the case. After all, I picked the flowers from my uncle and aunt's house, and I haven't explained it yet. Moreover, Su Qinghan's father has always regarded his daughter as his treasure. Now that his treasure has become Nan Xian's apple of his eye, wouldn't he be unhappy?
Seeing Nan Xian's face change slightly, the clever Su Qinghan guessed what he was thinking and immediately reached out to pull him.
Okay, don't worry. If my dad dares to bully you, I will ignore him.
As Su Qinghan spoke, he waved his fists, which made Nan Xian feel relieved. This girlfriend is well chosen. She is really brave when something happens, even if it means bullying her father.
It's okay. Your husband is so outstanding that it shouldn't be a problem for him to face Auntie. Besides, Uncle Su likes me quite a bit. What's wrong? There's a flower on my face? Nan Xian felt panicked when Su Qinghan was staring at him.
He touched his face, but didn't feel anything. Su Qinghan shook his head, exhaled a sweet breath, and said, I didn't expect you to be so handsome and thick-skinned.
Hee stop it, don't tickle me, hee.
Without waiting for her to finish, Nan Xian started scratching her palm, making Su Qinghan smile coquettishly.
By the time the restaurant aunt brought the instant noodles and buns, Su Qinghan couldn't stop laughing. Such a young and energetic couple makes me happy. I really envy young people. Eat it while it's hot. If it's not enough, Auntie will cook you another bowl of instant noodles. No, Auntie. One portion is enough for the two of us.
Auntie, your instant noodles are generous in portion, and the buns are big and fragrant.
We can never get enough of them.
Su Qinghan flattered her with a series of compliments, and the smile on the aunt's face became even more intense, and she was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. And after Su Qinghan's praise, the proprietress will probably be in a much better mood today. If you don't eat enough, come more often and Auntie will give you a discount.
You guys eat first, Auntie will go and get busy. Okay. It's been hard work, Auntie. The aunt turned and left with a smile.
Su Qinghan took the chopsticks that Nan Xian had broken open to pick up the instant noodles. With her skillful technique, she quickly divided the instant noodles into two portions, one portion of noodles and soup, and one portion of soup. With a push of her delicate hand, she pushed the noodles and soup in front of Nan Xian.
Here, eat quickly.
Nan Xian, who had long been accustomed to Su Qinghan's way of eating, smiled and shook his head, then picked up his chopsticks and started eating in small bites.
It's strange that when people eat instant noodles, they always like to eat the noodles without drinking the soup. But Su Qinghan did the opposite. He only drank the soup and didn't eat the noodles. He also claimed that the taste of noodles in the soup was enough. It was really strange. Since they were young, the two had a clear division of labor. Nan Xian ate noodles and Su Qinghan drank soup. Of course, before the bathhouse incident. Now that the work has been divided again, Nan Xian suddenly feels like he is back in his childhood. Whose beautiful girl are you thinking about? Come and eat. Su Qinghan smiled and raised his hand and waved it in front of Nan Xian. The latter came to his senses, smiled slightly and started eating. After the meal, Su Qinghan's belly was bulging. After all, it was rare for a girl to eat 3 large buns for breakfast. Nan Xian was just about to pay when his cell phone suddenly rang. He saw that the note was from Li Yu. As the vice president of Qingxin Investment, he is usually very busy. Now that he calls Nanxin, I'm afraid there is something going on. Hello? Li Yu, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Boss, are you free today? Well, go ahead. There is a project that we are unsure about, and we hope you can come and check it out. After hearing this, Nan Xian pondered for a moment, then looked at Su Qinghan, who was stroking her belly, and his heart moved. I'll go over there when I have time. After hanging up the phone, Su Qinghan had already paid the bill. She vaguely heard that something happened at Nanxin Company and couldn't help but blinked curiously. What's the matter? Well, I need to go to the company. You have to pay for it. Okay, it's the weekend anyway, and I'll stay here anyway, so I'll go with you. But, can you wait a moment? Su Qinghan's pretty face flushed, and she lowered her head to look at her stomach. She had eaten 3 buns, and she was indeed full. Nan Xian couldn't help laughing when he saw this, and remembered how Su Qinghan was eating buns just now, shouting that they were delicious, and holding up 2 fingers to indicate that he could eat 2 more. Wait here for me. I'll go drive the car. Come out when I call you. Is that so? Okay then. I'll wait for you. Su Qinghan obediently sat back in the chair, rubbing his belly with one hand and supporting his chin with the other, like a good boy. Nan Xian nodded, turned and walked out of the bun shop, then walked towards the parking lot. However, when he walked out of the bun shop,
he vaguely heard the voices of his aunt and Su Qinghan chatting. It can be seen that this aunt was really delighted by Su Qinghan's amusement. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, Nan Xian drove to the bun shop. After honking the horn twice, Su Qinghan trotted out, not forgetting to wave goodbye to his aunt. The sharp-eyed Nan Xian noticed at a glance that Su Qinghan was holding a plastic bag in his hand, and there seemed to be 3 buns in it. When the passenger door opened, it was Baozi who stepped in before the long legs. "Hubby, let's go." Su Qinghan waved his little hand and started fastening his seatbelt. Nan Xian took the buns and couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Didn't you eat too much of this bun just now?" "Yes, these 3 buns are 3 new flavors. Auntie insisted on giving them to me so that I could help taste them." Oh, the auntie is so enthusiastic. I wanted to pay for 3 buns, and she snatched the payment code away. But I'm not hungry now. I'll eat when I'm hungry. Su Qinghan adjusted his chair and leaned back slightly, a look of relief appearing on his face. "Honey, what happened at the company? Why do you need to go over there so early in the morning?" Su Qinghan asked curiously, and then subconsciously wanted to cross her legs, but fortunately she stopped the thought in time. "There is a project that Li Yu and his team are unsure about, so they asked me to go over and take a look. Oh yeah, there's one more thing." Nan Xian told Su Qinghan that he was going to buy a house in the 3rd phase of Banda, and the latter's beautiful eyes widened upon hearing it. "Hubby, are you going to give my mom and dad a house? The one in the center of the lake, the most expensive one?" "Well, what's wrong? Inappropriate?" "I don't think it's appropriate. What if my parents don't agree with us being together?" After Su Qinghan finished speaking, he suddenly changed the subject. "Don't worry, even if my parents don't agree, I will still follow you. But my dad and mom really like you, so it shouldn't be a big problem. If you have any problems, just drink with my dad. Once we're drunk, we can become close friends, and then our problems will be solved easily." Nan Xinyan's mouth corners slightly raised, as if he had thought of something. "Your father and I are brothers, so you call me dad too?" I thought Su Qinghan would roll her eyes because Nan Xian took advantage of her, or at worst raise her head and pinch the tender flesh on Nan Xian's waist. Unexpectedly, there was none. But, while Nan Xian stopped the car and waited for the traffic light, she came closer and asked in a domineering tone. "Why, do you want me to call you dad? You can just say it." The numbing sound was really unfair. Nan Xian bit his tongue to wake up, but he still grinned. "Try. Dad." Nan Xian never expected that Su Qinghan would shout so bluntly, and this shout directly made him agitated. Su Qinghan also found it fun. Whenever waiting for the traffic light at the intersection, he would always tease Nanxin, causing the latter to almost drive the car directly to the suburbs. Finally, after passing more than 10 traffic lights, they arrived at their destination. However, Su Qinghan waited for several minutes before Nan Xian got off the bus. There was nothing he could do. It was too hot. He had to wait slowly. "Hey, are you happy?" "Very happy." Nan Xian answered truthfully. Su Qinghan gave a reminder before getting on the elevator. "When we get back to my house, don't agree when I call you dad, or it will be awkward. You don't even have to buy a house, I can earn it myself." Nan Xinwen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but the temptation of a super generation increase was still quite great. But reason told him that when Su Qinghan called his father to serve the rice, he must not stand up, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. When we arrived at the floor where Qingxin Investment was located, the girl at the front desk arrived quite early. After seeing Nan Xian and Su Qinghan, he respectfully called them boss and boss lady. "Boss lady," Su Qinghan was very happy to hear that, and she took out a piece of Alps from her pleated skirt pocket and pushed it to the boss. "Thank you, Madam Boss." "You're welcome, thank you for your hard work." With Su Qinghan's sociable personality, if he stayed in the company, it wouldn't take long for him to get along with everyone. The two of them stepped into the general manager's office. Li Yu followed with a stack of folders. Seeing Nan Xian, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the project he mentioned had a great impact and involved a huge amount of money. He dared not make a decision lightly. "Boss, please take a look. This is the funding application submitted by the Yahia Beauty Hospital that I invested in last time. Because the investment amount requested by the other party is relatively large, and they also require cash flow payment, we are a little unsure, so we can only ask you to come over." After Li Yu finished speaking, Su Qinghan, who had made coffee for Nan Xian, walked over with his long legs. She leaned her head over to look at the folder, trying to get a better look.
What's wrong? It's okay, this Yahia. Yes, it's the one in our hometown, Sioux City. It's now quite large and has more than 30 branches.
And it's where my aunt works. Speaking of this, an idea suddenly popped up in Nan Xian's mind.
That is, how about buying this Yahia beauty in medical institution and giving it to Auntie?
Anyway, I'm still worrying about what gift to give to my aunt.
The more Nan Xian thought about it, the more appropriate it seemed. I immediately looked over the plan and proposal carefully.
Although he wanted to buy it, he had to spend his money accurately, otherwise the extra money would be wasted. Su Qinghan placed his hands in front of him, his eyes rolling around, as if he was thinking about something. After waiting for Nan Xian to finish reading the folder, she leaned over to Nan Xian's ear and whispered what she was thinking.
Hubby, doesn't my mother work at Yahia? If you invest, can she have a say? Can you give my mom a promotion?
She has been thinking about certification and striving for positions in order to train more outstanding apprentices. Su Qinghan was not abusing his power for personal gain, but was speaking the truth. My mother is a true veteran of Yahia.
Back then, Yahia was just an inconspicuous little beauty salon in the city.
Now it has grown so big, and Wang Kaifeng also has a share of the credit. A lot of experience and skills were provided by Su Qinghan's mother Wang Kaifeng. However, the boss was ungrateful. After the company became bigger and stronger, he kept Wang Kaifeng in the frontline position on the grounds that she was old and experienced. Although the salary is higher than that of ordinary elderly people, it is still tiring, so Su Qinghan came up with this idea.
Nan Xian had also heard about his future mother-in-law Wang Kaifeng.
Well, he heard it from his mother Zhang Milan. So when Su Qinghan made the request, he understood the reason. But he would never agree to Su Qinghan's request.
Because. How about letting Auntie be the boss? Chapter 113. Let the future mother-in-law be the boss of Yahia. How about letting Auntie be the boss? Nan Xian's words confused the two people in the room. Su Qinghan thought Nanshin was unwilling to follow his request, but he couldn't help but wonder, when had his mother ever offended Nanshin? It seems not.
On weekdays, he always asks me to bring Nanshin his favorite desserts.
Li Yu was confused because he had a deep understanding of it.
His relationship with his mother-in-law's family was not that good. In fact, his mother-in-law would only come to him when she had something to do. As a result, the relationship between the two sides naturally became extremely cold. That's why he thought that his boss also had a bad relationship with his mother-in-law. I would also mistakenly think that Nan Xian's words just now were sarcastic and mocking.
Nanshin, did my mother offend you in any way? After Su Qinghan finished speaking, Nan Xian was stunned.
He raised his head and saw her not-so-good-looking face.
No? Nan Xian thought about it briefly and suddenly realized it.
I saw him slapping his forehead and explaining hurriedly.
Silly boy, you were wrong. You misunderstood me. Fortunately, I found out. Otherwise, wouldn't we have been in a Cold War for 2 days? What do you mean? Su Qinghan blinked her pretty eyes, looking puzzled, and then heard. I really want to buy Yahia and let your mother take care of it. Do you think I am mocking you? Isn't it? Of course not, Auntie is so nice to me and often gives me snacks. Now that I have been given such a beautiful girlfriend, I can't express my gratitude enough. How can I ridicule her? Nan Xian held Su Qinghan's hand and told the story. Su Qinghan's pretty face turned slightly red after hearing Nan Xian's words. It turned out that she really had misunderstood and thought too much. I'm sorry, Nanshin, I misunderstood you. Su Qinghan muttered an apology under his breath. The next second, Nan Xian gently pinched her cherry lips. Okay, stop saying sorry to me. Come, let's see how much it costs to buy it. Oh, by the way, do you think my mother-in-law would be happy if I bought her Yahia as a gift? Poochie. Hearing Nan Xian calling her mother-in-law, Su Qinghan couldn't help but laugh out loud.
This smile is like a flower with the breath of spring, which makes people's eyes brighten.
Li Yu lowered his head hurriedly. He didn't want to eat this rainbow-flavored dog food.
Now that people's living standards have improved, more and more people are doing beauty and maintenance. It is also a good decision to enter the medical beauty industry. Besides, Yahia has grown to a good scale now. Buying it and letting my mother-in-law manage it is just what I want.
Just as Nan Xian was thinking about it, Li Yu's cell phone rang.
When I took it out and looked at it, it happened to be the boss of Yahya, and the one who applied for the investment was also this boss.
Boss, it's the boss of Yahya, Tang Hao. Nan Xinyan raised his eyebrows, waved his hand and said bluntly, don't pay attention to it for now. Yes. Li Yu did not ask any questions. After all, that was the boss's intention, so he just obeyed. The reason why Nanshin wanted to expose the boss of Yahya is that the investment proposal he submitted clearly described the current problem faced by Yahya, being targeted by peers. Yahya traveled thousands of miles across provinces to look for investment because the targeting from its peers was too sharp. If he fails to replace the new equipment in time, his current customers will easily be lured away by his competitors, which would result in significant losses. In Nanshin's opinion, since the other party is anxious, then we should not be anxious. This way, it will be easier to reach an agreement. So, Nan Xan and Su Qinghan continued to plan for Yahya, and they were going to plan how many branches Yahya would open in the future and in which countries. Li Yu was also bored and waiting on the side, watching Douyin and yawning. However, Tang Hao, who was thousands of miles away in Su City, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He called Li Yu more than 10 times, but no one answered, which made him panic. Some even thought that they would quickly sell Yahya while taking advantage of the favorable market conditions in the medical beauty industry. Once you have this thought, you will continue to think about it. It was as if there were two more villains in Tang Hao's mind. One person said that Yahya was his hard work and could not be sold at will. Another villain said, what a waste of effort. Why not sell it early and take the money to travel with your family? Travel around the world, isn't that good? Just like that, after Tang Hao struggled in his heart for a while, the second villain won. With a flick of his finger, he released the news that he wanted to sell Yahya to the business circle. On the other side, Li Yu and others were feeling sleepy when their cell phones suddenly rang with a message from Tang Hao. And it was the news about selling Yahya that he had edited. Li Yu was delighted to see this and hurried to Nan Xin. Boss, it's sold. Tang Hao is going to sell it to all the Yahya stores across the country. Nan Xin raised his eyebrows when he read Tang Hao's message. It was truly an unexpected gain. Seeing that the time was almost right, Nan Xin stopped tapping the table and said, contact Boss Tang. I'll talk to him now. Good. Li Yu didn't dare to delay and called Tang Hao. After all, if we delay for a few more minutes, the possibility of Yahya being sold will be higher. Just a few seconds after the video call was made, Tang Hao answered it. That speed was even faster than first love. Hello, Boss Tang, our boss wants to talk to you. Sure, no problem. Sorry to bother you, Boss Nan. Tang Hao slapped his thigh and stood up quickly, fearing that he would leave a bad impression on Nan Xin, a person he had never met before. Nan Xin also picked up the phone, looked at the man on the other side and smiled slightly, then he immediately overpowered him with his imposing manner. Hello, Boss Tang. Hello, nice to meet you, boss. Well, I heard that Boss Tang intends to sell Yahya in a package. Is that true? Yes, that's right, it's true. Does Boss Nan have any ideas? Boss Tang is a wise man. Although the beauty and medical industry is in a period of bonus, you and I both know that there is no guarantee that the bonus period will end at any time. When that happens, I am afraid that I will suffer heavy losses. It's a good decision to take action. Boss Tang is a smart man. Nanshin seldom praises others, but once he does, he can make others blush. Look, the originally nervous Tang Hao's face turned red, and there seemed to be weights hanging from the corners of his mouth. Boss Nan, why don't you just buy my Yahya? I'll give you a discount. Okay, sure, no problem. Nan Xin actually agreed directly. Tang Hao was unable to react for a moment. With a look of astonishment on his face, he looked at Nan Xin on the phone screen in disbelief and swallowed. Boss Nan, you are not kidding me? Well, Boss Tang doesn't tease me, so how can I tease Boss Tang? Nan Xin asked back, and then continued, Boss Tang, please name a price. As long as it is within my acceptable range, I will never bargain. This 3.4 billion, what do you think? Tang Hao boldly stated the price he had in mind. Nan Xin nodded slightly after hearing this. The price of 3.4 billion was quite reasonable. After all, Yahya had more than 30 branches across the country. 3.4 billion? Yes, if you think it's expensive, we can negotiate it. 3.2 billion. No. 3 billion. how about 3 billion for one price?
Nan Xin didn't say anything. Tang Hao started to lower the price himself, and in the blink of an eye it dropped to 2.8 billion.
This scene left Liu stunned. After all, Nan Xin did nothing.
He just sat there and chuckled, and the other party kept lowering the price. He really deserves to be the boss. His methods are amazing. When Tang Hao set the price at 2.55 billion, he refused to lower it any further. Because he had calculated that this price was just enough to allow him to live a carefree life for the rest of his life. If it was lowered any further, it would not be appropriate. Boss Nan, what do you think?
I have already lowered the premium. Tang Hao said this bitterly.
He didn't know why, but the man in front of him who was younger than himself made him feel unpredictable and unsure.
Otherwise, he wouldn't keep lowering the price. It's all because he feels guilty. 2.6 billion, how about that? Boss Tang will take care of the rest of the expenses?
Oh, by the way, all the employees should stay.
I won't touch them. Nan Xin said with a smile and set the price at once.
When Tang Hao heard the price offered by Nan Xin, his heart finally settled down.
He could accept it. He must accept it. And why would he touch his employees? Boss Nan, when are you free, so we can sign the contract? Tang Hao spoke impatiently, fearing that Nan Xin would go back on his word. Nan Xin raised his finger, and Liu sent the contract he had just drafted over. Boss Tang, please take a look at the contract. If there is no problem, I will transfer the deposit. Okay, Boss Nan, I'll take a look right away.
In just a few minutes, Tang Hao looked through the contract and found no problems.
Deposit? Boss Nan, it's not necessary. Okay, it's been transferred. 1 billion deposit. Please accept it.
As soon as Nan Xin finished speaking, Tang Hao received the transfer information.
Looking at the long string of numbers, Tang Hao couldn't suppress his excitement.
My tense heart suddenly relaxed, not to mention how relaxed I felt.
Boss Nan, if you have time, you can come to Sioux City and I will show you around. Boss Tang, you may not know that I am also from Sioux City. Nan Xin said with a smile, revealing his identity. Tang Hao was shocked when he heard this. Because he had just searched his brain and couldn't think of when such a young and promising rich man appeared in Sioux City? It's a pleasure to work with you, Boss Nan. Tang Hao said this with admiration in his eyes.
Just when he was about to stop bothering Nanshin and was about to arrange the handover, Nanshin stopped him.
Boss Tang, please wait a moment. Boss Nan, please go ahead. If you have anything else to say, just let me know. Nan Xin didn't waste any words. After all, what he was going to say next involved his future mother-in-law. Boss Tang, do you know a female employee named Wang Kaifeng? Yes, of course I know her. Sister Wang is a veteran employee of Yahia. Tang Hao laughed, but he was confused in his heart. What did Nan Xin want to ask about her? Could it be that Wang Kaifeng has a dispute with Boss Nan, so Boss Nan bought Yahia just to suppress Sister Wang?
I have to say that Tang Hao's train of thought is very unique.
The idea is also extremely unreliable. I just don't know how he knew that Nan Xin was a cunning and domineering person.
That's my mother-in-law, so Boss Tang can take over the matter with her.
Hiss, I see.
That's why Boss Nan and Sister Wang both have a certain charm. Tang Hao is indeed capable of making Yahia bigger and stronger. This skill of flattery is enough for others to learn for several years. Then he patted his chest and guaranteed that he would handle the handover matters cleanly without leaving any problems.
After that, the two hung up the phone. Liu looked at Nan Xin with great admiration for making this deal happen.
He originally thought that this matter would take a long time to handle even if the boss came. I didn't expect that it had only been a short time, and they had already reached an agreement, and they had even made Boss Tang look not young anymore.
The boss is truly worthy of being the boss.
Even though Liu had said this many times, he couldn't help but sigh it again at this moment.
On the side, Su Qinghan's beautiful eyes had widened completely.
Until now, she still feels it is a bit of a dream.
After all, Nanshin spent 1 billion yuan right in front of her? That's 1 billion, not $10. Those are 10 small goals.
Although this money was not spent by himself, Su Qinghan still felt generous at this moment.
What shocked her even more was that Nan Xin was so confident that he would leave Yahia to his mother to take care of.
You know what, Su Qinghan is looking forward to it now. She is looking forward to seeing what expression her mother will have when she finds out that Yahia has become hers.
Surprised? Stunned? Or joy? Hubby, is it really okay for my mother to take care of such a big Yahia by herself? Su Qinghan was a little worried. But obviously, her worries were unnecessary. Don't worry. Even though Tang Hao is the boss of Yahia, oh no, the former boss, can you say that he stays in the company every day? That's obviously impossible. For example, I will only come back to invest when something big happens. On weekdays, it's enough for me to have Liu to help me manage it. The same is true for Yahia. With its senior management, we only need to conduct a little supervision. Besides, it's really a relief to be able to hand over such a large Yahia to our family to manage. After Nan Xian finished explaining, Su Qinghan suddenly understood. It has to be said that the level of your vision will lead to very different views on things. She still thought that Yahia needed her mother to take care of it alone, but she never thought that her mother had nothing to do with it. No, I have to work hard to grow up too. I can't just stay by your side and be a vase. Su Qinghan said this while waving his little fists. Nan Xian burst out laughing when he saw this. This idiot is still as competitive as ever. On the other side, Tang Hao also found Wang Kaifeng at this time. Chapter 114, Something is Wrong. Upon learning that she had just finished receiving the guests, he came over to greet her in person. After all, Wang Kaifeng is the mother-in-law of the sponsor. If she is not happy with the reception, the 1 billion yuan in the account will have to be returned. From a distance, Tang Hao had a smile on his face and greeted Wang Kaifeng enthusiastically. Sister Wang, you have worked hard. Come to my office for some tea. I have something to tell you. Okay. Wang Kaifeng was stunned at first. Could it be that the sun rose from the west today? Why was Tang Hao so enthusiastic towards her? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. However, Tang Hao was the boss of Yahia, so she had no choice but to agree. When he arrived at the office, Tang Hao served Wang Kaifeng even more enthusiastically, as if he were a lackey. Sister Wang, please have some tea. It's the best Westlake Longjing tea. Well, Mr. Tang, if you have something to say, just tell me. Wang Kaifeng was puzzled by Tang Hao's abnormal behavior. If the company wants to fire her, they can just say it directly. It's more frightening if she smiles. Seeing that Wang Kaifeng spoke frankly, Tang Hao no longer hid anything. That's it, Sister Wang. You can take my seat. What? The boss wants me to be the boss? Wang Kaifeng's face was full of disbelief. Could it be that a pie fell from the sky and hit her right in the face? It was obvious that Tang Hao was not joking, and she didn't understand what Tang Hao was up to. Are you crazy to give up such a big company? Then, Wang Kaifeng asked in confusion, why? Your son-in-law bought Yahia and gave it to you to manage. Oh, son-in-law? I thought it was exaggerated enough that the boss asked me to be the boss, but how come there was a son-in-law out of nowhere? Could it be that Hanan really has a boyfriend? The amount of information today is so overwhelming that Wang Kaifeng is still slowly digesting it. Seeing Wang Kaifeng's shocked expression, Tang Hao felt confused. Could it be that Sister Wang doesn't know her son-in-law? However, this was someone else's private matter, so Tang Hao did not ask any more questions. As long as you have enough money, wouldn't it be wonderful to eat and drink delicious food for the rest of your life? Sister Wang, from today on, you are the boss of Yahia. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Tang Hao said with a smile, looking at the text message from the bank. He had to go out and have fun for a night. Afterwards, Wang Kaifeng was the only one left in the huge office. When she reacted, she couldn't wait to make a video call to Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan didn't have classes this morning, so the call was connected quickly. Mom, do you miss me? I will be home in a few days. Yeah, I miss my good daughter. By the way, Hanin, do you have a boyfriend? Today, the boss of the place where my mom works said he would hand over the company to me, and he also said it was my son-in-law who said that. What's going on? Wang Kaifeng asked anxiously. Yahia company is very big, it would probably cost a lot of money to buy it. Su Qinghan looked at her mother's puzzled expression and admitted generously, Mom, Yahia was bought by my boyfriend for you. Just take it. I will also bring him home during National Day. Besides, you know this person too. Really? It would be nice if I knew everything about you. Mom doesn't ask you to find a rich man, as long as he treats you well. Who is your boyfriend? Tell Mom about it. Wang Kaifeng's curiosity was burning with curiosity about her daughter's boyfriend.
She really wanted to know who took away the little cabbage they raised. But Su Qinghan just refused to give in, so he had to give up.
Chapter 115. The jealousy jar was overturned.
As soon as he came out of the company, Nanxin received a text message on his mobile phone.
This is a message from Xiaoli from the sales department. Mr. Nan, I just got off the plane. Are you free now? When Nan Xin saw this, he was stunned. Xiaoli worked so fast.
But then again, her commission from the sale of 2 villas in the lake center was considerable.
Moreover, the travel expenses she received from Nan Xin made her more convinced that he was not a liar.
Sioux City is very close to Shanghai, only 2 hours by plane.
There are no tickets for the nearest flights anymore, and the flight Xiaoli took arrived in Shanghai at 6 p.m. After seeing the message, Nan Xin replied, I'm free, I'm going to the airport now.
The two were sitting in the car, and Su Qinghan accidentally saw Nan Xin's chat box through the car window.
He seems to be chatting with a girl. And if you look closely, you seem to see Nan Xin going to the airport to find her.
Just as Su Qinghan was daydreaming, Nan Xin fastened her seatbelt.
Wife, are you tired? Do you want to go back and rest for a while? Humph. Are you sending me away to meet another girl? Nan Xin was puzzled.
He always felt that his wife was hiding something from him.
Could it be that she had seen what they were talking about just now?
Seeing Su Qinghan pouting, turning her head away and ignoring him, Nan Xin knew that his wife was jealous. Afraid that Su Qinghan's little mouth could hold a weight, he hurried to explain.
Wife, let's eat dumplings tonight.
Why?
You're so jealous, it's a waste if you don't eat the dumplings. After Nan Xin finished speaking, he burst into laughter, completely unaware of Su Qinghan's red face. Su Qinghan grabbed the tender flesh on Nan Xin's waist, and he felt pain the next second. Seeing Nan Xin grimacing in pain, Su Qinghan burst out laughing, with a smug look on his face. Lulu let you laugh at me. I don't dare to do that anymore. I'm afraid we won't have to buy vinegar anymore in the future. Humph. I don't care about you. Then tell me, who is that woman you were chatting with? Su Qinghan tilted his head and stared at Nan Xin blankly.
It seemed that he would not be allowed to leave unless he explained clearly.
Nan Xin smiled faintly, rubbed Su Qinghan's head, and scratched her nose lovingly.
Little fool, she is the staff member selling the house. This time she came to give me the purchase contract.
Huh? What kind of house do you need to fly it to you? Su Qinghan believed Nan Xin's explanation, but she was a little confused about what kind of house Nan Xin bought. Could it be a house in another place?
Suddenly she smiled.
Isn't the other party afraid that her husband is a liar? You'll know when you get there. After Nan Xin said this, he started the car. Fortunately, the company is very close to the airport and we arrived there in a short while. Xiaoli didn't have to wait long before Nanxin arrived.
Knowing that Xiaoli had bought a flight ticket for the evening, Nanxin wanted to resolve the issue quickly. He knew everything about the house, all he had to do was pay the money and get the keys and title deed. I believe that after buying a house, the developer will handle all the documents. There is a cafe in the airport, and Nanxin ordered 3 cups of coffee. Xiaoli looked at the two of them secretly, then looked at Nanxin in disbelief. Are you really Mr. Nan? Yeah, why? Not like? No. Xiaoli hurriedly shook her head. She knew Nan Xin's voice was very young when they first called her, but she was even more surprised when they met. Such a young man actually wants to buy 2 villas in the center of the lake? Is there a mine at home? Chapter 116. Where is the villa with the mortgage repaid? Xiaoli endured the doubts in her heart and handed out the contract in her bag. If the house doesn't sell, the worst that can happen is that I'll be laughed at when I go back, but if it does sell. She took a deep breath and said with a smile. Mr. Nan, this is the purchase contract of Guantang Xingjing, please take a look. Nan Xin nodded, then picked up the contract and took a look at it. Su Qinghan was sitting quietly next to Nan Xin. When he heard about Guantang Xingjing, his pupil shrank slightly and his eyebrows were almost twisted together. I feel like I've heard the name of this neighborhood somewhere before. Sounds familiar. After thinking for a long time, a picture flashed in Su Qinghan's mind. Isn't that the house on the island near his home? No wonder the sales staff came all the way here to deliver the contract. But why did my husband buy a house there? Waiting for appreciation? Or renting it out?
Picking up the coffee and taking a sip, Su Qinghan couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked, "Hubby, are you buying this house as an investment?" "No, I bought it to live in."
Nan Xian smiled and thought that he had not yet told his wife about buying a house for his parents and parents-in-law, so he explained, "The house on the island is reasonably priced, warm in winter and cool in summer, and very suitable for living. So I plan to buy 2 sets so that our 2 families can live next door to each other."
Oh. Su Qinghan nodded. He had now gotten used to Nan Xian's spending behavior.
After all, 2.6 billion was spent this morning, so buying a house is still very cheap now. Shelley, who was standing next to them, was fed a wave of dog food when she heard the conversation between the two.
"I was thinking, when can I meet a man like this? Then my life will be without regrets." There was no problem with the contract, and Nan Xian signed it quickly. "Because I was buying 2 villas, I signed 2 contracts."
When Shelley saw this, she couldn't help but take a deep breath.
"These 2 villas have been sold?" The deal was done too quickly. To be honest, she felt like she was dreaming.
To verify it, Shelley pinched her thigh without hesitation.
Hiss. "It hurts. It actually sold out."
Nan Xian saw Shelley was stunned, so he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. "Send it to me from the company account. I'll pay for both houses in full." After hearing the voice, Shelley finally reacted and quickly agreed, Okay.
"Please wait a moment."
Sitting in front of her was her financial sponsor, so Shelley was very polite, fearing that the service would not be attentive enough. Then he picked up his phone and sent the company's payment account number to Nanxin's WeChat.
"Mr. Nan, the account number has been sent. But are you sure it's the full amount? Even at the lowest discount, the 2 villas will cost you 120 million.
Although Shelley really wants to sell the villa, 120 million is not a small amount. I hope Nanxin can think it over carefully. Ordinary people have to spend all their savings to buy an apartment, let alone a villa."
Southern News said that they couldn't help but look at Shelley with admiration.
Such kind reminders are rare these days. What Shelley didn't know about their circle was that as long as they decided to buy something, they would definitely pay in full.
"It's okay, full payment."
"The house payment has been sent, please check it."
Okay, please wait a moment."
Surprised, Shelley stood up and quickly called her manager. Seeing that Nan Xian didn't even blink when he saw the 120 million yuan, she couldn't help but knock her head.
"Stupid, really stupid, how can you pay off the mortgage on a villa?" Chapter 117. The company will not forget your contribution.
On the other side, all sales staff at Guantang Shengjing were doing their month-end summary. The only person missing from the huge office was the intern Shelley.
Manager Lu Qi glanced at everyone and said slowly, "Is everyone here? Let's start the meeting now. Interns will also be subject to survival of the fittest." A girl wearing glasses who was in the same class as Shelley immediately came up with an idea. "Manager, Shelley hasn't arrived yet."
She went to Shanghai alone to sell a house. After the scheming woman finished speaking, the people around her burst into laughter. They thought Shelley had met a scammer. It was unbelievable that a man who had never even seen the house wanted to buy 2 villas in the center of the lake.
But no matter what they said, Shelley didn't believe it. Lu Qi was helpless when he heard this.
When Shelley went to him to ask for leave, she was not optimistic about this matter. Finally, seeing that Shelley was so persistent, I approved her leave. In fact, Lu Qi still hopes that the villas in the center of the lake can be sold, so that they can exceed their task and do not have to hold a review meeting here at the end of the month.
Okay, forget about her, let's have the meeting.
As soon as Lu Qi finished speaking, the head of the finance department gasped and pushed open the door of the conference room.
Manager Lu, a company account. What happened to the company account?"
Seeing the anxious look on the financial director's face, Lu Qi hurried over to ask. "The company account is the most important, because that's hard-earned money."
Now he is afraid that the money will be stolen by hackers, then won't their work be in vain?
The financial director saw the worried looks on his colleagues' faces and was afraid that everyone would misunderstand what he said, so he chuckled. "There's nothing wrong with the account, except that there was a remittance of 120 million just now."
"Well, that's fine." "Wait, remittance? 120 million?
When Lu Qi reacted, his jaw dropped in shock.
Did he hear it right? 120 million? Could it be that someone with poor eyesight transferred the wrong amount? On second thought, Lu Qi felt that it shouldn't be the case.
He suddenly remembered that the 2 villas in the center of the lake were only sold for 60 million yuan each, and the total of the 2 villas was 120 million yuan. Just as I had this thought, a cell phone rang in the conference room.
After hearing this, Lucci felt a little annoyed. Which blind employee didn't silence his cell phone during the meeting? Whose phone is ringing? Hurry out and answer the phone. The most urgent task now is to clarify the remittance of 120 million yuan.
If the 2 villas were really sold, then they would not have to hold a review meeting here. But after hearing this, everyone looked at their phones uncertainly, and everyone became quiet. The employee sitting closest to the door pointed at the manager's trouser pocket and kindly reminded him.
Manager, your phone is ringing.
Oh. Lucci awkwardly took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket and looked at the contacts. It turned out to be Shelly, who was absent.
Now he had a bold idea in his mind. Could it be that the villa was really sold?
After making a hush gesture to the employees below, Lucci cleared his throat and answered the phone. Manager Lu, I have sold 2 villas in the center of the lake.
Mr. Nan has transferred the house payment to the company's account.
Have you received it? After hearing this, Lucci was stunned. I don't know whether it was because he didn't have to be scolded for selling 2 villas, or because he was a little envious of Xiaoli's luck. After a moment, Lucci replied with a smile, Got it, Xiaoli, you've worked so hard. When you come back, the company will reward you well. Chapter 118. The carefully cared for cabbage was pushed by the pig. It was uncomfortable and I wanted to cry. After hanging up the phone, Lucci was very happy. This quarter's performance was stable. As the sales manager of Kuntong Shengshi, he receives a corresponding commission for every house sold by his employees, which makes him even happier. Realizing that there were many employees in the conference room, he didn't make it very obvious.
Ahem, I have good news for you all.
Xiaoli sold the 2 villas in the center of the lake. When everyone heard about the remittance of 120 million yuan, they speculated that the villa in the center of the lake had been sold. But no one wanted to believe that the person selling the villa was actually an intern who had not yet been hired as a permanent employee. They were filled with jealousy and envy, and just hoped that they would be the ones to sell the villa. Of course, what I covet most is the commission from selling the villas.
Lucci glanced at the crowd, seeing the indignation on their faces, and began to persuade them earnestly. You old employees should also learn more from Xiaoli. When she comes back, the company will hold a celebration party. It's rare to complete the task this month. The meeting is adjourned.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone left the meeting room, and Lucci couldn't wait to check the company's accounts.
That's 120 million.
He has never seen so much money in his life. On the other side, Xiaoli got a positive answer from the manager and walked up to Nanshin and the other person.
Mr. Nan, the house payment has been received. These 2 are the keys to the villa in the center of the lake. Please keep it. Nan Xin nodded and took the key.
This way, I can take my parents and future parents-in-law to see houses during the National Day holiday. The house purchase contract has been signed, and Su Qinghan leaves with Nan Xin. Xiaoli looked at the 2 men leaving, her eyes full of envy.
When would she be able to meet a man like Mr. Nan?
On the other side, after Wang Kaifeng finished her phone call with her daughter Su Qinghan, she couldn't wait to rush home. Usually Su Jidong would get home first, but this time when he got home, Wang Kaifeng had already prepared dinner and was sitting at the table, seemingly thinking about something.
Why did you come back so early today? Is it because the beauty salon is not doing well? You might as well just quit your job. Su Jidong couldn't help but worry when he saw his wife in a daze.
This is how Wang Kaifeng acted when things were not going well at work. He doesn't understand anything about the beauty salon, he just hopes that his mother can be happy at work. Since things weren't going well for him outside, he couldn't help feeling distressed. Wang Kaifeng, who was in a daze, felt warm in her heart after hearing what Su Jidong said. In this life, she did not marry the wrong person, she just hopes that her daughter will find someone who loves her in the future. Then, Wang Kaifeng stood up, picked up the bowl, served Su Jidong a bowl of rice and handed it to him. I'm worried about the beauty salon, but it's not a bad thing, it's a good thing.
What's good? After hearing Wang Kaifeng say that there was good news, Su Jidong became active.
At least my wife wasn't bullied outside.
Well, I am the owner of our beauty salon now.
Yeah, that's great.
Wait, are you the boss?
Su Jidong's hand, which was about to pick up some food, stopped in mid-air, and he wondered if he had heard it wrong.
How could the owner of a beauty salon be my wife?
I thought that I didn't have that much money to buy a beauty salon.
Seeing Su Jidong's stunned expression, Wang Kaifeng hurriedly explained.
Hanin said that her boyfriend bought it and gave it to me to take care of. Besides, we know her boyfriend.
What?
Hearing that his little sweetheart actually had a boyfriend, Su Jidong felt empty inside. The cabbage I carefully cared for so many years was eaten by a pig. It was such a painful feeling.
Chapter 119 Brother, this is my song.
Even when Su Jidong bought a huge beauty salon as a gift to Wang Kaifeng, he automatically ignored it. It seems that his daughter is really a caring little cotton-padded jacket to her father. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the glass of white wine on the table and drank it all.
Who is that boy? Hanin didn't say anything, only that she would bring him home during the National Day.
Normally, Su Jidong would take several sips of a glass of liquor, but now he just drank it all at once. It seemed that he felt a little depressed when he learned that his daughter had a boyfriend.
Although the news came too suddenly, he still gave instructions to his wife. Hanin likes to eat meat, buy more in the next 2 days.
After you said that last time, I bought them all.
Su Jidong nodded and left his seat, but he didn't touch the bowl of rice. Wang Kaifeng looked at his back and shouted hurriedly, "You don't want to eat anymore?" "No." He waved his hand and went out, just in time to see Nan Jianfeng from the opposite side walking out with a bottle of wine in his hand, looking around. I guess he wanted to find a place to drink secretly. "Brother Nan, drink something?"
"Okay. I was just worrying about having no drinking companion, and now here I am." So the two of them walked arm in arm, found a place where no one could see them, and had a few drinks. On the other side, Wang Kaifeng looked at the table full of dishes and the pot of rice inside.
Looks like I'll have to eat leftovers for the next few days. As October 1st was approaching, Nan Xian went to the construction company that received a reward from the system. After several days of preparation, construction has begun on the land in Lujiazui. When Li Balai found out about this, he was furious.
He didn't expect that Nanshin had secretly set up a construction company. Although it was not large, the treatment was particularly good. When his workers learned that the treatment there was high, many of them left. The construction industry was not doing well this year, so they didn't have much work to do and naturally earned less.
And at Nanshin, not only is there work to do, but the money is also high, so isn't that too envious? Nowadays, people are not afraid of hard work or fatigue, but are afraid of having no work to do.
Li Balai originally wanted to attack Nanshin, but unexpectedly he suffered a loss. After this lesson, he became a lot more honest. Time flies, and the day of the welcome party has arrived.
During this period, Shanghai University has been on the hot search list.
The reason is that it invited first-line singers to perform on stage. At that time, the school gate was already blocked by fans. Fortunately, the school ordered that only students of the school were allowed to enter on that day, otherwise the school would have been filled with fans alone. All the singers gathered in the dressing room, and they came to Nan Xian and greeted him one after another.
"Mr. Nan, nice to meet you."
"Boss Nan, please take care of me in the future."
"Mr. Nan, you are so handsome." Seeing that they were so polite, Nan Xian nodded in response one by one.
As the show was about to start, Lu Qin found Nan Xian with a worried look on her face.
The more critical the moment, the more trouble there was.
"Nanshin, the school leaders will give an opening speech at the welcome party later, so our performance time will be extended.
At the end, superstar Mao needs to appear a few minutes later. Can you coordinate it?"
Those stars were invited by Nanshin, so it is better for Nanshin to do the communication. Otherwise, if they put on airs and simply stop singing, the school will become a laughingstock. After all, Shanghai University's welcome party was promoted on TikTok. And the school party will also be live broadcast on TikTok at the same time.
If it is not handled properly, it will become a live broadcast accident.
Southern News said that after understanding the current situation, it seems that the school leaders want to get a piece of the pie because of the popularity of their school. After thinking for a long time, he came up with a good idea.
"So, Mr. Lu, my Mao Superstar Chorus. My show was cancelled." "Oh well."
Lu Qin wanted to say something, but this was the best solution.
She has seen Nan Xian's singing skills and is very confident in her.
As soon as the conversation ended, Lu Qin was called away by someone else. At this time, Su Qinghan put on makeup and changed her clothes and walked out, slowly coming in front of Nan Xian. She was wearing a pink floor-length gauze skirt, which made her look ethereal, like a fairy who was not of this world. The 100,000 yuan that Nanshin donated to the school was all used to purchase clothing. So this dress was the first time Su Qinghan wore it. It was her first time wearing formal attire in front of Nan Xin, and she felt a little embarrassed.
Su Qinghan was seen counting his fingers and asking Nan Xin with a smile on his face. "Honey, what do you think of this outfit?"
"Beautiful, like a fairy."
Hearing Nan Xion's praise, Su Qinghan's cheeks flushed, making her look even more radiant. After a while, the welcome party began.
As the host, Su Qinghan was the first to go on stage and give a speech. The audience in the Douyin live broadcast room's eyes lit up when they saw Su Qinghan, who was even more attractive than the female star. The number of people in the live broadcast room and the number of comments are increasing rapidly. After this period of TikTok promotion and celebrity endorsements, the number of TikTok downloads has exceeded 100 million. The number of people watching in the live broadcast room now reaches 500,000. After the principal finished his speech, Deng Ziki was the first to go on stage to sing, and the students below were all motivated.
"This is the first time I've been so close to a star." The singing time passed quickly and finally it was time for the last show. Su Qinghan took the stage to make the final announcement. "Next, please welcome Mao Juxing and Nan Xian to sing some songs to ease your sorrow."
Then two figures slowly walked onto the stage. The audience in the live broadcast room were not optimistic when they saw an unknown man singing on the stage with superstar Mao.
Who is he? Can he follow Mao Mao's tune?
I feel like apart from being handsome, his singing skills aren't that great.
Hurry up and go down, we just want to hear Mao Mao sing.
At the same time, TikTok Inc. Lu Chang was sitting in his office processing documents when his subordinate ran over and knocked on the door.
"Knock knock."
"Enter." The staff member in charge of patrolling the live broadcast room walked in after hearing the answer from inside the room.
Then he handed the phone to Lu Chang. "Boss Lu, someone is slandering Boss Nan in the live broadcast room. Should we intervene?"
Upon hearing this, Lu Chang frowned as he looked at the message sent on the barrage.
After spending some time together, he felt that Nan Xian would not do anything without confidence, so he chose to trust him. "No. Report any news at any time." The employee nodded and walked out. Out of curiosity, Lu Chang took out his mobile phone, found the live broadcast of Shanghai University and clicked on it.
I didn't expect that after entering, I couldn't bear to take my eyes away.
Is the person singing on the screen really President Nan?
After the prelude ended, Nan Xian picked up the microphone and spoke slowly. "When you walk into this happy place, carry all your dreams and thoughts with you. There are different kinds of makeup on different faces, and no one can remember what you look like. Pick up your wine glass and say to yourself, 1 glass to the morning sun and 1 glass to the moonlight." After listening to it, Mao Juxing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "Brother, this is my song."
Chapter 120, Meeting the In-Laws. The performance is coming to an end, and Nan Xian has proved himself amidst doubts. Even the audience in the live broadcast room felt a little regretful at this moment. "Oh my god, I didn't expect the man next to Mao the superstar could sing so well. I heard from the host that his name seems to be Nan Xian. A handsome and talented guy, I love him. If you vote and I vote, Nanshin will be able to debut immediately." After the performance, all the professional singers invited by Nanshin were dumbfounded. "I didn't expect President Nan to be such a great singer. If you debut, you will definitely be famous all over the country. This boss is more than just a little bit capable." At the end of the song, Nan Xian and Mao Juxing on the stage bowed to express their gratitude. When leaving the stage, superstar Mao covered his chest tightly. He never thought that singing his own song would be so difficult. At the last moment, he almost couldn't keep up with Nan Xian's singing. "Boss Nan, your singing is amazing." Where? As soon as he finished praising, several singers came over. They had other announcements to make, so they said hello to Nan Xian and left. After a while, all the students in the playground were evacuated. At that time, Su Qinghan changed his clothes, came to Nan Xian, took his arm and smiled. His big dark eyes turned into crescent moons. "Hubby, let's go. I didn't expect to go home tomorrow, it's so fast. By the way, have you packed your things?" Nan Xian shook his head. His luggage was very simple. He only needed 2 sets of clothes and could pack it in 5 minutes. Unlike girls, it takes at least an hour to pack luggage before going on a long trip. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Su Qinghan held Nan Xian's hand reluctantly, with his little head lowered. "Honey, I'm leaving now." See you tomorrow. Go ahead, little fool. Nan Xin touched Su Qinghan's little melon bag, his face full of pampering.
He didn't leave until he saw her disappear around the corner.
When I returned to the dormitory, I could hear my roommates' heated discussions through the door. Nan Xin pushed the door open and walked in, and Sun Bafa and others surrounded him.
Brother Nan, you're back.
The internet is going crazy.
Yes, they are discussing your song Xiaoshuo on the internet. Then, Zhang Hao came to Nan Xin with a pen and paper, and said with his big white teeth showing.
Brother Nan, please sign for me. If you are not busy, sign this whole book.
Oh my god, Haozi, you prepared this secretly without even telling us.
Haozi, that's great.
You have good taste.
I think we should buy Brother Nan's autograph in the future. Seeing that several people were daydreaming, Nan Xin shook his head. Alas, I wanted to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. I'm not in the entertainment industry, so it's useless for you to ask me for an autograph. Go wherever is cooler. Nan Xin said this slowly, then sat directly on the bed.
Seeing how crazy those people were about getting rich, he suddenly thought of something.
How is the hot pot restaurant going? After hearing this, Sun Bafa smiled and sat next to Nan Xin. Brother Nan, don't worry about me doing the job.
The store has been chosen, and we can renovate it during the National Day holiday and open it after school starts.
Nan Xin looked at his roommates who were working very efficiently and nodded in approval.
Now that everything was back on track, he felt relieved.
The night passed quickly.
The next day, Nanxin parked his car downstairs of the girls' dormitory. After a while, Su Qinghan came down panting, dragging a large suitcase.
Husband, you are here.
Little fool, how much stuff have you packed?
I kept pretending, and I felt like I needed everything, so I filled up.
Su Qinghan scratched his head embarrassedly, as if he had pretended to have a few more billions.
After loading the luggage into the car, Nan Xin turned on the navigation and drove towards home. I left home early, so there weren't many cars on the highway.
Seeing Su Qinghan yawning beside him, Nan Xin considerately handed over his clothes.
Wife, if you are sleepy, take a nap.
I will call you when you are here.
Okay, hubby, you're the best. After yawning, Su Qinghan put his clothes on himself and quickly fell asleep.
When she woke up again, it was almost noon and she had just got off the highway.
Looking at the familiar scene outside the window, Su Qinghan exclaimed, Husband, are we in Sioux City?
Well, I wanted to call you when we were almost home, but I didn't expect you to wake up first. I woke up because I felt the call of my hometown.
After listening to this, Nan Xin's eyes flickered and a smile appeared on his lips. He thought to himself, why not settle down in Sioux City after graduation? On the other side, Su Qinghan looked at the familiar scene outside the window and was very happy.
When they passed the bridge, she excitedly called Nan Xin. Honey, that little island is Kun Tong Shengshi.
It seems that the greenery up there is pretty good. Do you think we can catch the sea? Su Qinghan blinked his eyes and raised his little head, as if wanting to get a positive answer.
Yesterday, when she was bored, she saw a video that showed a beach covered with mantis shrimps. People who go to the sea nearby pick up hundreds of kilograms of fish, which is really mouth-watering.
Little fool, you can only pick them up at the seaside. Here you can only catch a few big fish at best. You want to go to the sea, why don't we go to Wei City?
Forget it, let's just stay at home for a few more days.
We have big bones at home, braised pork. At the end, Su Qinghan swallowed his saliva.
They hadn't eaten anything in the morning, so now he felt a little greedy. His stomach rumbled.
Nan Xinyan said with a grin. Honey, bear with me, we'll be home soon. Aha!
Su Qinghan nodded, as if he saw Big Bone waving at him.
10 minutes later, Nan Xin parked the car in front of the two houses.
Hearing the noise at the door, Su Jidong, Wang Kaifeng, Nan Jianfeng, Zhang Milan, and Nanli who lived opposite all came out.
Then two people got out of the car. Brother. Hanin. Xiao Xin.
Everyone was calling out their own names, except Su Jidong and Wang Kaifeng, who were eagerly waiting. They both wanted to see who the man was who had kidnapped their children. But after waiting for a long time, no one got off the bus. Suddenly the two of them realized, could it be that the boy their daughter was talking about was Nanxin from the opposite house? Looking at the intimacy between the two, Su Jidong felt his heart twitching. I didn't expect that my daughter's boyfriend was so far away and yet so close right in front of me. It's really hard to guard against him day and night. On the other hand, Zhang Milan also noticed that her son had a complicated relationship with Hanin, who lived next door.
She thought to herself, could it be that her son really succeeded in getting Hanin? That would be too awesome. Looking at the looks on everyone's faces, Nan Xin and Su Qinghan admitted it openly. This is my girlfriend Su Qinghan. This is my boyfriend Nan Xin.
The people around us looked at each other, appearing a little helpless. After a while, Zhang Milan came over, took Wang Sifeng's hand, and said with a smile, Kaifeng, how about we have lunch together at noon today?
Well. Wang Kaifeng answered with an awkward smile. Is this a meeting of in-laws? No one enjoyed their lunch. Su Jidong felt even worse when he saw his little girl diligently picking up food for Nan Xin.
However, seeing that his daughter had found happiness and that Nanxin had grown up under his care, he felt relieved.
Then Su Jidong slowly said, Xiao Xin, what are your plans? Southern News said, just speak your mind. Uncle Dong, after Hanin finishes his internship, we will prepare to get married. Now I can give Hanin the life she wants. I hope you and Auntie will agree. Girls really can't be kept at home when they grow up. What do you think, Hanin?
Su Jidong sighed, then looked at Su Qinghan. Marriage is a matter between the two of them, so they should listen to their daughter's opinion.
Su Qinghan had a smile on his face and nodded slightly, like a bud about to bloom. She took Nan Xian's hand and replied shyly, I do. After hearing the answer, Nan Jianfeng and Zhang Milan finally put their minds at ease.
Now their son had finally done something decent. The marriage had been discussed, and the parents of both families came together to discuss the wedding process.
Only Su Qinghan and Nan Xian were left in the huge room. Nan Xian was very happy when he saw the woman in front of him who was about to become his wife.
He had experienced a lot in this month, but he was no longer willing to let go of Su Qinghan's hand.
Then, Su Qinghan took Nan Xian's arm and whispered in his ear. Hubby, we need to exercise after dinner. Well, I want to give birth to a baby for you. After saying that, her thin red lips fell on Nan Xian's lips, wanton and passionate. End of chapter 121. In the afternoon, Wang Kaifeng and Zhang Milan discussed marriage arrangements. Nan Xian and Su Qinghan were so tired that they didn't wake up until the evening.
On the platform, a faint fragrance filled the room.
Xiao Xian, Hanin is out to eat kebabs.
The young couple were in the room, and no one was embarrassed to go in and disturb them, so they shouted outside. Su Qinghan, who smelled the fragrance, sat up suddenly, husband hurry up, there is something delicious.
Mutton kebabs, eat more today.
You've been working hard these past 2 days.
Well, okay. Nan Xinyan nodded. After putting on clothes, Nan Xian took Su Qinghan's little hand and walked into the yard.
Nan Jianfeng and Su Jidong were grilling lamb skewers while clinking beer bottles against each other.
Today is a happy day, and the two good wives don't bother with them.
Seeing her brother and sister coming out, Nanli grabbed a handful of lamb skewers and handed them to them.
Brother, sister Han, eat skewers.
No, brother, sister-in-law eat skewers. Although Nanli was young, she understood what the adults said, so she immediately changed her words. When Su Qinghan heard Nanli calling him sister-in-law, he couldn't stop smiling.
Thank you, Lily. You eat too.
Seeing his sister was so sensible, Nan Xian patted her little head and said, Lily, go play.
I want to talk to my sister-in-law about something. Nanli nodded and ran to Zhang Milan. Su Qinghan saw her running away, and blinked her big eyes at Nan Xian. Husband, what do you want to talk about? It's okay, I just want to stay with you for a while. After saying that, Nan Xian pulled Su Qinghan to sit next to him and fed her a bite of meat skewers. Ugh. Ugh.
Unexpectedly, Su Qinghan started to feel nauseous before he even started eating.
Wife, what's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable? It's okay, I just feel a little sick. Afraid that Nan Xian would worry, Su Qinghan waved his hand and sat back next to him.
I even keep my favorite lamb skewers far away because the smell makes me feel sick. Afraid that Su Qinghan would hold back and make him worry, Nan Xian pulled her up without saying a word. Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, Hanin and I are going out for a while, please don't wait for us.
Child, wait until you finish eating before going. No. Nan Xian waved his hand with his back turned and got into the car. 20 minutes later, I arrived at the hospital and got an appointment.
Boai Hospital is a private hospital, and Xingxin Investment Company has shares in it, otherwise who would see you, examine you and take x-rays so late at night?
The doctor was a woman.
After asking about some symptoms, she asked Su Qinghan to draw blood and do an ultrasound. Fortunately, the staff was very efficient and the films came out quickly. Nan Xian placed the film on the doctor's table and asked anxiously, "Doctor, what is the reason for my wife's vomiting?" "Hold on." The female doctor pushed her glasses and picked up the film to look at it. After a moment, he said with a smile, "Congratulations, you are going to be a father. The baby is already 2 weeks old." "Ah? Really?" Nan Xian opened his eyes wide and looked at the doctor, then excitedly picked up Su Qinghan. "I'm going to be a father, wife, you've worked hard. I'll do everything from now on, you just take a rest." Su Qinghan smiled, her heart filled with joy. "I'm not that squeamish. Besides, the child is still young." "No, listen to me. Nan Xian is very tough and domineering, but his wife's belly is his little cotton padded jacket." After coming out of the hospital, Nan Xian couldn't calm down for a long time, and even had to support Su Qinghan when going down the stairs. Looking back on this month, a lot really happened. If Su Qinghan hadn't taken the initiative, perhaps the two of them wouldn't have had a baby so soon. Everything is so beautiful now, we have a few babies and the whole family is happily together. Life is like this. And her story continues. Over.